Jacob seems to have a perfect life, yet he is filled with pain because he can hear a mysterious stranger's voice trying to communicate with him. And the voice is becoming clearer and giving him warnings at critical moments. How will Jacob deal with this unwelcome roommate? Let's dive into this novel. Chapter 1. William. Jacob. Time to get up. You've got half an hour before you need to leave. Grace called out, her voice echoing through the house as she performed her daily wake-up ritual for her two sons. 19-year-old William, ever the difficult riser, groaned and buried his face deeper into his pillow. Meanwhile, 17-year-old Jacob, who had been awake for an hour already, feigned sleep for his mother's benefit. His eyes, heavy with fatigue, remained closed as he listened to the familiar sounds of the morning routine. Scott appeared in the doorway beside his wife, his cheerful demeanor a stark contrast to the sleepy atmosphere of the boys' room. "Well, come on. Up you get," he urged, his tone a mixture of encouragement and resignation. Jacob's sleep-deprived eyes finally fluttered open, taking in the sight of his parents standing in the doorway. Despite his exhaustion, he couldn't help but notice how ready and energetic they looked to start their day. "I don't want to get up," William mumbled, his voice muffled by the pillow he'd pulled over his head. Scott's gaze shifted between his two sons, his smile unwavering. "Come on. Will, you're running out of time to get ready." He then turned his attention to Jacob, noting the dark circles under his eyes but choosing not to comment. "I want to see both of you downstairs and ready in 20 minutes. With that, he planted a quick kiss on Grace's cheek and headed out. Grace lingered in the doorway, her observant eyes taking in the scene before her. She watched as Jacob, clearly exhausted but respectful of the family's morning routine, slowly sat up and swung his legs over the side of the bed. William, still reluctant, finally emerged from beneath his pillow. As they both stood, Grace cowled and helped but marvel at how they matched their father's tall frame. Despite the 2-year age gap between them, the brothers shared the small room, arrangement that suited them well. Their parents had instilled in them a deep respect for family and each other's space. Even in close quarters, they managed to maintain a balance between togetherness and privacy. True to his nature, William monopolized the bathroom, meticulously grooming himself for college. His popularity, while less crucial now than in secondary school, still mattered to him. He took great care with his appearance, aware that first impressions could still make a difference, even if the occasional immature classmate tried to assert dominance through other means. As William primped and preened, Jacob found himself rushing through his morning routine. He disliked these hurried mornings, longing for the luxury of a slower start to properly shake off the lingering tendrils of sleep. Yet, he knew the importance of being on time and pushed through his drowsiness, determined to meet his father's 20-minute deadline. The boys eventually entered the kitchen to have breakfast. Grace and Scott stopped their conversation, starting a new subject rather abruptly. "Your breakfast is on the table. Eat as much as you can because winnets." Scott always drove them to college. Grace usually left at the same time, but her work was in the opposite direction, so she used her car. "What have you both got today?" she asked, tossing her brown hair over her shoulder. "I've got to hours of sociology and then to hours of sports management." William sighed tiredly. He shoved a full crumpet into his mouth, earning a chuckle from his dad. Jacob ran a hand through his messy brown hair and rubbed his eyes. He was definitely not a morning person and would often prove it if he could sleep at night. "What have you got?" she asked when Jacob didn't say anything. He hummed quietly. "I don't know." Unlike William, Jacob was very disorganized. He could barely remember whether he had homework or what subjects were on what days. He often had too many things going on in his mind. "You can check in the car." Scott smiled. "But eat some more food before we go." His younger son started to fidget and avoid eye contact. Scott made a mental note to call him later. "Right? I'm going to work. I'll see you all at dinner time." Grace leaned over to kiss Jacob on the cheek. He smiled in her direction but avoided her gaze. She kissed William and her husband too. "Have a great day, everyone." "You too. Love." Scott watched her leave. They met when Grace was 20, and he was 23. A year later, she fell pregnant with William, so he proposed to her. They were madly in love and managed to raise their first baby without a single fault in their relationship. When they had Jacob, they both had a steady income and could start to build their lives. Now, 17 years later, they are still faithful to their happy family label and love each other just as much as when they first met. "Come on, boys. We should get going too." Just before they left, Scott turned to see what Jacob was carrying. "Where's your bag-o?" He quickly turned towards the stairs. "We'll wait for you in the car." Jacob staggered into the bedroom and spotted his bag on his bed. Hurrying over to it, he made sure it had everything he needed and hung it over his shoulder, rubbing his stinging eyes to keep himself together. After taking a step back through the door, he paused when what had been troubling him for half a year entered his mind. He clenched his jaw and tugged on his coat sleeves, attempting to block it out, wishing he could have just one regular day. For Jacob, he believed that he was far from average. Yes, he had loving parents, a loving sibling, a warm home, and a good education. Underneath the perfect shell that people see and judge him for, nobody knew about the voices. Chapter to the voices started only 6 months ago. He was sitting at the dining room table enjoying dinner with his family when a deep and unfamiliar voice intruded on his thoughts. He cowed in the sudden shock which poked his family's attention. Of course, the voice didn't stop. It was not making sense, and because he was so confused and scared, it only grew louder. With Scott being a psychologist, he knew there was something immediately wrong with his son, even when Jacob tried to cover it up. He has always been a shy and quiet character, and he has always struggled with expressing himself. Scott knew his children like the back of his own hand, and he knew Jacob was struggling. Scott was able to take his son to work with him and have a work colleague treat him as one of his patients for a while. He would never call him that, which is why he passed him on to a trustworthy friend. It was best if he did not work directly with his son. Jacob needed his parents more than ever. His dad needed to be a father, not his psychologist. Eventually, Jacob told his family about the voice, and they had been very supportive. But it was hard for Grace. She felt that maybe she had been too harsh with her timid child. Jacob's symptoms were unusual because he didn't have any. He was completely normal. He felt unusually himself, and nothing for him had changed other than hearing a voice. Grace even wondered if he was doing it for attention. But he was not the kind of teenager to crave attention, and he seemed truthfully scared of what was happening to him. Grace wanted him tested on a number of medications, but not a single thing worked. Jacob saw several specialists, and still, nothing could help him. Now, half a year later, the voice was still in their son's head, and Grace hadn't found anything that could help. Jacob hurried towards the car, not wanting to be late. William had taken the front seat, only so his dad could talk to him privately. He had told him to look out for his brother today. When everything happened with Jacob, William felt like it was his job as being his older brother to look after him. The most important part was that he should never treat Jacob any different. "Have you got everything?" Scott asked when his son shut the door. "Yeah, all right. Let's go, let's go." He beamed and allowed William to choose some music. When they arrived outside the college, William saw his friends and jumped out of the car, but Scott stopped Jacob. "Hold on a second." They both waited until William had gone before turning around. "I just wanted to ask, did you have trouble sleeping last night?" Hesitating, Jacob nodded to say yes. He hated how his parents worried about him like this, but in reality, he was worried about himself too. Scott understood that his son has had trouble making friends since he has started college. He distanced himself from everyone and stayed private and reserved. "I've been thinking about prescribing you with some sleeping tablets. Now that would mean talking to Flynn, the psychiatrist, but I want to discuss it with you later about your own thoughts on it." Jacob sighed and looked down at his hands. "I don't want them," he whispered. "I know, which I know. But it's not fair that you're struggling to. I'm fine." He climbed out of the car, silencing their conversation. Scott watched his son pull up his hood and walk away. He was definitely going to call him later. The last thing he wanted was to get a call from college, telling him that his son has had a breakdown. Again, it did get overwhelming for Jacob. When he tried to concentrate, all he could hear was a deep male voice dominating his thoughts. As he approached the main entrance, he pulled his hood down and walked inside. He had a feeling of dread in the pit of his stomach. He wanted to go home already, and his lessons hadn't even started. People were hanging around in groups, chatting and catching up on what everyone had been up to at the weekend. Jacob kept his head down and stared at the ground until the voice he was getting used to spoke above his own thoughts. Rough morning. He clenched his jaw and tried not to think about answering it. The voice spoke like it was someone who could see him, and it messed with his mind more than anything. It would make him anxious, and he would catch himself glancing around as he slowly lost the trust in everyone he saw. Quite obviously, it was nobody. This voice in his head was a creation imagination. Just because nobody knew what was wrong with him didn't mean that he wasn't well. Jacob knew that he was right in the mind to have a voice in there that was his own. "You look tired." Jacob rubbed his eyes for what felt like the 100th time that morning and stood outside the classroom, waiting for the teacher. At least 15 other students stood in the corridor too, but nobody noticed him. "You need a coffee. We should get one together sometime. You don't exist." Jacob thought back and linked his fingers together so he didn't fidget. "Don't I?" He sighed and tried to ignore it by adjusting his gaze to somewhere new. He looked up but caught the gaze of someone else. It was a tall guy standing only a few meters away from the room. He was with 5 other males, all as big as him. But this guy was looking directly at Jacob, making him feel really uncomfortable. He diverted his eyes at lightning speed. Cute. He mentally cringed, hating how it felt like the voice was judging him. What worried him the most was how unpredictable it had been in the beginning. Everyone thought it would start to say bad things or persuade Jacob to do bad things to himself or others. That the voice talked to him like a friend. It was supportive and had humor. Sometimes, Jacob still disliked it being in his head because of how crazy it made him feel. It was normal, and he definitely knew that. "I'm sorry. I know I'm a disturbance, but there's nothing I can do." Jacob leaned against the wall and crossed his arms. He kept his gaze down, just in case the guy was still watching him. "Maybe he knows he's a freak." "You're not a freak." "Of course I am. I'm having a conversation with a different voice in my head." He snapped back. "It's not your fault." How he was getting a little irritated. "You're in my head. Take a breath. Don't work yourself up." Jacob's palms were getting sweaty. He was supposed to respond to the voice and hold a conversation, but sometimes he couldn't help it. He uncrossed his arms and began to fidget, breathing in a lot of air. He tried to relax. A group of around 10 people wandered down the corridor, chatting happily and looking rather lively for a Monday morning. Among that group of people was William, Jacob's older brother, but he spotted his friend before he spotted him. Jacob looked up when he heard the door to the classroom open. For a moment, he considered turning the opposite way and walking to somewhere quiet so he could keep himself together. Before he had the chance, his brother caught him hiding in the shadows. "Jacob." "Hey," he smiled and walked over. "Are you in this class?" "I am too." "We can sit." He noticed that things were not quite right. "Are you okay?" Jacob was able to meet his eyes, but only for a second. That was enough confirmation for William to know he was struggling. "Do you want to call Dad? I can take notes for you. Or we can ditch college and go for a walk." Jacob shook his head and sighed once more. It'll be fine. I just need to calm down." "Okay." William patted his shoulder. "Come on. Let's sit at the back. Don't bother taking notes. You can look at mine later." Jacob nodded and followed him. He felt grateful to have such a supportive sibling as they made their way to the back row. William greeted someone and sat down on the last 2 chairs. Jacob sat on the end and sank into a seat, concentrating on how much sleep he was going to have when he got home. "Oh, by the way, I talked to the tutor about partnering up for the project, and he said you can work with us," William murmured as the teacher prepared his PowerPoint at the front of the room. Jacob was about to nod until he narrowed his eyes. Us, he questioned quietly. Yeah, my friend will work with us too. Don't worry. 𝐻ES easy to get on with. He watched William turn and tapped the guy next to him, making him turn. But when he did, Jacob recognized him as the guy who was watching him earlier. This is my brother, Jacob, William introduced. Hey, the man spoke with a deep voice and an intrigued stare. I'm Hunter. It's nice to meet you. Jacob's lips curled into the smallest smile he had ever performed before dropping his gaze back to the desk and sinking his body further into his chair. He could feel Hunter studying him until the teacher began to talk. As he did so, Jacob fiddled with his coat sleeves and lost himself in his thoughts. Niggling in the back of his mind, there was something about Hunter's voice. Something oddly familiar. Chapter 3. When the lesson finished, Jacob was dozing until William tapped his shoulder. I wish I could have slept through that too. He sighed. His younger brother stood up with a confused frown. What was it about? He mumbled. Did you not listen to any of it? Jacob shrugged and moved so they could start making their way out of the busy room. It doesn't matter. You can look at my notes when we're home. When they reached the hallway, it was time for the brothers to go to separate lessons. Did we finish at the same time today, Jacob pulled his bag from his back and rummaged through it. Just as he reached for his timetable, a guy bumped into him, and he dropped it. Everything spilled onto the floor. Hey, watch where you're going. William frowned, but the guy turned with a scowl directed straight for Jacob. Freak, he muttered, loud enough for the brothers to hear. What did you say? William stormed after him. Jacob tried to ignore it as he leaned down to pick up his things. William grabbed the boy's shoulder, but he turned and pushed him away, just as Hunter approached them. Hunter rammed the guy into the opposite wall, who froze when he saw who had pushed him. What do you think you're doing? Hunter growled. Get off me, the guy muttered, a little timid of Hunter's big frame. He washed shy about holding back a glare until he eventually left, giving Hunter a reason to back off. Thanks, man. William sighed, turning to see if his brother was okay. Jacob was at the end of the corridor when he saw him walk quickly out of sight. Jacob hated confrontation. He knew his brother would be okay because he could stick up for himself. Even though they were the same height and pretty much the same weight, Jacob didn't have the confidence to talk back to people when they deserved it. Are you okay? The deep voice was so loud in his mind. He almost jumped. Get out of my head, he thought, and clenched his jaw. Where are you going? He had decided that today just was going to be a good one. It began rough, and he needed some long hours by himself without having to pretend that he was okay. Your brother is worried about you. Will you just be quiet? He said out loud, catching the attention of a tutor who stood next to the reception. Jacob chewed on his bottom lip and dug his hands into his pockets. His face burned with embarrassment. Sometimes he wished the ground would swallow him whole as he quickly made a smooth exit out of the double doors and into the sun. As he put his hood up, he saw a group of boys standing and chatting. A few of them stopped and watched him walk down the steps. He recognized them. They were standing with Hunter when he first caught him staring. Jacob gripped his bag straps and marched across the car park. He wanted to be very far from civilization today. Things will get better, I promise. Jacob wanted to laugh out loud at how stupid that statement was. Leave me alone. I can't. Even if I wanted to. Jacob continued into the trees. If he walked for 15 minutes or so, he would reach a field where he could lie down and shut the world out for a little while. All Jacob wanted was some peace. He used to like his own company, but now it felt like a curse. There was someone else in his head. How could he escape that? After 5 minutes of walking, his phone started to vibrate in his pocket. Jacob waited until it stopped before checking who it was. Of course, it was his dad. He ignored it. He didn't want to talk about his feelings. Not over the phone. The sun started to set at 6:30 in the evening. The sky was clear, creating a beautiful pink and 𝐸 before the sun fully disappeared to wake the other side of the world. Jacob was lying in the field, and for hours ago he fell asleep. Now that it was getting dark, It was safe for him to be in the middle of nowhere. Jacob turned over. His head was resting on his bag, and his coat was zipped all the way up. It felt a little chilly without the sun rays. It's not safe for you here. Jacob stirred when he heard someone talking. It was slowly pulling him to his senses. It's not safe. He woke up with fright when the deep voice dominated his mind. He quickly sat up with a shaky breath. His eyes darted around the open field, surprised that it was evening time. You need to go home. He relaxed. He was still alone, and nobody was here trying to put him in danger. The fact that he was alone and hearing the voice pull together a dark cloud that hung above his head. He sighed, rubbed his eyes, and slowly climbed to his feet. He checked his watch and then his phone. He had 5 missed calls from his dad, and 3 from William. He groaned, and the guilt hit his chest. They worry about him too much. Go home, Jacob. It's getting dark. I don't care. I want to be outside. I know, but it's not safe. You don't know that. He picked up his bag. You're not even real. I am real. You just don't know who I am. The hairs on the back of Jacob's neck stood on end. He hated it when it spoke like it was an actual person, listening to his inner thoughts. He now felt on edge about being alone in a place like this. His eyes scanned his surroundings, and it felt like he was being watched. Though it's not safe. He heard faint snapping of branches and decided that the voice in his head had more common sense than him. Jacob started to jog back towards the trees. He was going to stop until he reached the car park. That's it. Go all the way home. Sometimes, the voice was very good at making him do the right thing, especially when he was in the right frame of mind. Eventually, Jacob reached the car park and stopped to catch his breath. Tutors and other members of staff were leaving the building while he quietly walked by and kept his head down. It would take him another 40 minutes to get home, but he was aware that his mother was driving around looking for him. After his nap, he felt better, even though he was hungry, cold, and sore from sleeping on the grass. Having a refreshed body was all he longed for most days. Over the past couple of months, the voice had started to talk to him more, especially when he was feeling sad, which was also more often. He knew that maybe feeling depressed would fuel the voice further, so he did try to stay positive. He was losing faith that he would ever be normal again. Jacob. A woman's voice dragged him out of his thoughts. He turned at lightning speed. Jacob Jones, get in this car right now. In the dimly lit street, a familiar car pulled up next to him with an angry-looking woman glaring from the driver's seat. Jacob's eyes had grown amused. It was his mother. Slowly, he reached for the door and hesitantly climbed in. He was going to get a big lecture about safety, and he didn't want to hear any of it. Where on earth have you been? Why didn't you answer your phone? Your father and I had been so worried about you. She yelled before she even thought about taking him home. I fell asleep. I'm sorry. He spoke quietly and pulled his sleeves over his hands. You fell asleep. Where? She questioned. It wasn't in that field again, was it? You know we don't like you going there. You're too vulnerable. Are you trying to worry us on purpose? He whispered and looked down at his feet. I didn't have a good morning. Grace's shuffled closer and put her arm around his broad shoulders. I love you when you're not ignoring us like this. She patted his knee. You know that, right? Jacob nodded with a frown. I'm sorry. I won't do that again. You really stress me out. She sighed and pulled away. Please keep your phone off silent from now on. Okay. Jacob nodded while she drove off the curb and started the journey back to the house. As he settled down in his seat and zoned out until they got home, the voice said something that sent an uncomfortable shiver down his spine. Someday soon, you'll know who I really am. Chapter 4. The next morning, Jacob got up 15 minutes before his mom usually entered to get William out of bed. He had been awake for a while and for some reason, he couldn't cope with just lying in bed. He felt restless. He was stood in the bathroom and brushing his teeth when the voice spoke. I hope you slept well last night. Jacob closed his eyes and spat out his toothpaste. He ignored the voice and cleaned the sink. Once that was done, he put the plug in and started to fill it up with cold water. He watched as the clear water splashed the white marble and curved against the shape. When it was full enough, he dipped the tips of his fingers in. As predicted, the water was freezing. He needed a shock to his system to clear his head. He would have had a cold shower, but it was too much effort for his inactive brain. And I hope you have a better morning than yesterday. Jacob took a breath and pushed his face into the icy water. He closed his eyes and allowed his senses to go a little crazy. He liked it when the water went into his ears. It muffled the noise of the birds chirping and his parents' conversations. It relaxed him to the point where he felt like he could concentrate. Just for a moment. The cold made him shiver. He liked how it distracted him from thinking about his irides. Do you like swimming? Even though Jacob loved the tranquil stillness of being underwater, the voice could never be silenced. He pulled his head up and gasped for breath. You're not real, he mumbled out loud, just as his father walked past the door. That's what you think. That's what I know, Jacob thought back. It'd be even more of a freak if I thought you actually existed. You're not a freak. You don't know me. But I do. I've been inside your head for half a year. I know your thoughts, your emotions, and I can hear what you're thinking all the time. You're not real. I am. You'll see soon. Why do you keep saying that? He said out loud. You're in my head. You don't exist. I'm sorry, Jacob. I know how hard this is for you, and I know you're struggling. This will all make sense. Will you just leave me alone? He sighed, sitting on the edge of the bath and dropping his head into his hands. He allowed the sorrow to wash over him. Jacob felt defeated by a voice. It was tearing him apart, and there wasn't a single thing he could do. Son, said softly, but his heart was racing. Jacob's head snapped up to see him standing by the door with kind eyes, and a warm expression. Come on. I want to talk to you. Jacob chewed on his bottom lip and followed his dad out of the bathroom and towards the garden. The sun was poking through clouds and the day looked like it was going to be nice. Jacob always liked it when the sky was a little moody. Storms made him feel comfortable. Maybe because the sky looked sad and he could relate. Scott opened the back door and led him towards a wooden bench at the bottom of the garden. Jacob still had his pajamas on as he sat next to him. They both took a moment to embrace the fresh air and allow the soft morning breeze to hug their skin. Is the voice still talking to you more often? Scott asked, studying him with an intense stare. Jacob nodded while fidgeting. What is it saying? Jacob looked up at the house to see his mother watching out of her bedroom window. He could barely see her due to the reflections on the glass, but he could tell she was disappointed. He took a big breath before speaking the truth. It keeps saying that soon. He'll tell me who he really is. Scott nodded slowly. He noticed that Jacob developed a deeper shade of anxiety because he worried that people will know he has a voice inside of his head. Of course, nobody would know unless they were told. Do you believe it? As always, his voice was incredibly calm. Of course not. Jacob mumbled quietly. I don't like it when it says that. You'll understand soon. I promise. Jacob clenched his jaw. And Scott knew it just spoke. Is he speaking now? It told me that it understands soon. Jacob sighed sadly. Dad, I think I'm scared. Scott lifted his hand and gently rubbed his back. If it begins to threaten you or say bad things, you have to tell me immediately. It doesn't matter if I'm at work or if you're in a lesson. You have to call. I would never hurt you. Jacob nodded and ignored the voice. His dad's advice was more important to take into consideration. Okay, I will, he said quietly and cleared his throat. Thanks. Scott patted his shoulder and stood up. Come on then. You need to get ready for college. When they arrived at college, Jacob's morning was better than yesterday because he slept more, but he was still not 100% okay. He never was. Have a good day. Scott said out of the window while they made their way through the car park. William saw his friends, but he'd rather walk his brother to his first lesson. Family always comes first in his mind. What have you got now? Easton walked through the automatic double doors. English literature. Jacob mumbled and avoided eye contact by looking at the ground like it was the most interesting thing he had ever seen. Sounds boring. William chuckled and nudged his shoulder. Jacob looked up to see a warm grin spread across his face. Don't fall asleep through this one. He rolled his eyes and cracked a smile for the first time this week. I'll try not to. It's good to see you smile. Jacob ignored it and stopped outside a green door. There was quite a lot of people stood outside, and he wished, for once, that he had a private tutor. You should smile more. You look happy when you do. How can I with you in my head? Jacob thought back and turned to his brother for a distraction. What have you got first? Sports management. And I know what you're thinking. It's not fun earlier. William sighed. But I best get going or it'll burst the vein in my lecturer's head if I'm late. Jacob loved how his brother was able to keep him sane. Okay, I'll see you at home. See you later. William smiled before walking to his own lesson. You're to have a brother like him. I sometimes wish I had a brother. I don't need you to tell me that. Jacob muttered and crossed his arms so he didn't fidget. Soon, you'll have someone else to take care of you like that. Jacob clenched his jaw and fought against rolling his eyes. Can you just be silent for one day? I 𝐊𝐲𝐸 even if I tried. I have to talk to you. Why? Because you're my ma, you're mine. Jacob frowned and glanced around to make sure nobody was watching him. He had chills down his spine even though he knew that anything the voice said was true. It still made him feel uncomfortable. Just then, the door to the room opened and students started piling in. Jacob slowly followed, wanting to get it over and done with because he knew today was going to drag. As he was about to enter, a strong hand grabbed his shoulder and pushed him out of the way. He gasped and fell into the wall with surprisingly a lot of force, causing him to lose his balance and land on the ground. He looked up to see the guy that knocked his bag onto the floor yesterday was smirking at him. Stay out of my way, he grumbled before walking into the room. A few snickers were directed in his way, but most people felt sorry for Jacob, even though nobody helped him up or defended him. His cheeks were burning from embarrassment and his back was throbbing from hitting the wall so hard. Just as he was to climb to his feet and run away, someone quickly crouched in front of him. Are you all right? Jacob was about to tell the voice to shut up when his eyes connected with worried gray ones. An actual person spoke to him this time. He recognized the eyes because he remembered thinking that they were an unusual color. It was Hunter, his brother's friend. Yes, he whispered and quickly stood up. Hunter did too, and it was the first time in a while that Jacob had to look up to someone. Being 6'2" was tall for his age. Hunter was much taller though, maybe a few inches. You're hurting. Hunter frowned. I'm in. Are you hurt? No, Jacob mumbled and pulled his bag back on. That was a lie. His back and shoulder did feel painful. Are you sure? Hunter stared intensely. Yes, he was a man of many words. Well, not out loud. I can tell your brother what happened if you... No. Jacob interrupted with a little frown. It's fine. Okay, Hunter said with those mystic gray eyes. Don't be afraid to hit that guy back. 𝐿𝐲𝐸 a coward, really. Jacob stepped away when he realized that he was a little too close for his liking. Hunter's mouth altered for a second, but he hid it well. You know him. Jacob asked quietly. Unfortunately. Yes, but don't worry. I'll make sure he knows his place. His deep voice was unusual for Jacob to listen to. For some reason, when he started to fidget and didn't say anything back, the voice boomed vibrant in his mind. Why are you so cute? He quickly diverted his gaze, looking for any opportunity to escape. Well, I'm gonna leave you to get on with your day. Hunter smiled and almost stepped closer, but he stopped himself. Jacob avoided his gaze completely before turning towards the room. I'll see you tonight. His words made him stop and turn with a frown. Well, didn't tell you. I'm coming over so we can start on the project. Hunter's eyes glistened when Jacob looked at him for a single second. Oh, Jacob whispered and turned in without looking back. He entered the green door and headed straight to the back of the room. Hunter stood there for a moment with a dazed smile on his face until his friend approached him. "Hey Sam." Hunter sighed and masked his expression. But his friend's wise eyes had been watching him talk to the boy. Hello, witch. Hello." He grinned. So Hunter rolled his eyes and walked with him down the corridor. "What? How was it talking to him?" They both made eye contact and Sam saw the frustration on his face. He knew how hard it has been for him. "You have no idea how much I wanted to tell him who I really am." Chapter 5. That evening, Jacob was sitting on the couch and staring into space. College, as predicted, went by extremely slow and he couldn't wait for the weekend, but it was only Tuesday. He was a little nervous that Hunter was coming over. He had to interact with him because they were in a group together. He really was a social person and would much prefer to shut himself in the bedroom all evening. "All right. I've got some paper and pens. Tonight we can just make a spider diagram or something to get together our ideas," William said and entered the room. Hunter should be here any minute. He was speaking to his brother who was completely zoned out and didn't hear a word he said. His mom and dad looked at him with a smile. "Is he staying for dinner?" Grace asked. "Dunno." William shrugged and walked over to Jacob. Hey, Jacob snapped out of his trance. "What were you saying?" "But the project." "Tonight we could," before he could finish. There was a loud knock at the door. "Oh, that'll be him." Scott and Grace watched him turn and hurry out of the room. Now that Jacob was still in his own little world, they grabbed his attention. "Are you okay, son?" his mom asked. Jacob nodded and listened to his brother say hello to his friend. "It actually took me a while to find the house." Hunter smiled and took off his coat. William took it and hung it over the door. "It would be if you're not used to the city. I was told that you live on the outskirts of town." "Yeah." Hunter smiled. "We're surrounded by fields and a big forest. I don't come into the city very often. I could probably show you around sometime," William suggested as they walked towards the living room. "Sure, that would be great," Hunter said before entering the room. His eyes instantly found Jacob. He was sitting on the couch and fiddling with the sleeves of his jumper. Hello. Scott greeted him with a friendly smile. "I'm Scott, William and Jacob's father. This is their mother, Grace." Jacob watched his mom get up so she could meet him. "Hi," Hunter smiled, but his gaze kept wandering back to Jacob, who very slowly climbed off the couch. He couldn't be bothered with college work, but the sooner they did it, the quicker it would be over and done with. "I can't be bothered either." "Don't talk to me," Jacob mumbled. "Well, do the work in the bedroom." William said and led his friend to the stairs. Jacob eventually followed, leaving some space between him and Hunter. When they were upstairs, Hunter followed William into the bedroom. It gave him an opportunity to have a good look around. The floor was dark wood and the walls were painted a light blue. The curtains were black because William insisted that they kept out the morning sun so he could sleep in. There was 2 white chests of drawers, one on the left and one on the right. Hunter could tell who slept at what side of the room, judging by the tidings. William is very organized, while Jacob seems to be the type of person who would lose his head if it was screwed on. Hunter stood to the side and allowed Jacob to hurry past so he could get to his bed. He watched him pretty much collapse onto it and sigh with relief. He had the urge to sit with him but thought it would be best to sit on William's bed instead. When they were sat down, William instantly started talking about ideas for the project. Hunter listened, but his mind seemed to be into different places. "I bet you'd rather be sleeping." Jacob leaned back against the wall and connected his fingers together so he didn't fidget. He listened to his brother as he talked about sociological theories. "I thought about linking our campaign to a sport, but Jacob doesn't study it, so maybe we could just write about the theories," William suggested. Hunter only just managed to listen to what he said. "Yeah, sounds good. And it should be easier to write about just the theories too." Jacob knew a bit about sociology, but not as much as his brother. He was the one who had to sit the first year. "It said on the unit guide that we only have to write about 3, so maybe we could each pick one we like the most and write a few paragraphs, and then we can come up with an idea about to put them into a 5-minute video." Hunter stared at William before chuckling with disbelief. I haven't even looked at the unit guide yet. Is that what we have to do? Make a 5-minute video? Yeah, it should be easy, to be honest. Alright, well, we have a month to get it done, so we have loads of time. I just like to get stuff out of the way. William grinned and lay back against his cushions. I can tell. Hunter didn't think Will would be so keen, but he did fail the first year at college, which is probably why he was so eager to get things done this time around. Just then, Grace knocked on the door. Hi boys, she beamed. Hunter, I was just wondering if you would like to stay for dinner. Jacob glanced at him, and it was the first time he noticed his appearance. Hunter had short black hair with olive skin that made his unusual gray eyes really stand out. He had a strong jaw and was very big built. The more Jacob looked, the more he noticed how muscular he actually was. And he was taller than him, making him overall just a really big person. He looked like someone who could hold a lot of dominance. I'd love to if you're sure that's okay. Yes, it's no bother. She smiled. Do you have any diet requirements? No. Well, honestly, anything I'm given. You're like Jacob then. Not a fussy eater, and I bet you eat a lot like him too, she said. But William, on the other hand, Mum. William whined. Go away. We're busy. Grace rolled her eyes and shot him a grin before turning and leaving the room. She'll just go on and on if you don't butt in. He chuckled. A bit like you then. Hunter grinned. William scoffed and shoved him. Jacob watched in amusement as Hunter shoved him back and William fell off the bed. Your smile. It drives me so crazy. Jacob's entertained expression altered as he tried to ignore the voice. Are you made of metal or something? William asked, rubbing his shoulder. Hunter smiled and glanced at Jacob, who very quickly diverted his gaze. Have you always been shy? Yes, always. Jacob sighed and allowed his eyes to drift around the room. Sometimes when he was uninterested, he would respond to the voice like a normal conversation. Boredom made it much harder to ignore it. Is there a reason? Or is it just who you are? I think it's just who I am. Hunter sat back against the wall as William started drawing a spidered diagram. He watched the pen move on the paper, but he was finding it difficult to concentrate tonight. It's sweet. Jacob chewed the inside of his lip until its tongue. It's not sweet and you're not real. So will you please just be quiet so I can pretend to be at least a little bit normal? But you're very far from normal, Jacob. You really don't know how special you are. You talk a lot of Jacob. William snapped his brother out of his deep thought. Do you have a theory that you'd like to write about? He said quietly. I don't know. Have you learned about them all yet? He shook his head to say no. It's fine. We can talk about it tomorrow. William could tell that he wasn't in the mood to think about college work. Jacob debated going downstairs. It felt like too much effort to be around Hunter because he was someone new and he couldn't fully relax. Your scent is so strong. Especially in this room. It's driving me mad. Jacob frowned with confusion. To him, that really made no sense. You'll understand why I say these things soon. I hate it when you say that. You're just a voice in my head. He sighed. And I hate it when you say that because I can't tell you who I really am. Not yet. Hunter glanced over like he was trying to suppress his emotions from showing. Although, William could tell that he was a little distant tonight. Hey, you alright? He asked. Oh, yeah. Hunter sat up straighter and cleared his throat. I've just not felt well today. Well, can I get you anything? You don't have to stay for dinner if you're not well. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. It's nothing I can't get over, he said, but even Jacob saw the pain before he covered it with a smile. All right. But there's no way you're throwing up on my bed. Throw up on that one. Jacob then caught Hunter's eye as usual. His gaze immediately darted somewhere else. There was something about the way Hunter looked at him that made him feel unusual. Any day now and this year of stress and confusion will be over, and I won't have to keep pretending that you mean nothing to me. Jacob bit hard on his bottom lip to prevent any emotion from showing. He hated how the voice talked about reviewing itself. In fact, It was beginning to frighten him. He couldn't predict what it would say next. Because, Jacob Jones, you will become the center of attention in my life, and I can't wait much longer. Chapter 6. That night, when Hunter left the Jones household, he managed to get his dad to give him a lift home. It was dark when he called and he knew his mom didn't really like him walking home when it was getting late. Did you get much work done, Anthony? Hunter's dad asked when his son climbed into the car. Yeah, it was good, he said, putting on his belt when they pulled out of the driveway. I'm glad. How's college going? I've heard from Sam that you're settling in well. That's going all right too. He yawned and crossed his arms. He couldn't wait to get to bed. Anthony smiled but glanced at him. I've been meaning to ask. You've been acting a little distant these past few months and your mother, and I can't help but question if you found your... No, Hunter interrupted. I haven't. Anthony knew he was lying about something. He wouldn't act out of character for no reason. Well, as a witch. He sighed. I tried getting whatever it is you're keeping from me out of Sam, but being loyal to you. He couldn't and wouldn't tell me a thing. Hunter made a mental note to ask Sam when he gets home so he knew exactly what his father asked him. I'm not hiding anything. He mumbled and watched the dark street pass by. You can't lie to me. Son, he chuckled. Whatever it is, you need to tell us. Are you in trouble? No, I'm going to ask Brad then. Anthony was thinking of anything he could to get his son to talk. Don't do that, Hunter muttered. HES not in my good books at the minute. He thought back to when Brad knocked Jacob's dad out of his grip and when he pushed him over outside the classroom. It made his blood boil. I know. Sam told me. Hunter stared at his dad. It was clear that he knew he was hiding something. It's very hard to keep secrets in a family like his. But of course, Anthony continued. Hey, will you drop it? He said and rolled his eyes. If I was keeping something from you, it's for a good reason. But I'm not, so just leave me alone. You are. Hunter's picked at his nails with irritation. He wouldn't be able to win argument with his dad. I'm not. Lie all you want. Your mother can smell it on you. That's when Hunter clenched his jaw. He has tried to stop himself from worrying about his issue because he knew that's one way his parents could tell. And he's been getting more stressed as the weeks roll by. She can't because there's nothing to hide. I don't like that you're lying right to my face, Anthony said with a stern voice. I thought you had more respect for me than that. Well, I don't. Carry on with this attitude and I'll ground you. That is your final warning. Hunter's anger flowed through him, pumping through his veins. He had to hold it back. Being grounded was the worst form of punishment. He couldn't be cooped up indoors when he spends most of his time outside. Around 10 minutes after Hunter left, Jacob went to his room, but he felt a little unusual. An emotion was building up inside of him. Don't worry. It's just me being too hot-headed, the voice said, invading his mind. What do you mean? Jacob questioned before lying down in an attempt to relax. It's our connection, the voice replied. We're growing closer. You're in my head. How is that not close enough? It just isn't. This is only the start. Jacob closed his eyes. I don't want to grow closer to you. I just want you to get out of my head because you're not real. I am sorry for all the secrecy. I will explain as much as you would like me to when we're together and bonded. Jacob frowned and resisted the urge to release his frustration. Get out of my head, he grumbled. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're sorry. Jacob was losing his patience. He has in a few months, so it had been building up inside of him for a while. I just want you to stop ruining my life. It hurts when you say that. The voice in Jacob's head sounded different. It sounded emotional. When Hunter and his dad arrived at their home, they didn't speak for the rest of the journey. It was clear to Anthony that his son was angry and stressed about something. It worried him that he was trying to keep it a secret. After he parked the car, he turned to look at his boy who was glaring out of the window. Something in his stare shimmered with sadness. It clearly isn't good for you to be this angry and upset over. Hunter was done listening to his dad and climbed out of the car before he could finish. Hey, Anthony growled and quickly followed him. Don't you walk away from me. Hunter blocked out his voice and stormed up the wooden steps and into his home. His mother, Margot, stood up from the table and watched him hurry by. They lived in a small temporary studio, so everything was on the same floor, including the bedrooms. Just before Hunter could enter his room, his dad caught up with him and grabbed his shoulder. Hunter stood still, but he needed space to cool down. It was good and it wasn't wise for him to be this irritated. Please, son. His mother's soothing voice filled his ears. Tell me what's wrong. Jacob was sitting on the edge of his bed and he was almost shaking from trying to keep himself together. He could barely cope. He felt weird, almost like his emotions were all over the place and he couldn't keep control of how he felt. Not to mention that the voice was making less and less sense as the days went on. He was feeling overwhelmed. Too overwhelmed. His life was in someone else's hands. Someone who doesn't exist. There's nothing wrong. Why are you lying to us? Margot asked. Yes, his dad may have the alpha title, but Hunter's mother was just as, or if not more important. Her words were wise and always correct. She could see right through people and it annoyed her son sometimes. Just leave me alone. He tried going into his room, but his dad stopped him. There's only one thing that I can think of that's making you behave this way. Hunter pinched the bridge of his nose and turned around. His family held a great secret. There was someone who was growing very special to him who needed to know their secret. He knew the reaction would be huge. Why wouldn't it? To humans, his kind don't exist except for movies and books. They're seen as fictional characters and their existence only goes as far as the imagination. Are you developing a connection with a mate? Margot asked calmly. Hunter wasn't ready to tell his parents. He had no idea how they would react to something like this. So he swallowed any emotion he had and only showed a blank expression no. Margot's patience had been stretched almost to its greatest capacity. She knew he was lying, but she also knew that he was scared and worried about something. Whatever it is. I can tell that it's troubling you. Have you admitted to someone at college about who you are? Hunter frowned but quickly stepped back into his room, causing his dad to sigh. Once he was in his room, they couldn't enter because it was his territory and only his. Not even his closest friends would dare to enter. It would be very, very frowned upon for someone to invade it. Like him stupid enough to admit something like that. He grumbled and crossed his arms. Well, sometimes it can be hard. What do you think I would have said? He scoffed. Oh yeah. And by the way, I'm a werewolf. Chapter 7. Hunter shut the bedroom door and collapsed onto his double bed that took up most of the floor space. He buried his face into the pillow and inhaled deeply, trying to calm himself, knowing that a certain someone also felt his anger. He thought about the argument with his parents. Why would they think that he would tell an average human about who he was? Yes, he was a werewolf and so were his parents. To him, it was completely normal to have such a label. He was born that way, just like his mom and dad. Werewolves have existed in his family for thousands of years, and he was raised to believe that two types of species exist. Humankind and his kind. Because he was born as a werewolf. He had the pleasure of being the alpha of his own pack. Now that 𝐊𝐢 is old enough, there are 7 members, including him. For many, many years, werewolves have been living in secret among humans. They have their secret packs and societies and they live their separate lives. They don't mix unless, of course, a werewolf mates to a human by a powerful connection that they like to 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬 or love. They don't eat people like the stereotype. They mostly hunt foxes, rabbits, and deer. There really isn't a lot for them to chase. Being in England and all, they cope with what they have. They are also exceptionally dominant and thrive from being a powerful leader. This also means that they are incredibly protective of what is theirs, such as their territory, family, their pack and a mate. Just like in the movies, they can change into huge wolves with sharp teeth and sharp claws. All a werewolf has to do is imagine their body changing and the transformation will begin. Nobody knows how. It just happens. The werewolves can't test how and why these things happen to them, because eventually, the word and a proof that they do exist will get out and they'll be hunted, and most likely killed. A few people who are extreme believers of anything paranormal like to wander the forest at night, looking for abnormally large wolves. It was like ghost hunters. Some people believe, but many don't. Although, that doesn't stop them from searching. Hunter rolled onto his back and stared at his ceiling. He had managed to somewhat calm himself, but now he was starting to get anxious. He hid something from his parents and he really didn't want them to find out. He was ready. Just then, someone knocked on the front door. He knew who it was because he could smell him. That's another thing about werewolves. They have an immense ability to detect people by their scent, especially a mate. Hunter listened to footsteps as they approached his bedroom door. He knew they wouldn't come in. This was his territory and only his. Hey, a voice said through the door. Sam was the beta of Hunter's pack, which means that if anything happens to the alpha that would prevent him from running the pack, Sam would be second in command. "Want to go for a walk?" Hunter rubbed his eyes and sat up. He needed fresh air and he also needed to talk to his beta about his current situation. Sam was stood next to the door when it opened and Hunter, without looking at his parents, headed towards the front door and left. He knew Sam would follow. The boys walked for a few minutes in silence until they knew that whatever they discussed wouldn't be heard by anyone else. Hunter turned and stared hard. "What did my dad ask you and what did you tell him?" Sam raised his hands in defense. "You know I would never tell him. It has to come from your mouth." He was a little scared of his alpha when he was in an agitated mood. Hunter's eyes were amused that his father questioned his beta, but his parents always went to Sam. He was like a member of the family. "What did he ask you?" he demanded with a calmer tone. "Well, Sam sighed. "He was talking about you and how you've been acting a bit different, which is understandable considering what you're going through. I didn't say anything, but then he asked if you were in trouble or hiding anything. I said there was nothing wrong with you and that everything was fine." He clearly didn't believe me. "Clearly," Hunter muttered. "He knows something's up. So does Mom." Sam shook his head. "If Margot knows there's something wrong, she won't stop until she figures it out. This isn't good. They'll find out soon. I don't want them to find out before the connection happens." Hunter hated feeling so distracted. He had to be strong for his pack. Well, maybe you should tell them." "No, I won't be able to cope if they reject it." In all honesty, Alpha. Sam called him Alpha when he was about to express his opinion as a sign of respect. "I'm not sure they will. They love you enough to understand." Hunter watched his feet while they walked. "Do you accept it just because I'm your Alpha?" "No," Sam frowned. "I accept it because I'm happy for you. Finding your mate is a special time for any wolf, including you, because it doesn't matter who it is. You don't get to choose." Hunter stopped and connected their gaze. His gray eyes shimmered in the dimming light. "Thank you, Sam, your support means a lot." He loved being praised by his alpha. It's a shame that not everyone is supportive of this. There was one member of the pack that strongly disagreed with Hunter finding his maiden that was bred. He was, unfortunately, a Delta, which means he was third in command. Sam wished he was one of the 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐬 who was considered to be the weakest members. Brad is really pushing his luck. Hunter could feel his anger rising, just from thinking about it. God help him if he tries to hurt my mate when the connection is set. It's hard enough not to rip his sorry heart out every time I see him. Sam and Brad mostly didn't see eye to eye, but they always have each other's backs because, of course, they were pack members. "I don't know who he thinks he is," Sam muttered, "but I will fully support any form of torture directed in his direction." Hunter chuckled. He liked how Sam was protective over his mate because when they are officially introduced into the pack, it'll be the wolf's second role to keep his mate safe. If 𝐻𝐸's not careful, he'll be looking for another pack soon. I will also fully support that. They both smiled and continued to walk across the dark field. Hunter was going to stray too far from home, as his mom wouldn't appreciate that. He liked the crisp air and the feel of the wind blowing against his skin. He wanted to change and run freely for miles, but it was safe at this time. Not when rival packs have recently been spotted in their area. So Sam spoke after his sharp eyes can be approaching trees. When do you think the bond will deepen so you can connect? Any day now, Hunter replied. I'm able to talk to my mate more often. But it's harder because I can't say anything that'll reveal who I am until it's official. I do feel sorry for your mate. He seems to be struggling more each day. It's only because he is starting to feel it too. It hurts when he looks depressed every morning and I'm the one who's able to change that. Sam stopped and dared to rest a hand on his alpha's shoulder. He didn't think it was right that Hunter's mate was hearing a voice but kept in the dark. It was really his place to voice the concern. You can't help how he feels for now. I guess you just need to wait it out until you can bond with him. As soon as you're ready, he'll get the pack together and safely get you both together so you can connect away from your parents or his family. That doesn't make me feel any better about what I've done to his confidence. Hunter felt bad every time he thought about how much his mate hated himself. Sam took his hand back and crossed his arms with thought. How will you tell him? Will you tell him in his head? No, of course not. Hunter frowned. Can you imagine how much that will freak him out? It was just a thought, Sam said quietly. But then again, it's not like I can walk up to him and say, by the way, Jacob, I'm a werewolf. You're my mate. And I'm the voice inside of your head. Hello everyone. The story I'm going to share today is quite unusual. A boy has always felt that someone was peering into his inner world, which made him uneasy. Later, he found out that the peeper was a werewolf. To make matters worse, this werewolf claims they have a special bond. This sudden truth throws the boy into a huge dilemma. How will he choose? Let's unveil the mystery of this story together. Chapter 8. A glance at the clock revealed it was 6:30 a.m. A full hour before their mother would come to wake them. Jacob knew from experience that sleep would elude him now, despite his desperate need for more rest. He sighed deeply, frustrated by another night of tossing and turning, taking hours to fall asleep only to wake multiple times. I struggled to sleep last night too. The persistent voice echoed in Jacob's head, causing him to startle and disturb the quiet room. Go away, Jacob muttered, his introverted nature recoiling from the unwanted interaction. I just can't stop thinking about you. The voice persisted, seemingly in Jacob's discomfort. Rolling his eyes, Jacob stared blankly at the door. Can you let me have at least 1 hour of peace? You have no idea how hard it is to ignore talking to you. I really wish I could. We'll try, Jacob grumbled, his self-critical nature amplifying his irritation. I can't. Deciding to start his day, Jacob slowly got out of bed. He hoped that by taking his time but staying productive, he might find it easier to ignore the voice and shake off the lingering drowsiness that clouded his mind. I enjoy listening to your thoughts. You tend to zone out quite a lot. The voice chimed in, reveling in Jacob's internal struggle. Jacob sighed as he rummaged through his chest of drawers. My grandparents think I'm only useful for daydreaming, he admitted, recalling their critical comments. That's not true, but you daydream more often than not. That's your fault, Jacob retorted, though he knew it wasn't entirely true. You know that's not true either. It's just who you are. Jacob wished he could blame the voice for his tendency to get lost in his thoughts, but he knew it was an inherent part of his personality. His difficulty concentrating and constant mind wandering had always been present, contributing to his shy nature and preference for solitude over socializing. I wish it wasn't, Jacob admitted, his lack of confidence evident in his tone. Don't be negative or you'll start the day bad, the voice cautioned, oddly supportive despite its intrusive nature. As Jacob made his way to the bathroom, he tried to focus on anything other than his self-perceived shortcomings. He couldn't help but compare himself to William, admiring his brother's confidence, humor, and ability to make great first impressions. In contrast, Jacob's tendency to stutter and choke on his words made him long to hide in a corner rather than face a busy crowd. I find that so cute. What's cute about that? I'm so socially awkward. I'd rather talk to a voice in my head than to an actual person. Jacob could have sworn he heard a chuckle in the back of his mind. Soon, the ll changed. The deep voice almost made Jacob miss his mouth with his toothbrush. In fact, the ll changed very, very soon. When the brothers arrived at college, the voice hadn't stopped talking to Jacob. He found it hard to get ready. He almost left the house without putting on his shoes or having his bag. Thank God we're only in for 2 hours today. William sighed and waved at some of his friends. You can go talk to them, Jacob mumbled. I know where my lesson is. Are you sure? William questioned. I don't mind being with you. It's fine, he said quietly before pushing the glass door open and entering college. William hesitated but decided to go see his friend. It wouldn't help his brother if he kept babying him. Jacob kept his head down and walked towards the stairs. He thought about going to that field after college and maybe getting some revision done. He was behind with his work, but only by a little bit. Don't go there. It's not safe for humans. Jacob frowned and turned a corner. Why wouldn't it be safe for humans? It's just a field. To you, maybe it is. But it's not just a field. Jacob's frown stayed with him until he approached a busy corridor that was full of students. He leaned against the wall and crossed his arms, hoping that the next 2 hours would go by quickly. As he zoned out, Hunter, Sam, and Brad walked down the corridor. They stopped when they saw how busy it was. Is it bad that I'd rather work for my dad than be here? Sam slouched against the wall while Hunter's sharp eyes scanned through the students. And of course, his eye found Jacob, his mate. The first thing he saw was the glum expression on his face before noticing how good he looked in his jeans. He leaned against the wall and stared like Jacob was the only other person in the corridor. It was beginning to take all of his strength not to walk up to the boy and hug him. Hunter, you're 𝐖𝐨𝐥𝐼𝐬, Sam whispered. He could tell on his alpha's face that today was going to be hard. Do you think I care? Hunter muttered, but Brad stepped in front of him, blocking his view. Are we having a pack meeting tonight? He asked. Hunter examined his dirty blonde hair and his cold green eyes. Yes, and you're not invited, he said through gritted teeth. Now move. What? Brad frowned. You can't just not invite me. You're what? Hunter snapped but kept his voice down so he didn't draw attention. Don't talk down to me again. Brad clenched his jaw but stayed quiet. He didn't want to remain on his alpha's bad side. Before the tension could heat up, the door to the classroom opened and students started entering. Hunter's eyes stayed on Jacob, who kept his head down and followed everyone else. He really wanted to sit next to him, but he wouldn't have made it to him without pushing through people. Brad glared at Jacob behind Hunter's back and Sam jabbed him in the ribs with his elbow. When they entered the room, they headed to the back. Hunter even looked to see if there was space next to Jacob. He was quickly disappointed. They don't have lessons together often, but he liked Wednesday because he could watch his mate for a solid 2 hours. I want him so bad. Hunter grumbled and longingly stared at his mate from across the room. Just relax, Alpha, Sam whispered so nobody could hear. He can't know yet. I know, Hunter mumbled, but his feelings were growing stronger with each passing day for his fellow classmate, Jacob Jones. There were only a few minutes left of the lesson, but the tutor made sure she dragged it out until the last second. Hunter hadn't listened through any of it. He didn't even know what it was about. He just knew his mate was there and that's all he cared about. Jacob was hunched over his notepad, trying to take notes. He had a deep frown of concentration that Hunter thought was quite adorable. He especially loved how Jacob would bite his bottom lip when he was confused. Sam glanced at Hunter's empty page and rolled his eyes. He shares notes with him every Wednesday because there's no distracting him from Jacob. The beta wolf hoped that one day 𝐻ED find a soulmate, but hes not an alpha, so it's not compulsory that it happens to him. It was stopping his hopes from soaring high. Though, he had to have faith that 𝐻ED share the magical connection with another person. Suddenly, Hunter tensed and gripped the side of the desk in a desperate attempt to keep back his emotion. His eyes grew wide and his heart thumped against his chest. He held his breath, trying to quickly calm himself. Hunter felt like his insides were tangling around his heart. It hit him so strong that he nearly yelped in front of everyone. Sam and Brad both made eye contact. Jacob had lifted his head and discreetly rested a hand on his chest. He felt like he had a burst of heartburn or something similar. He reached into his bag for his water, but the teacher announced that the lesson was finally over and everyone started packing their things away. Jacob zipped his bag up and climbed out of his chair. He slung it over his shoulder but rubbed his chest in discomfort. It started to ache. Hunter, Sam, and stood up with everyone else. Hunter's eyes were glued to his mate. There was no way he would let him out of his sight. Not now. You all right? Sam whispered and watched everyone leave and chat with their friends. No, Hunter breathed. Brad followed his intense stare and sighed when it poured over Jacob. What's wrong? Is it the... Hunter interrupted him by grabbing the scruff of his t-shirt. We need to follow Jacob, he said through gritted teeth. It's time. Chapter 9. Jacob put his hood up and walked down the college corridor and towards the stairs. He was going to sneak out without catching his brother's attention, knowing he finished at the same time. All Jacob wanted to do was sit in the field and enjoy being away from social interactions. He wanted to fully relax because there would be nobody around to judge. Little did he know, Hunter raised and discreetly followed him while Sam got the pack together. Brad was forced to tag along. Hunter didn't know what he was going to do now that the bond felt like it was starting to deepen. He knew Jacob felt it a bit, but he didn't know what the next step should be. How does he approach a human? Tell him 𝐻𝐸's a werewolf. Then tell him they're mates and he was the reason why Jacob thought he was crazy for half a year. In Hunter's head, it just was the right way to reveal himself. How else was he supposed to do it? In the current moment, he wished he had told his parents about finding his mate, and if they didn't reject him, they would have guided him through this process and he and Jacob would have been good friends before the bond deepened. Hunter was nervous and for some stupid reason. He waited right until the last minute to actually talk to his mate. When Jacob walked out of the entrance and into the car park, he breathed a sigh of relief that he didn't see his brother. As much as he loved him and his support, he hated how William was so overprotective. Just as he was about to step onto the grass and approach the trees, a big hand rested on his shoulder. Jacob gasped and quickly turned, almost tripping over his own feet. His eyes were wide when they connected with gray ones. Hunter felt like he had achieved something. He touched his mate for the first time and it felt overwhelming, but in a good way. Even if it was just his hoodie. He couldn't wait to discover what it felt like to touch his skin. Sorry, I didn't think that would scare you. He smiled and swallowed back the emotion that was forcing its way up his throat. He was still getting used to Jacob's timid personality because it was the complete opposite him. Jacob stood there like a statue, wondering why Hunter wanted his attention. Hunter thought desperately of something cool and logical to say. I was wondering if you wanted to do more of the project. Maybe I could help teach you the theories. When Jacob looked down at his fidgeting hands, Hunter wanted to smack himself for panicking. Jacob wanted to say no because he needed time to himself, but he didn't have the confidence to say it. Hunter could hear his thoughts. It won't be long, he said quickly. Where are you headed? He knew the human was going to the field even after he told him not to go. It was safe. Nowhere, Jacob whispered and stepped back when Hunter was a little too close. His chest still felt odd and heavy, but he assumed it would pass. Hunter now knew it would be difficult to tell him who he really was if he can't even spark up a conversation. Jacob was a man of very few words, but that just made Hunter excited to get to know him. Well, are you headed to the field? Your brother says you go there sometimes for peace. I don't blame you. I go there too sometimes. Hunter lied right to his face, but he couldn't tell him that he listened to his thoughts, so he always knew where he was. Jacob nodded and shuffled backwards when Hunter stepped closer. His brother's friend seemed to be someone who didn't acknowledge other people's space. Or maybe that was just him being weird. Do you want to go there and do some work? Hunter was desperate. If Jacob rejected his request, then he didn't know what he would do. On the project. Suddenly, a blow of emotion kicked him in the chest, making it almost impossible to hide it on his face. Jacob was beginning to feel it too. It was like they were two magnets drawing closer with force. Hunter was able to suppress his feelings, but he was naturally mentally stronger. Being a supernatural being and all, Jacob was only human, and being close to Hunter was feeding the connection. Hunter watched a frown appear on his face until the blood very slowly started draining from his cheeks. It was too much for his mate. "Jacob, shall we go to the field?" he questioned. They needed to get out of the public eye. Jacob rested a hand on his head when he started to feel faint. "I need to go home. Don't fight against it. Let it flow through you." Jacob was clearly tense. He took a breath and looked over Hunter's shoulder to see his brother walking in the opposite direction. He wanted to catch up with him and go home, but his feet planted to the ground like roots sprouted from the soles. "Jacob." Hunter's stare was a little more than intense. He was concerned about how the connection would affect his mate. Bonds between werewolves and humans don't happen often. After about 10 seconds, the weird illness within Jacob began to subside and he started feeling better. "I'm going home." He mumbled and turned to leave, but Hunter was growing desperate and grabbed his arm. His pupils dilated when his scent and his warmth filled him with quite a lot of pleasure. Almost too much. The werewolf knew the human wouldn't feel it as strongly once the bond sets. But for now, he found it very hard not to invade his space completely. Jacob stared with questioning eyes before pulling his arm away and backing off. That's when Hunter decided it was time to back off too. Only so he could follow him to the field and when he knew they were alone. He would reveal everything. "Don't worry. I can see that you're busy, so we can just do work another time." He smiled awkwardly and stepped away. His heart screeched in his chest, but he had to do it. Jacob's gaze fell to his hands. Maybe he felt the dizzy spell because he forgot to have breakfast. He had lunch in his bag that he could eat. Like his mom said, he could eat a lot. When it was clear that Jacob was going to say anything else, Hunter turned to leave, which settled the human even more. When he was sure that Hunter was going to come back, he turned and continued his journey to the field. 15 minutes later, Jacob breathed in the fresh air and walked into the big open space. He could hear the birds chirping, and any noise of cars or people was now out of earshot. Or so he thought. He took his bag off his shoulders and dumped it on the grass. As he was about to sit down, a voice startled him. "Jacob." He jumped and quickly turned. When his eyes fell on Hunter again, he was pleased to see him. Did you follow me?" he asked and took a big step back. "I did." Yes, Hunter didn't care anymore. He just wanted to get it over and done with and reveal himself. "But there's something I've been meaning to tell you." Jacob really wished that he just went home. "What?" he whispered and pulled his sleeves over his hands. "Well, it's a bit hard to explain." Hunter's eyes scanned the trees on the other side of the field, and his sharp gaze detected his pack, watching from a distance and making sure nobody else heard their conversation. But he wanted to make sure that they were alone. Of all which a rival pack was spotted close by all week, and I know it'll be hard to believe at first. Jacob was beyond confused, and he could see the nerves in Hunter's eyes. "For half a year now, there's something that has been bothering you, and I can finally tell you why." Hunter struggled to put his words together in an order that wouldn't utterly freak out his mate. At this point, no matter what he told him, HED seemed crazy. "Jacob," he sighed, trying to pluck up the courage to just say it. They had to come out of his mouth at some point. Jacob chewed on the inside of his lip with anticipation. He wanted to know what he needed to say, but he was also worried about the situation. He didn't know Hunter. In fact, he barely knew him at all. Hunter swallowed and took an extra second to calm himself before he took the biggest leap of his life and told him, "In the voice that has been talking to you inside of your head." Chapter 10. Jacob's entire body froze. The only thought flowing through his mind was about his brother. He must have told Hunter about him hearing the voice, and now Hunter was here making fun of him. His brother's friend would tell everyone and HED have to leave college or even town because everyone would know he was a freak. "You're not a freak?" Hunter said out loud after releasing the breath he was holding. "And I'm not here to make fun of you, and of course, I'd never tell anyone about this." Jacob's worried eyes were accompanied by a frown. He was more than sure he didn't say those things out loud. Maybe he was stuck in some horrific dream. Look. I know it sounds crazy. It's not every day you get to say that to someone, but it's true, and believe it or not, I can prove it. Jacob's mouth now hung open. He was definitely dreaming. There was no way this was real life. Are you making fun of me? He whispered. He wanted to run and never look back. He wanted to scream at his brother for revealing something that was so personal to him. I would never do that. Hunter's voice was a little stern. Jacob had no idea how insulting it was for him to be accused of making fun of his own mate. But none of that mattered because he still had no idea what was developing between them. Your brother would never tell a soul about your struggles. You know that. Jacob picked up his bag and took a step back. Please, Hunter pleaded. I can prove it to you. No, you can't, Jacob whispered with tears growing in his eyes. You know it's really me. The voice echoed in the back of his mind. Don't you? Hunter said out loud. I've wanted to tell you for a whole year. But I had to wait. Hunter said out loud once more. I was never mean to you. I tried to make the experience easy for you to handle. You know the morning you sat in the garden with your dad because he caught you talking out loud to me. And I told you I would never hurt you. I meant it. Jacob's skin pricked lead with fear. He was concentrating onto voices and they were both making sense, but coming from two different places. Now that he thought about it, there was something familiar about Hunter's voice and he couldn't figure out why, until now. Hunter tried to take a step forward, but Jacob held out a trembling hand. Don't come near me, he breathed, trying to keep his emotional mind from collapsing. Do you believe me now? Hunter asked softly. I can explain why you've... I don't believe you, he whispered. You're messing with me. You have to believe me, Jacob. How else would I be able to know that you struggled to sleep last night and you woke up an hour before your mom had to wake you? And you've had a weird pain in your chest ever since our class finished. I know that your grandparents think you're only good for daydreaming because you told me this morning. Jacob remembered that conversation and yes. How would Hunter know these things? Like he said, William would never talk about his troubles to anyone. They have that trust within each other. But why was this happening to him? He didn't know what to believe. The norms were telling him to reject any possibility of it being real. Jacob, Hunter should have planned this out better. There are things about me that you have to know. There are reasons why I can talk to you inside of your head. I need to know if you believe me. Jacob opened his mouth and closed it again. He never thought that he'd be in this situation. In his logical head, he was thinking that Hunter was just as crazy as him. In the back of his mind, he knew that maybe, just maybe, there could be evidence of this being real. The thought was like sirens in his head. He couldn't cope. He had to run. So that's exactly what he did. He turned and sprinted across the field with his bag in his grip. Hunter was slow at processing his reaction, but he was very fast at running and could catch up to him easily. It was only 10 seconds until Hunter was able to grab the back of his hoodie and use his strength to slow him down. Get off me, Jacob tried to yell. He wasn't very good at it as Hunter wrapped arms around his waist, but Jacob fought against him. He dropped his bag and turned to push him away, but he couldn't. Hunter was too strong. Stop fighting. The voice echoed loud in his mind. Please, Jacob. Hunter said calmly and ignored the human's nails digging into his arms in an attempt to get free. Stop fighting. It was so soothing for his emotions to be so close, but he hated how distressed he was. I'm not going to let go of you until you calm down. For a moment, Jacob thought that Hunter said it out loud, but he didn't even open his mouth. That's when it washed over him like a cold wave of water. Like he had dumped his head in his sink. Was it really him? Jacob was a wreck. He couldn't handle his emotions like normal people. He was constantly on the verge of breaking down, and this pushed him over the edge. He made one last attempt to struggle out of Hunter's grip. I told you, Hunter said out loud. I told you that you'd soon know who I really am. Jacob pushed against his chest to get free, but after hearing that, he knew it was him. He couldn't not believe it any longer. His body and soul were too tired and the tears burst from his eyes. He hit Hunter on the chest. It was weak and did nothing as he gave up, and he let out a small cry of what felt like every emotion. "Why, you ruined my life," he sobbed. Hunter felt sick. He knew he damaged him and would feel guilty about it forever. "I tried not to," he said quietly and started to rub Jacob's back, but he tensed and pulled himself out of his grip. "It was selfish of me to make you suffer for so long, but I had to wait until I was ready." "Until you were ready?" Jacob questioned and furrowed his eyebrows. He was hurting. "A lot. I don't know who I am anymore because of you." This was the most Hunter had heard him speak out loud. But he was clearly angry and he had every right to be. "There's a reason for this. Please, before you start to overthink it, let me explain how this is possible." Jacob almost forgot that having someone speak through a telepathic link was still very far from normal. He began to feel fearful of the man in front of him. How was it possible that he could do that? He rubbed his eyes, trying to dry them and calm himself down, but that wouldn't be possible. "Not now. Sit down, Jacob." Hunter knew that once he broke down, it took him a long time to put the pieces back together. "Come on." Hunter slowly lowered himself towards the grass and eventually, Jacob did the same. His knees were feeling weak and his legs were a little wobbly. He almost wished that this was a dream. "I'm going to ask you again and you need to be honest," Hunter said as softly as he could. "Do you believe me?" There was a moment of silence for Jacob. Even the birds stopped chirping to hear his answer. Slowly, he nodded his head and sniffed back any approaching tears. "Yes," he whispered and stared at Hunter's reaction. He waited for his brother's friend to burst out laughing and tell him it was some sick joke. Hunter simply smiled and relaxed his shoulders. He wanted to dry his mate's face and hug him until he was 100% better. But they were very far from that stage. Of course, Jacob needed time to let it sink in. "That's, I guess, the hardest bit out of the way," he chuckled. Jacob's face remained blank. In his head, it was no laughing matter. "But now you know that you're not the only one who hears voices around here." "I hear yours all the time." "Really?" he questioned with surprise. "Why?" Well, for the same reason you hear mine." Jacob fiddled with the ends of his sleeves. "Why you're yours." Hunter sat forward and cleared his throat. When he passed one barrier, there was always another one waiting to trip him up. "I'm obviously not like everyone else." He stated the obvious. "There are things about me and my family that people like you have been told are not true and are just myths." Jacob frowned and chewed on his bottom lip, and Hunter used all of his strengths to stay where he was and not get closer. What are?" Jacob stuttered. "Who are you?" Hunter took a breath of fresh air and focused on the warm sun hitting his forehead. "I'm a werewolf." Chapter 11. Hunter's eyes focused on Jacob. He wanted to hold his breath. It was the first time he was willingly revealing his true self to a human. But it was to his mate, and he would reveal his darkest and deepest secrets if he had the opportunity. He was also incredibly nervous. Hunter knew that once it sinks in for Jacob, he'll have a different perspective about him and maybe look at him in a negative way. He was a species that's not meant to exist. Jacob stared back at him with eyes that clearly didn't believe what he just said. "Jory," he whispered. "What?" Hunter noticed how he stopped fidgeting. He didn't know if that was good or extremely bad. "I know it's not what you expected to hear, but I am a werewolf." He felt insecure about saying it because he knew how surreal it sounded. It didn't help that Jacob was looking at him like he was utterly insane. "I'm going home." He tried to stand, but Hunter quickly leaned forward and grabbed his wrist. Jacob was getting sick of being touched by him. He pulled his arm away and stared at the ground like he was about to fall into a never-ending pit of anxiety. "Why are you doing this to me, Jacob? I know you're thinking that I'm making this up to make fun of you, but I'm not. You hear my voice in your head. Why would let you believe that I'm not just a human? Because you can't be," Jacob said quietly. "I think I'm hallucinating. You're not." Hunter wanted to chuckle, but it was the right time. "I can show you if you think you can handle it." Poor Jacob was breaking to pieces. He shouldn't believe anything that came out of Hunter's mouth. How could he be the voice inside of his head, and how could he be a human that changes into an animal? But he could hear his thoughts. So why wouldn't his second statement be true? How he whispered. His hands started fidgeting once more. "Stay seated," Hunter said, but stood up himself. Jacob's eyes followed him and he avoided eye contact as much as possible. "It's okay if you freak out. It's okay if you faint. It's okay if you're sick. But it's not okay if you still don't believe me after I show you this." Hunter smiled and took a deep breath. He made sure Jacob had understood what he began thinking about his other form. He closed his eyes and imagined it. Turning into a wolf used to be a slow process for him when he was younger. He remembered the first time he did it. It felt exceptionally strange and he freaked out quite a lot. He was only 3 years old and his parents were there to reassure him and answer any questions he had. Now he could do it as easy as breathing. Jacob didn't know what he was doing until the change happened. Sometimes, when people see things that shouldn't be logical, it was easy to forget everything around them. Easy to forget who they were with and allow their minds to overheat. Obviously, Jacob was one of those people. The change happened so fast that he would have missed it if his wide eyes allowed him to blink. Hunter's T-shirt had ripped in the process, but his trousers had disappeared. They reappear when he changes back. It avoids embarrassment otherwise. He knew he had changed because he was different. His mind and soul were the same. He couldn't speak, only growl and howl. Jacob was watching Hunter 1 minute and now he was staring into the gray eyes of an enormous white wolf. It was bigger than anything he'd ever seen, with big paws and lots of soft-looking fur. Its ears were curled over as it stared back at him. Jacob didn't know whether to be amazed, scared for his life, or tested for being crazy. "Remember to breathe." I know that was difficult to process. Jacob didn't want to move a muscle. He was a great fan of big animals. They had a dog when he was little and even then, he was fearful of it. His breathing was shaky and his hands were pulling on the grass, trying to keep his body really still. "I'm going to come closer to you. It's okay to be afraid and I'm not going to hurt you." Jacob flinched when the wolf moved a paw forwards. Hunter paused and made his actions incredibly slow as he continued to get near. Jacob was visibly shaking when the wolf was only half a meter away from his crossed legs. He watched as it sat down and lifted its paw. Hunter moved it forwards until it was hovering over Jacob's knee. He wanted to rub himself against him and rest his head on his lap. He wanted to lick his face and be excited around him because his wolf traits were naturally like that. He couldn't. His mate would surely try and run for his life. Slowly, Hunter placed his warm paw on Jacob's lap, showing him that it was okay. Jacob flinched like he had been slapped across the face. His heart thumped hard, it almost hurt. Deep in his mind, he knew that was Hunter because he was there 1 second and a wolf the next. He clearly transformed. But what human believed evidence when it stared them in the face? Not the majority. "You can touch my fur if you like," Hunter suggested and took his paw back so he could lay down. He was close enough to Jacob that his head was hovering over his leg. Jacob was still tense, but he felt better now that the big animal was towering over him. Hunter waited patiently, but all his mate was doing was staring at him. So he nudged his arm with his nose, making Jacob lift it up quickly. "Stroke me." This time, Jacob listened to the voice which he was still trying to register as being Hunter. As weird as that sounded, his hand hovered in the air, but he was intrigued to know if the fur felt as soft as it looked. He wanted to know if it was warm. So very slowly, he moved his fingers closer by the wolf carefully. He had no idea what was giving him the courage to do this as his hand gently skimmed over the top of the wolf's neck. The animal stayed exceptionally still and didn't even move with his touch. He knew Jacob needed him to freeze. His hand stayed against the white fur for a moment when Jacob realized that it was one of the softest things he has ever touched. It was warm and soothing. When he dared to stroke the fur again, his body stopped shaking. Hunter loved the feel of his touch against him. He knew a mate's touch was special, but this one could never compare to anything else. "Stroke my ears. I like that," he said and rested his chin against Jacob's knee. Jacob thought to himself and moved his touch up to the wolf's head. His ears were much softer than the rest of his body, and he could tell by the way the animal closed his eyes and moved his ear against his hand that he enjoyed it. "I can't believe you're doing it either. I thought you would faint." Jacob knew he shouldn't, but he was getting rather comfortable in the presence of such a huge animal. It could easily tear him to shreds. But he knew it wouldn't. "It's the bond. It's changing the way you think about me." Jacob stopped and stared with his chocolate eyes. "A bond?" The wolf lifted its head. "Yes, let me change back and I'll explain." Hunter stood up and took a few steps away. He was surprised that Jacob was taking it rather well. He could hear him constantly questioning whether it was real or not. In another blink, his human form was kneeling in front of his mate once more. Hunter could feel the sun against his beard and skin. Thankfully, his trousers were still on as he grabbed his bag and rummaged for his hoodie. He pulled it over his head and crossed his legs. Jacob was overwhelmed. His arms almost gave up on him and he nearly fell backwards. Hunter edged forwards and watched in concern. "How do you feel? Would you like some water?" he questioned. His pack was sitting at the edge of the woods. They too were surprised that Jacob hadn't fainted yet. The human was staying rather calm about it. It would be different if he didn't have a bond that was beginning to grow inside of him. His body could feel it even though his mind couldn't. Hunter was ready to explain that to him and talk about being his mate. This was the last major thing he had to explain and the bit that made him the most nervous. What if Jacob didn't want to be his mate? Even though he couldn't reject him and the process would happen, whether he liked it or not. The bond doesn't force him to feel the same way if it's not connected. Hunter will have to make sure that he connects as soon as possible, so Jacob could feel his affection. And when the bond first settles, the affection will be very strong. Chapter 12. Just take deep breaths. "You're doing really well so far." Hunter smiled, but his eyes showed concern. Jacob went a little pale. I don't really know how to feel." Jacob mumbled and looked down at his hands. He had so many questions but wouldn't ask them all. Werewolves were real and he was sitting in front of one. "That's okay. It's normal to feel overwhelmed. Why are you telling me all of this?" Jacob needed to understand why it was happening to him. "Well," Hunter said and linked his fingers together. "It's because of this bond thing that I mentioned. There's a reason why I can communicate with you through a mind link and why I just showed you who I really am." Even though Jacob was close to fainting or breaking down, he was still very intrigued to know more. "What is it?" he whispered. "There's no other way to say it, really, but..." Hunter paused and looked him deep in the eyes. "You're my mate." He wasn't sure if Jacob would understand the term, but the human had seen werewolf films before and understood exactly what he meant. As in, he whispered, not wanting to say any more. He couldn't possibly be his mate. Could he? That's ridiculous. As in, like an affectionate relationship kind of thing. Hunter watched Jacob's cheeks heat up. He knew he could have described it better as the sweat formed on his back. "Don't panic. Well, take this process as slow as you need to." He knew Jacob was gay after living in his head for a year, but he also knew it was a secret. Jacob's family didn't know yet, and he didn't want to force him to come out. "Why me?" "I don't know." Hunter smiled. "We don't choose our mates, which is why I was so surprised to learn that mine was another male." Jacob looked back up at him with a little frown. "You didn't know you were gay?" "No, I didn't. It took me a little while to get my head around it, but I'm way past that now and just couldn't wait to connect." Jacob nodded and subconsciously played with the grass. Why didn't he tell me this half a year ago? Part of him was angry that Hunter allowed him to think that he was going crazy for so long. He felt like he had lost his identity. "I couldn't really tell you until the bond was ready. That way I could ensure that you wouldn't tell anyone about me." Hunter cleared his throat and sat up straighter. "I feel terrible. I tried to be there for you as much as I could in your head. I'm so sorry for what I put you through." Jacob wanted to say it was okay, but it was not okay. Hunter ruined his life just by keeping his distance. He wished he explained this in the beginning, so he understood what was happening. He would never have told anyone about Hunter because then people really would think he had gone insane. "I know sorry isn't enough. I promise I'll make it up to you." Jacob pulled out a blade of grass and twiddled it between his fingers. So many things were flying around in his thoughts, but he finally had an explanation as to why there was a voice in his head. He did feel better about that, but the mate situation was making him feel uncomfortable. Jacob hadn't thought about relationships or even really cared about being in one. He found Hunter attractive, but he hadn't thought about him in that kind of way because he didn't know him. Jacob, the reason I'm telling you all of this today is because the bond is ready to be connected. The longer we hold it off, the more painful it'll be for your chest and you'll start to get sick. Hunter knew that would happen to him. So for Jacob, it will probably be 10 times worse. Oh, Jacob whispered and focused on the weird heartburn in his chest. He didn't realize it was linked back to Hunter being a werewolf. How is the bond connected? The more time we spend together, the stronger it'll grow until we're either too sick or until loved up to hold it off. All it takes is 60 seconds of physical contact, which only means holding your hand. Then the rest will work itself out. Will it hurt? How will it make me feel? Jacob asked. The questions were beginning to make their way out. It shouldn't hurt, but it'll feel odd. We'll feel each other's emotions. Have a stronger mind link, and I guess we'll just feel connected. I don't actually know too much about it. I never really discussed it with my parents. Are they werewolves too? It sounded very strange coming out of Jacob's mouth. Yes, Hunter smiled. He loved how shy the human was. He knew Jacob would get more confident as he gets used to his company. And I'm an only child. Just in case you were wondering. Jacob nodded. He realized how much of a stranger Hunter was to him. Just then, a burst of emotion exploded in Hunter's chest. His heart spiked and his breath caught in his throat. Jacob lifted a hand to his chest with a worried frown. Jacob. Hunter breathed and tried not to look at him with so much affection. I was wondering if maybe you'd like to connect the bond and then it'll be easier for you to get used to all of this. Jacob watched him with big eyes. He hadn't thought about doing it today. But he whispered, I don't really know you. Hunter took a big breath when the sensation subsided. I know, but once the bond connects, we'll need to and we'll want to spend time together. Then we'll get to know each other. We'll just be in constant pain if we try and wait. Jacob went back to fiddling with his hoodie sleeves. I don't know. It dawned on him how his life was going to change. It's okay to feel unsure. I have thrown you straight into the deep end and am sorry for overwhelming you like this. I can promise that once the bond connects, you won't regret it. Jacob thought about how he would explain all of this to his family. They didn't have to know. Especially William, because Hunter was his friend. He secretly liked how insane it was. Jacob thought that he was quite a boring person with no dreams or ambitions. Hunter will fill his life with so much excitement, but he was still hesitant. Are you sure it won't hurt? I'm positive. Hunter smiled after listening to his thoughts. He knew he was curious and liked the idea of change. Although, Jacob would need time to get used to the fact that werewolves exist. You don't need to do anything and I'll answer any question you have. Jacob's interest was growing the more he thought about a special connection happening to him. For half a year, he thought that his life would never have meaning again, and he would never have anything worth living for. Now it was about to take a drastic turn and Jacob was desperate to live again. I know you're scared, Hunter said and shuffled closer. I am too, but we'll both be going through this together and you won't have to do anything alone. Jacob also liked the idea of that too. It was just him feeling out of his depth with nobody who could help him anymore. He had answers and had support. His chocolate eyes glanced at Hunter. A thirst for something exciting fueled his decision. Okay, he whispered. Okay. Hunter repeated with a soothing tone. Are you sure you're ready? Jacob nodded and watched him shuffle even closer. So there was less than half a foot between their crossed legs. Hunter couldn't believe he could finally connect. He waited months to be in this situation. Right? Hold out your hands. We only need to connect for 60 seconds before the rest will happen naturally. Hunter watched Jacob's hands poke out from his sleeves and move them closer. Hunter hovered his above his mate's palms. Jacob felt the warmth radiating from Hunter's hands and he couldn't believe he was doing this. But he'd be a fool to turn back now. So he sat patiently until Hunter connected their palms together and his warm fingers wrapped around his. Hunter's senses were going crazy. Jacob's skin was so smooth and felt nice touching his own. It tingled his entire arms and he wanted to pull him as close as he could get him. They stared at each other and waited. A fear was flowing through them both, as was the excitement and anticipation. They didn't know what to expect, but whatever did happen, it couldn't be reversed. Hunter knew he would find his mate ever since he was little. As for Jacob, he had no idea that he would find a relationship, let alone a werewolf who wanted to be his mate. He felt like he didn't deserve it. Why wouldn't he? He has never done anything wrong. 𝐻ES not mean. 𝐻ES full of empathy and kind to everyone. Hunter liked his pure heart and his innocence. The birds were squawking in the surrounding forest, and the sun still shining on the world below, just as Jacob started to wonder if anything would actually happen. Their 60 seconds were up. At the same time, an intense shiver ran down their spines and their thoughts emptied, only leaving each other in their sights. Jacob wanted to let go of Hunter's hands, but he could only squeeze them tighter. They gasped when an extraordinary collection of emotions circled within them, and of course, it was their own. It was each other's. It was at that moment when Jacob knew he would never feel the same. Although he was aware that they will now be bonded for life. Chapter 13. The bond grew and their bodies throbbed. Judging by how hard Jacob squeezed Hunter's hands, he struggled and was sure about the changes. He was incredibly nervous and his heart was beating a little too fast. Hunter allowed his mate's thoughts, feelings, emotions, and soul to run through his body. He was able to relax. Jacob couldn't. The human was tense and trying to breathe properly. It felt like a powerful wind rushed through him, but there was barely a small breeze moving in the air. What Jacob felt was a mixture of him and Hunter. He couldn't explain why he knew the emotions in his heart were not his own. 30 more seconds. Then everything the boys experienced stopped, and Jacob fell forwards. He let go of Hunter's hands and placed them on the grass. His head spun like he just stepped off a roundabout. Hunter was calm and felt rather tranquil. He knew 𝐻𝐸 to be that way. His body was built for it. Jacob was only human. It was easy for him to be overwhelmed. "Are you all right?" Hunter asked. Even though he coped with it well, he needed to get used to feeling someone else's soul. Jacob rubbed his chest with a worried frown. "I feel strange." He breathed and lifted his gaze to Hunter. He then felt the connection. An instant attraction and a lot of sudden affection tingled the back of his throat. His eyes wide and unglued to beautiful gray ones. Hunter felt the love pierce his heart, even though they barely knew each other. The love would come whether they like it or not. They couldn't control it. Not now that the bond was set. "Jacob." Hunter spoke his name with such softness that the human melted right there. "Do you feel that too?" Jacob slowly nodded with a mouth half open. It was hard to believe that he was in a dream. Hunter then smiled and Jacob watched his mouth with a strong craving to be so much closer. In the back of his mind, he knew how odd the situation was and how he surely shouldn't believe anything that was happening to him. "We're mates now," Hunter said, and he had the burning desire to make physical contact. "It's normal to feel like this and the emotion should calm down in a few days. We've only just connected, so our bodies need time to adjust." Jacob nodded and attempted to relax. He found it hard when all he wanted to do was ask a million questions and hug him for eternity. He had to fight it. He couldn't latch onto him and never let go. "You can if you want," Hunter chuckled. Their eyes connected once more, and Jacob remembered that Hunter could, in fact, read his mind. "I know you're not the type of person to hug people or show your affection, but it'll be different when you're around me. It's okay if you need to be closer. Don't forget that I'm feeling the exact same way." Jacob did feel very different in his presence. He felt like it would be okay to pour all of his troubles onto him. The confidence was also very strange. He was used to wanting to open up around anyone, let alone a stranger. Jacob was trying to get used to hearing Hunter's thoughts instead of only what the voice wanted him to hear. Hunter was capable of just talking. His mate could now hear him constantly thinking. Hunter spent a few more seconds of watching the human before he cowed and held back. He moved onto his knees and shuffled closer. Usually, Jacob would quickly edge back. But he didn't because deep down, he wanted him that close. Jacob's scent filled Hunter's nose with instant pleasure. Never in his life has he wanted to kiss someone with so much passion. Jacob would probably have heart failure if he even dared to try. "Are you okay with me being this close?" He was practically leaning against him. Jacob loved how warm he felt. But it was way too fast. It was normal to suddenly fall head over heels for a stranger, and that was what caused him to hold back. He said quietly with a thumping heart. He cowed and bring himself to look up, knowing that Hunter's face would be close. What now?" Hunter's eyes cowed and leave his. Well, I guess we'll just spend the next week or so to get used to this, and I can introduce you to my pack when you're ready to meet them." Jacob looked up and he was right. His face was very close. "You have a pack." "Yes, I'm the Alpha and my friend Sam. I'm not sure if you've met. 𝐻E's second in command and Brad." And she trailed off when Jacob didn't understand. "Don't worry. I know you have a lot to take in. We can talk about that later." Jacob caught himself watching Hunter's mouth again, so he looked down with red cheeks. "What does the Alpha do?" he asked. Hunter smiled. "I'm the leader of the pack. Commands come from me and only me. I keep us together and—" Suddenly, Jacob's phone started ringing. He forgot about the outside world until now. Hunter felt his arm lean harder against him as he fumbled his hand into his pocket. "Hello, Jacob. Where are you?" the caller asked on the phone. Jacob knew that it was his mother. "Nowhere." Why, he mumbled quietly. It didn't feel odd that Hunter was close enough to listen. Before the bond, he would have got up and walked away. Things were different now. "William didn't see you after college and he said you didn't come home. Are you okay?" Grace was still at work, but her mind was constantly focused on Jacob, especially when he had been struggling lately. "I'm fine." Hunter knew how much Jacob struggled to get through the day. Most of that was his fault, but his mate was not a very strong-willed person, and even Jacob knew that himself. That doesn't sound convincing. "Are you still at college?" she asked, getting an earful of birds chirping in the background. "Are you at that field again?" "Jacob, how many times do I have to tell you? It's not safe." That was something Hunter could agree with. "I'm fine," Jacob repeated. "I want you to go home. Please. William will tell me if you don't." "It's only the afternoon," Jacob muttered. "I don't care. You can't just go places like that whenever you feel like it." Jacob hated how much she babbied him. He was 17, not 7. "Maybe I could come back with you," Hunter suggested. "Who's that?" Grace yelled down the phone. "Jacob, who are you with?" "It's just Hunter," Jacob sighed. There was a long pause and Jacob really wanted to hang up on her. "William's not there with you." No, Hunter found Jacob's bluntness rather amusing. His family must be used to his lack of communication. "Are you working on the project together?" "Yes, wait. Have you had your lunch?" Now Jacob's eyes dulled over. "No, bye." With that said, he hung up and dug his phone back into his pocket. His elbow brushed against Hunter's side, reminding him that he was still sitting very close. "Jacob, I was wondering if you could keep this a secret for a little while. I'm not telling my family until things have settled and we're used to each other." Jacob nodded as questions started flooding his mind. He didn't know where to start. "Let me tell you the basic stuff that I know about the bond," Hunter said and cleared his throat. "When we leave each other today and go to our own homes, we'll still be able to feel each other and it'll like to separate. We can last all night. It'll just be hard to get used to at first. So everything I feel now, you'll still feel when we're not together. Yes, we're bonded now. We'll feel each other for the rest of our lives." Jacob looked up with wide eyes. He understood that mates are like relationships but stronger. He was shocked to learn that Hunter will be in his life for the rest of his own. "You'll get used to that. I remember finding you for the first time and it took me a while to realize that I was looking at my lifetime mate." Hunter smiled. "I was also pleased it was you." It took Jacob a moment to realize Hunter's words were a compliment. "You'll get used to that too. If I'm totally honest, I flirt a lot." Hunter had to be truthful. For most of his life, he had been a dominant figure, and he knew that even with his mate, it won't change. "I don't really have an off button." Jacob didn't know if it was the bond or if it was just his type, but he liked how he saw Hunter as the leader of whatever was developing between them. Maybe it was the wolf inside of Hunter that had been shared with him that caused the human to feel this way. Or maybe it was the burning desire to feel wanted by someone else. "Can I have your number?" Hunter asked. "Hearing your voice in my head is great, but it's not quite the same as hearing it out loud. You'll have to call you a lot." Jacob would grow to learn just how difficult it was going to be, pretending to still live different lives. Not only had the bond forced them to share their mind, body, and souls, it forced them to make a huge impact on their everyday lives. They'll have to see each other at least once every day, and trying to keep that a secret will be hard. Hunter watched him pull out his phone again so they could exchange numbers. He knew their relationship would develop fast because their feelings were incredibly strong. He couldn't wait until they figure out a comfortable routine for their bond. Obviously, Hunter would eventually tell his parents about having a male human as a mate, when the time comes for Jacob to tell his family about having a relationship with someone. He will always have to lie and pretend because he couldn't tell them about the bond or Hunter being a werewolf. HED have to act like they were to people who happen to be strongly in love. Under no circumstances must the humans know about who Hunter really is. Not that Jacob would be telling his parents anything for a while. Well, the hell, if they do manage to keep this a secret. Chapter 14. "My mom is gonna freak if I don't go home," Jacob mumbled. It had only been 15 minutes since she called, but he would rather please her than please himself. "I can come with you. If we part our ways now and not see each other until the morning, it's going to be really hard." Hunter knew Jacob didn't want to leave yet. It was only midday. Jacob nodded. "Okay." Hunter smiled and stood up when he did. "Then you can get some lunch. I can hear you thinking about food." He chuckled. Jacob forgot that it was Hunter's voice echoing in the back of his mind. Before, the voice was loud and would startle him. Now it was soothing and quiet. As Jacob started walking, Hunter's eyes examined him. They were both tall and big-built people. Jacob was muscular, but Hunter was bigger and a little taller. He trained with his pack at least 5 days a week. They had to be strong and in sync with their fitness, just in case. And about this field, Hunter spoke as they approached the trees. "It really isn't safe if you ever come here alone. That's why I'd always wake you up when you came here and told you to go home. A rival pack was spotted here a few weeks ago. If they find out that you're 𝐸 mate, they won't hold anything back." Jacob stopped and frowned. The sun invaded his eyes, and Hunter knew he would fall for the way they looked. So pure, so full of life. "What do you mean by that? Has connecting a bond with you put me in danger?" he questioned. "Our rival packs are aggressive. They come to torment our families because they're not happy with us. My pack ran too far and entered their territory by mistake. I'm not saying that they do anything to you, but we just need to be careful." Jacob's frown deepened until he looked through his eyelashes. Hunter couldn't decide if he thought it was cute or a look he hoped was never aimed at him again. "You could have mentioned this before I connected with you. I don't want to spend my time being scared to be outside by myself. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but it's not that much of an issue. My pack will always be looking out for you. We'll never let you get into danger." Jacob really wasn't pleased. But what did he expect? He just connected a lifetime bond with a werewolf. "Why can't I have just one normal day?" Hunter stepped a little closer and rested a hand on his shoulder. As always, his fingers wanted to melt right into him. "I'm sorry. I could have handled this a lot better. Let's just go back to your house. Stick on a film or something and talk more tomorrow when you've slept." The last thing Hunter wanted was for Jacob to break down. The human nodded and inhaled a breath of fresh air. He turned and continued walking through the woods. Looking at Hunter was making him feel more irritated. The werewolf followed while trying to imagine what it must feel like to Jacob. Even though they're connected by their term, lunar love, They can still have their disagreements and argue like the bond never existed. The rest of the walk was in silence. Hunter didn't know what to say. Jacob tried to avoid thinking about him, but his brother's friend was all he could feel. Not to mention how Hunter would purposely brush their shoulders together because he was touched. When Jacob's house was in sight, he was going to go straight into the bathroom and lock himself away. He needed a moment to really think by himself. Hunter could tell it was sitting well with him. He really should have approached it in a better way. Why did he think revealing himself to a human like that would be a good idea? As they approached the door, Jacob kept his gaze on the floor and entered the house. Hunter was beginning to feel really bad for telling him. He shut the door after the human, just as William entered the hallway. Thank God. I thought Mom was going to burst a vein or something. William frowned when Jacob ignored him and headed straight upstairs. You okay? He then caught sight of Hunter standing awkwardly next to the door. Oh, hey. Hunter tried to smile. It was hard when he could feel his mate trying to block his thoughts. He wasn't sure if it was even possible. Maybe he should have spoken to his mother about the whole mate thing. There was probably a lot more to it than just the basics. Did you two walk back together? William asked. Was he feeling okay? Yeah, we didn't. He seemed fine. Just quiet. As usual. William chuckled, though he was worried. Jacob didn't need him in his face all the time. If he wanted space, 𝐻'd give it to him even if he was concerned. Jacob had gone straight into the bathroom, locked the door and slumped down onto the floor. He stared at the tiles and concentrated on his breathing. You'll be okay. You just need time. A voice echoed in the back of Jacob's mind. It was odd to think of it as Hunter's. So much has happened to him today, and still, that guy was a stranger. Why did he stay away for so long? They could have at least been friends before it happened. I know. I hate myself for doing this to you. I was an idiot to think that you'd be okay with it. You did this to me for half a year. Jacob was angry. He had every right to be. Hunter could have been a good friend to him before he forced this new life down his throat. Jacob didn't have a moment to think. Yes, he liked the adventure and the excitement, but that wouldn't matter until he accepted it. I'm sorry. How many times do you want me to say it? Hunter felt incredibly guilty, but there was nothing he could do other than proving to the human that his life will be better with him in it. Until it stops hurting. Jacob closed his eyes and pulled his knees up to his chest. This has by far been the craziest day he'd ever lived through. Hunter hated conflict, and the thought of his mate being angry at him was what he wanted. This was supposed to be one of the most rewarding days of his life. He had to help his mate instead of leaving him to cope by himself. They were in this together now. So he told William he was going to the bathroom and left him waiting in the kitchen. He quickly headed upstairs and stood outside the white door. Let me in. You need this. I don't need anything from you. Leave me alone. Trust me, Jacob. You need it. Go away. I left you alone for half a year. I'm not about to turn my back on you now. Not when I'm the one who can help you. Jacob clenched his jaw. He cowled and run from this. It wasn't possible. He sighed and reached up to the lock. When Hunter heard it click, he opened the door and Jacob almost fell back. He shut it and locked it so William didn't enter. Jacob stood up and was about to question him until Hunter stood close enough for their chests to touch. Before Jacob could even breathe, Hunter wrapped arms around him and hugged him. A werewolf buried his face against his skin. His scent was the best thing in the world. He smelled it the strongest when he first entered the bedroom. Now he would need it in his life forever. Jacob stood like a plank of wood. He can't remember the last time he got a hug from anyone other than his parents. Of course, it felt different. Jacob could feel Hunter's heart beating fast against his chest. He could feel his breath against his neck, and he could feel his warmth all around him. He was very aware of his presence. Jacob felt comforted. Just accept it. Hunter's voice was like a calm stream, and it sent shivers down Jacob's spine. I know you're not a fan of hugs, but I'm not letting go of you until you feel better. And you need to at least hug me back. Jacob stared at his reflection in the mirror. He molded so well against Hunter's body, but he was used to seeing himself this close to another person. Hug me back. You'll feel better now. Hunter could feel that his body was fully relaxed, but his arms were by his side and he made no effort to do anything. Maybe hugging him was too soon. Please no. Hunter pulled his head back but kept his arms around him. He stared into his mate's brown eyes until they diverted to the ground. You're quite stubborn, aren't you? He smiled. I like that. You do have a backbone. Jacob frowned and pushed him away. You don't know me. Hunter then saw the issue. Jacob struggled to come to terms with their bond because they were strangers. He leaned against the door and crossed his arms. It was about time he opened himself up. My name is Hunter 𝐤, he said calmly. I'm 18 and my birthday is in November. I live with my mom and dad and I study the same courses as your brother at college. I'm currently living in a studio shack in the woods. But it's only temporary because our other house is getting an extension that's too big for us to live there. I like the outdoors and did literally live in the woods if I could. I'm quite hot-headed but hate to argue. I'm also really good at running away from responsibilities. I eat a lot of food but probably not as much as you. I like music that gets my blood flowing. I like the color green. I like running for miles in my true form and I like you. Hunter barely stopped to take a breath. Your turn. Jacob watched him with surprise. He didn't expect him to verbally explode, but he did appreciate it. Why is your favorite color green? I like grass. Jacob blinked to process his reply. A very small smile painted its way onto his lips. Hunter's heart melted. He would do anything to see that smile more. You can't make fun of me for that. I'm a wolf. Jacob's smile dropped. It felt weird to hear that and know it was the truth. Anyway, Hunter's sharp gray eyes watched him sit on the edge of the bath. Tell me about yourself. Jacob chewed on his bottom lip. He knew he was the most Hunter would ever meet. You're really not. He chuckled. Please stop reading my mind. I can't just stop, well try. At least, until I'm used to it. Jacob mumbled the last part. He didn't like snapping at people, but he felt stressed. I'm sorry. 𝐿𝐽𝐽's chest felt heavy like he was full of regret and guilt. He glanced up to Hunter who was still leaning against the door. He knew it was him who felt that way. Now he felt bad for making it difficult for him too. If you say that you're 𝐖𝐴𝐺𝐲 out loud, I will force another hug onto you. Hunter warned with a little smile. Just because I feel guilty doesn't mean you should forgive me. I deserve your anger and I deserve for you to push me away until you're ready. I should never have done this to you. I could have made it so much easier. It doesn't matter now. Jacob's voice barely raised above a whisper. We can't take any of it back. Hunter's mouth curled. His eyebrows furrowed. And his eyes dimmed, making him look rather troubled. It will get easier. I can at least promise you that. Jacob hoped he was true to his promises because right now, easy felt like a million miles away. My understanding of soul bonds has been completely overturned. I thought it would be a straightforward process, but reality is much more complex. My relationship with my soul bond is filled with misunderstandings and prejudices, yet I also see hope and potential beauty. Chapter 15. Upon returning home, Hunter found himself unable to face his parents, who were seated at the dining table. He trudged past them, his gaze fixed on the floor, hoping to avoid their notice as he retreated to his room. The weight of his conflicting emotions and the secret he carried made it difficult to engage with them. Anthony and Margot exchanged worried glances, their parental concern evident in their shared expression. They were eager to uncover the source of their son's distress, sensing that something significant had occurred. As Hunter collapsed onto his bed, the sound of knocking interrupted his brooding thoughts. Hey, do you want any food? Anthony's voice called through the door. Hunter's mind was consumed with thoughts of Jacob, his newfound soulmate. He longed to call him, to hear his voice and talk for hours. No, go away. Don't go away, he replied, turning to face the wall. Anthony, recognizing that his son's refusal of food was a clear sign of distress, persisted. I'm going to open your door. Don't freak out. I won't actually enter. Hunter remained motionless as the door creaked open. Margot peered into the room, and both parents observed their sons dejected from on the bed. Hunter, honey, why are you feeling so down? Margot's voice was gentle and soothing, a stark contrast to the turmoil in Hunter's mind. The urge to confide in his parents warred with his fear of rejection. Hunter struggled with the weight of his secret, knowing that keeping it was causing him more anguish. Shut my door and leave me alone, please, he requested, his voice laden with sadness. Anthony, frustrated by his son's reticence, decided to take action. In a move that violated werewolf etiquette, he stepped into Hunter's room. Hunter whirled around as Margot gasped, tugging at Anthony's arm. Get out of his room. You can't. What are you keeping from us? Are you in trouble? You have to tell me, Anthony demanded, his concern overriding his respect for Hunter's privacy. Hunter's gray eyes dark and ominously, reminiscent of storm clouds. A low growl escaped his throat as he glared at his father. How dare you? He whispered, his voice laced with a mixture of anger and hurt. Margot continued to pull at Anthony's arm, but he stood his ground, determined to uncover the truth behind his son's distress. How dare I? You're keeping secrets from your own family. Why have you lost your loyalty and respect? Get out. Hunter's hairs were standing on end. He couldn't cope. Someone was in his territory. It didn't matter if it was his dad. It was totally unacceptable. Not until you tell me what's going on with you. Hunter clenched his fists and moved like a wolf, stalking its prey. He growled again, causing Margot to dig her nails into her husband's wrist. Get out of his room, she hissed. I can't believe you're doing this to him. Anthony knew that if his son stepped into their room like this, he would have slapped him and pushed him back out. Hunter wasn't going to let him stand there much longer, but being in his room was proving to cause more problems, so he rolled his eyes and stepped back. Hunter immediately relaxed and took a breath. Why the hell would you do that to me? He yelled. I was so close to losing my temper. I'm sorry. Hunter, his dad crossed his arms. That wasn't my intentions, but I just need to know what's going on with you. We'll find out sooner or later. His son stormed up to the door and grabbed the handle. I'll tell you when I'm ready. Now leave me alone. He slammed the door in their faces. Wait. So there definitely is something going on. Anthony yelled, but was silenced by Margot, who pulled him away. She was going to have a long talk with him about how appalled she was. He couldn't just enter Hunter's territory. It was completely out of order. Hunter turned and collapsed back onto his bed. He was glad that he managed to keep back his aggressive streak. Will you stop being so angry? I'm trying to sleep. His heart sped up when Jacob's sweet voice invaded his thoughts when they spoke directly to one another. It was much louder. I'm sorry. I'll go to bed so you can rest. It's fine. But you got really angry and it worried me. I don't like feeling that. Hunter pulled off his shirt and his trousers. He threw them into the corner of his room and face-planted his bed. I just had an argument with my parents. I don't know if I can block out my feelings or not. I'll try. Jacob was lying in bed with his shirt off and his pajama bottoms on. He had his duvet pulled up to his chin. He could Hunter's thoughts and knew why he had an argument, but he didn't understand. Why is territory such a big issue? If he was going to get to know him more, he might as well question things that confuse him. Well, you know how male cats and dogs pee on things and rub themselves off things to mark their scent or whatever. Yes, it's like that for us too. A dog has a dog bed. We have our rooms. Jacob turned on his side and thought with interest. What else is your territory? Hunter liked that he was interested. My pack. Our land. My mate. Jacob's heart thumped hard. In your territory. Why is that a surprise to you? Hunter smiled. Jacob wasn't sure how he felt about that. Deep down, he thought he could feel a stir of excitement, but he wasn't sure why. I don't know. It's a bit weird. Are you going to pee on me? No, Hunter laughed out loud, and just like that, his mood was lifted. And it's not weird. You'll understand why when you know more about me. I'm very territorial about what's mine. Jacob laid on his back and bit his bottom lip. Of wits. Yours. Hunter also laid on his back, smiling to himself. In his eyes, Jacob was his, nobody else's. But he didn't want to say that to him, not until he was ready to accept it. It's a wolf thing. Jacob very nearly smiled, but stopped himself when he remembered his current situation. He shouldn't be enjoying talking to a voice in his head. So Hunter thought and traced his own chest with his fingers. It did feel unusual to have someone else's or a share in his own. How are you coping? Are you hurting yet? They had only been apart for a few hours, and Jacob was starting to get a headache, and his chest felt heavy and clogged like he was on the verge of sickness. No, I need to sleep before it does. Good idea. Night, Jacob. I'll see you tomorrow. Hunter didn't want to stop talking to him, but at least he could see him in person in the morning. Jacob rubbed his eyes and turned over to bury his head into his pillow. It was definitely going to be a challenge to sleep. When morning time came, the boys had slept better than usual, especially Jacob. It was the first time in a while that his mom had to actually wake him up instead of him pretending to sleep. Jacob, sweetie, she said softly and aggressively shook his shoulder. He had slept through William getting woken up, who was stood with his dad, watching. It's time to get up. Jacob lightly groaned and rolled onto his stomach. He wasn't ready to be woken up. He was having a really nice dream about Hunter. Although, he was still half asleep, and that thought wasn't as weird as what it should be. Come on. You'll be late for college. This managed to pull him out of his dream, and he peeled open his eyes. His mother was leaning close with a frown, hiding her annoyance from Scott and William. It's nice to see you sleeping in for once, but you're a pain to wake up. She chuckled. Her voice was soft, but her eyes were sharp. Get out of bed, please. Breakfast is almost ready. The first thing Jacob felt was the unbearable aching in his chest. He sat up and frowned when his head throbbed as if he was repeatedly hitting it against the wall. Don't worry. They'll wait outside college for you. It should go as soon as we meet. The voice, for once, felt very comforting. Scott watched his son with steady eyes. Are you feeling okay today? He asked. Jacob stood up and took a deep breath. Yes. Scott studied him for a moment longer before following his wife downstairs. When Scott pulled up outside of college, Jacob practically jumped out of the car. He couldn't wait to get rid of the aching in his chest. He didn't even wait for William. He just hurried off. I'm in the bathroom on the first floor. It's empty. Jacob immediately headed there while William and Scott watched with a quizzical raise of the brow. Usually, Jacob slumped into college because he didn't want to be there. 𝐻ES acting different today, Scott said, softly rubbing his chin, and watched William open the door. It's because 𝐻ES not feeling so depressed. He actually slept for once. William shut the door and headed for his group of friends. Scott sat for a moment longer, tapping his cheek before checking the time and pulling out of the car park. Of course, he would try to call Jacob later to check up on him. When Jacob reached the bathroom, he glanced around with caution. Just like Hunter said, it was empty, but when his eyes caught sight of him, his heart almost skipped a beat. Something about the color of Hunter's eyes gripped his entire attention. They were the color of storms, and Jacob loved storms. Hunter smiled and started walking towards him, but Jacob practically ran into him and flung his arms around his waist. Hunter was stunned. He really didn't expect him to be so eager. Jacob clung to the back of his shirt and begged for the ink to go away. Hunter took the opportunity to hug him back. They both needed it, and Hunter wasn't sure when Jacob would next let their skin touch, so he had to cherish their embrace like it would be their last. How has your morning been? He asked when he felt back to normal. He had a very bad headache this morning too. Okay. Jacob took a deep breath. It felt nice not to be restricted by pain. It dawned on him that he was hugging Hunter, or rather, squeezing him like his life depended on it. He quickly pulled away with wide eyes that watched him nervously. "It's fine." Hunter smiled. "You can hug me anytime you like or anytime you need to." Jacob's cheeks went a little pink as he pulled on his bag straps. How was your morning?" "It was okay too. I was just really desperate to see you. It's not easy waking up and feeling like that." I know, It hurt." Hunter focused intently on his face. "Are you getting used to this?" "Slowly, I think." "That's good. Hopefully, by the end of the week, you'll feel much better." Hunter hoped it would be sooner. The last thing he wanted was to rush Jacob and cause a breakdown. "Hopefully," he whispered and dared to look him in the eyes. The affection kicked Jacob in the chest. Hunter was so attractive and his spine shivered just from a simple glance. The dream he had of him popped into his head. He dreamt that Hunter slept next to him all night. In his dream, his arms were around him and they were cuddling without a care in the world. He felt wanted, relaxed, and at ease with his life. And then he woke up and felt disappointed that he was there. "I had the same dream." Jacob sighed and dropped his gaze. "Will you please stop reading did you?" "Yes," Hunter smiled. "I was also disappointed when I woke up alone." Jacob liked that they felt the same, but it was weird that they had the same dream. "Is that normal? To have the same dreams?" "Probably." Hunter really didn't know. "Why do you not know much about this?" Jacob asked quietly. "You're 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. Don't say it out loud." Hunter interrupted with a tone of urgency. "Oh, sorry. It's fine." He smiled and stepped closer. "But I never asked my parents about it when I found you because they don't know my mate is male. Are you worried about telling them?" "I am." "Yes, me too. Do you think they'll accept you for being gay?" "I really hope so." Jacob was getting nervous just thinking about it. "What about yours?" "I honestly don't know." They made eye contact and it felt nice to have someone to talk to about their troubles. They knew they would never be judged because they were both in the same position. "Come on then." Hunter smiled and lightly nudged his shoulder. "We better not be late for our classes." Chapter 16. Hunter watched Jacob enter his class, leaving him standing in the hallway. He walked him to class because he would do anything to stay with him, even if it was just a few extra minutes. "You know, Sam said, making Hunter turn quickly. He was so focused on his mate that he didn't smell his presence. "You missed the pack meeting last night." Hunter could tell nobody was too bothered. He connected with his mate and that was more important. "Well, Ray, schedule. We don't mind missing out on a few for you to be with your mate." Sam smiled and followed his alpha down the corridor. "How's it going, by the way?" "It could be better." Hunter sighed and crossed his arms. "Jacob's finding this difficult. But that's what you expected, isn't it?" "Yes. I just didn't think it would hurt so much when he thinks about how Ivy ruined him." Sam stopped, making his alpha stop too. "He'll forgive you." I know, but I forced this onto him. I feel like Ivy made things worse." "You haven't, alpha." Sam smiled with respect. "Things can only get better for him from now on. He'll never feel lonely again. He'll always know hes loved and it'll add excitement into his life. This will bring out the person he lost when you were stuck his head for half a year. It might take time, but it'll be worth it for what you both get out of it." Sam never knew if he stepped over the line or not. Giving his alpha advice was risky. Hunter often accepted it from Sam because he was right most of the time, and they were as close as brothers. It was normal to value the other's opinion. "He pushed me away and I can't handle it. But I suppose you're right. It'll be worth it in the end." Sam nodded and their conversation was quickly interrupted by the bell, indicating that they were late for their class. Jacob was relieved to finish his college day. Even though his day was not long and he was only in for 4 hours, the amount of coursework they get in return was not forgiven. He left the class looking thankful that it ended. Even though things with Hunter were sketchy, Jacob still wanted to see him because his chest felt tight. They hadn't processed that he'd need to grow closer to him in order to understand their connection and how it would make him feel. In waiting outside the main entrance for, Jacob didn't have time to listen because he tripped over something and landed hard on the floor. He quickly turned to see someone leaning against the wall with a smirk. It was Brad. Jacob didn't know his name, and he didn't know he was part of Hunter's pack. The freak can't even watch where 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐿 going. Brad sighed with cold eyes. How did Hunter end up with a disaster like you? Jacob frowned and his heart sped up. What did he just say? Suddenly, a hand flashed from the side and slapped Brad across the head. He stumbled a bit and tried to retaliate. Hunter's not going to be happy with you. Brad glared when he realized it was Sam, the Alpha's second in command. Jacob had no idea who both of them or how they knew about him and Hunter. I don't care. His mate is what? Sam growled. A human. A male. Get a grip and just accept it. They both then looked down to who was still sitting on the floor. What's going on? Hunter's voice was vibrant in his mind. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. Sam held out a hand to his Alpha's mate and helped him to his feet. Sorry about him. Hunter will have him trained in no time. Sam shot daggers in his direction. And sorry for the confusion. We're members of Hunter's pack. I'm Sam and this is Brad. Jacob didn't know what to think about first. The fact that he was looking at more werewolves or the fact that Brad, the bully, was a member of the pack. I know, that's a witch. Sam sighed. I don't want him on it either. Brad pushed himself off the wall with a scowl. You can't. Shut up and stop whining. Sam rolled his eyes before holding Jacob's shoulder and leading him down the corridor. Jacob was too stunned to do anything but let him. Don't worry. I'm just taking you to Hunter. Hunter was pacing outside the doors. Something was going on, and it included his pack members because he could hear Jacob thinking about it. His thoughts were unusual due to the fact that he spent most of his time daydreaming. Jacob could change subjects very fast. Suddenly, Sam appeared out of the sliding glass doors, followed by Jacob and a sulking Brad. Hunter locked eyes with his mate and walked over. Jacob secretly liked the rush and the excitement of his heart when he saw him. It made him feel warm inside, and he really did want to hug him again. What has gotten into me? He thought to himself. He was 100% not a hugger. He found physical contact awkward and uncomfortable. But now, that's all he wanted. If you want one, have one. Hunter smiled and didn't give him a chance to step away as he wrapped an arm around his waist and an arm around his shoulders. He held him firmly against him, allowing the tightness in their bodies to relax. Jake bowed down almost instantly. He seemed to forget everything around him and enjoyed the comfort, even though he barely hugged back. He had forgotten that the day was Thursday and his dad usually picks him up after college because he finished work early. Scott was currently sitting in his car, watching his son share an embrace with someone else. Sam felt proud and happy for his Alpha to have found his mate. He was looking forwards to getting to know Jacob more too. Oh, by the way, Sam spoke and glanced at Brad with a look that said, 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 going to kill you. Brad pushed Jacob over and called him a freak. Hunter's eyes opened and his body tensed against his mate. He pulled back from Jacob, who watched his expression. He looked very angry. His eyes were burning a ferocious storm, and thankful it was him he was looking at like that. Hunter suddenly stepped forwards and grabbed Brad by the collar of his T-shirt. He turned and slammed him against the wall. How dare you touch him? He growled deeply. His eyes were piercing Brad's face, who regretted his actions. Jacob was watching with wide eyes. Even though Brad was getting what he deserved, there was something about Hunter's anger that leaked immense dominance. He was clearly a strict leader, and Jacob wondered if 𝐊𝐲𝐷𝐞𝐝 ever be like that with him. Never, Hunter thought. You're my mate. I would never display my anger onto you like this. Jacob felt that he meant it. Hunter then lifted a hand and smacked Brad across the face. Jacob gasped and Sam watched on like he had seen it 1,000,000 times before. You need to know your place, Hunter muttered with those angry gray eyes. I'm not done with you. Hunter let go of his T-shirt and turned to check on his mate. Are you okay? Jacob nodded. He was completely fine, but seeing Hunter hit Brad shocked him in an uncomfortable way. Hunter placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. He hated that a member of his pack was bullying him. Brad was scarily close to losing his spot as the Delta Wolf. If he even dares to do it again. You have to tell me. Jacob glanced at Brad, who rubbed his red cheek and stared pitifully at the floor. He nodded and chewed on his bottom lip. Hunter stood up straighter, feeling a little more satisfied. Would you like to meet the rest of my pack? He suggested. It's okay if you don't, because I know you need time. Jacob hummed quietly with thought. Sam seemed friendly and Brad was definitely someone to stay away from. He was worried that maybe the rest didn't want him to be involved with Hunter too. It doesn't matter what they think, Hunter said out loud after listening to his thoughts. You're my mate and I wouldn't have it any other way. If they disagree, then they can find another pack. He glared at Brad, who crossed his arms and sulked harder. I think I need more time, Jacob said quietly. He was ready for more people to be introduced into his life. That's fine. Hunter smiled a dazzling smile and Jacob almost melted to the ground. But what would you like to do now? Hunter could tell that they were both not ready to go their separate ways just yet. Jacob was sure what he should do. He couldn't leave Hunter. He hated the pain his body received when they were not together. You can come back to mine if you want and we can just chill out and get to know each other. My parents are out until late, so you don't have to meet them, Hunter suggested. Jacob obviously had nowhere else to be and nobody else to hang out with. Okay. He needed to know more about Hunter. It had finally dawned on him that he won't suddenly wake up and find that it was all a dream. Do you need to phone your parents or anyone to tell them where you're going? Hunter asked while they started walking. Oh, Jacob mumbled and pulled his phone out of his pocket. He rang his dad, who picked up almost immediately. Hey, son. Hi, Jacob said quietly, and Hunter understood that he had to lie. He couldn't just say that he was going to Hunter's house. Although they were not aware that Scott was watching him from the car park. I'm staying in college to do work, so I'll just walk home later. There was a pause on the phone as Scott watched his son walk away from college. He knew he had just blatantly lied. Scott narrowed his eyes but kept his voice calm. That's fine. Would you like me to pick you up later? No, it's okay. Okay. Text me when you're on your way home. Don't work yourself too hard. Bye, Dad. Scott listened as his son hung up the phone, just as William threw himself into the seat next to him and melted into it. I hate Thursdays. He sighed and turned to put his belt on. Good day, Scott asked with eyes still pointing in the direction of the trees. It was so boring. Will chuckled and glanced at the back seat. Where's Jacob? He said he's staying in college for longer to do some work. He must be behind on something. William shrugged and started messing around with the radio. Scott thought back to when he saw his son exit college. He had watched how he walked up to Hunter and they hugged. He had also watched as Hunter effortlessly hit someone, and he really didn't like that. Just a question. He started to drive out of the car park. Are Jacob and Hunter good friends? Jacob would never voluntarily hug anyone. No, they only met for the first time on Monday. William watched his dad's face. He had a thoughtful frown. Why, no reason. William then found a song he liked and they settled into comfortable silence. Scott was deep in thought. Chapter 17. Jacob's eyes traced the house in front of him. It was a small sort of cabin with wooden steps and a wooden wraparound porch. It looked old and sat at the beginning of a huge field. It had taken him and Hunter a few hours to walk to the cabin, and they were in the woods for most of the way. Welcome to my home. Hunter stared at Jacob. He was excited to have his mate in his territory. When Hunter entered Jacob's room for the first time, he immediately wanted to lay on his bed and cover it with his scent. It hurt Hunter to have to resist. It was an exciting time for any werewolf to mingle their scents with a mate. Hunter led Jacob up the creaky steps and unlocked the door. The wooden theme followed its way into the big kitchen and living area. It was small because it was only a studio. Though, it was incredibly homely. Jacob found himself looking around. It was lived in and rather cluttered, but everything had its own place. Before Jacob stepped any further, he took off his shoes and placed them neatly out of the way. You don't have to do that. It's fine. Hunter continued to watch as Jacob quietly hung his bag and his jacket up next to his father's coats and his mother's scarves. He noticed how Jacob was a little tense. Introducing the human to a new place was the type of situation to spark his anxiety. "You can make yourself at home, Jacob." Jacob tried to suppress an odd emotion which was building up inside of him. The way he said his name fuzzed his senses and his chest felt a burst of warmth. Jacob slowly walked closer. He was wringing his hands and his eyes were completely avoiding Hunter's beautiful gray ones. The werewolf could only watch, a little unsure on how to calm him. "Would you like any food?" Sam and Brad went home to give them time to be together. Hunter was still irritated about Brad's behavior. Nobody was allowed to touch his mate, especially with hurtful intentions. He wanted to hurt his Delta wolf in return until he begged for forgiveness. But his parents raised him better than that. He had to put those thoughts to the back of his mind and concentrate on making Jacob feel welcome in his home. "Don't worry, I'm making some too." Hunter smiled and headed in the direction of the kitchen. "Okay." Jacob chewed on his bottom lip and shuffled a little closer. The more nervous he felt, the more his body was freezing on one spot like he was turning to stone. Hunter could feel it. He wondered what it must be like to live in such a way that affects someone's state of mind. He glanced at Jacob, who was trying to encourage himself to walk over, but he seemed paralyzed by his own nerves. Hunter stopped what he was doing and listened to his thoughts. "Stop being so pathetic," Jacob muttered to himself. "Why do you always have to get like this?" Hunter quietly approached him. He knew the struggles Jacob faced in his everyday life. The human was fine most days, but new things really seemed to break him down. When Hunter was only a foot away from him, he lifted a warm hand and placed it on his mate's shoulder. Jacob diverted his gaze to the floor and tensed. It only lasted for a few seconds. He was forced to relax because he enjoyed Hunter's touch too much. "You want a hug, don't you?" Hunter's sparkling eyes watched Jacob frown and attempt to step back. He didn't give him the chance and pulled him closer. "I don't." Hunter wrapped his arms around him as Jacob placed his hands on his chest to push him away, but now, with Hunter's strengths, his arms were trapped like that and his body was pushed firmly against his. "I don't want to hug you. We both know that's a lie," Hunter said softly. "You're stressing yourself out. I can help." Jacob stood still while Hunter stared deep into his chocolate eyes. "Just relax. I told you if you need a hug, just ask." Deep down, Jacob wanted the hug. Of course he did. There were strong emotions pulsing through him, not to mention Hunter's feelings, and he was openly stronger. Hunter was good at allowing all his affection to flow freely. "It feels too fast," Jacob whispered. "It's just a hug. I don't like hugging people." Jacob used his force to push Hunter back. He was strong too and very able to stick up for himself. If only he carried more confidence to do so more often. "With me it's different. Who are you trying to convince otherwise? You're just going to struggle if you block it out. Why is it so hard to accept?" Hunter hated how he had been physically pushed away. It hurt more than he was letting on. "Because it's not normal," Jacob said with a little more hostility to his voice. "This situation, it's not right. You're not supposed to exist." Hunter crossed his arms. "But we do. I've shown you. And you expect me to just get over it within a day?" "No, but I'm going home." Jacob didn't want to be in this situation. He didn't want werewolves to exist. He didn't want to be someone's mate. He didn't want to be around anyone right now. As he turned, Hunter quickly stepped forwards and grabbed his wrist. "Don't leave, please," he begged. "I know you need time. It's hard for me to take because I didn't prepare for you to not accept me. I thought the bond would bring us much closer." "It has." Jacob yanked his wrist back and turned with watery eyes. "That's what's freaking me out." Hunter sighed and allowed his heart to deflate at seeing him so panicked. "You need to tell me this out loud. It feels intrusive listening to only your thoughts that you don't want me to hear. You need to be truthful and tell me everything you feel. If it's going too fast, we can talk about it. I've lived in your head for half a year. I know that you're freaking out, but I know that you'll keep it hidden and try to get through it by yourself." Hunter had stepped closer as Jacob listened. "We're in this together now. You can't burden me with your issues because I already know them all." Jacob was used to being around someone who understood him. Not even his parents knew him like Hunter did. and he didn't know if it was a breath of fresh air or a warning sign. But then again, he had searched for half a year to find someone who could help him, and that person seemed to be standing right in front of him. He'd be a fool to push him away now. It's just hard, he mumbled and started to fidgeting with his fingers. I'm not good with, communicating. Hunter smiled. I know. You're so quiet. Even I sometimes struggle to hear you. When you're not heated about something, you say barely anything. But that's okay because I don't mind. It's cute. I'm sure I've told you multiple times before we even connected the bond. Jacob's cheeks flushed red. It's not cute. It really is. Hunter stepped close enough to rest a hand on his shoulder again. And I know you're not fond of contact, but in all honesty, I'm going to be quite physically affectionate with you. I like hugs, and I like to just feel that you're either, so I'm afraid it'll be something you'll just have to get used to. Jacob really liked his touch, but he wasn't ready to accept it. He was so used to hating everyone else's. Or maybe he was just too shy and awkward to do anything about it. I don't have to get used to anything, he whispered with a little frown. Hunter's dominance was something he'd have to start picking apart. Don't force hugs. Let me take my time. After a moment, Hunter said, All right. He squeezed Jacob's shoulder, surprised by his clear instructions, but knowing that deep down, he was sure when his controlling behavior was too much for a human. I'll give you time. Hunter studied his big cocoa-colored eyes. He could stare at them forever. They were mesmerizing, especially when they were caught by the sun. So how about that food? The corners of Jacob's mouth twitched towards a smile. That was enough for Hunter to feel sad as he led him to the table and pulled out a chair for him to sit on. Jacob felt more relaxed while Hunter fiddled with the radio. I hope you like popular stuff. Hunter chuckled and glanced over his shoulder. Jacob's eyebrows furrowed slightly, rejecting his taste in music. You don't. Jacob shook his head. Oh, what music are you into? Jacob shrugged. But Hunter read his mind. Indie and alternative stuff, huh? He smiled that dazzling smile. Jacob cursed at himself for looking because he found it hard to look away. You'll have to let me listen sometime. But for today, I'll try and not torture you with my singing and poor taste in music. Hunter turned his back on him, so he could continue to find the right radio station. While he was looking, Jacob revealed the tiniest smile. He did appreciate how kind and welcoming Hunter was trying to be. The werewolf did do a good job at making his mate feel a little more comfortable, but it was his dominant side that Jacob needed to talk about. Hunter was demanding and forward with his words and actions. Though, clenching in the back of Jacob's mind, he knew that eventually it wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 18. So, this is my room. Hunter tried to keep back his excitement as Jacob stood in his doorway. His mate hadn't yet entered his room. This was the first time in Hunter's life that he was willingly letting someone into his territory. Of course, his dad pushed the limit and forces it. But this was different. Hunter wanted Jacob to enter, and to mix their scents. He wanted to smell him when he goes to sleep. He couldn't wait to share it. Is it really that exciting for you? Jacob questioned in his head and looked around the small room. It was messy, but it was tidy. There were a few things on the floor, and Hunter didn't look like he owned a lot of belongings. But the double bed that he did own looked incredibly comfortable. Yes, Hunter spoke out loud and watched his feet. It's a big thing for me. I want you to come in. I've never felt that before. Jacob watched his eyes. They were bright and eager. When Hunter looked up to him, he quickly diverted his gaze. Are you sure it's okay? He questioned. He knew how angry he got at his dad for entering. It's more than okay. Hunter smiled. His eyes quickly diverted back to his feet. I'm inviting you into my room. Jacob waited a second. He could see how determined Hunter was to share his territory, so he lifted his foot and stepped through the doorway. Hunter watched his feet so intensely, like a dog waiting for its owner to throw a stick. Jacob's feet had crossed from the wooden floor onto the dark brown carpet. Hunter exploded with delight and was unable to keep back his wolf form. Jacob had only just relaxed in his home until Hunter's sure tripped and a huge white wolf was suddenly standing right in front of him. Jacob gasped and fell against the wall. His eyes were wide with fear, even standing. The wolf's head was at his waist and filled up a lot of the floor space. Hunter froze, seeing and feeling his mate's sudden change in emotion. "Don't worry, it's only me." His voice echoed soothingly in his mate's mind. 𝐿𝐳. Jacob watched him sit on his back legs. Hunter was panting slightly from the buildup of excitement. "Get back. You're huge," Jacob whispered. "I know I'm big, but don't let it overwhelm you. There's nothing to be afraid of." Jacob's big eyes traced his soft fur and his ears that curled at the top. The wolf's eyes were the same gray color, showing only composure. "It'll take me a moment to calm down. I'm still excited." Hunter very rarely lost control. The last time was when he was just a young child and his parents had gone away for a few weeks. He missed them more than what he realized because when they came back, they spent hours trying to calm him down enough for him to change into a human. He was just a little pup. Jacob's back pressed hard against the wall. He knew the wolf was Hunter. It just shocked him when he changed so fast. Just as quickly as Hunter transformed into a wolf, he was promptly kneeling on the floor as a human once again. He glanced up and Jacob looked even more startled. Maybe even too much. Jacob couldn't explain why, but his legs buckled. Hunter quickly stood up as Jacob fell forward. He wrapped his arms around him and caught him against his body. "Okay, take it easy," he soothed while Jacob gripped onto him. "Let's sit you down." Hunter guided him to his bed and helped him take a seat. Jacob breathed deeply. How did he manage to be so calm when Hunter transformed in the field? The werewolf placed a hand on his back and rubbed it gently. He watched Jacob close his eyes and rest his head in his hands. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Hunter was trying to keep his composure, but his mate was sitting on his bed, mingling their scents. "It's totally normal for you to feel this way." Jacob nodded and peeked at Hunter, who was sitting close. He had no T-shirt on and Jacob's eyes stared at his tanned and muscular body with burning cheeks. Hunter smiled. Jacob was so innocent. "Sorry, he'll put a T-shirt on." As he turned to grab one from the floor, Jacob rested his hand on his arm and Hunter froze. His mate's touch. It was so delicate. He turned and stared at his fingers brushing against his skin. Jacob whispered, Can you change back into a wolf?" Hunter questioned and sat up straight. Jacob nodded and quickly took his hand back. "Are you sure? I need to get used to it." Hunter's eyes softened and he really had to fight the urge to kiss him. "Okay." He stood up from the bed. "Are you ready?" Jacob nodded once more and pulled his sleeves over his hands. Hunter then relaxed and thought about being in his wolf form. The transformation was effortless and easy to do. One second he was human, the next he was a wolf. This time, Jacob knew it was coming. Even though his heart sped up unbelievably fast and his mind felt numb, he was going to get overwhelmed. Hunter sat on his back legs and watched him with caution. Jacob seemed to be coping better with a steady stare. "Would you like to stroke me?" Jacob chewed on his bottom lip when Hunter moved his face closer and rested a chin on his knee. "I would like if you stroked me." Slowly, Jacob lifted a hand and traced the fur on his head with his fingers. It was so soft and warm, just like last time. Jacob felt like he was dreaming, and it was one of those dreams where he didn't want it to wake up. Hunter's tail wagged excitedly as he lifted his head. "Why do you have white fur?" Jacob questioned. Hunter's human form had dark hair, so that was what he expected to see. "A white wolf is an alpha wolf." Jacob nodded, showing that he understood. There was still a lot for him to know. He knew he'd learn with time. Your eyes are the same color. The eyes channel a path to the soul of the human and wolf. Hunter then lifted his big paws and placed them on either side of Jacob. He pushed himself up so he towered above him. Jacob gasped as the wolf forced him to fall back against the bed. Jacob had a moment of panic until the wolf licked his cheek. The human scrunched his eyes shut and covered his face as Hunter attempted to put his hands away with his nose. Hunt, Jacob was stopped when the wolf flicked over his face once more. Hunter, get off. Hunter pulled his head back to see Jacob's bright eyes and gorgeous smile that he loved so much. He knew that would help calm him. Sorry, I can't help myself. Jake rubbed his face with his sleeve while the wolf jumped to the floor. His tail wagged and he panted with excitement. Hunter's wolf trait shined a lot more when he was in this form. It's fine. Jacob sat up. He was almost completely relaxed in the presence of such a huge creature. Hunter decided to change back. He smiled and stood up, feeling happy that Hunter was still sitting on his bed. His scent was so strong. Do you like my wolf form? He asked. Jacob nodded and Hunter's smile widened. Acceptance was all he longed for. I do get a bit too excited sometimes when I change. Throw me a stick and I'll be happy. Jacob had a rare sparkle to his gaze when he watched Hunter sit next to him. The werewolf sat close enough for their legs to touch and his heart thumped hard. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, enjoying each other's company before Hunter asked, "Would you like to go for a walk?" Hunter's parents arrived home at 9 in the evening. Jacob had stayed for as long as he could but eventually left at 5, giving him enough time to walk home and still make it for dinner. Hunter was sitting by the side of the house and talking to Sam on the phone. He could open a mind link between them, but it was too soon into his connection with Jacob and he couldn't bear to have someone overtaking his mate's sweet voice. But due to the fact that he was on his phone, he didn't notice that his parents had arrived home. Anthony was first to enter the house and tensed. Margot nearly walked into the back of him. She understood why he stopped. They could smell a human. Hunter, Anthony asked and looked around the small studio cabin. The door was open and the lights were on. His son wouldn't leave the house so late. Slowly, Anthony edged forward, listening to everything around him. Margot sniffed the air and the scent was everywhere. When they approached Hunter's room, the scent filled their nostrils. They looked at each other with worried frowns. I can smell a human male. Do you think someone broke in? Margot questioned and looked around. Nothing seemed to be missing or broken. There were no signs of a struggle. That's what I was thinking. Anthony sighed. Hunter's going to be distraught. They've clearly been in his room. Their scent is all over it. Marge sighed too. Where is he? They'll phone him before she could finish. The front door opened and they both spun on their heels. Hunter had walked in after his call with Sam. Oh hey, I didn't know you were back. He casually walked over, not batting an eyelid at the new scent. Where have you been? Margot asked with confusion when her son stepped around them and into his room. Why was he reacting? He could obviously smell it. It was very strong. I was just talking to Sam outside. Hunter rubbed his eyes and grabbed the door. I'm going to bed. And with that, he shut it before they had a chance to say anything else. Anthony looked at his wife with a deep frown. What was that? Someone has clearly been in his room. He hissed. Margot tapped her chin with thought. Well, maybe it's his. The scent is from another male. It can't be his mate. Anthony spoke like it was utterly ridiculous. Although, Margot heard a small amount of uncertainty in his voice when he asked. Chapter 19. When Hunter woke the next morning, his chest throbbed with a sharp pain. He had been away from his mate for over 14 hours. His head hurt. His mood was so low. It was just out of his reach. Through the pain of bonded souls being far apart, the first thing Hunter could smell was his mate. Jacob's scent lingered densely in his room, and the werewolf knew his parents smelt it last night. That was why he was so eager to go to bed. Hunter was ready to deny his bond with a human male at all costs. He had to develop his relationship with Jacob before his parents are told. He would struggle to stay strong if they didn't accept him. Hunter climbed out of bed after aimlessly staring at the ceiling, and stretched. It was almost 7:45 am, and he could tell that Jacob was still asleep. It dawned on the werewolf that today was Friday and Jacob doesn't start college until 1100. Hunter's mood was pushed even further down while he yanked on some jeans and wandered out of his room, not bothering to look for a t-shirt. Margot and Anthony were sitting at the table when he approached them. He didn't have to look to know that they were analyzing him. "Have you finally smelt it then?" Anthony sighed as his son slumped into the chair. He convinced himself that surely the scent was his son's mate. How could it be? "What?" Hunter mumbled, rubbing his eyes as if to smudge the emotion. So they couldn't quite tell that he was in pain. "The scent. It was all over your room. Your mother and I think that someone broke in yesterday." Margot watched her son with a careful gaze. He had a secret. Maybe the scent was part of it. "I don't know what you're talking about." Hunter played it cool and clung on to his composure. He knew they could smell Jacob. He was fully aware that by bringing his mate home, they would get suspicious, but he needed Jacob's scent to be in his room. "I think you do," Margot said and linked her fingers together. "What are you hiding from us?" Hunter was trying hard to keep his emotions locked away, but the key was turning without his control. "You tell me." He wanted to know their thoughts. "I'm sick of this, Hunter." Anthony crossed his arms with a grumpy shake to the head. "You're each troubled by something. We only want to help you and you're worrying us." Their son looked down to the shiny wood of their dining table. "You won't understand." Margot moved closer and rested a hand over his. "We are your parents. You shouldn't feel like you have to keep anything from us. This is different." Hunter was slowly letting his guard down, but he didn't want to reveal the whole truth. "There's a chance you could hate me. You've done some stupid things in the past and we still love you." Anthony was talking about his pack adventuring too far and entering the rival pack's territory. "We could never hate you." "Have you killed a human?" "What?"
Hunter stared with wide eyes and only for a second.
He leaked the pain in his soul and his mother tilted her head. "Of course I haven't." "All right. Calm down, it was just a thought. We're all guilty of it at some point in our lives. They've got a loud mouth when they see our wolf form." Hunter ignored his comment. But it was true. If humans ever got too vocal about their existence, the wolves had to shut them up somehow. "Not all of them," he mumbled. Jacob would never tell and he liked his wolf form. Warmth churned inside Hunter's heart, and it was hard to feel the love through the sorrow. They needed to be close and soon. Margot narrowed her eyes. There was something different about her son. His eyes had a different sparkle, and after all, they are the tunnel to the soul. "You found your mate." She could see it now. It was his own sparkle. It was someone else's. Hunter's lungs hardened to stone. Once his mother figured something out, he could no longer lie. "No, you can't deny it. I can see it in your eyes and I knew there was something different." She spoke as Anthony studied him too. He could never read people as well as his wife. "She had a wonderful gift, which means you've connected with your mate too." Hunter stood up when the key turned until the box opened and his emotions rushed to the surface. The truth could no longer be hidden. "Is it a rival pack member?" Anthony questioned and stood up too. "Is that why you think we'll hate you?" "I might for a bit, but obviously, I'd get over it." Hunter frowned at him and crossed his arms. "Thanks for the reassurance." Anthony said when Margot nudged him. "So is it no?" "I'd rather die than be mated with one of them." The rival pack had no morals, no sympathy, and souls made of ice. "But you do have a mate," Margot added. "Who is it?" Hunter looked back and forth between them. Should he say it or should he wait for them to figure it out? He was ready for them to know. He was ready to be abandoned. "It's nobody," he mumbled and turned towards his room. But Anthony jogged around the table and stood in front of him. "There's another male scent in your room," Anthony said. "The only person a wolf should ever share their territory with is a mate." Hunter's gaze fell to the ground while Margot joined her husband's side. "Hunter, honey, it's okay. You can tell us." "You hate me," he whispered. How could he dig his way out? Anthony tried to think of all the possibilities. The only logical answer was for the scent to belong to his son's mate. "Never?" Margot spoke with her loving angelic voice. "Just say it." Hunter felt the emotions bubbling their way up his throat. "Son," Anthony lifted a hand and rested it on his shoulder. He could see his stress and his sadness. His son shouldn't feel that way. "Are you gay?" Hunter's composure cracked, and he broke down. He cowed and held up his act anymore when his gray eyes grew into a storm of sadness. "I'm sorry." He let out a little whimper of distress and covered his face with his hands. "I tried not to be." Anthony put an arm around his son and rested Hunter's head against his shoulder. "Don't get upset," he said while Margot wrapped her arms around him too. "Why didn't you tell us?" Hunter felt his dad's hand rub gently against his back. Did this mean that they were okay with it? He didn't want to get his hopes up. "Because I don't want you to stop loving me." He sobbed against his T-shirt. And Margot's heart ached. "Why would you ever think that?" Hunter lifted his head and tried to look through his tears. "I'm gay." It sounded unusual out loud. "I didn't think you'd accept it. And this is why you've been so distant and secretive." Anthony was still rubbing his son's back. Hunter nodded and dried his face with the back of his hand. "It's been so hard," he whispered. "I wanted to tell you, but you were afraid," Margot said glumly. "Her poor son. And your mate?" Anthony asked. "H.E.S. this human male we can smell." It was odd for him to think of his son's mate as another man, but he cared more that he was human. Hunter nodded. "He came over yesterday. I needed his scent in my room." Margot smiled and reached up to rest a hand on his cheek. She was much shorter than her husband and her son. "Come and sit down. You need to tell us everything." Anthony patted his shoulder and guided him back over to the table. They seated themselves while Hunter's gaze caught the clock hanging on the wall behind his parents. "I'm going to be late for college." "It doesn't matter," his dad said and crossed his arms. "This is an exception." So Hunter sat forward. "Are you definitely okay with this?" "Yes, now tell us everything." Margot took her husband's hand and they both squeezed each other. A big part of Hunter felt lighter. It was a huge weight on his shoulders to carry such a dense secret for so long. Well, he was sure where to start. "I heard him half a year ago in my head. Obviously, I knew my mate was male because his voice was so deep. I wasn't prepared for it. I didn't think I was gay until I saw him for the first time. It took me a while to get over it, and when I told my pack, a few were not happy. Only Sam was supportive and helped me. But I messed it up." "How so?" Anthony asked, very pleased that Sam was supporting Hunter. "I didn't make friends with him until this Monday. I was too nervous and wait." Anthony sat forward with a dark frown. "You're telling me that you developed a mind link with him half a year ago and you didn't reveal yourself until this week?" Hunter nodded. "I know it's bad, but the bond was ready. How else?" "That poor boy." Anthony sighed. "You're lucky you hadn't driven him mad. Why would you let him suffer like that?" Hunter's heart felt like it was pulled right through his ribs. "I was worried she'd tell people." Margot shook her head. "And this is why you should have told us as soon as you heard him. He lived with a voice in his head for half a year." "Did he tell his family?" "Yes." "I hate myself." Their son mumbled. "I've broken him. That was a really stupid thing to do." Anthony was angry at him for being so careless. "Mates are precious. When did you connect?" "Wednesday." "How did he take it?" "Not well." "I'm not surprised." Margot turned to her husband. "We need to speak with him and straighten this mess out." "What?" No, Hunter frowned. "It'll be fine. H.E.S. warming up to me. Don't you see? It shouldn't be like that. You've connected and he still doesn't have trust in you. That's not right." Hunter sank into his chair. "I didn't see how else I was supposed to do it." "Are you making him keep this a secret from his family?" Hunter nodded. Anthony bit his lip to keep his voice calm. "So they know that he has a voice in his head. If he tells them about this, they'll really think he has gone insane. How could you treat your mate like this?" "I'm really disappointed in you." A part of Hunter knew they'd see him as the bad guy. And he was. He had treated his mate poorly and needed to do everything he could to make it up to him. "Does he go to college?" "Yes, well, you can tell him that he has other plans for today. We need to sort this out." Chapter 20. H.E.S. not awake. Hunter rested his elbow on the table and his chin on his palm. His eyes were dull, but he felt pleasantly surprised that his parents were okay with his mate. "What time does he start college?" Margot asked. 11. It wasn't even 9 in the morning, but Jacob was usually awake by now. Okay, well, pick him up outside college and take him here. Hunter didn't like the sound of that. Jacob was very timid and he struggled to meet new people. They would overwhelm him for sure. Are you certain that this is the best thing to do? Well, it's not like your methods of doing things have worked so far, has it? Anthony watched his son scowl in his direction. I know a FUC. Don't you dare swear in this house. Margot hushed. And yes, it is best if we attempt to settle things for your mate. He needs to know how important this is. Jacob was woken up at 10 in the morning. He surprised himself for sleeping in so late. Jacob knew the bond might have something to do with it. Now that he knew he was going insane with the voice in his head, he somehow managed to relax at night. There was something oddly comforting about Hunter's subconscious thoughts, lingering in the back of his mind. Jacob didn't feel so alone. When he was up and dressed, he sat down for breakfast and tried hard to ignore the unbearable throbbing in his chest. Good morning. Hunter's voice boomed in his head, almost making him jump. Morning, Jacob replied. I have a bit of a problem. Jacob stopped chewing and frowned. Stott was sitting opposite, watching him from over the top of his coffee cup. What is it? My parents know about you, but it's fine. They don't hate me. Well, actually, they hate me for keeping it a secret from you for half a year. I hate you for that too. I know, and I'm sorry, but they now want you to ditch college and come to mine so they can talk to you about it. Jacob put down his toast and crossed his arms. He stared at the table, engrossing himself into the conversation. I can't ditch college. You might have to. They're very persistent. Don't worry. Nobody will know. Jacob glanced at his dad, who smiled. Are you okay, son? We need to go in 5 minutes, Scott said. Jacob nodded. How he replied to Hunter. Well, when you go to college, tell your brother that you're going to the toilet. Wait until after the bell and then come outside. They'll be waiting for you. Jacob knew that would work because William would have gone to class and his dad would have gone to work. Fine. His nerves tickled his insides when he thought about meeting Hunter's parents. Don't stress about them. I won't let them interrogate you. That didn't help. Jacob picked his toast back up and thought about what he would be missing in college. How are you feeling today? I feel horrible. Me too. Jacob's head felt like it was going to explode. His skin even felt sore and sensitive, like he was getting a fever. We'll be together soon. Come on then. Scott interrupted a conversation he held in here and shouted on William as Jacob stood up, looking around for his shoes. Hunter sat in the truck with his dad. They were parked outside the college, watching and waiting for his mate to arrive. What's his name? Anthony asked, trying to get his head around the fact that they were looking for another man. Jacob. Hunter felt a little awkward. He needed to be proud of his mate, and he was. It was just unusual to be in a position with his dad where they were finally looking for the person he was going to spend the rest of his life with. How old is he? 17. What does he study? There he is. Hunter's eyes found Jacob immediately, and his heart jumped up his throat. He had such a strong urge to run up to him and kiss his face off. Where? Anthony questioned, his eyes skimming through the many students. Look. Him in the jeans and the black hoodie. Hunter pointed him out. Anthony was surprised. Jacob was big-built and tall. He was handsome but lacked confidence. His head was down as he nervously gripped his bag straps. You like your men muscular, huh? Anthony smirked Hunter's shoulder when a light coat of blush covered his cheeks. Making jokes was the only way for them both to stay comfortable, yes. Hunter was looking at Jacob with a longing for affection. I'm not even gonna deny it. He did like muscle and Jacob's masculinity. He liked how he had a masculine smell and a deep voice. Although he loved his gentle nature, his quiet personality, and his innocence. There's nothing to deny or be ashamed of, Anthony said. It's unusual to see you looking at another guy like that, but you can't help who you're attracted to. Love is not a choice. Hunter smiled. He felt suddenly very thankful to have such understanding parents. In the green truck. Wait for me outside college soon. Jacob turned towards the truck, spotting Hunter and someone else watching him from the front seats. He quickly diverted his gaze and followed the rush of students as they piled into the building. He looks quiet. I don't know it. Shy Anthony said and tapped gently on the steering wheel. He is. Actually, H.S. very shy, so don't expect to get a conversation out of him. Is he just like that with new people? Hunter shook his head and took a big breath to ease the pain in his body. It's just who he is. H.S. really quiet. But don't point it out or he'll probably have a meltdown. Anthony raised his eyebrows. Really? H.F. that fragile? He wondered why his boisterous, loud and dominant-minded son was paired with someone so quiet and timid. But like he said, Hunter can't help who he falls in love with. He doesn't have the right to question the power of lunar love. They're together for a reason, just like every mate who are brought together through the magnificent bond. To be honest, I haven't helped. He has gotten a lot worse. Anthony then turned and smacked him on the side of the head. Hunter flinched, but it wasn't hard enough to really hurt. You're going to make it up to him. You were not there for him when he needed you the most. What kind of mate are you? Hunter understood that his dad would be like this for a while. Anthony could be stern when he felt strongly about something. A bad one. Damn straight you are, Anthony muttered. Hunter was about to roll his eyes until the college doors opened and his mate walked out. Alone, Jacob glanced around the car park. It was virtually empty. Nobody was a perfect moment for them to reconnect their bond. Stay there. I'm coming over, Hunter thought. He scrambled out of the truck while Anthony watched. Jacob turned and his eyes grew bright with excitement. He had to touch the werewolf. Hunter sprinted over and his smile grew wide when he got close enough to grab Jacob's hoodie and pull him into his chest. Jacob didn't protest and wrapped his arms around him too. He buried his head into his shoulder and breathed deeply, catching his scent of fresh grass, bacon, and toothpaste. Hunter rested his face in his hair. Jacob's scent and warmth filled him with instant pleasure. Feeling better, Jacob nodded against the fabric of his T-shirt. His headache was going and his body stopped tensing. I can't describe how much I missed you. Hunter wanted the moment to last forever. Anthony had tilted his head and watched with a little smile. He didn't think it would look so normal to see his son embracing a guy with such tenderness. He wanted to curse himself for thinking that way. Why wouldn't it look normal? It was just people falling in love. Jacob missed Hunter too. Though, as a witch though, he was ready to admit it out loud. Come on, let's go back to mine before someone spots us. Jacob pulled away and followed Hunter to the green truck. He avoided looking at Hunter's dad because he was already nervous. Hunter opened the door and climbed in the back. His mate followed as Anthony turned and watched him. Hello. His voice made Jacob jump. I'm Anthony, Hunter's dad. It's great to meet you. Jacob tried to smile, but Cal didn't get words out, knowing he would choke, stutter, and embarrass himself. As Anthony stared for a moment longer, Jacob noticed how he had the same majestic gray eyes as Hunter and the same black hair. When they arrived outside Hunter's family home, Margot was sitting on the wooden steps, excited to meet her son's mate. Jacob climbed out of the vehicle and waited for Hunter. He didn't know why he agreed to do something so terrifying. He was a people's person, and meeting Hunter's parents was like throwing himself headfirst into a tank of sharks. Don't worry, just be yourself. That's what I'm worried about. Hunter watched his hands fiddling with the ends of his hoodie sleeves. You're my mate. They'll like you no matter what. Hunter guided him to his mother, who grinned. Hello. She beamed and held Jacob's hands. Her glossy eyes examined him. Instantly, she felt that he was the right person for her son. Jacob could tame Hunter and be the one person to give him orders that he would truly listen to. Margot, it's lovely to meet you. What's your name? Jacob. He whispered before she squeezed his hand. Why don't you come on inside and I'll make some tea? Everyone made their way through the wood and door until Jacob stopped. He bent down to take off his shoes. Hunter hovered behind him and crossed his arms with a funny frown. "I told you last time. You don't have to do that." And just like last time, Jacob ignored him and placed them neatly out of the way. He felt better about being in the house now that it was no longer new to him. Hunter followed Jacob to the table and they all sat down. Jacob pulled his sleeves over his hands and sat quietly and as still as he could, hoping to blend into the background. But he was unfortunately the center of attention. "Right, now that you're here, Jacob," Anthony spoke. "On behalf of my son, I want to apologize. He shouldn't have connected with you the way that he did. It should have been a great and exciting experience instead of what you got. Also, he should have told you who he was when you first heard his voice in your head. I'm so sorry that he put you through such a rough time." Jacob could see Hunter glaring at his dad. He could also feel his guilt. The werewolf turned to his mate, his eyes full of sorrow. "I am sorry. I know you can feel it, but that's not good enough. I messed up and it hurt you, and I won't forgive myself until you can forgive me." Jacob was able to keep eye contact with him. He felt different and so did Hunter. Their bond was patchy because Jacob didn't trust him, and that's not how it was supposed to be. Feeling Hunter's sadness was a good sign. "You did mess up," he mumbled, "but I get it. You were afraid of the outcome like I am now." "I was." Hunter moved his chair closer so their shoulders brushed against one another. "You don't need to be afraid. I'm going to help you through it like I should have done in the beginning." Jacob's arm felt fuzzy and warm. I know, thank you." Anthony and Margot couldn't believe they were looking at their sons made human. Male and almost the polar opposite. They were excited and ready for someone special to be in their son's life. "Jacob, we're sorry for making you skip college, but it's really important that you know about the roles of being an alpha mate. You are very important to our son and his pack." Jacob felt Hunter lean against him. "You don't have to do anything or say anything. Once they are finished explaining, we can sit in my room and talk openly about it." "Okay." Jacob liked that idea. He felt anxious in the eyes of his parents. "Okay." Hunter looked down to his mate's lap, wanting to take his hand. Jacob could hear his thoughts and shoved his hands into his pockets, regretting it almost immediately. He wanted to hold Hunter's hand too. Jacob, who's always been a bit of a wallflower, is suddenly thrust into the world of werewolves through his connection with Hunter. But here's the thing, Jacob got this voice in his head that 𝐿𝐲's been keeping a secret, and his parents are pushing him to take medication for it. Meanwhile, Hunter's family is all about the werewolf traditions and wants Jacob to be part of their world. And there's this underlying tension with a rival werewolf pack that's 𝐿𝐲𝐬 Jacob. How's Jacob going to reconcile his human life with this new werewolf identity? Will he embrace the bond with Hunter or retreat back into his old life? Chapter 21. Margot and Anthony. Their leadership qualities shining through, provided Jacob with a concise explanation about werewolves. They delved into the ancient history of their kind, emphasizing how they had coexisted with humans since time immemorial, always shrouded in secrecy. With patience, they outlined the intricacies of their way of life, highlighting the stark difference human society. The Raisin family, they revealed, held a position of great importance within the wolf society of the city. Anthony, with his direct and honest nature, explained that he and Margot, as the top alphas, were responsible for maintaining order and stability among their kind. Their roles came with both power and responsibility, a weight they carried with dignity. Hunter, they explained, was attending college merely as a way to occupy his time until he was ready to step into his destined role as the future leader of their society. Jacob, still adapting to this new world, listened intently, his cautious nature evident in his attentive silence. As Margot and Anthony delved deeper into the concept of the bond, Jacob's interest peaked noticeably. They reassured him, their voices calm and supportive, that his feelings were entirely normal and expected. Because our son is an alpha wolf, 𝐴nthony said, his protective instincts evident in his tone. His love for you will be exceptionally strong. I know this might sound almost insulting to humans, but he'll view you as his, and you're no longer anyone else's. We are inherently protective creatures, with a tendency towards intense jealousy. Hunter's time and devotion will be centered around you, and you'll need to reciprocate that effort. 𝐴nthony crossed his arms, his honesty unwavering. Given that it's still early days and my son didn't treat you with the respect you deserve initially, it's acceptable for you to be hesitant about his affection until you acclimate to this lifestyle. However, Jacob, you can't reject it indefinitely. Hunter's feelings for you are profound, and prolonged rejection could cause him both physical and psychological pain if these gaps persist in your bond. Jacob, recalling Hunter's dominant nature, particularly the incident with Brad, felt a mix of awe and trepidation. He was treading in unfamiliar waters, feeling somewhat out of control, a sensation that was entirely new to him given his somewhat submissive personality. Margot, her knowledge of werewolf society evident, added, over time, you'll develop mind links with the pack as those friendships grow. You'll have the ability to block them out, including Hunter's thoughts. This requires practice, but attempting it at your current stage wouldn't be wise. Strengthening your bond should be your priority for now. Jacob's gaze drifted to Hunter, whose arm maintained a gentle contact with his own. Their eyes met, and Hunter's voice echoed in Jacob's mind. Are you all right? Is this too much information? I'm fine, Jacob responded mentally, still marveling at this new form of communication. Hunter's gray eyes softened as he smiled warmly at Jacob. Would you like to meet the rest of my pack today, or are you still not ready? Jacob felt a rush of warmth at Hunter's considerate offer, but before he could respond, Margot interjected, her maternal instincts kicking in. I don't think 𝐻E's ready. Give him time to get used to you first. Hunter nodded in understanding, his protective nature evident as he continued to study his mate, silently vowing to give Jacob all the time and support he needed to adjust to this new world. Do you feel better about this situation, Jacob? 𝐴nthony asked, telling the truth to a human was sitting well with him. Well, answer any questions you have. Jacob nodded. Now that he had a better understanding of werewolves and how Hunter and himself are inclined to feel, he did manage to swallow his anxieties. Good. 𝐴nthony liked Jacob, but he was sure how the community would accept it. It would have to be announced, of course. He cowed and keep his sons made a secret. Come on, Hunter said and stood up. Let's go into my room for a little while. Jacob followed him while Margot and 𝐴nthony's eyes followed them. As soon as Jacob set foot in Hunter's room, 𝐴nthony and Margot noticed how Hunter didn't show a single flinch of emotion. Once the door was shut behind the boys, they looked at each other. I can't believe this is happening. Margot lifted a hand and rubbed the back of her husband's neck. It was very unexpected. She smiled. I didn't suspect he was gay at all. Me neither. 𝐴nthony sighed. But I'm really happy for him. He was obviously yet to discover he would say they found his mate. I'm just glad that lunar love has given him an opportunity to be his true self. Me too. Jacob sat on the edge of Hunter's bed and thought about what he would tell his parents if they found out that he skipped college today. Don't worry about that. Hunter smiled and sat next to him. We can think about it later. Jacob nodded, thoughtfully chewing on his bottom lip. Do you really think of me as your property? He asked quietly. No, Hunter chuckled. You're much more special to me. Obviously. I think of you as a part of my territory and am very protective of it. As all wolves are. But you're not and never will be my property. Nobody owns you. Not really. I just like to think I do because those traits are wired into me. Jacob was sure why he felt it, that there was a twitch of comfort at the thought of Hunter being protective over him. It was nice to have someone who cared about him in that way, someone other than his family. I know everything's changing so fast for you, but you're coping well. Hunter's voice was low. Jacob was very aware that the werewolf was getting closer. He glanced down to when Hunter's fingers gently touched the tips of his. Jacob didn't move his hand away, but he didn't dare to move it closer. It was hard to keep himself composed when feeling strong emotions that he couldn't control. You don't need to hold anything back. Hunter stared at his mouth. You know I won't mind if you get close because I want you to. Jacob knew that already. Hunter thought about it all the time. So instead of getting closer, he shuffled up the bed a little more so he could lean his back against the wall. Hunter then moved so he was sitting in front of him and crossed his legs. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask me? Jacob watched him lean forward. He could feel Hunter's emotions mixing with his own, and they felt stronger today. Why do you want to kiss me? He said like the words forced their way out of his mouth. Oh, well, Hunter didn't expect him to ask that. Because you're my mate, Jacob. And I'm attracted to you. Jacob sighed. He still felt confused about almost everything related to Hunter's world, but he knew what he wanted. I want to kiss you too, he whispered. �İ've never felt like this before. �İ've never been this attracted to anyone. Hunter cowed and suppressed a smile. That's okay. I want you to tell me when you're ready and don't feel like you have to rush. Okay. So, does this mean that you're accepting our bond? A bit. Hunter's gray eyes gleamed at his cuteness. If you need time, then take it. I don't know what it's like to be human and think people like me and my family are myth. It must be weird. It's like me finding out that vampires exist. Jacob was looking more and more comfortable, sinking into his bed with his back pressed against the cold wooden wall. I love it when you chew on your lip like that. Jacob's eyes shot up to see Hunter's glowing with a warm passion. He was staring at Jacob in a way that made him feel like he was the most precious thing in the room. It's because you are. You're going to be the center of my attention for the rest of my life. And you don't mind that? Of course not. Hunter chuckled. You don't realize how unique you are. And that's a really good thing. Jacob's cheeks flustered. He was used to compliments. I thought I was normal. He mumbled. I guess I'm not in my world. But I am in yours. You're just not meant to live a normal human life. Hunter grinned. You're supposed to be running around with werewolves. Even if you haven't discovered it yet. It's in your nature. Hunter focused on Jacob's face as he gently placed his hands on his mate's knees. I know you like my touch. Hunter's deep voice always sent a shiver down his mate's spine. I want you to get used to it. I know. Jacob whispered. You already told me. Emotions were pumping through his veins. He wasn't sure if they belonged to him or Hunter. Jacob's thoughts drifted to how relieved he felt in the car park when Hunter embraced him. Hunter's smell and warmth surrounded his entire body. Even now, when Jacob looked at him, his heart throbbed with the adrenaline of what was yet to come. They were only going to grow closer. They had no other choice. Hunter squeezed his knees and Jacob clenched his jaw, trying to stop himself from looking into his eyes. Hunter was so hard to resist. I told you. Hunter's voice was soft. Don't hold anything back. He struggled to stop himself from kissing his mate with the love that he so rightly craved. Jacob had always wondered what it would be like to be in a relationship, one in which he could let his guard down and build trust, and he could be himself and enjoy everything it had to offer. Now that there was a huge opportunity for one to start, he wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Jacob thought about what he needed to do. How did two people get close enough to have assurance and faith in one another? At what point does their relationship or whatever was happening between him and Hunter become official? You don't have to do anything. Hunter cowled and take his gaze away from those brown eyes. It will all happen naturally. If it happens naturally, then nothing will ever happen. Jacob was too shy to make first moves and hold hands first. Then leave it to me. It doesn't matter if you're shy. I like that. My dominant side will shine more. I can't help that part of me, but it looks like it'll benefit us how. I have enough confidence for the both of us. Hunter smiled. All I ask is that you accept my affection. I want nothing more than your acceptance, and it kills me when you edge away or tense up. His hands were still resting on Jacob's knees. Jacob fiddled with his hoodie sleeves. Okay. I'll do my best. Jacob. Hunter inhaled a very deep breath and said quickly, "Can I please kiss your cheek?" His mate's eyes turned into miniature saucepans. "It's just your cheek. Nowhere else. Just my cheek," Jacob whispered. "I promise." Hunter climbed onto his knees and continued to keep his hands on Jacob. His actions were smooth as he moved his face very close. Jacob wanted to turn his head away, but instead, he was paralyzed by the warmth of Hunter's breath against his lips. He couldn't describe how alluring it felt, but Hunter was true to his promises and moved his head until his lips traced Jacob's blushing cheek. As predicted, his skin was hot and soft. Hunter's hands subconsciously moved down his mate's legs. It wasn't enough for Jacob to panic, and the human relaxed, pressing his cheek harder against his mouth. Hunter was placing his mark on his mate. He then pulled his head back, but only by a few inches. His eyes traced Jacob's face and was suffocating. That was so bad now. What? Chapter 22. William stood outside the college. It was 3 in the afternoon and his brother was nowhere to be seen. He didn't spot him at lunch and Jacob was waiting for him by the door like he usually did. William had already texted his brother to ask if he was okay, but he got no reply, which was even more alarming. After hovering by the exit for a minute longer, William decided to call his brother despite him hating speaking on the phone. Jacob sat on the wooden steps of Hunter's family home. He watched Hunter and 𝐿𝐤 who had changed into their wolf forms. They were both huge white wolves effortlessly prancing around the big field. Margot was sitting next to Jacob. She adored his calm aura. "Is it still unusual to see us as wolves? How many times has Hunter shown you his wolf form?" she asked, making Jacob jump. Yeah, it's weird still," he said quietly and wrapped arms around himself. "Hunter has shown me a few times. I bet he tried to lick your face too." She chuckled when Jacob nodded. "He gets very excited when in his wolf form. He still acts like a pup." Jacob's brown eyes followed the 2 wolves. He could tell which one was Hunter because, for some reason, he stood out to him like a bright star in the sky. Before Margot could say anything else, Jacob's phone started ringing. She watched as he fumbled around in his pockets before pulling it out. "Hi, Will, Werewolf," he answered and hurried away. Margot smiled as he wandered around the side of the house to get some privacy. "Hey," his brother's cheery voice said on the other end of the call. "Sorry for calling, but I'm standing outside college now." "Where are you?" Jacob's heart leapt up his throat. What should he say? I'm staying behind to do some work." He lied, sitting on the grass and leaning his back against the wall, hoping his brother didn't want to join him. William could hear birds chirping in the background and he tried not to smirk, knowing he would sound amused. "Are you sure? You sound like you're outside." Jacob stared at a beetle as it adventured through the grass blades. "I'm sure by." "Wait, hold on a sec." William chuckled. "If you're at that field, it's fine. I know you like peace and quiet, but please tell me if you're going. You don't have to lie to me. It's my job to lie to Mom and Dad." Jacob smiled. He loved his brother. "Just text me when you're coming home, all right?" "Okay," Jacob said and lifted his head when a great white wolf bounced into view. "Bye, Will. See you later." When Hunter sat on his back legs and panted with the tongue sticking out of his mouth. He was tired from running around and play fighting with his dad. Jacob studied his muddy paws. "Stroke me, please." Hunter leaned forwards and nudged Jacob's shoulder with his nose. Without hesitation this time, Jacob lifted his hand and sank it into the soft white fur. His other hand caressed Hunter's ear because he remembered him saying that he liked it. "There's nothing better than being stroked by you." Jacob watched his tail wag with excitement and a small smile crept its way onto his face. "And I love that smile." Hunter lifted his head and licked Jacob across his face. Jacob scrunched his eyes shut and immediately wiped it. "I can't decide if that's gross or not," he said, and Hunter did it again. "I'm giving you wolf kisses." "I don't think I want wolf kisses." Jacob rubbed his face again. His eyes glistened and there was still a faint smile on his lips. "Would you prefer Hunter kisses?" Jacob watched those beautiful gray eyes. He was sure how to answer, but the first thing that came to mind was a definite yes. He attempted to block it out. My brother just called. He wanted to change the subject. Hunter noticed but didn't say anything as he casually changed back. Jacob wanted to ask Quian how his trousers were able to stay on his body when his tea sure tripped every time. I don't know. Hunter shrugged as he knelt in front of him. My mum might know. And you don't have to go home or anything, do you? Jacob shook his head. He was glad that he could spend more time with him. He thinks I'm in the field. Eventually, we'll be able to tell your family about our relationship. Maybe wait until it's official between us. I don't know when that will be, but there's no rush. Jacob nodded. It was going to be difficult keeping this from them. What would he do if his family planned days out or weekend trips away? He couldn't just leave for 2 days without seeing Hunter. It would kill his body. Oh, don't worry about that. We will discreetly follow your family around so we accidentally bump into one another. You'll make sure we're never separated for longer than a day. That made Jacob feel better, but the thought of Hunter knowing where he was at all times was a little odd. Boys, Anthony questioned and stood by the corner of the house, out of breath while putting on a T-shirt. Are you hungry? Jacob's eyes instantly lit up. That's a yes from you then. Anthony chuckled. Son, sure. Hunter stood up and held a hand out to his mate. Jacob almost didn't take it, but he was craving his touch. Jacob hesitantly placed his hand on his. Hunter used very little effort to pull him to his feet. Touch to Jacob was always unwanted, but Hunter's skin melted into his every time. Hunter pulled Jacob closer than what he would have liked. But when the wind changed and filled Jacob's nostrils with Hunter's smell of spice and cinnamon, Jacob let go of his discomforts and closely followed him to the front door. Jacob left Hunter's home at 7 in the evening. Anthony dropped him off so he didn't have to walk back. It was a few hours by foot when Jacob entered his own home. Grace and Scott were waiting for him in the kitchen. You missed dinner. Grace watched him stand awkwardly by the door with his bag in his grip. Sorry. She crossed her arms and tracing her eyes up and down as if his clothes would speak for him. Jacob hated it when she looked at him like that. I tried calling you, but you didn't pick up. Jacob had been avoiding talking to her on the phone because she would have told him to come home. He glanced down to his feet and shuffled back. Hold on a minute. Grace said, come take a seat. We want to talk with you. Jacob was in the mood for talking. It has been a few days since his parents did their usual interrogation. When he took a seat at the table, Scott sat forwards. So what's up? He asked with a kind smile. Jacob sometimes wished his mother could adopt his calm tone. Nothing. Well, you've been telling us that you're staying behind in college. Scott knew that was a lie. You've been distant recently and quieter than usual. I'm fine. Jacob was wringing his hands with nerves. You're not fine. Grace sighed, irritated that Scott was angry too. Look at you. You look like you're talking to ghost. Jacob frowned and sat back in his chair. We've been doing some talking. Your father and I. And we think it's best if we try and put you back on medication. Scott's eyes darted to his wife, not quite remembering having that discussion. Jacob stood up like someone had knocked over the teapot and backed away. No, he breathed with troubled eyes that Scott couldn't bear to look at. No way. The voice has been getting worse and you're getting more paranoid and depressed each day. Grace was pleading with her son. It will help you. There's nothing wrong with me. Jacob was getting upset. He answers now for the voice, and life might start to pick itself up again. He wasn't allowed to tell his parents. They would think he had gone insane. Not being able to tell them was extremely hard. Too hard. Who could he turn to if he needed to talk? Me. Hunter's voice boomed in his head. You can always talk to me about anything. There is. You're not well. I'm not touching any medication. I'm not sick or depressed. I'm fine. Jacob's hands were starting to tremble. You are in denial, Jacob. There's nothing to be ashamed of or scared about. You just need to. Jacob shook his head and clenched his hands into fists. Calm down. His mother never understood or listened to what he wanted. I know how I feel. Don't tell me I'm in denial. You're not the one who has lived through this for half a year. He snapped before turning and quickly running out of the kitchen. You need to relax and take deep breaths. Everything will be okay. Jacob ran up the stairs and into the bedroom. William was sitting on his bed doing homework when Jacob chucked his bag on the floor and threw himself onto his bed. His eyes twinkled with tears and his frown cast sad shadows on his cheek. William watched him bury himself under his duvet. I told Mum. William sighed. I told Mum not to force the idea onto you. It hasn't helped you in the past. Jacob's face was pressed into his pillow, but he heard his brother. Don't worry. They can't force you. Jacob turned over and faced the wall. He allowed a few tears to escape with frustration. He had come to learn that his parents wanted what's best for him, but they don't truly listen to what he wants for himself. We have to figure out a way to ease their image about the voice in your head. Hunter was sitting on his bed with a frown, zoning in on his mate because if he hurt. Hunter hurt with him. You need to tell them that you're hearing it less until it becomes completely silent. They won't believe me. They'll think I'm just trying to get them off my back. Well, they'll have to believe you. There's nothing else you can do. Jacob wished he hadn't told his parents about the voice. If he knew it was Hunter, he would have stayed quiet. This is all my fault, but from now on, I'm always going to be here for you, day and night. It's all right, Jacob. William spoke when he heard him sniffing back his sadness. You won't be like this forever. Jacob curled into a ball and closed his eyes. It was at that moment when he realized that he wished Hunter was with him. Jacob wanted his comfort more than anyone else's. Chapter 23. The next morning, Jacob didn't speak to his parents. He got up early, even though it was a Saturday morning. He left the house before his parents had the chance to wake up. Jacob had been walking for almost an hour with his head stuck in his thoughts. He needed to see Hunter, who had been on his mind all night. Jacob even had pleasant dreams about sleeping next to him and once again found himself disappointed that he was alone. He had realized that he was accepting his feeling more and more with each passing day. Jacob found out who Hunter really was on Wednesday. He never thought 𝐻'd come to terms with it so fast. Those feelings he felt were powerful, almost giving him no choice. Jacob, where are you? Hunter's voice made him jump. Up until now, the werewolf had been asleep. Jacob looked up to see himself surrounded by trees. He hadn't been keeping track of where he was going. No. Why are you up and outside so early? Because I wanted it to be. He mumbled and looked around again. Jacob really had no idea where he was. Are you making your way to my house? Yes. Hunter sat up in his bed and stretched. And are you now lost? Yes. Hunter reached over and picked up his phone. He dialed Sam's number, and he picked up almost immediately. Yes, Alpha. Sam questioned. Go and find Jacob. He got lost on the way to my house. 𝐻'S in the woods. Yes, right away. Hunter hung up and climbed out of bed. Sam's coming to get you. Jacob wasn't sure how 𝐻'd be able to find him in the woods. It was huge. He knows your scent. He'll be able to smell you from at least a mile away. Jacob sat on a log, assuming that 𝐻'd have to stay in the same place. It was no surprise to him that he got lost. He was a daydreamer. Jacob needed to be more careful. It was safe to wander the woods, not now that he knew werewolves existed. That's interesting, a woman's voice said, startling Jacob. Standing behind him was a woman who looked to be in her late 20s. She had long brown hair that flowed freely in the wind. Her jeans and gray vest hugged her figure. You're each sharing a mind link with someone. Jacob scrambled to his feet and backed away. And you have Hunter Ray's son sent on you. How did she know Hunter? Was she another werewolf? What's going on? Hunter asked and received no reply. But you're a human. Don't tell me he is mates with you. She chuckled. It was with humor. Who are you? Who are you? Jacob stuttered. There's no way an alpha mated with you. That would be so embarrassing. She grinned with eyes as emotional as a corpse. Jacob, who's with you? Hunter had started getting dressed. He didn't like what his mate was thinking. I don't know. It's a woman who knows about you. Wait until my pack finds out about this. We've been looking for a way to get back at Hunter after he crossed into our territory." The woman's smile turned into an odd expression of anger, like she was baring her teeth. Hunter stopped and stared with intense concentration. His mate was in danger, so he had no other choice. He blocked Jacob's mind link and connected with his whole pack. "Get up, everyone. Jacob has run into the path of a rival pack member. Get to him now." He roared in his head before turning his mate's slink back on and running out of his room. Sam was in his wolf form and running through the woods. He picked up his pace, knowing that he needed to get to him, and quickly. Anthony and Margot were sitting on the wooden steps outside when Hunter almost tripped over them as he dashed out of the door. He looked distressed, and they knew something was wrong. "What's going on?" Anthony asked, but his son changed into his wolf form and sprinted across the field. His parents didn't waste more time on questions that wouldn't be answered. They shifted into wolves and followed him. Jacob could feel Hunter's panic and understood that he was in a lot of danger. He remembered him saying that the rival packs were aggressive and it was dangerous for them to find out he was the mate of an alpha, who knew that Hunter was gay. "He'll soon be the laughingstock of our town," the woman snorted. Jacob frowned and took a step back. The branches were snapping under his feet, and he suddenly felt very alone. "Hold on, Jacob, I'll be with you soon." Hunter was galloping through the woods with his parents close behind. "I always had the hots for him, but hes to control him, and we'd probably end up killing each other. I guess you enjoy being bossed around by a big werewolf." The woman smirked. "I'm Jacob." She could smell his fear. "He's not bossy," Jacob said quietly, all feeling defensive. "Cute." Suddenly, there was crashing of paws on crunchy leaves. Jacob turned and his heart thumped. It happened so fast. Jacob barely had time to relax when 6 huge wolves came running up behind him. 2 were black and 4 were brown. They were all as big as Hunter. Jacob almost forgot to breathe until they all changed into their human form. The woman behind him had taken a step back out of fear of being so quickly outnumbered. "Sam," Jacob whispered with relief, very glad to see a familiar face. Sam jogged over and rested a hand on his shoulder. "Jacob, are you okay? She hasn't hurt you, has she?" Jacob shook his head and eyed the other 5 men. One of them was Brad, who, for once, looked concerned for him. "Good." Sam patted Jacob's back before standing in front of him. The rest of Hunter's pack growled. Well, she grinned. "I see Hunter has his mate on a short leash." "Shut it." "Alicia," Sam grumbled. "What are you doing in our territory?" "I'm only repaying the visit. I can't wait to tell Alpha Vic about this. If you don't leave now, you can say goodbye to that nice long hair of yours." "Are you threatening me?" Suddenly, there were more loud thumping of paws as everyone glanced to their right. Through the trees, they could make out 3 magnificent white wolves who were getting close at a phenomenal speed. Jacob knew it was Hunter, and Sam stood proudly and waited for his alpha. Hunter was glad to see his pack surrounding Jacob, protecting him from harm. As soon as he was close enough, he changed into his human form and didn't stop moving until he was at his mate's side. Margot and Anthony changed too, and Alicia knew she was in trouble. It was bad enough that she got caught by the main alpha's son, let alone the big boss himself. Hunter wrapped an arm around Jacob's waist and held him firmly against his body. Jacob didn't protest. His chest hurt, and he needed to feel his comfort. A low and dominating growl escaped Hunter's lips. For some reason, it sent a shiver down Jacob's spine. "How dare you speak to him?" Hunter said coldly. "We were just having a friendly chit-chat." Alicia smiled and stepped back when Anthony glared at her. "You have 1 minute to get out of our territory before I tear your home down." Anthony was angry. She had firstly trespassed, and secondly, Alicia felt like she had the right to freak out his son's mate. "It was nice to meet your mate, Hunter," she said and started walking backwards. "He'll be hearing from us soon, I'm sure." Hunter's anger exploded from him like a popped balloon full of water. He let go of his mate and ran towards her. She wasn't quick enough to get out of his reach before he grabbed her hair and gripped her throat hard. Making threats towards my mate is not wise. The hunter growled. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't hurt you. Jacob watched with wide eyes. Let go of me. 𝐿𝐈𝐵 struggled in his grip, but he only held on tighter. Sam saw a raging fire in his eyes, and nothing could persuade Hunter to back down when he was that angry. Not even his parents. You picked the wrong day to adventure to far. He pulled her hair a little tighter, making her gasp. Hunter's pack watched with satisfied smiles. They loved the power of their alpha, and his dominance made them feel proud to be part of his pack. In leaving now, my pack know what you're doing to me. 𝐿𝐈𝐵 was on the verge of gasping for air. If he gripped any tighter, he would crush her airwaves. Do you really think I care? Hunter was seething. Nobody was allowed to talk to his mate the way she did. You're going to pay, Hunter. A quiet voice interrupted him. Hunter's pack glanced at Jacob, who had taken a tiny step forward and was fidgeting with his fingers. Please stop, Jacob thought in his head. Hunter observed him from the corner of his eyes. She threatened you. I know, but this isn't right. Hunter saw the way Jacob was looking at him. He didn't want to look like a monster. Fine. Hunter glanced back at 𝐿𝐈𝐵 with a sigh before pushing her back with a lot of force. You're lucky my mate stopped me. Next time, I won't hold back. Hunter yelled while she scrambled to her feet and changed into a black wolf. 𝐿𝐈𝐵 ran away with a tail between her legs, and Hunter returned to Jacob's side. Hunter didn't stop until their chests touched. He reached up and cupped his chin with his fingers. Are you okay? Jacob was shaken up, but he nodded in confirmation. Hunter didn't ask for permission this time when he leaned close and kissed Jacob's cheek. Jacob melted instantly. He was sure why he suddenly accepted his touch. The feel of his face being so close was what his body wanted. Hunter then wrapped his arms around Jacob's shoulders and forced his face against his shoulder. Once again, Jacob found himself accepting it as he loosely gripped his waist. He never thought 𝐻ED ever crave hugs, especially from Hunter. When Jacob first met him, Hunter was just his brother's friend who was a part of their project. Not even in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this would happen to him. Why him? Out of all the people who could have been Hunter's mate, and he got an airhead plagued with problems. Be nice to yourself. You're perfect for me. Otherwise, the bond wouldn't exist. Hunter thought and glared at Brad when he crossed his arms with a quiet huff. It's true. I'm broken. I can fix you. Hunter pulled his head back with a big smile. Jacob's cheeks flushed red, though he didn't step away. When he broke their eye contact, he noticed Hunter's pack staring at him, judging him. They're not judging you. They wouldn't dare. Hunter stood proudly with his mate. He remembered when he had to tell his pack about his mate being male. Hunter was nervous, and their reactions were prolonged. Sam was the first one to get up and congratulate him. Sam didn't care about his alpha's mate being male, he was just happy that Hunter found love. For those of you who haven't been introduced, this is my mate, Jacob Jones. The nurse stabbed Jake upright in the stomach. Hunter put his arm around him, and it settled him. Jacob was confused by his feelings. He still barely knew Hunter, though his body accepted his comfort. You're warming up to me, aren't you? Hunter thought. Jacob could almost hear his satisfied tone. He glanced up, and his face was close enough for him to feel his breath. I think so. Wow, impossible things can become possible. Hunter grinned like an idiot and squeezed Jacob's side. He watched Jacob attempt to stop himself from squirming away. Does this mean I can kiss you properly now? Chapter 24. No. Jacob frowned. Why not? Because I don't want you to. That's not a valid reason. In all honesty, Jacob didn't have a reason as to why Hunter wouldn't kiss him, other than his nervous mind. What if he was an atrocious kisser? What if it felt too awkward? Will I be your first kiss? Hunter questioned. Jacob nodded while Hunter's parents and pack talked among themselves about the rival pack. It doesn't matter if you're not the best kisser then. I'll teach you. My lips are available for lessons as of today. Jacob looked at him with a funny frown. He was trying not to smile, which was unusual for him. He never usually had anything to smile about. No, Hunter chuckled deeply, sending waves of pleasure through Jacob. Why not? He asked out loud. Tell me if I'm being too forceful. I can't help it. It's my alpha nature. You are a bit, but I don't mind. Are you sure? Jacob nodded and found himself staring at Hunter's mouth. Hunter brought his face in close and that's when Jacob realized he wasn't wearing a t-shirt. He felt his breath against his lips and found himself leaning into him more too. When you're ready, Hunter whispered. I will kiss you. Jacob's senses felt like they died and instantly got reincarnated. He had never felt anything so strong. Hunter knew he was growing to be rather irresistible for his innocent mate and he loved it. Hunter. Anthony had cleared his throat multiple times but his son was very engrossed with his mate. Hunter glanced at him but didn't move his face away from Jacob who could only stare at his mouth. He felt like he was in some trance, whilst the bond's supposed to settle after a few days. He felt like it was getting stronger. But maybe that's because he is finally accepting it. You need to have a meeting with your pack about this. Well, take Jacob back to the house until you're finished. Hunter stood up straight as Jacob was pulled back into the real world. No, he stays with me. Son, he can't be at pack meetings. Margot didn't go to Anthony's pack meetings unless it was urgent. He deserves to know what's going on. This involves him, so 𝐊𝐲 staying with me. Hunter was a little stern and knew his dad would yell at him for it later. But in front of his pack, he cowed and humiliated Hunter. It wouldn't be fair. Fine. We'll talk about this when you get back. Hunter watched as his parents turned into two magnificent white wolves and started their journey back to the house. Come on then. Let's go. Hunter's shirtless pack changed into wolves and playfully started running in the direction of the field. They'll give you a lift. Hunter smiled and turned into his huge wolf form. He rubbed his furry head against his mate's hip. Wait. Jacob frowned and found himself subconsciously patting his head. A lift. A lift. Yes, get on my back. Won't I be too heavy? No, climb on. Hunter stood still and watched him. Jacob wasn't sure if he should be cautious or extremely excited to get such a great opportunity. But he was curious and threw a leg over his back. Are you sure I'm not hurting you? You're big but I'm stronger. If Hunter was in his human form, he would have flashed him a cheeky grin. Hold on to me. Where? Put your arms around my neck. Jacob leaned his body against the warm fur and wrapped his arms around Hunter. His head was just below Hunter's head, who was extremely happy about getting a hug. Hold on tight. He started to run through the woods and Jacob almost fell off, causing him to grip tighter. He wasn't sure if he liked the experience. It was like riding on a horse, but twice as hard. It took them only 4 minutes to reach the field. Jacob sat up when Hunter casually walked through it and towards his pack members. When the great wolf stopped, Jacob climbed off. His mind was a bit all over the place after trying to process, but he just rode on an overgrown wolf through the woods. He never thought he would ever have the opportunity to even think about it. Hunter changed back and stood up. Are you all right? How was it? He asked his mate while his pack members stood up too. Good. I think. Hunter smiled. You'll get used to it. He then turned to the guys and thought it was now the best time to introduce them. Jacob, this is Harrison, Z.E. and Jonah. He said and watched them all give him a big smile except for Z.A.C. You've met Sam and Brad before. Hi, Jacob said quietly. His heart was beating fast. Hey, it's great to finally meet you. Jonah grinned, making Harrison nod. I hope you're settling in well, he asked. Jacob responded with a nod and received an even bigger smile from Ricky. Z.A.C. was a little like Brad and didn't like the idea of Hunter being gay and having a male mate. He personally thought it made him look weak. Although, if he said that, Hunter would be very mad and nobody liked it when he lost his temper. Right, the rich, right? Let's start the meeting. Everyone sat down. Jacob stayed close to Hunter since he was feeling exceptionally shy in the eyes of strangers. So Alpha, what are we going to do about this? They're feeling confident enough to threaten Jacob in front of you. Sam said, we need to keep the rival pack in our sights. Harrison and Jonah, Stay on the border of our territory and tell me straight away if they're getting close or even attempt to cross over. ZAC, Brad and Ricky. You'll keep watch of Jacob from a distance when HES with me and especially when HES by himself. We can't let what happened today happen again. Sam, just do what you do normally and stick to me like a lost pup. Hey, Sam chuckled. But yes, I will. Hunter smirked at him and looked at Jacob. Are you okay with that? Jacob nodded, but he was a little unsure about Brad and ZAC. He was sure why he was getting a bad vibe from ZAC because he hasn't done anything to make him feel that way. Is everyone else okay with that? Everyone nodded. Good. Now all of you go and spy on the rival pack until I tell you otherwise. Hunter's pack stood up apart from Sam. You too. Hunter sighed. Oh, come on. I wanted to get to know Jacob a little more. He winked and begged with his eyes. Go away. Sam rolled his eyes and stood up. Fine. He muttered and changed into a huge black wolf. Jacob watched him turn and gallop after the rest of the pack. You don't need to worry about any of this. Hunter said when they were gone. We have it under control. Jacob pulled on the grass blades and chewed on his bottom lip. Hunter was sitting close enough for their arms to touch and it was all he could think about. Not to mention his shirtless body that he was trying so hard to avoid with his eyes. Hunter smiled after hearing his thoughts. He didn't want to be too forceful with his affection, but he knew Jacob wanted it. He was just as shy to make the first move. He slowly moved and rested his bare chest against his arm and he brought his face in very close. You know I want it just as much as you. He was aiming to be very seductive. Jacob's eyes flashed to his but only for a moment. You said you'd give me time. He whispered, but I can hear you thinking about it. You want it but you're not ready to admit it. It was true that Jacob wanted to express his affection. He just didn't know how. This was very, very new to him. He moved on to fiddling with his fingers instead of the grass. I'm nervous. Hunter's heart melted. His mate is so precious. He lifted his hand and very delicately placed it on the side of his warm cheek. He rubbed it with his thumb and smiled. Don't be nervous. I'm not judging you and don't feel pressured to rush. I can wait until you're 100% comfortable. Hunter's silky voice embedded into Jacob's thoughts. He was so sweet and caring. Nobody had ever made him feel this way before. He never thought HED be lucky enough to find someone who just understood him and liked him for who he is. But Hunter does. In fact, he knows him very well and it was much easier to trust someone like that. Especially now they'll be together for life. Hunter was surprised. It was the longest time that Jacob had made eye contact and it was when there were only a few inches between their faces. They appeared to be sharing a moment. It was a moment of trust, assurance, and comfort. Hunter moved his hand to the back of his head and embedded his fingers into his hair. Judging by how fast Jacob's pupils dilated showed that he liked the feel of it. He then moved his face in even closer and rested their foreheads together. Jacob didn't even think about moving away. It felt good to be this close. Hunter, he whispered. Hunter almost lost his mind when his breath brushed effortlessly against his mouth. Are you sure it's me you want? The werewolf lifted his other hand and placed it on Jacob's other cheek. Without a doubt. He whispered back. It's you I want. Jacob's body fully relaxed and he pushed his head softly against his in return. His mind cleared and he knew exactly where he was going and where he wanted to be in this remarkable world. And that was to be Hunter Ray Sung's mate. I'm ready. Chapter 25. Well then. Hunter whispered. I'm going to kiss you. Jacob felt a jolt of excitement. Why was he freaking out? This was the 4th day of feeling the bond and Cal didn't believe he had accepted it this fast. If Hunter had his way, he would have kissed him as they connected. Is that okay with you? He stared at his mouth. Jacob nodded against his forehead. He was curious to know what it would feel like to kiss him. For years, he has known he was attracted to guys, but he never dared to put that theory to the test. Hunter's heart was racing. He never thought his mate would be male. Although, he did not once care enough for it to affect how he feels about Jacob. If HES attracted to him, then HES going to fully embrace it. And this was it. They were connecting on a deeper level. Hunter brought his face closer until Jacob's lips traced his own. A spark of electricity surged through them, creating Jacob to lean into him further and seal the kiss. Their minds grew foggy with affection and the closeness of their relationship. Jacob's scent was enough to melt Hunter's insides, but now they were sharing a kiss and 𝐾𝐿 a better feeling. He kissed him again and Jacob subconsciously rested his hand on Hunter's knee so he could lean into him with more ease. He could barely believe that he was kissing someone. It felt so good. In fact, it felt amazing. Hunter wanted to pull the kiss deeper, but Jacob was used to kissing anyone and would most likely struggle to keep up. And this was their first kiss. He didn't want to rush him. He was just about to steal the third kiss when Jacob pulled back an inch. Their lips parted, feeling the cool breeze of the Saturday morning air. He wanted to take a moment and cherish what he had just done. He felt proud of himself for going this far when he never thought he would. He could already feel a new version of himself. Well, his old self is very slowly returning after one hellish year. Hunter could feel his warm and soft lips still lingering on his own. I knew that would feel amazing, he whispered. Jacob opened his eyes and pulled his head back a little more so he could see his face properly. Hunter's beautiful gray eyes were glistening with passion. Are you okay? He smiled. You look a little starstruck. I am just... Jacob trailed off. So instead, he surprised Hunter by leaning forward and wrapping his arms around his bare waist. He allowed his body to collapse into his head to rest comfortably against his shoulder, giving him a hug. Hunter wrapped his arms around him after he realized what he was doing. They both felt combined by a tighter force after sharing something so personal. They 𝐾𝐿 really explain how or why. Fancy going back to mine and watching a film or something? Hunter suggested with a content smile on his face. Okay, Jacob whispered and pulled back. Now that they had shared something he was nervous about, he felt a lot more relaxed in Hunter's presence. 𝐻S not picking up his phone. Grace grumbled and stared at her husband. It was now 4:30 in the evening and he had been out all day. Mom, will you chill out? William sighed and looked up from his phone. What's wrong with him being out all day? 𝐻S 17. Not a kid. He isn't very stable at the minute. Grace snapped. He can't be out on his own when 𝐻S feeling low. You don't know if 𝐻S feeling low. He loves to be outside. Maybe it's helping him. William felt like he understood his brother more than his own mother. He just shouldn't be on his own. She sighed. Grace, Scott said, grabbing her attention. You need to take a step back. 𝐻S closing us out because you're trapping him in. You need to give him room to be himself. He'll tell us how he feels when he wants to. Just then, the front door opened and closed. Everyone stared at the living room door until it opened and Jacob walked in. He stopped when they were all staring at him. Where have you been? Grace asked with wide eyes and hands on her hips. Scott sighed and William rolled his eyes. Jacob slowly began to fidget. Nowhere. You've been out all day and you don't answer your phone anymore. What's going on? She crossed her arms when Scott stood up. What did I just say? He asked. You have to give him space. 𝐻S is allowed to be outside all day if he wants. Scott then turned to Jacob with a gentle smile. Although it would be nice to know where you are. Jacob thought about how he had spent the whole day with Hunter and shared his first ever kiss. They'd freak out if he told them. They wouldn't understand the urgency for them to develop their relationship so quickly. Also, he didn't even want to think about how his mom would react to him being gay. His dad would probably be okay with it. 𝐻S is a psychologist. It's part of his job to understand people with minimal judging. But he really didn't know what William would say. So then, Grace questioned, a little softer this time. Where have you been all day? Just getting fresh air. I wanted to be by myself. Jacob said quietly. Be truthful. You wanted to spend the day kissing me. Hunter's voice boomed in the back of his mind. It didn't make him jump anymore because he didn't spend every moment wishing it would stay quiet. Shut up. Jacob could have sworn he heard his deep chuckle. Why did you ignore our calls then? Grace asked. because I wanted to be alone and not talk to anyone. Jacob had started a slow backwards walk towards the stairs. He hated lying. You could have at least sent me a text to say you were okay. You were up and out before any of us even woke. Scott still hadn't forgotten about the time that Jacob had gone off with Hunter and his friends after lying about where he was going to be. It made him wonder if he was giving his mother basic answers because he was still lying. Or maybe Hunter was just helping him with his work on the project. Scott really didn't know, and he wouldn't question him in front of everyone. It was fair to do that to him, and it was the correct approach to take. That is when his and Grace's parenting skills cause conflict. Grace is forceful, sometimes strict, very overprotective, and doesn't think before she speaks. While Scott is always calm, he never raises his voice. He gives freedom when it needs to be given, and he observes quietly. Is it possible for me to come around to yours tomorrow? I think you need to stay near your family so they don't suspect anything. Hunter asked. Good idea. I can phone Will later. He'll be happy to get started on the project. Jacob brought a hand up and lightly rubbed his chest. He missed him. You keep promising me that you'll use your phone more. That is why you have one, Jacob. Grace continued to lecture him. I think he knows after today, hon. Scott added. Don't you, son? Jacob nodded. He just wanted to go up to his room and talk with Hunter. Although he really did need to spend time with his family. He has been distancing himself a little bit. So stop ignoring me when I call you then. Are you trying to make us worry about you? Grace was a little irritated that Jacob didn't think about how his disappearing acts would make her feel. He knows how much he worries. Jacob frowned. No, then why, Jacob? Why do you do it to me? His mom was annoying him too. Because I can't deal with you when you're in this mood. He instantly regretted what he said. However, that was the reason he never picked up. She treats him like a little kid. I beg your pardon. Grace frowned. No. Scott. Just because 𝐊𝐲 sick doesn't mean 𝐊𝐲 allowed to talk to me like that. I'm not sick. Jacob crossed his arms. He never raised his voice with his parents. They very rarely argue. But recently, his mom has been struggling with him because he was starting to find that getting through the day was more of an issue. She does blame herself for the way he is, and she shouldn't put that guilt on her shoulders. William was sitting quietly. He felt sorry for his brother. He caught his mom on a bad day. She'll apologize to him later, but there was no talking her out of arguing when she gets started. And unfortunately, Jacob was her target. You should give your mom a hug, Hunter thought. It sounds like she has had a tough day. He knows Grace is never usually like this. After living in Jacob's head for a year, he knows a lot about his family. Jacob was a hugging kind of character, but this was an exception. He sighed, uncrossed his arms, and walked over to her. She watched him hold out his arms and fold them around her. He hugged her tight at her back. People have bad days, Mum, he said quietly. I'm sorry 𝐊𝐲𝐬 made yours worse. After that, Grace couldn't help but hug him back. That's heartwarmed. Jacob seemed to have his ability to read people well. Little did he know, it was the voice in his head that was good at reading people. I hate arguing, Jay, she mumbled into his chest. You can understand why I'm frustrated, though. Can't you? I'm just doing what all mothers do and worry about their children 24 hours a day. Jacob released a little smile and pulled back. I know, 𝐊𝐲𝐬 been unfair. I'll stay ignoring your calls. Don't make promises you can't keep. She smiled. But seriously, a text would be nice. Now that the atmosphere was a lighter, William stood up. He wanted to take the attention away from his brother, and he had the perfect thing to do just that. Now that you're probably not going to rip my head off, he said, making everyone turn and look at him. William cleared his throat and smiled proudly. He had something to announce that he had set 𝐊𝐲𝐬 for about a year. He had been holding it off for a few weeks because he wanted to find the right time to say it. I have a girlfriend. Chapter 26. A girlfriend. Scott repeated his son. Jacob didn't expect that. But how funny. He is yet to announce his fling with Hunter that is growing more serious with every passing day. Although, announcing he has a boyfriend will have a different response to what William will receive. Are you joking? Grace asked with her arms still linked around Jacob. William had a big grin on his face. Nope, no deception. We've been dating for a few weeks now. Scott then grinned to and crossed his arms. What's her name? Alicia. Jacob frowned. That name sounded familiar. You have got to be kidding me. Hunter sighed in his head. Please let that be a coincidence. Jacob then remembered that the werewolf he encountered this morning was called Alicia, but she isn't William's type. I didn't think he would choose a 𝐿𝐷𝐵. It might not be her. Jacob hoped with everything he had that she was trying to get close to the family. Let's keep our fingers crossed. And you're official? Scott asked. Yep. We met at the college like a month ago or something. Is Alicia a student? Jacob asked Hunter. Alicia did appear to look like she was in her 20s. However, anyone of any age can go to college now. Although it's not hard for anyone to just wander into college. She could be pretending. Hunter had left his bedroom to discuss this situation with his parents. Even if it is a coincidence, they need to be cautious. Why have you kept it quiet? Grace questioned. Are you going to bring her round soon? I wanted to wait until it had settled first. And yeah, she wants to meet you guys, so I'm bringing her round tomorrow. Just then, William's phone started ringing. He pulled it out of his pocket as Grace let go of Jacob and stared at her husband. They are really good at having silent conversations. They've been together so long now that they can predict what each other are thinking. Oh, hey Hunter, William said happily. Jacob's head lifted, knowing Hunter was aware of what was going on. Hey, how are you doing? He asked on the other end of the call. Yeah, good thanks. What's up? I was just wondering if I could pop round tomorrow to get some work done. If not, then hang out. William thought about turning him down because HES bringing Alicia round. But then again, Jacob will be very awkward tomorrow with meeting someone new, so maybe Hunter could talk to him for a bit. He seemed to be warming up to him. Yeah, sure. Come over whenever you're ready. All right, thanks. See you tomorrow. Hunter was very satisfied. He couldn't wait to see Jacob again and also meet William's mystery girlfriend. Yeah. William hung up and threw his phone onto the couch. Hunter's coming over tomorrow too. Great, Scott said and looked at Jacob. Maybe we could do a barbecue or something in the garden then. It's supposed to be warm tomorrow. Yes, that'll be nice. Grace had an excited sparkle in her eye. She was eager to meet her son's girlfriend and judge her immensely. Jacob was just happy that Hunter was coming round. He hoped he came early. His chest was already throbbing. That night, Jacob went to bed early in hopes of getting a lot of sleep. His mind was very awake due to the fact that he was meeting his brother's girlfriend tomorrow, and she could potentially be a werewolf. He was happy that Hunter was coming over so he didn't have to face it by himself. His mind constantly drifted back to the kiss they shared. He couldn't believe how relaxed it made him feel. Now it was 9 in the morning and there was a knock on the door. Grace and Scott were in the kitchen having a coffee. Scott frowned and stood up to answer it. He was surprised to see Hunter standing outside the house with vibrant eyes. Wow, Scott chuckled. You're 𝐖𝐸𝐺. Why are you here so early? I was bored. He smiled. Well. William is not awake yet. Scott stood to the side so he could enter. But you're welcome to wake him up. Just don't do it loudly. You might startle Jacob. Okay. Hunter took off his jacket and hung it neatly over the door with the rest of the coats. He greeted Grace before wandering down the hallway and towards the stairs. Scott sat back down at the kitchen table. What 18-year-old boy willingly gets up this early on a Sunday morning? Grace chuckled and poured him some more coffee. Hunter slowly opened the door to the bedroom. His mate's scent made his spine shiver as he glanced into the dull room. His eyes didn't even trace William. They instantly landed on Jacob. He was laying on his stomach with his arms coiled around his pillow and his head buried into it. He was laying on top of his duvet with only pajama bottoms on and no t-shirt. He was fast asleep. The pleasure hit Hunter when his eyes traced his bare skin. He was more muscular than he thought and had to resist the temptation to run his fingers along his back. He didn't want to wake him yet, but his head was building up a storm. He walked over and slowly sat next to him on the small single bed. "Jacob," he whispered out loud and rested a hand on his shoulder. His skin was so warm and smooth. "Jacob." He shook him gently and woke him almost immediately. Jacob frowned and stretched his tired body before burying his head further into his pillow. Hunter smiled. "Jacob." He shook him once more, and this time his mate flickered his eyes open and slowly turned around. Hunter got a good look at his muscular front and bit his lip to stop himself from kissing him. Jacob rubbed his puffy eyes and stared at Hunter. A little confused. "Morning," Hunter whispered after glancing at William to make sure he was definitely asleep. The unbearable pain surged right through Jacob's chest as he quickly sat up. Hunter could feel it too while they both leaned forwards and wrapped their arms around each other. Jacob was clumsy and half asleep as he basically climbed onto Hunter. He gripped his T-shirt and squeezed him tight. The bond settled and their headaches quickly mellowed. Jacob yawned quietly against his shoulder, causing Hunter to smile wide. "Did you sleep well?" he asked in his head. Jacob nodded and pulled back. His eyes were still half shut, but when he realized he wasn't wearing a T-shirt, his cheeks blushed red and he shuffled away from Hunter. "Do you always sleep without a T-shirt? Because I definitely approve." Jacob rested his back against his pillow and pulled his duvet up to his chest. "Stop looking at me like that." Hunter grinned, but William suddenly started to stir. He stood up from Jacob's bed, knowing that would be the last time he could get close to him today. Unless they were left in a room alone together. Jacob was feeling a little sad about that too. But at least he wasn't hurting anymore. "Will?" Hunter walked over and flicked his temple. William jumped and opened his eyes. "What the hell?" He mumbled tiredly and tried to focus on his surroundings. "Why are you here so early?" He rubbed his eyes and blinked until he could focus. "You said to come whenever I was ready." Hunter shrugged. Jacob watched and wished he could tell his family about Hunter. But it was too early into their relationship. He yawned again before climbing out of bed. He was really hungry and started his quest to get breakfast. 2 hours later. "She'll be here soon," William said and flopped onto a sun lounger in the garden. Jacob was crouching over the little pond they have at the back of the garden and fed the fish. Hunter was sitting next to William, but seemed to be very interested in what Jacob was doing. God had noticed. "Where did you meet her?" Hunter asked. College," William said. "She's studying art. Or something. You don't know." Hunter chuckled. "What about you then, love?" Grace asked him. "Have you got a girlfriend?" Jacob looked up and stared at him. He felt oddly jealous at the thought and it surprised him. No, I don't." Hunter smiled. He wondered what they would do if he told them he was gay. Please don't. Not yet," Jacob thought. "I won't. Girls are practically falling at your feet." William chuckled. "Why are you still single?" The jealousy was building up inside of Jacob and it irritated him. He didn't think he was the jealous type. "Calm down over there. I only have the hots for you." Hunter tried to suppress a cheeky grin. He loved how Jacob felt that way. Jacob's cheek flushed red and he looked back down to the fish as they poked at the surface of the water, eating their food. "Most of them are not really my type." He shrugged. What he meant to say was all of them are not his type because firstly, they are girls and secondly, they are not Jacob. Just then, they heard a faint knock at the door and William jumped up out of his seat. He was nervous about introducing Alicia to his family and Hunter, but he didn't care if they liked her or not. He liked her and that's all that mattered. Jacob stood up as he and Hunter made eye contact. Hunter smiled, creating him to melt a little. Grace and Scott were watching the back door. They could hear their son talking to someone and their footsteps approaching. Jacob stepped around the pond and put the fish food on the patio, just as the back door opened. When William walked out, closely followed by his girlfriend, Jacob and Hunter instantly tensed. This is not good. Hunter thought and stared at a member of his rival pack. It was in fact Alicia the werewolf. However, today, she was all smiles and happily greeted Grace and Scott with very polite manners. Jacob chewed on his bottom lip and nervously wrung his hands. "Alicia, that's my brother Jacob and my friend Hunter." William beamed as she turned to look at them. A flash of mischief could be seen in her eyes and also her grin. "Oh, I know these two." She spoke, causing Scott and Grace to frown. Jacob felt like he was going to explode. What would she say? His future felt like it was about to roll right off her tongue. Even Hunter froze when she said that. Oh, William was a little surprised. "Have you seen them around college before?" No, Alicia smiled, but she was stunned. She was going to make Hunter pay for trespassing on their territory. And the only way she could do that was by targeting his mate. "I've seen them out together. They're such a cute couple." "Well, you didn't tell me your brother was gay." Jacob and Hunter have a telepathic connection and their relationship is growing. But Jacob's family misunderstands and is prejudiced against their relationship. His mother Grace humiliates him in public and questions his mental state, causing Jacob great pain. Hunter, to protect Jacob, conflicts with the rival wolf pack where Alicia belongs and launches a series of fierce retaliations. Meanwhile, Brad's betrayal puts Hunter in a tough spot, forcing him to re-examine his team. These intertwined conflicts make the story full of suspense. Can Jacob break free from family constraints to be with Hunter? Chapter 27. What? William's brow furrowed in disbelief. They're not gay. Scott and Grace turned their attention to Jacob, who instinctively glanced at Hunter for support. "Don't panic. We can lie our way out of this." Hunter's voice echoed in Jacob's mind, a reminder of their newfound mental connection. But Jacob hesitated. Part of him longed for his family to know about Hunter, to accept this crucial aspect of his life. Yet the fear of rejection paralyzed him, his anxiety mounting with each passing second. "Yes, they are," Alicia insisted, her expression a mix of confusion and something darker. "I took a picture because it was just so sweet." Scott studied his son intently, noting the lack of denial from both Jacob and Hunter. The silence spoke volumes. William watched as Alicia retrieved her phone, navigating straight to her camera roll. "Jacob, I can break her phone," Hunter suggested mentally, his protective instinct flaring. But Jacob remained frozen, unable to respond. "Ah, here they are, see." Alicia triumphantly displayed the photos to William, whose surprise and confusion were evident as he looked between Jacob and Hunter. Grace moved to stand beside Alicia, gasping as she saw the images. Her gaze shifted to her son, a frown etching her features. Alicia eagerly showed the photos to Scott, who struggled to process what he was seeing. Finally, she turned the phone towards Jacob and Hunter. Hunter took the device, his eyes widening in disbelief. The pictures captured intimate moments between them in the field, embracing, talking, and kissing. Jacob's hands clenched into fists, trembling as the reality of the situation hit him. He wasn't prepared for this sudden exposure. "Jacob." Scott's voice was calm, but laden with concern. "Is there something you want to tell us?" Jacob's eyes darted around the room, taking in the faces of his family. He felt small and vulnerable, his chest tightening with each breath. "Would you like to make a run for it? We can face them later when they've come to terms with it," Hunter suggested, sensing Jacob's mounting distress. "Yes," Jacob fought back, desperate to escape the suffocating atmosphere. Without warning, he grabbed Hunter's hand and bolted past everyone. As they rushed through the door, Hunter deliberately shoved Alicia, causing her to stumble against the wall. It was a small act of vengeance, but Hunter knew it was only the beginning. He silently vowed to make Alicia pay for her actions, to dismantle her life piece by piece. "Wait, Jacob," Scott's voice called out. But by the time he reached the back door, Jacob and Hunter were already out the front, running hand in hand down the street. William stared at Alicia, noticing the faint smirk playing on her lips. He wondered if she realized the potential consequences of her actions, how she might have just upended his brother's life. As the dust settled, the question hung in the air: would Jacob be accepted for who he truly was, or would this revelation tear his family apart? When Jacob and Hunter had been running through the woods for almost 10 minutes, Hunter started to pull back. They had been running for a while and his mate was very out of breath. He was overcome with horrible emotions about his family, which gave him the strength to keep going. Jacob. Hunter breathed and pulled him to a stop. It's okay now. We're alone. Jacob gasped for air and bent over, resting his hands on his knees. Hunter placed a gentle hand on his back, but Jacob pushed him away and stood up straight. Why? He breathed. Why didn't you know she was there? Taking the pictures. Jacob nodded and rested a hand on his chest. I don't know. Hunter felt bad. I was too concentrated on you. You could have stopped this. Hunter frowned and crossed his arms. This isn't my fault. Yes, it is. Jacob snapped. He was angry, frustrated, sad, scared and worried. I didn't ask for this. I didn't want to be your mate. That's also not my fault. I didn't choose you as a mate either. Jacob stared at him as he got his breath back. If my family don't love me anymore, it's because of you and your werewolves. I don't want to be part of your life. Hunter stopped frowning and dropped his arms by his side. He was incredibly hurt by that comment and Jacob could feel it. Although, he didn't care. Not right now. You know we can't help it, he said slowly. We're together forever, whether you like it or not. Well, I don't like it. I wish I never met you. Jacob turned and started walking through the woods. Hunter stood still and listened to the sound of the leaves getting crushed by his angry march. He could tell that some of his pack members were close by and he knew they'd follow him. So he turned in the opposite direction and started walking home. His mate was angry and he had every right to be. But he and shouldn't blame him for today's incident. Jacob stopped when he realized Hunter wasn't following him. He had a second of regret. He hurt his feelings, but right now, he was being selfish and his mind grows foggy when 𝐻𝐶s worked up. He'll be able to think clearer when he is calmed down. Hunter entered his home an hour later. He was incredibly sad and he felt really sorry for Jacob. He shouldn't have left him in the woods. He could hear him thinking and worrying about his family and what they now think of him. He has talked to Brad, 𝐶 and Ricky. They are watching from a distance. Ricky asked if he could approach Jacob to maybe try and talk him into calming down, but Hunter assured him that he'd freak out more when he felt like this. Hey son. Margot watched him walk past. There was something wrong. I didn't think you'd be back so soon. I thought you'd stay all day. He ignored her and stepped into his room. Anthony put his on his door to stop him from shutting it. What happened? He questioned. Margot walked over and stared at his sorrow-filled eyes. You've had an argument. He hurt your feelings. Leave it. Mom, Hunter sighed. I deserved it. Anthony narrowed his eyes. Was it Alicia who was dating Jacob's brother? Hunter nodded his head and held his door handle. She told Jacob's family that we were dating and had pictures of us kissing. He muttered and clenched his fist. He'll blame me if his family don't accept him. I really did ruin his life. And with that said, he turned and slammed the door shut behind him. Hunter sank down and pressed his back against it as he sat on the floor. He hated this. Anthony and Margot looked at each other. This was not good, and Anthony knew a war was brewing between their rival pack. It was unacceptable to target an alpha's mate in such a way that it causes conflict in their relationship. Alicia was going to feel the wrath of the Ray Sons. 2 hours had passed and Jacob found himself standing at the top of the field, staring at Hunter's house, sitting at the bottom of the field. He had received a lot of missed calls from his dad, but nothing from his mom or his brother. Now that he had calmed down, he felt horrible and guilty. He had no right to speak to Hunter that way. He shouldn't have said those things. He wasn't in the right frame of mind, and he didn't mean any of it. Meeting Hunter and the werewolves are the most exciting things to ever happen to him. Yes, it can be hard to process, but he shouldn't take it for granted. He then started to make his way through the grass. He needed to apologize. Margot and Anthony were discussing what to do about the rival pack when there was a faint knock on the door. They could tell who it was because they were familiar with the scent. Just as Margot stood up, Hunter's door opened and he walked out. She stopped and allowed him to answer. He smelt his mate too. She sat back down when he opened it. Jacob looked up with nervous eyes and fidgeting hands. He was glad it was Hunter. He really needed to speak to him. Although he looked a little heartbroken, and that added to his painful list of regrets. Hunter, he whispered. I'm so sorry. Hunter sighed and leaned against the door frame. He studied his mate's size, and he had clearly been crying. You really hurt me. I know, I know, Jacob said glumly. I didn't mean anything, I said. I was cruel and I feel horrible. I was just angry and I say stupid things when I'm upset. I've noticed. Hunter watched him chew on his bottom lip. He looked like he was crying again. How can someone be so stubborn, but be so shy at the same time? Jacob wasn't afraid to snap when he was frustrated, and Hunter liked that side of him. He was still full of surprises, and he was definitely an interesting character. Jacob's eyes grew watery, and Hunter's heart then felt a strain of pain. Come here, he said softly and pulled him into his body. Margot and Anthony watched them wrap their arms around each other. Jacob buried his face into his shoulder and swallowed back the lump in his throat. None of this is your fault. I'm really sorry I said that. He muffled against him. I know you didn't fully mean it, but it's okay if part of you does. I am partly to blame for this. Hunter rubbed his back and cherished his warmth. Have you spoken to your family yet? Jacob shook his head. Only my dad has tried to call. I was too worried to answer. That's okay, Hunter soothed. The longer you wait, the more time they have to get used to the idea. However, it concerned Hunter that his brother has to get in touch. If Alicia was still with him, she'd be trying to feed all sorts of poisonous thoughts into his head. Hunter then lifted his mate's head off his shoulder and gently wiped the straight hair away from his cheek. Are we on good terms again? I hate arguing. Jacob nodded and sniffed back his emotions. I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. Hunter then smiled, causing Jacob's body to fully relax. There was just something about it that captured his full attention. I'm going to kiss you now. Is that okay? Hunter asked. In front of your parents, yes. I would never hold back from kissing you because of someone else. Jacob's eyes traced his face and landed on his mouth. You'll take that as a yes. Hunter's eyes sparkled before he moved his face in close and effortlessly kissed him. Anthony and Margot watched, feeling happy that things were now okay between them. But they had a lot to sort out and stress over now that Alicia has done what she did. They needed to make a way for the rival pack to leave this society and their packs alone. They had to think of something that would make Jacob's brother hate Alicia so she couldn't get to Jacob directly. But first, they needed to figure out if his family still wanted him around. Chapter 28 Hunter. Jacob questioned. They were sitting on the wooden steps of Hunter's home and watching the sunset. What if my parents don't accept me? What happens after that? Well, he said and leaned back onto his elbows. You'll always have a place to stay here. But don't worry. Just stay positive about it. Have they ever spoken about same-sex couples or anything? Jacob shook his head and crossed his legs. Now, his mom has tried to get in touch, but he has still heard nothing from his brother. There was never a reason for them to bring it up. He mumbled and pulled his sleeves over his hands. Hunter studied him for a moment. Even though he knows him very well, there are still some things that are a mystery to him. Why do you never smile? Jacob looked up, not really expecting that. I don't have anything to smile about. But it must be hard, keeping your emotions back like that. He showed his own dazzling smile. Can you make me a promise to smile at least once a day? Jacob chewed his bottom lip, which Hunter adored. What if I have nothing to smile about? He whispered. Am I not a reason to make you smile? No, ouch. Hunter chuckled. Jacob's eyes flashed with amusement, but only for a moment. But seriously though, talk to me when you're feeling down. Shout at me if I've annoyed you. Cry on me if you're sad. And on those rare occasions, laugh in my face when you're happy or if I've tripped over my own feet or something. Jacob looked at him with a relaxed expression. You can be yourself around me. Hunter continued. Even if you're actually a really annoying little brat, it'll still like you. Jacob shook his head and cracked a little smile. Ah, and there it is. Hunter chuckled and lifted his hand to grip his cheek. Jacob covered his face and pushed him away. Not. I know you're not. He chuckled. But you are stubborn. Jacob knew he was, but that's just part of who he is. If he didn't like something or if he didn't want to do something, he will find a way of expressing it. Boys. They then heard 𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐬's voice and her footsteps approached the door. Are you ready to go? Hunter's parents are taking them to Jacob's house. They wanted to sort this out for Jacob, and if things don't go well, then Hunter can have his parents to back him up. They all really hoped that things for Jacob will go smoothly. I think so, Hunter said and stood up when Jacob did. Right? Anthony left the house with his keys in his hand. Let's get going. When they pulled up on the drive outside of Jacob's house, Hunter could feel his nervous. His hands were shaking a little bit and he looked quite pale. Jacob. He questioned and waited until he was looking at him. Margot had turned to see if he was okay. No matter what happens, you have us three to support you and another place to live. Okay. Jacob nodded. His gentle gray eyes calmed him a little. He then turned and climbed out of the car. He wished that he didn't run away, but it's what 𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐷 does that. Even Hunter admits that he runs from his own problems. It was the easiest option, but the most cowardly. Everyone else climbed out of the car and made their way towards the house. Jacob thought about knocking, but this was his house too. However, he felt immensely intimidated all of a sudden. His home was quiet when they entered. He called and he ready talking. Radios or TVs. It was rare for it to be this silent. Maybe he has just never noticed it before. Everyone followed Jacob as he walked down the hallway and towards the living room. When he opened the door, his family clearly hadn't heard him come in as they looked up with surprise. Scott looked so relieved that he was home. Jacob. He breathed and quickly walked over to him. Are you all right? He rested both hands on his shoulders and squeezed them. I've been really worried all day. Jacob's eyes examined him carefully before he nodded. Scott sighed. It expressed a loving smile. Why didn't you tell us, son? There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Scott then pulled him into a warm hug. Deep down, Jacob knew he would be okay with it. Next to get up was William. He felt bad that he hadn't tried to get in touch, but he knows Jacob well enough to know that he will not answer his calls when he felt like that. And also, he was surprised that he was gay. That was one thing he should have known about him, and it hurt that he never told him. Jacob, William said after his dad pulled back. I can't believe you never told me. How long have you known? A really long time, he said quietly. His mom had slowly walked over, but she was staring at Hunter with her judgmental eyes. Something told him that she wasn't happy about this. We don't keep secrets, Jacob. He smiled. You could have told me this years ago. Were you worried about what we would think? Jacob nodded. He had an urge to take Hunter's hand, but he didn't have the courage. I didn't know if you'd be okay with it or not. I'm sorry you felt like that. You should have been comfortable enough to say it. Scott smiled. His eyes then glanced at Hunter. And how long has this relationship been going on? I was more surprised about that than you being gay. Not too long. Hunter smiled. Just as his parents stood forward. I'm so glad everything is okay. Hi, I'm Anthony. Hunter's dad, and this is his mom and also my wife, Margot. Scott beamed at them as Jacob stood close enough to Hunter for their arms to touch. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I'm Scott, Jacob's father. This is his mother, Grace, and his brother, William. Grace tried to smile, but there was something eating away at her. I'm sorry, but I just can't accept his. Everyone stopped and stared at her. Grace, Scott frowned, but she silenced him. It's not the fact that you're gay, Jacob. I honestly don't mind that. I just don't think you should be in a relationship right now. Jacob watched her with furrowed eyebrows. Why? He could feel Hunter's slight pain at being rejected. Because you're not stable enough for it. She felt bad saying this, but in her eyes, she thought it was the truth. In reality, she had no idea just how good Hunter was for her son. I bet you haven't even told him about the voice in your head and how you've been battling with extreme anxiety and you're developing depression. I know all about that, Hunter said. He was shocked that Grace was trying to make her own son look bad in front of him. He was now ready to lie right to her face. Well, sort of. I know about the voice. Jacob has been completely truthful with me from the start. I know that he has anxiety and he has bad days. Then why are you with him? Mom, William frowned. Margot looked at Jacob and his eyes grew a little sad. His own mother didn't think he was good enough for Hunter. Because I like him. Hunter crossed his arms. There's a lot more to him than just his flaws. Is it so hard to believe that someone is willing to look past that? Yes, it is. Grace scowled at Scott when he shook his head in disapproval. Why would you want to date someone who's that mentally unstable? Jacob looked down at his feet. He was so embarrassed. Yes, not though. Hunter coiled a few of his fingers around Jacob's, earning a little smile from Scott. Have you ever thought that maybe this relationship is good for him? Finally growing close to someone and you want to take that away from him. You clearly don't know him like we do. You have no idea what you're talking about, Jacob said quietly. You don't know who I am at all. Do you? I know that you're not well. Taking advantage of you. Now hold on a minute, Anthony said rather sternly. My son would never do that. Oh really? So you think it's okay that dating someone who's mentally ill? Are you not worried about the emotional baggage that Jacob carries? I can't believe you just said that. Scott was mortified. Our son. How could you talk about him like that? Dating Hunter is a good thing. It means moving forwards and accepting change. Learning to trust again. Why can't you see that? Grace was worried that Hunter would get bored and leave. Then Jacob would be worse than he is now. He was broken and she was so concerned that this relationship would be too much for him. I just don't want to see him with a broken heart. Not after what he has been through. And no, we're not worried about our son dating yours, Margot said confidently. Jacob is a lovely boy. Sweet, caring and kind. Just what our son needs, who's boisterous and commanding. Jacob is the only person who's been able to chill him out. Jacob felt like he had been kicked to the ground by his own mother. Hunter lifted a hand and gently rubbed his back. Shall get used to it. Mom, Jacob said quietly. Why did you have to be so mean? Every honest heart split into two painful pieces. Scott turned and looked at his wife. He has never felt more disappointed in her. Grace, could you leave the house for a few hours? Please. Our son doesn't need this negativity right now. Now it was her turn to feel embarrassed, but she knows she has done wrong. Everyone watched her turn to leave. Nobody felt bad. Jacob needed time without her. When she had left, Scott offered everyone a warm drink. He wanted to get to know Hunter and his family more, now that he knows his son has been hanging around with him because they are in fact a couple. He'll find himself chuckling about that for a while. He thought Hunter might be bullying him. He Q had been more wrong. Chapter 29. When did Alicia leave? Jacob asked. It was 10:30 and he was getting ready to go to bed. So was his brother. Shortly after you bolted. William sighed. It was weird though. She seemed almost proud of herself for doing that to you. He didn't like how she continued to show them pictures of Jacob and Hunter together when it was clearly obvious he hadn't told his family. Tell him that I know her and she doesn't like me. Hunter suggested in Jacob's head. Tell him it's because you think she's homophobic. Jacob knew they needed to start building her a negative profile. She knows Hunter, he said quietly. Mine always felt so wrong, but it was technically a lie. She doesn't like him and Hunter thinks it's because she's homophobic or something. William studied him for a moment. Well, if she is homophobic, they'll drop her in a heartbeat. I don't get why people are. It's stupid, really. William said and finished his sentence with a yawn. He then chuckled and shook his head. I still can't believe you and Hunter are together. I definitely did not see that coming. Me neither, to be honest, Jacob mumbled. How did it happen, by the way? Jacob chewed on his bottom lip. What should he say? We met up with the project and just got on really well, Jacob said quietly. To him, that sounded like a legitimate reason. And then, one thing led to another. William chuckled. I'm proud of you, though. I didn't think you had the confidence. I also didn't think you'd be his type or he'd be yours. What do you mean? Jacob frowned. Well, you're so quiet and hes. Not quiet. He chuckled. But if you're making it work, I'm really happy for you. Jacob smiled and laid down on his bed. He was happy for himself. This was a new chapter in his life and it was heading in a good direction for once. That night, when Grace came home and climbed into bed, Scott turned around with an angry frown. Don't think for 1 minute that this has sorted itself out. He muttered. I know I was harsh, but I was only saying the truth. You tore him to shreds. Scott sat up. He was very angry at her. How do you think that made him feel? You're his mother. You're supposed to think hes the best person in the world. You talked about him like he was a stranger to you. hes just not ready for this. She sighed sadly. I don't want to see him hurt. You have got to stop babying him. hes never going to get better with you constantly breathing down his neck. hes old enough to know what he wants. Hunter seems to be a lovely guy, and by the looks of things, he knows Jacob more than you do. How can you be so open about it? If they break up, then Jacob will be so much worse. He knows what hes doing, Grace. You don't have the right to decide who hes worthy of dating. In my eyes, hes too good for everyone because hes my son and he deserves the best. Hunter is good for him. End of. Don't speak to me. I'm so angry at you. Scott turned and faced the opposite way while his wife stared at his back with tears in her eyes. Although, she had no right to be upset. When Scott pulled up outside the college, he turned to Jacob, who was sitting next to him in the front seat. I know it was awkward with your mother this morning. He sighed. But you have every right to ignore her until she apologizes to you. What she said was horrible. None of it is your fault. Okay. Jacob nodded. He felt bad that his parents were not on good terms because of him. However, his dad was right. It isn't his fault. Now both of you, go and have a good day. Maybe tonight we could have that barbecue that we didn't have yesterday. Scott smiled when they both jumped out of the car. Yes, but it'll be so good. Can I invite Alicia? William asked. She needs to apologize to Jacob anyway. Scott wasn't sure how he felt about William's girlfriend. In all honesty, he didn't like how she effortlessly hurt his son, but if she could apologize, then maybe he'll soften his harsh outlook. Sure. Jacob, would you like to? Before he could finish, Hunter had jogged over and engulfed him into a huge hug, making Jacob stumble back a little. Scott raised his eyebrows. He definitely needs to get used to seeing his son being close with someone. Jacob had dropped his bag, but only so he could wrap his arms around Hunter too. He missed him a lot this morning. Good morning. Hunter muffled into his shoulder before pulling his head back. He studied Jacob's face. How are you? Good, Jacob whispered. He felt so much better now that his pulsing headache was gone. I'm great. He smiled. Can I kiss you? He questioned in his head. Asking permission was the respectful thing to do, especially when Jacob is still adjusting and also standing in front of his family. Only on my cheek. That's good enough for me. Hunter leaned his face in close and gently kissed him on the cheek. William and Scott felt like their hearts melted in their chests. In not being funny, William. Scott chuckled. But this relationship is way cuter than yours. Hunter chuckled. He was very happy to hear that, considering who William is dating. Excuse me. William grinned. We kiss and stuff. Jacob actually shuddered at the thought. Earning a grin from Hunter. I was to where you'd make a contest out of it. I'm not. Scott said and started up his car. But they're winning. Jacob tried hiding a small smile, but of course, Hunter saw it. Don't you dare hide that from me. Jacob bit his bottom lip, yet it didn't fade. He was just happy that his family were so supportive. Also, Hunter, would you like to come over tonight for a barbecue? You can bring your parents too. Scott asked. Oh sure. If that's all right. Of course. He beamed. Right? You boys better get going or you'll be late. Have a great day. Bye, Dad. William and Jacob said together and watched him pull out of the parking space. When he was gone, they headed into college. So are you two going to showcase this publicly then? I mean, you totally should, William said and spotted some of his friends. Jacob said quietly. I don't know. Well, we could not hold back, but not shove it in people's faces either. We have nothing to hide. But if you're not ready, Jacob. I completely get that. Hunter smiled. It's not that I'm not ready. It's just people's reactions. Screw them, William said. It's not like you're affecting their lives by being together. If they don't like it, then they can just not look. Jacob loved his brother's attitude. Very true. Hunter smiled. You have nothing to worry about. When Jacob had finished college, he sat on the steps outside, waiting for his brother and Hunter. It was a sunny day with clear blue skies and barely even a breeze. He loved days like this. He often found that it relaxed him. He was sitting with his legs crossed and eating his lunch. Hunter could feel pleasure running through him just because his mate was eating a sandwich. You like food too much, he thought to him in his head. Not possible, Jacob thought back. He was really hungry. Just then, someone sat next to him, making him jump. Hey Jacob, a familiar voice said. Jacob turned to see Sam giving him a big grin. Hello, how are you today? Good. You am good too. Thank you. Sam was very cheerful. As usual. The weather today is so good. I can't wait to run for miles and miles. I'm going to find a lake and jump right in. You'd think that wolves don't like water, but I love it. Jacob watched him as he ate. You know, that's something that Hunter doesn't like. Sam continued. He just loved to talk. In fact, he hates water. Yes, like a pup when it comes to bathing his wolf. We literally have to push him in. He hates water. Yep, he can't stand it. Although, he likes to run in the rain sometimes. He's a weird guy, really. Jacob likes learning new things about Hunter. What else does he not like? Well, usually, we go hunting once a week, but I've never actually seen him personally catch anything. Sam shrugged. It's not that he can't. He'd hate to be on his bad side. In his wolf for more not, but he just hates killing other animals. He'd ever do it with his own mouth, and Ivy always wondered why. Jacob was just about to ask another question when he could sense something. He turned to see Hunter standing right behind them. He was burning holes into the back of Sam's head. Sam turned and got the fright of his life. He jumped up onto his feet with guilty eyes. Alpha, I didn't see you there, he said with a nervous chuckle. Clearly, Hunter muttered. Why are you talking about me? I got carried away. I'm sorry, Alpha, I don't appreciate. Calm down, Jacob sighed. Hunter could get hot-headed sometimes. I asked. He was being polite. Hunter stared at him. So did Sam. My beta wolf. It's not his job to talk about me to my mate. I don't know what that means. Jacob shrugged and turned to walk down the steps. I'm going home. Are you coming? Sam was shocked. Nobody ever talked to his alpha like that so casually and got away with it. Hunter was a little shocked, but of course. He followed with his tail between his legs. Can I come? Sam asked. No, sure. Jacob interrupted his mate once again. Hold on a minute, Hunter said and pulled on his arm to stop him from walking. Where has this confidence come from? Jacob stopped and pursed his lips together. He didn't really know. Maybe it was because his family knew about this and he had nothing to hide anymore. Maybe it was because he is accepting his feelings and easier to be himself around Hunter. I guess it has always been there, he said quietly. I've just been nervous to show it. What's changed? I don't know. Hunter then grinned and stepped close enough for their chests to touch. Well, I like it, he said with his silky voice. It's very sensual. He stared at Jacob's mouth with desire-filled eyes. Jacob secretly liked it when he did that. It sent a jolt of excitement through him. "I like that about you to Jacob." Sam grinned, causing Hunter to scowl. "Go away," he growled. "But I've been invited to Jacob's house." Hunter's desire faded away and he looked at Jacob with dulled eyes, just as William wandered over. "Hi, I'm Sam," Hunter's beta said before William had the chance to say anything. Oh hey. He chuckled. "Are you a friend of Hunter's yet? It's nice to meet you." Jacob. "I know. It's great to meet you too. Why would you torture me like this?" Hunter thought and begged Jacob with his eyes to change his mind. "Don't be so dramatic." Jacob's eyes were glistening. "I think I should start getting to know your pack more though." "You do, I suppose." Hunter rolled his eyes inside. "You've got me wrapped around your little finger already, haven't you?" Jacob was feeling quite full up with joy today, and it was shining through his expression and his confidence. "Maybe. It was intentional." "I don't mind." Hunter grinned. "In fact, I wouldn't have it any other way. I like being bossed around by you. It's cute." Chapter 30. When Grace got home from work, Scott had just pulled up onto the driveway and parked behind Hunter's parents' truck. He climbed out of his car and was greeted by his wife. "Have you apologized to him yet?" he questioned. "No, but then get out of my face, Grace." He turned and headed inside. He didn't have the time of day for her at that moment. When he entered his home, he placed the meat he bought for the barbecue in the kitchen. He could hear voices and he knew Hunter's parents were here. All day, he has thought about Jacob and how good it is that 𝐻ES in a relationship. It proves to him that 𝐻ES starting to make a positive change in his life. He was very proud of him. The back door was open and everyone seemed to be enjoying the sunshine. Margot and Anthony were talking to Sam when Scott made an appearance. Jacob and Hunter were leaning over the pond they had at the bottom of the garden. Hunter had also spotted the built-in pool that they owned. Scott spent all summer building it. Jacob said, quietly. "Why do you not like water?" Hunter watched the fish as they aimlessly swam around and poked things with their mouth. "I just don't." He shrugged. However, deeper stories may rise to the surface when aid to talk about them. He was very good at blocking them out of their mind link. Jacob could feel it and understood not to provoke his problems. He glanced up at Alicia, who was already staring at him. William made her apologize, and it was very awkward for him. "She creeps me out," he whispered. Hunter watched her but his expression was subtle and dark. "She irritates me so much," he muttered. "I hate her." William could see her looking at Hunter in a funny way. He put an arm her waist so she returned her attention to him. "Why do you not like Hunter?" he questioned quietly. She studied his eyes with thought. She could really ruin his image. Although Anthony was here and he would definitely start the war between the two packs today for certain. She had orders from her alpha to ruin Jacob, not Hunter, and that is why she is pretending to be with William. She doesn't have feelings towards him. She definitely doesn't want to be in a relationship with him. It's over as soon as she's done messing with Jacob. "Do you need any help with the barbecue, Scott?" Anthony asked after Sam had introduced himself and talked about his life story in under 2 minutes. Scott barely took a word in. He spoke rather quickly with an excited bounce to his actions. "Sure. Thank you." Scott beamed but glanced over to his son, who was watching Hunter intensely as he spoke. Usually, he found it difficult to keep that essential eye contact. With Hunter, it was obviously different and he was a lot more comfortable around his son. "Could you head into the kitchen and grab some ice for the drinks, please?" Jacob nodded and stood up. Hunter flashed him a smile, just as Sam walked over. When he was gone, Hunter glared at his pack member. "Wipe that grin off your face," he muttered. "What did I?" Sam quickly stopped. "Yes, Alpha. Don't be so mean to him." Jacob's voice was vibrant in his mind. Hunter softened his gaze and also rolled his eyes. "Sorry?" he mumbled to Sam. "I'm just really annoyed about Alicia." "I know, which I know." Sam sighed. "Me too." When Jacob entered the kitchen, his mother was stood with a cup of coffee in her hand. Her eyes were fixed on the floor and they looked incredibly sad. She instantly perked up when he entered. "Oh, Jacob." She smiled and quickly brushed down her dress like she was nervous about something. "I've been meaning to talk to you. Do you have a minute?" Jacob nodded. He so desperately wanted things to be on good terms with them. "I think," she said and took his hand. "I have a lot of apologizing to do." Jacob chewed on his lip and stared at the ground. "You were horrible to me." Grace stepped closer and rested another hand on his shoulder. "I know, and I hate myself for it. I am your mother. I should never have said those things, but I had a moment of panic. I know you're growing up and dim, just so scared to lose my little boy. I was scared to see that you are getting older and you are capable of making your own choices. I just refuse to believe it. I am selfish. I was cruel and so sorry. It's not just me you need to apologize to." He mumbled quietly. "You were mean to Hunter too." "I know, honey. I was awful. HS not taking advantage of you. HE's a lovely boy." She was gripping him hard and Jacob could tell she is so afraid of the thought of losing him physically and mentally. He stepped forwards and wrapped his arms around her. "I'm getting better, Mom. I don't feel so empty when I'm around him," he whispered. Grace closed her eyes. That really pulled at her heartstrings. "I'm so glad," she muffled into his chest. "That's all I ever wanted to hear. You don't have to worry," Jacob continued. "I'm not hearing the voice as much. You're not." Grace pulled back and reached up to cup her tall son's cheeks. "I've been waiting all year for you to say that." Jacob released a small smile, which she returned. "I love you so much. Please never forget that." "I love you too, Mom." Grace then stood back and took a big breath. "Right? I should really go and say hi to our guest." Jacob watched her leave feeling a lot less heavy-chested. He really didn't like it when they argued. He then turned to get ice for his dad, but he heard someone else walk into the kitchen. He turned to see Alicia storming up to him. He gasped and pushed his back against a cupboard as she continued to get really close with a deep scowl on her face. "You," she muttered and poked him hard in the chest, "are a freak." Jacob didn't know what to do. He was scared. "Do you think Hunter's family want you in their lives?" Alicia had started her game of tearing him down. Picking on his insecurities was the best place to start. Anthony and Margot wanted a strong and stable person for their son so they could help Hunter run his pack. Instead, they got you. Someone they have to babysit. You're weak and pathetic. You don't belong in a werewolf fast world. Jacob opened his mouth, but he didn't have the confidence to stick up for himself. He was too afraid to move. "And that proves my point." She smirked. "You can't even defend yourself. And your brother hates looking after you, and he finds you irritating. He told me, of course. William would never say that, but Alicia didn't care. He wouldn't he?" Her chuckle was nothing short of sinister. "Nobody likes you. They just have to put up with you because they feel sorry for you." Jacob's heart was beating hard. He couldn't help but listen to her, and unfortunately, with his struggling mind, it was sinking in. "Alicia," Hunter roared, making them look up. He stormed over and shoved her back before standing in front of his crumbling mate. "I'm going to kill you." His voice spoke only the truth, and she heard it. He was pulsing with anger. "Have fun with that." She smiled and turned. Hunter cowled in her here. Not with humans close and Jacob needing help, and she knew that. But nobody can help her soul when she leaves this home. Hunter glared at her until she left the room. He couldn't wait to get his revenge. He quickly turned to see his mate looking rather distraught. "Hey," he soothed and lifted both his hands. He placed them delicately on Jacob's cheeks and rested their bodies together. After living in his head for a year, he understood that no matter how hard he tried, he can't help but let those negative thoughts in. It'll eat away at him until he believes it. Jacob's eyes grew watery. In his head, he is weak. He is pathetic. He is a freak. Don't you dare think that. Hunter wrapped his arms around him and pulled his face into his shoulder. Jacob took his comfort and wrapped his arms around his waist. He gripped his T-shirt tight. This is her plan. She knows you can be vulnerable and you can't let her win. It's so hard not to listen. He sobbed quietly against him. I know. Hunter soothed and rubbed his back, just as Scott appeared at the doorway. He was coming to see what was taking his son so long to get the ice. He was shocked to see him crying against Hunter. I know you struggle. His voice was soft. And I know it's hard for you to not let it in. But you're perfect for me. My mom adores you. My dad likes how you get bossy with me sometimes. You don't realize how much of a positive impact you make on people. Jacob was trying so hard to calm himself down. Hunter was helping him a lot. I don't see it. He sobbed. It's because you don't believe it. But I promise it's true. You know I never break my promises. Hunter pulled Jacob's head back and wiped the tears from his face. He's a very emotional person because he was doing the same to him last night. Don't let it get inside your head. I know you're stronger than that. Jacob nodded and sniffed his sadness back. Thank you, he whispered, creating Hunter to smile. You're so cute. It actually hurts my heart. He chuckled. Jacob's eyes lightened. He was beginning to feel a lot better. Hunter ran a hand through his mate's hair and examined his face. Let's get you some food. I know that will definitely cheer you up. Jacob smiled and Hunter melted as they turned towards the door. They both stopped when their eyes caught sight of Scott standing there. However, his expression was different and he looked like he had just watched a life-changing film or read an inspiring book. He knew, just from witnessing something he never thought 𝐻EDC, that Hunter 𝐲𝐬 was perfect for his son. He calmed him down with a hug and kind words. Nobody was as understanding as that. Not to Jacob. He knew Hunter could save him from drowning in his own anxiety. Food is now nearly ready, son, he said softly as they walked towards him. On the way past, he gave Hunter a nod of appreciation, a grateful smile. Hunter didn't feel like he did enough to deserve that because he was only doing what was right. It was clear to him that Jacob has required someone in his life for a very long time. He had felt alone for years before he entered his mind. Them finding each other was no coincidence. Jacob needed Hunter, just as much as he needed him. Chapter 31. That night, Hunter and his pack stood at the edge of his rival pack's territory. He had shared among the men about what 𝐿𝐸 game was. Although 𝐿𝐸 and Brad hated how weak Hunter's mate is. If he got that upset over simple words, he wasn't worthy of his title in their eyes. But they have no idea what Jacob goes through on a daily basis. Hunter does. I want revenge, Hunter said coldly. He could see 𝐿𝐸's house from here and he was ready to hurt her. The rest of the pack felt just as irritated by her actions. Poor Jacob doesn't need her hate in his life. What's the plan? Sam asked. Her bedroom is on the bottom floor, which is convenient for us. We're going to break in, cover it with our scent and hopefully get out before anyone notices. What if she's in there? Harrison asked. She's not. They have their pack meeting now. But we have to hurry. I don't know how long it's on for. They all glanced at each other in agreement before sprinting across the field. Hunter could not and would not settle until she got what she deserved. Today was just the beginning of his payback. They kept a low profile and stayed very quiet as they approached the back of the house. Hunter pulled out a crowbar and looked around one last time. His pack watched him slide it between the glass and wood. Lucky for them, it was very cheaply made. He used a lot of force until the handle on the inside broke off and he was able to slide the window open. One by one, they climbed into her dark bedroom. It smelt like her and it made Hunter sick. Sam took off his shirt and rubbed it on her pillow and duvet. Hunter pulled out her drawers and emptied them onto the floor. He stood on her clothes and made an extra effort to brush his hands over everything. I hate her, Sam said and flopped onto her bed, filling it with his scent. She's going to be so angry. She deserves everything that's coming to her. Ricky grinned and picked up some of her clothes. He chucked them at the AC, who was casually leaning against her door. Hunter was having fun while he opened the books she owned and ran his fingers along the pages. He wished Jacob was here because his scent would really make her mad. But it was after 11 at night and he was already asleep. Suddenly, they heard the front door crash open. Everyone froze and listened to angry steps quickly approach. Go, Hunter yelled. His pack members threw themselves out of the window. Just as Vic, the alpha of 𝐿𝐤𝐲𝐻 pack, entered, his eyes landed on Hunter, who was last to leave the room. The rest of his pack had seen Hunter's pack enter 𝐿𝐤𝐲𝐻's home and got in touch with Vic straight away. Not everyone was ordered to their meeting tonight. When Hunter's pack changed into their wolf form and started running, they were quickly stopped by another row of angry wolves. Hunter was just about to change into his beautiful white wolf when Vic jumped on top of him. They fell to the ground and Hunter fought against his angry fist. They had landed only a meter away from Brad, who stood, not knowing what to do. "Brad," Hunter breathed before punching Vic in the jaw. He wasn't as big built as Hunter, but he was strong. "Help me." Brad hovered on his toes. He didn't feel right about this from the beginning, and now he didn't feel like it was his problem to stay behind and get hurt. He didn't want to be here. "Brad," Hunter roared. They made eye contact and Hunter couldn't believe he was hesitating. He got a really painful blow to his ribs, just as Brad turned and started running away. Betraying his alpha. That really angered Hunter, and it embarrassed him in front of another alpha. It was a huge insult to him. He then used his strengths to flip Vic around and punch him in the nose, just as Sam ran over in his black wolf form and growled in Vic's face. Hunter climbed off him and quickly changed into his wolf. He connected his mind link with his pack, who were slowly retreating to their territory. "Everyone, fight if you have to, but we need to leave." He started sprinting with Sam as Vic set up. He was going to fight. He was going to start planning his sweet revenge. He could hear Alicia screaming and cursing at them as she pranced around her bedroom. Yes, they are in their territory, but Hunter is a son of one of the big dogs, Anthony. It was risky to even be fighting with his pack. Hunter ran through the battlefield and separated the two packs. Being an alpha makes him very powerful and a lot stronger than the rest of them. He growled with Sam standing proudly behind him. Hunter flashed his sharp teeth and started to back off. "Puck, let's go," he yelled in his mind, and they turned to start running. The rival pack watched them return back to their own territory. They had no orders from their own alpha to follow, so they couldn't. They glanced at each other while Alicia continued to scream out her anger. Was this the beginning of a war between them? When Hunter approached his home, he was out of breath because his ribs hurt. He changed into his human form and collapsed onto the wooden steps. Sam changed and rushed over. "Alpha, can I get you anything?" He was very worried. "Just some ice, please." Sam, Hunter breathed. His beta wolf ran into the house, startling Anthony and Margot, who were waiting for their son. "Hunter's injured." Hunter rolled his eyes when his parents ran outside to see him laying on the steps and holding his side. "I'm fine." He sighed with sweat dripping down his forehead. Margot moved his hand to see deep purple bruises forming. "You've broken 2 ribs." Anthony knew he was injured anywhere else, but he had a lot of questions. "What did you do?" Sam ran out with some ice and handed it to Margot, who placed it over his bruises. Hunter flinched, but he'd be fine in a few days. "I got payback." He sat up and wiped his forehead. "Alicia's aim is to break Jacob. Vic ordered her to do it." Hunter's parents glanced at each other. "You went into their territory." Margot frowned. "You ruined Alicia's room." Sam crossed his arms and tilted his head. "How do you know these things?" he questioned. "She has a wonderful gift," Anthony said and stared at his son. "You're playing a dangerous game." "This isn't a game," Hunter said and stood up. He was in a lot of pain but hated being fussed over. "They're targeting my mate. I'm not going to stand back and do nothing. And I wouldn't expect you to," Anthony sighed. "But there are better ways of doing this. What you did tonight was not one of them. Alicia is roaming around in our territory, using Jacob's brother to get to him. Why are you not angry about that?" "We are," Margot said and handed him the ice. "Believe me, we are very angry. Seeing her today was hard. I wanted to yell and scream at her, but we have to be calm. The humans you are involved with cannot know about us. We have to be careful. I want her out of." "Alpha." Hunter quickly turned to see a very sheepish-looking Brad standing behind him. Although his face only fueled his anger. He marched over and punched him hard. creating him to fall onto the grass. Anthony ran over and grabbed his son's arms before he hit him again. "What are you?" he yelled. "How about you tell him, Brad?" Hunter's eyes were wide and full of pure rage. Sam was glaring at Brad too. He ran when Hunter asked for his help. "Our alpha is only injured because Brad was loyal and didn't want to fight. Is that true?" Anthony asked him with a deep frown. "It is." Margot shook her head. Hunter called on him twice and he didn't respond. Hunter sometimes hated it when his mum used her soul-searching gift on him, but on rare occasions, it helped. Anthony let go of his son and stood back. "Brad deserved that. Get out of my sight," Hunter roared. Sam raised his eyebrows, but he shouldn't be surprised. Hunter has given him too many chances. Brad quickly climbed to his feet. "Wait, please, Alpha. I'm sorry. I won't do it again." "No, you won't," Hunter said coldly. "Because I am no longer your Alpha and you are no longer my Delta Wolf. You're worse to me than a lonely Omega. You mean nothing to this pack. Now go. I don't want to see you." Brad glanced at the angry faces. Deep down, he knows he deserved this, but he didn't think it would actually happen. His family will be angry and ashamed because he no longer has an important status. HES nothing. The next morning when Jacob and William were dropped off at the college, Hunter was waiting for them outside because Jacob could feel that he was still sleeping. He was really frustrated because his head hurt a lot and his chest was throbbing. He wanted to hug him and be around him. "You can call him, you know," Sam said, making him jump. William had already gone off with his friends. "HES still sleeping, isn't he?" Jacob nodded. He forgot that they exchanged numbers almost a week ago. He pulled out his phone and searched for his name. He only just noticed that he'd put a heart next to his name. Hunter was a cheeky character who clearly loved to flirt. Jacob made a subtle eye roll and called him. Surprisingly, Sam saw the disappointment on his face and wondered why Margot and Anthony were letting him sleep in. Maybe it was because of his injury, and they were up rather late last night. "Do you think you can make it through your lessons without seeing him?" he asked. Jacob wanted to say no, and he wanted Sam to take him to Hunter, but he called in Skip College. So he nodded glumly and pulled on his bag straps. Sam patted his shoulder. He knew that maybe he was able to cope. "I'll stay with you today. If HES still not here when you've finished, I'll give you a lift to his home." Jacob nodded as they started walking towards the stairs. "Do you have a car?" "No," Sam chuckled. This must still feel really new and strange to Jacob. "But I have a wolf." Chapter 32. When Jacob's lessons were over, he looked a little pale and he was very distracted. He hurt a lot because he cowled into your Hunter's thoughts. He was still asleep. "Come on." Sam hated to see him struggle. "Let's go to Hunter's house." "Does your brother know where you're going?" "Yes, it's fine." Jacob breathed and followed him down the corridor. He didn't know what Hunter and his pack had been up to last night as he saw braring at them. "Just ignore him," Sam said and stood closer to Jacob. HES angry because HES not part of a pack anymore. Jacob raised his eyebrows. HES not. "Nope. Hunter kicked him out last night." "Why, it's a long story." Sam sighed. "I'll let Hunter explain when we get there." Jacob nodded and through the glass doors and into the fresh afternoon air. When they reached the trees and started walking through the woods, Sam studied him for a moment as they walked. "What is it like?" he questioned. "To be mated with someone. I've always wondered what it would feel like." Jacob thought about it, and explaining it is a little hard. He said quietly. "It's strange. I can feel Hunter even when we're not together." His voice was quiet, but so are the woods. Therefore, Sam could hear him perfectly. "I know how he feels all the time. I always know what HES thinking. I know how he feels about me and I felt so relaxed around someone. We feel close because of this. Connection. It's hard to explain." Sam listened intensely. "That was the most I've heard you speak." He chuckled. "But it sounds wonderful. I want to find a mate one day." Jacob was sure how it all worked. "Does every werewolf find a mate?" Sam shook his head. Not everyone. Alphas find them at the age of 18. But for the rest of us werewolves, we have to hope that we're lucky enough. Those who deserve it find them. Lunar love is selected very carefully. There's always a reason why the people are brought together. Always a reason. Yes, Sam smiled. He liked how interested Jacob is. He knew he could talk to him for hours and not bore him. It was refreshing because Hunter usually gets bored after 5 minutes. You and Hunter are together because he needed you or you needed him. Or maybe you're together because you once had wolves in your family bloodline or something. Or maybe you have some crazy destiny rubbish to fulfill. I don't know. He chuckled. There are endless possibilities. Jacob released a small smile. He liked the idea of them being brought together for a reason. Right. I think we're far enough for me to change. Sam stood still and pulled off his t-shirt. Jacob didn't feel awkward. Not like he is with Hunter because this is different. He isn't insanely attracted to Sam like he is with him. Can you hold on to this? It's my favorite t-shirt and I don't want to rip it. Jacob took it and put it in his bag. I know you've hitched a lift with Hunter before. How did you find it? It was fun. Sam nodded with a grin. Right. Once I change, I can't speak to you because we don't have a mind link yet. But just jump on. Jacob nodded until he was staring at a huge black wolf. He isn't really fazed by the change anymore. He threw a leg over and climbed on. Sam gave him a moment to relax before he felt his arms wrapped strongly around his neck and his hands dig into his fur. He started a slow jog so he could get used to it until he developed into a fast sprint and ran in between the trees. Jacob liked the feeling of the air flowing through his hair. He could hear Sam's heavy paws cracking branches and crushing leaves. He felt very privileged at this moment. When they reached Hunter's home, he could feel that he was still asleep as he climbed off Sam so he could change back. He gave him his t-shirt and climbed the steps. Jacob was just about to knock, but Sam opened the door and walked straight in, leaving him hesitating at the door. Sam chuckled and walked over to their fridge. Good morning to my favorite family. Please, help yourself. Sam and Thony chuckled sarcastically and shoved him away from the fridge. Jacob quickly took off his shoes and hung his bag up. He was so desperate to be with Hunter. He felt ill because they had been separated for a long time. Hello, Jacob. Margot beamed. I'm sorry we didn't wake Hunter. He went to bed very late last night and he needs a lot of rest. But go wake him. He'll be happy you're here. Jacob nodded and walked over to his room. They all watched him enter and close the door behind him. Jacob's eyes examined Hunter, who was curled up under his duvet. He was still deep in sleep, but he needed to feel his comfort so badly. He walked over and prodded his shoulder. Hunter, he questioned. He didn't stir, not even a little bit. Jacob put more force into shaking him and said his name again. Hunter took in a big breath of air and stretched his body. He relaxed back into his curled-up position and still didn't open his eyes. Hunter, Jacob questioned a little louder. This caught his attention. His eyes flickered open and he clumsily reached for his mate. He pulled him on top of him and wrapped his arms around his waist. Jacob's head fell into the crook of his neck while the bond settled. Sorry, Hunter said in his husky morning voice. Jacob's spine shivered. He loved it. I didn't mean to sleep in so long. It's fine, he whispered back. He loved his warmth. Hunter yawned and squeezed him tighter. His ribs hurt still, but not as much as yesterday. However, he hasn't sat up yet. I really need a little iron. Jacob lifted his head and watched him rub his eyes. He wished that he could sleep next to him. Just once. It was horrible to wake up feeling ill and sore. We will. Hunter stretched again as Jacob climbed off the bed and stood patiently. It just depends on whether your parents will let you sleep here. I know for a fact if I sleep over at yours, your mom will make me sleep on the sofa. She would. Jacob smiled, melting Hunter's heart as usual. Hunter then climbed out of bed and felt the mild pain in his ribs. But Jacob gasped and covered his eyes very quickly. Hunter, he said urgently, you don't have clothes on. The werewolf looked down to find himself naked. Most of the time, he gets too hot to sleep with clothes on. A big grin made its way onto his face. He was not embarrassed. Werewolves have no shame and incredible amounts of body confidence, especially in front of their mates. "Why are you covering your eyes?" He chuckled. "We're both men." "Yes, but it's you." Hunter walked over and pulled his hands away from his eyes. Jacob shut his eyes instead, making him laugh. He stood closer and Jacob tried to turn, but Hunter wouldn't let him. "There's nothing to be shy about," he said smoothly. Jacob could feel his breath against his ear. He was very attracted to Hunter, and seeing him naked would only make him embarrass himself. "You won't embarrass yourself. It's only natural." Jacob didn't want anything to happen yet. He wasn't even ready to make out with him, let alone seeing him like this. "You're so innocent." Hunter's lips delicately grazed over Jacob's earlobe, making him shudder. Hunter pulled on his hands and rested them on his stomach. Jacob felt the outline of his defined muscles, and his skin was so warm. "I'm not even sorry that I'm slowly corrupting that." Hunter leaned his face against his and nibbled his ear. Jacob couldn't take any more. His emotions were too strong to hold back, and it hit him like a tidal wave. Hunter watched his cheeks turn bright red, and he looked down to see that he had completed his mission of filling his mate with affection. Jacob felt so embarrassed, but Hunter was very pleased with himself. There was nothing more satisfying than pleasuring his mate. Jacob then quickly turned. He had to calm down. Hunter rested his body against Jacob's back. "I can take care of that for you." Jacob quickly shook his head. "I'm not ready for this," he whispered. In all honesty, he had no idea what he was doing or how to take things further. He felt awkward and didn't really want to be in this situation. "It's okay, Jacob." Hunter stepped away. "It's completely fine to be clueless. Nobody is born knowing what to do when they get to this stage. You should never feel embarrassed about it. Not with me." He slowly put on some boxers and then some jeans. Jacob could hear him getting dressed and opened his eyes. He managed to calm himself, just by how uncomfortable he was beginning to feel. "I'm guessing that your parents haven't had the talk with you then." Hunter smiled and crossed his arms when his bottom half was covered. Jacob shook his head. He felt pathetic. He was 17 and had no clue when it came to anything further than a kiss. "I can talk you through it. It's fine." Hunter beamed and walked over. "I don't mind. And you're not pathetic. It's adorable. Believe me." Jacob knew he spoke the truth, and he would rather have the talk with Hunter than his parents. "Just to warn you now, though, I like to sleep naked." "It's a bit late for that," Jacob mumbled. He was beginning to feel more relaxed. Hunter chuckled and took his hand. "I'll warn you next time. Maybe." Jacob flashed him a look that Hunter would not like to see if his mate was actually angry. "Okay. I will. Well." He held his hands up with innocence. Jacob saw a glimpse of a deep purple color below his chest. "Why are you bruised?" he asked. Oh, Hunter moved his arms out of the way to see a nasty-looking injury. "I broke a few ribs. It's nothing." He shrugged. Jacob frowned and took his arm when he turned to leave. "It's not just nothing. Are you in pain? How did you do it?" He looked concerned. "It doesn't hurt that much." Hunter studied his deep chocolate eyes. "I'm clumsy. That's all." Jacob narrowed his gaze and squeezed Hunter's arm when he tried to leave again. "Please don't lie to me," he whispered. Hunter sighed. "We broke into 𝐿𝐤𝐬's bedroom last night to get revenge, but her pack came and caught us." Jacob's eyes glanced down to his injury. "Who hurt you?" "Vic, the alpha of the rival pack." It made Jacob feel rather angry at the thought of someone causing him pain. "You're quite a jealous little character, aren't you?" He grinned and patted his head, but Jacob moved away. "And why did Brad get kicked out of the pack?" Hunter knew Sam would have told him. He could smell that he was here. "I'm only injured because he ran away when I shouted him for help. He embarrassed me in front of another alpha. I've given him too many second chances." Jacob nodded, showing that he understood. He looked upset at college today. Being my Delta Wolf was the only good thing to happen to his family, and his pride ruined it. Hunter sighed. There was a time when Brad was a great guy. He was happy, fair and kind. He wasn't quite sure what happened to him and why it took him so long to see it. He was a bit sad that Brad was out of the pack. They have been close friends for years. Maybe meet up with him and talk to him about why he has changed, Jacob suggested. It can't be for no reason. I think I should. Hunter smiled and stepped closer. But for now, let's go make some food. I'm hungry and there's no point asking if you're hungry because you're never not hungry. Jacob's eyes shined brightly. Hunter gently ran a hand through his mate's hair and kissed his forehead. Jacob's senses went all tingly. I'm sorry I startled you with my exposed man lines. He chuckled. Jacob released a cute smile and started to fidget. But it wasn't due to nerves or anxiety. It was only out of habit this time. It's okay. It's okay. I have a feeling I should get used to it. He had humor in his expression. Don't worry. I'll make sure that is not the last time I startle you like that. Hunter casually took his hand. Wait. What? Hunter grinned and pulled him out of the room. He loved how pure he is. H.E.S. untouched. Unscathed. He was all his and he loved it. Nobody had kissed his mate's lips with affection before him. Hunter's heart enjoyed how he'll be Jacob's first. For everything. Hi everyone. Today we're sharing the exciting plot of this novel. Jacob discovers he has an unusual superhuman healing ability in the werewolf world. Yet his werewolf lover Hunter and his werewolf family can't explain it. But what's even more unexpected is that Jacob's family has a strange and conflicting attitude toward his werewolf partner Hunter. What secrets are they hiding? Chapter 33. I worry about Jacob's safety. Having to trek through the woods for nearly 2 hours to reach our home, Margot said, her compassionate nature evident in her voice. She watched as Hunter, in his white wolf form, frolicked playfully in the field with Jacob. The human's athletic prowess was on full display as he hurled a massive stick across the expanse, showcasing his strength. Anthony, his arms crossed, nodded in agreement. I share your I doubt Jacob's parents would allow him to stay over. They seem like the type to enforce strict rules. Margot shook her head, her spiritual beliefs coloring her perspective. Humans can be so peculiar about these matters. Don't they understand that love nourishes the soul? What's the harm into young people expressing their affection? We must remember that werewolf societies differ greatly from human ones. Anthony replied, his skepticism evident. But we needn't to worry about Hunter impregnating his mate. Margot raised an eyebrow at her husband. You're aware Jacob is male? Correct. Of course. Anthony affirmed. But surely you've heard the legend. Indeed, Margot said, wrapping an arm around Anthony's waist. Our gods once blessed same-sex couples with the ability to conceive. Even 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬, the god of wisdom, was mated to another female. Anthony's non-religious stance was clear as he responded. Margot, you know I don't believe in the gods. Perhaps you should, she sighed. A disbelief is why we have homophobic wolves. They reject the gods because the deities accepted same-sex pairings. I don't believe, yet am not homophobic, Anthony countered, watching Jacob's impressive throw. Even if the gods did exist, they vanished centuries ago. But I understand how it brings hope to believers like you. Margot gazed into Anthony's striking gray eyes. My gift must have originated somewhere. I may not be a god, but I possess a fragment of their power. I believe their souls are dispersed among the wolves, with some being more extraordinary than others. Anthony loved listening to his wife's theories, and she did have a point. Nobody knew where her gift came from. Well, Hunter's gift is to give off the biggest sex appeal for his poor mate. Did you see Jacob earlier? He didn't know where to look just because Hunter didn't have his T-shirt on. Bless him, Margot chuckled. He may be innocent, but Hunter is gentle. Being with Jacob is teaching him to slow down and consider feelings other than his own. He'll never rush with his mate, and it's sweet. H.E.S. developing the love before the serious stuff. Jacob watched as Hunter sprinted back towards him with the stick in his mouth. His tail was wagging with excitement. Throw it again. He didn't know why it was so appealing to chase something, especially from his mate. "A hunter?" Jacob questioned and picked up the stick. "You know how dogs have masters and stuff who they obey. Am I your master?" He had a faint smirk on his lips, but he was also genuinely interested. The white wolf stopped panting and tilted his head to the side. He could feel a few drops of rain on his fur. "You're not my master. But if I told you to do something, would you do it?" Jacob questioned. "Well, yes, but because I'm your master." Jacob was still quiet, but a little cheeky. Hunter's wolf form stared into his deep chocolate eyes before changing back. Hunter stood up when the rain began to fall a little heavier. He was sweaty from running around the field all afternoon. He walked over to his mate and stood very close. "You may be my master in my wolf form, but I'm yours in my human one." His voice was soft and leaked seduction. Jacob studied his face. There was something about the tone of his voice which made him melt, and there was something about his words which spoke the truth. Just before they could do or say anything, the heavens opened and the rain poured from the sky. Jacob gasped and turned to run, but Hunter grabbed him and pulled him close once more. How romantic. We're kissing in the rain. He smiled. Jacob frowned. "But we're not kiss." Hunter leaned forwards and silenced him by connecting their lips. Jacob's whole body tingled with emotions and excitement. He was so close and they were sharing something so personal. Before meeting him, the thought of kissing someone filled him with nerves. He knew he wouldn't be good at it. However, he has learned that it doesn't matter. People gain knowledge through experience, which brought him to the questions of what Hunter got up to before meeting him. He seemed pretty experienced. Hunter's arms wrapped around the T-shirt that was quickly clinging to Jacob's body. Their lips moved slowly together while the rain continued to fall hard. Hunter was pleased. Jacob was following his lead and kissing him. They felt very special to him and he cherished every single one. "Boys." They then heard Margot shout from the porch. Jacob pulled back, but only by a centimeter. He wanted to continue. "Come back inside before you get ill." Hunter rolled his eyes but kissed his mate's lips once more. "I'm glad you're getting used to these," he whispered. "Me too." Jacob opened his eyes to see water running down Hunter's olive skin. It was at that exact moment when he saw a shimmer of vulnerability on his face. He didn't look confident in himself, assured like he usually does. He looked unguarded and free. Jacob lifted his hand and placed it gently on his cheek. Hunter opened his eyes in surprise when he felt his thumb run gently along his strong jawline. "I know I have trouble expressing myself," he said quietly, "but you can't be the strong one all the time." Hunter enjoyed showing his raw emotions in front of his mate, who was very good at detecting them. "I know," he whispered and lifted a hand to move some wet hair out of his eyes. "I never thought you would make me feel this way. I would literally do anything for you and I don't even mind. I never thought I'd get to express my feelings like this. When it really comes down to it, Hunter is a big softie. This, connection thing is a learning curve for us both, I think," Jacob whispered when Hunter's face grew closer. "It certainly is." He stole one more kiss in the pouring rain. Jacob wrapped an arm around his shoulders, feeling safe and completely relaxed. Hunter loved how he was finding his confidence and he understood the side of him was his true self. He cowed and waited for him to express it more. "Boys," Margot shouted again. "Get inside." "Is that your hoodie?" Sam raised asked Jacob. It was 8:30 in the evening and he had been home for only 10 minutes. They understood that he spent the rest of the day with Hunter and they were fine with that. No," he said quietly and fiddled with the sleeves. "It's Hunter's. We got caught in the rain earlier." It fit him well because they were similar sizes, and so he lent you his clothes. "That's sweet." She beamed. "Would you like me to wash it for you?" "No," Jacob said quickly. It's fine." He liked how it smelt of him. "All right. He'll wash it when you decided to give it back." She chuckled. "That's if he ever decides to give it back. My last girlfriend stole like 3 of my hoodies. She said she liked how it reminded her of me or some rubbish like that." Scott shook his head with a grin. "You're not much of a romantic, are you, son?" "Not really. William shrugged. Scott then turned to his other son. But Jacob, on the other hand, he grinned. You seem to be the type of romantic who would sleep in that. Jacob smiled and nodded. It smells like him. William rested a hand on his heart and flopped back onto the couch. Girls love it when guys are like that. It's a shame you're gay, Jacob, because they'd be throwing themselves at you. Jacob stared at him with blank eyes. Guys like it too. He mumbled. He secretly enjoyed Hunter's flirty nature. He liked how he was getting used to thinking about a relationship with a little less innocence. He had to. It's the only way for him to be comfortable enough to take it further. You liked it? Hunter's voice was vibrant in his mind. And there's plenty more to get used to. I'm curious, William said and sat forward. What's Hunter like in a relationship? Is he romantic? Jacob nodded. In what way? Grace said and narrowed her eyes. He likes hugs and stuff. Jacob mumbled. And stuff. Grace crossed her arms. Are you talking about lovemaking? Jacob's cheeks blazed bright red. Mom, William wind. Who even calls it that? I do. Now answer me, son. Is that what you're talking about? No, Jacob frowned. I meant. He prefers physical contact, like holding hands. Sitting close and dumb. A kiss or something. Grace. Chill out. Scott chuckled. So what if that's what he was talking about? 𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐷. Let him have some fun. Scott understood that when his son is ready, he'll take their relationship further. What he has seen from Hunter proves that he is not rushing in and allowing him to take his time. Sorry. She smiled and ruffled Jacob's hair. You know what I'm like. I need to know everything. Unfortunately, William muttered hey. For that comment, you need to tell me everything about your relationship with Alicia. Grace stood up and sat next to him instead. Jacob then zoned out. He did not want to listen to that. It has been a week since I confessed my love to you. Hunter whispered with a big grin. Jacob looked up from the notes he was writing. They were sitting next to each other in the lecture hall, trying to focus on what the tutor was talking about. Already, Jacob whispered back. Hunter nodded. He had taken no notes because he would just look at Sam's later, who was sitting on the other side of his mate. Yet they couldn't believe how developed they felt instead of their feelings. 7 days is certainly not a long time, and they definitely felt like they've known each other for a lot longer. But that is all down to their bond. It gives them no other choice but to be close, mentally and physically. How about a celebratory kiss? Hunter thought in his head. Jacob sat up straight and glanced at him until his eyes widened. Now he thought back. Hunter nodded and put his arm on the back of the chair so it was behind Jacob. If you're ready, that is. Hunter knew Jacob wasn't ready for the whispers and the judgment. But he'll get to a point in his life where it doesn't matter and he can be himself without worrying what people think. Jacob thought about it, and what has he got to lose? Nothing. It's not like he has any friends other than his brother, Hunter and his pack. I want to kiss you. His cheeks flushed at the thought. Hunter couldn't wait to show off his mate and rightfully mark him as his in front of everyone. It was a territorial characteristic that werewolves possess. He leaned forwards and effortlessly planted a sweet kiss on his lips. They were sitting near the front and heard a few gasps shared among the student. Jacob felt like all eyes were on him, but for once, he didn't mind because he could feel Hunter's pride and it filled him with a little more self-love. Hunter pulled back with a hint of passion in his eyes. That was a big step for Jacob and he was proud of him. Feeling okay? Hunter smiled yes. Jacob looked a little tense as they turned back to face the tutor. People were whispering, but they couldn't hear what it was about. Although, 90% was about the kiss they just witnessed. Let them talk. Hunter thought and put an arm around his shoulders instead of the chair. He checked the time and they only had 15 minutes left. I can't wait to be outside. Just then, he and Sam received a forced mind link from a pack member. Alpha, Jonah spoke with urgency in his tone. It's the rival pack. They're outside your home. Chapter 30 for stay calm. Hunter thought to everyone, including Jacob. Where are my parents? Jonah. At a meeting. Jonah's voice was still panicked. The rest of us are here. What are your orders? Hunter made eye contact with Sam. Jacob was sitting and fidgeting. He didn't really understand the roles of Hunter's pack and what they do, but he did know that they are very strong together and work well as a team. Hunter is a great leader. What is the rival pack doing? Are all the members there? Not all of them, Harris added, and they're just sitting on your step. I think they're waiting for you. Watch your back, boys. The rest could be hunting you. Hunter clenched his jaw with thought. Go and confront them together. You'll be there as soon as possible. He cowled and just get up and leave class early. There was now only 5 minutes left, and it felt like the longest minutes of his life. Jacob subtly packed his things away. He cowled and take any more notes with this going on in his head. When the lecturer announced that the lesson was finished, they stood up quickly. Hunter took Jacob's hand so he didn't lose him as he pushed through people. Jacob was too polite to do that, but Hunter didn't care and nobody dared to question him about it. They were all too shocked at seeing them kiss. Sam followed. He was a little nervous but ready to back his alpha and put the rival pack in their place. He hated that they were so cocky. They made a small mistake by adventuring into their territory and all hell broke loose. Hunter apologized, but apparently that wasn't good enough. Hunter's hand stayed tightly locked with Jacob's while they quickly walked down the corridor. People were staring and whispering as Jacob kept his gaze in front of him. He had other things to worry about. When they were stood outside, Hunter turned to his mate. Go home, Jacob. I can't take you with me. It's too dangerous. Jacob was ready to leave him. But please don't argue with me. Hunter rested his hands on his shoulders. You'll come straight to yours when this is sorted. Okay. Jacob glanced at Sam, who stared down to his feet. He cowled and argued with his alpha, and he was right. Jacob didn't need to be brought into unnecessary danger. Fine, he mumbled. Hunter put his thumb under his chin and lifted his head. Are you worried about me? He asked and cocked his head to the side. His mate slowly nodded and chewed his bottom lip. Don't worry. They'll let you know what's happening. We'll be fine. The rival pack don't know who they're messing with. Jacob then stood back. I'll see you later. Hunter smiled and turned with Sam behind him. Jacob watched them run through the car park and towards the approaching trees. Being involved with this would probably slow the wolf. Hunter and Sam watched through the trees. The rival pack were still sitting on his steps, and he felt very, very angry. His pack members were confronting them and they said nothing. They were ignoring them. That's enough. I need to settle this. Hunter sighed and started walking. Sam quickly followed him through the trees and across the field. Vic stood up when he saw him. He had a smirk on his face, and Hunter wanted to punch it off immediately. When he wasn't talking, he stopped and crossed his arms. What do you think you're doing? He growled. His pack stood behind him and glared at the intruders. Well, Vic grinned. We're getting our revenge. For what? You have your tragic princess prancing around in our territory, hurting my mate, and you think you are the ones who need revenge. Hunter was mad, yes. You see, we're sick of you feeling like you can do what you want just because your dad is important. Hunter rolled his eyes and uncrossed his arms. We entered into your territory. I said sorry. It was an accident, so why are you not accepting it? Because it's fun seeing you angry. Is that a joke? You think this is fun? Hunter roared. You need to grow up, Vic. And you need to be more careful leaving your vulnerable mate to walk home by himself. Hunter stared him dead in the eyes. Jacob, are you okay? He thought. I'm fine. Why? Are you on your way home? Are you alone? Yes, with. All of a sudden, Hunter could no longer hear his voice. For the first time in a week, the only voice in his head was his own. Vic started to feel a little intimidated by Hunter's aggressive stare. What have you done? He said lowly. His pack glanced at him with sudden worry. Well, since you didn't bring him to the party, we're bringing him for you. Hunter could feel Jacob's emotions, and he was freaking out big time. He took a step closer and clenched his fist. You've just made the biggest mistake of your life. Sam has never heard him speak with so much anger. His mate was very special to him, and nobody is allowed to cause him harm or worry. Is that so? Because Hunter took a big step forwards and punched him straight in the jaw. Vic fell back against the steps as Hunter's rage built inside of him. If you've hurt even a hair on his head, I'm going to make your life hell. He roared. You know, Hunter, Vic said and rubbed his jaw. He didn't stand up in fear of getting hit again. I was surprised that you're gay, but I guess it means it'll be easier to fight you. Hunter and his pack frowned with confusion. You're such an idiot, Ricky muttered. That makes literally no sense. Hunter sighed. Why would it? You know what? You know what? I don't even care. It makes you look weak. Vic's pattern glared at Ricky. Especially with a mate like yours. Hunter stepped forwards and grabbed the scruff of his t-shirt. Vic's pack tensed. They didn't know what to do. Hunter Raisin is powerful and dangerous to go up against. If you speak about him one more time, you can say goodbye to using your legs. He growled in his face. I assume it's the rest of your pack that is with him. Order them to let him go. Hunter wasn't sure why he couldn't hear his thoughts. However, there's a certain spot at the back of the head that can temporarily cut off the mind link if it is hit hard enough. The mind link will return when it heals. There's no point. They're pretty much you anyway. Everyone quickly turned when they heard heavy paws on the ground. They could smell to other wolves, and Hunter could detect Jacob's scent too. He watched with anger bubbling in his veins. A black wolf then appeared from the trees and sprinted across the field. Hunter's eyes immediately saw Jake, up on its back with someone behind him, holding him on. Sam gasped when he noticed that Jacob was limp and not quite himself. Hunter realized that they had, in fact, injured him. His head turned slowly to face Vic. He had lost all self-control. He instantly jumped on him and head-butted him hard. Vic cried in pain as Sam and Jonah ran in the direction of Jacob, who had been thrown off the back of the wolf while the packs began to fight. A woman stood over him. She had short blonde hair, black jeans, and a dark green fitted t-shirt. She lightly kicked Jacob with one of her boots, making him land on his back. The big black wolf changed into another woman. Alicia. She didn't care that she was topless, but she didn't spot Sam running up behind her. He grabbed her by the neck and slammed her into the ground. Her face hit the floor and her nose instantly started to bleed and throb. But he didn't stop. He continued his journey to Jacob as Jonah started to fight the other woman. Hunter kicked Vic into the wooden steps with so much force that he broke them and fell through. He was just about to kick him again when a member of the rival pack tackled him to the floor. As Jonah fought with the werewolf, Sam knelt in front of Jacob. He was conscious but clearly concussed. He was holding the back of his head and staring at the clouds. Jacob. Sam questioned and helped him to sit up, but he fell forwards, not able to hold his own weight. All right. Take it easy. Can you hear me? Sam supported him, yet Jacob didn't respond to his voice. He moved his head so he was facing him. His eyes were half closed and he looked like he had no idea where he was or who he was with. Jacob. Can you hear me? He repeated softly and still. Jacob didn't respond to it at all. Hunter. Sam thought and turned to see if he was okay. His alpha was on top of Vic and punching him repeatedly in the face. Jacob needs serious medical attention. He watched his alpha stop and glance his way. Vic looked almost as bad as Jacob, but Hunter was through with him. Alicia managed to peel her body off the floor and started making her way towards the chaos. She needed to protect Vic. What are his injuries? Hunter thought back and stomped on Vic's chest, making him cry in pain. I'm not entirely sure. He has a nasty head injury. The back of his head is bleeding quite badly. Hunter stood up. He was going over to Jacob. He couldn't keep fighting when he was in such a state. As he climbed over Vic, he was faced with Alicia, who lifted her fist. Hunter rolled his eyes and smacked her in the face, sending her flying to the ground. He didn't have time for her petty fight. Jacob had started to pull on the grass. He wasn't sure if he was trying to steady himself or not when his alpha arrived. Jacob. He questioned and cupped his face in his hands. Jacob's gaze lifted and his hands rested on Hunter's legs. He was responding to him. My head. He whispered. He was so confused. He couldn't remember what happened to him, and he couldn't focus for long enough to understand the situation. Let me see. Hunter turned his head and got a glimpse of the gash that was heavily bleeding. Sam, get in touch with my parents. Tell them the situation and… I don't think I need to. Sam interrupted and pointed to the side of the house. Hunter rested Jacob's head on his chest for support and turned. He breathed a sigh of relief when he spotted two white wolves and the rest of his parents' pack running towards the chaos. Jacob closed his eyes and focused on Hunter's familiar smell. Hunter still couldn't connect with his mate's mind link, so he connected with his mother. Mom, get here quick. They injured Jacob. He watched his mom turn and sprint over to them. He took off his shirt so she could cover up. When she reached them, she changed and quickly put her son's top on, which drowned her. What happened? She asked and delicately lifted Jacob's head so she could examine his injuries. He was walking home from college. I don't know what they did to him. Is he going to be okay? Margot looked up to her son. He looked extremely worried. He needs at least 2 days rest. Being paired with you will heal his injuries faster. Hopefully. But this wound needs stitched up. Help me get him into the house. Nobody questioned Margot's judgment. They knew she was always correct. Hunter didn't know what he was going to tell Jacob's family, but he'll think about it when the time comes. For now, he needed to get him into a safer environment. His dad and his pack had changed and were ripping the rival pack to shreds with their words. Nobody dared to fight a pack of such importance. Anthony was angry and he would take immediate action. If he had the power to break this pack up and leave Vic as a lonely alpha, he would do it. He then watched as his son ran past with his mate in his arms. He saw the blood dripping down Hunter's arm from the back of Jacob's head. When his son, Sam, and Margot had entered the house, his eyes grew extremely cold. Which one of you hurt Jacob? The rival pack glanced at each other until the woman with short blonde hair pushed Alicia forwards, but also stepped forwards herself. Lying to this pack would probably be the last thing she ever did. 𝐿's just a human. How shallow do you have to be to go after the weakest? He can't defend himself against werewolves, and yet you hurt him to this extent. He put up a fight. Anthony crossed his arms. He was sick and tired of this. Puck, he said boldly. Escort these pathetic pups back to their territory. He then turned and climbed up the side of his broken steps and into his home. He was fed up and he was ready to destroy that pack with everything he had. And he will. Without a second of hesitation. Chapter 35. Hunter, please give me some space. You're blocking the light. Margot spoke softly and looked at Jacob's deep wound. 𝐿's going to need a lot of stitches. Jacob was lying belly down on the couch. Sam had placed a sick bucket on the floor and Kay threw up. He was staring at the wall, still confused and feeling the pain of his injury. Hunter took a step back. He was very worried about him. He seemed really concussed. Jacob. Margot tapped gently on his cheek. Do you know where you are? His eyes closed for a brief moment before opening and glancing at Margot. Hunter. He whispered quietly. I'm right here. Hunter crouched next to his mom and gave him a kind smile. See. Jacob's arm fell off the couch in an attempt to touch him. He wasn't sure why he felt so compelled to feel his warmth. Hunter lifted his arm and placed it on his lap. He held tightly onto his mate's hand, only realizing how weak he was due to his poor effort to squeeze it back. Do you know what happened to you? Hunter asked and crossed his legs. He ran a very gentle hand through the front of Jacob's hair, who stared at him with no emotion. Werewolves, he mumbled. They are real. Margot started to prepare things so she could disinfect the wound while Anthony and the rest of Hunter's pack stood next to the couch and watched with They are. Hunter lifted his hand and gently kissed his knuckles. He hated seeing him like this as his mom returned her attention to his cut. What? That's odd. Margot mumbled and looked closer at his head. What is it? Anthony questioned. It's healing. The wound. Hunter frowned. Already. Margot nodded with concern. Is it because 𝐿's connected to a werewolf? This is different. It has healed so much in less than 30 seconds that I don't need to stitch it up anymore. Hunter leaned over him and looked. She was right. The blood was no longer gushing out of it. It was no longer gaping open. I still have the bruising from my ribs. There's no way 𝐻ED heal faster than a werewolf. Hunter's pack glanced at one another, not really sure what to make of this situation and what it would then mean. Unless... Anthony trailed off and looked at his wife, who heard his thoughts. He felt stupid thinking it in his head. 𝐻S not just a human. Margot spoke for him. Hunter scoffed and stood up. Are you kidding? 𝐻ES clearly human. Son, this isn't normal. Even in a werewolf-esque world. Margot looked at his wound and it was still making progress. Jacob was frowning and the color was returning to his cheeks, but he still looked a little confused. What else could he be? Hunter shook his head. Only werewolves and humans exist. He is obviously just a human. Anthony tapped his chin with thought, but was it really that obvious? Hunter could not believe that his parents suggested something so ridiculous as he knelt in front of his mate. Jacob, can you hear me? His mate looked up with weary eyes. Yes, he whispered. Do you know where you are? In your house. Hunter nodded. He had improved in such a short space of time. Do you remember what happened to you? Jacob took a slow but big breath of air like he was trying to reboot his mind. Alicia, he mumbled. Hit me. Margot continued to watch his wound put itself back together. She was mesmerized. Don't worry. My dad will sort out her and the rest of Vic's stack. Hunter's eyes flickered up to his dad, who was staring at him. He didn't like it when he had that look on his face. It was one of uncertainty and perplexity. Jacob, do you think you're able to sit up for me? Margot questioned. Hunter helped his mate sit upright. He was a little wobbly, but a lot better than earlier. He didn't look like he had been severely injured only minutes ago. Margot wiped away some dry blood on the back of his neck as the wound formed a nice thick scar. Do you have a headache or anything? Anthony asked. The outside may be healing, but that doesn't mean the inside was. Jacob slowly shook his head. I think I feel okay. He mumbled. Everything was happening so fast that he barely had a second to understand. Anthony walked around the couch and sat on the table in front of him. He looked him in the eye and crossed his arms. What are you? His voice was a little stern. Dad, Hunter frowned. Margot sat next to her husband and looked at the human. Jacob, it isn't normal for you to heal at this speed, even if you are connected to a werewolf. Jacob's eyes moved between them and then to Hunter, who got up and sat next to him. It's not. You know it's not. Anthony narrowed his eyes. You can't be a normal human. It's not possible to heal that way. I am normal. Jacob started to panic. He was also afraid of what happened. He had been injured badly and now he was recovered in a matter of minutes. He wanted answers too. Don't work yourself up. Hunter soothed and gently put an arm around him. Dad, can you stop? He has been through a lot today. Anthony sighed. I'm sorry, Jacob. I don't mean to be so demanding. I just don't like it when I don't have an explanation for something like this. Jacob fiddled with his fingers and chewed on his bottom lip while Margot studied him with her magical gift. However, there was nothing abnormal about him. His aura matched her son's, which is normal for mates. His soul was human and shared quantities of her son's, which was also normal. But there was something niggling in the back of her mind. Something that wasn't quite right. But what was it? Hunter then stood up and pulled Jacob up too. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up. He had dry blood in his hair and on his clothes. When his mate turned, Hunter could see that the only evidence left at his injury was a very small scar. It wouldn't be very noticeable if nobody knew it was there. Anthony, Margot and Hunter's pack watched them leave and enter the werewolf's bedroom. Sam uncrossed his arms. Did that really just happen? Jacob's superhuman or something? He chuckled, but nobody found this situation funny. Lighten up, boys. 𝐻ES healed. Isn't that the main thing here? He had a point. Jacob was no longer injured and in danger of receiving damage to his brain or spinal cord. The pack nodded and the atmosphere grew brighter. Right then, Sam was the leader when Hunter had other priorities, but that's his job as the beta wolf. I do believe we have some stairs to fix. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 groaned, but Sam grabbed his shoulder and pushed him towards the door. When Jacob was finished pulling one of Hunter's T-shirts over his head, Hunter turned and threw a hoodie at him too. "Why do I feel like there's going to be a drawer at your house full of my clothes?" He grinned. Jacob's cheeks flushed pink before putting the hoodie on. He then sat on the edge of the bed and ran his fingers over the little scar at the back of his head. "Don't worry about that for now. It is strange and unexplainable, but all I care about is your health. You're better, and that's all that matters to me." Hunter sat next to him with a loving smile. "But your parents don't think him normal now. Don't let that get to your head. They just want to know how you did it. If even you don't know, then maybe it was something else that healed you. Maybe I'm the weird one here." Hunter chuckled. That did make Jacob feel a little better. "At least you don't have to explain this to my parents." He mumbled. "That is very true. Your mom would have split us up for sure." "Well, tried." Jacob breasted into him a little more. He was still shaken up about what happened. "Why can my family not know about who you really are?" "Because our society is secret and it needs to remain that way. We can't have the authorities on our backs. It would cause a war between us and it can't happen again." "Again?" "Yeah, it happened almost 300 years ago. I'm so glad they didn't have the technology back then to capture proof." Jacob nodded, showing he understood. Just when he was about to ask something else, Hunter's thoughts invaded his head once more, causing him to jump. Hunter chuckled. Their mind link was back. "I didn't realize how boring my own thoughts were until yours were gone." He grinned. "You do think about weird stuff, you know." Jacob moved up the bed and rested his back against the wall. He was feeling a little tired. "I'm a curious person." He shrugged. "You are indeed." Hunter moved and sat next to him once more. He knew he was constantly invading his space, but he also knew that he didn't mind. Just then, Jacob's phone vibrated against his and Hunter's leg. Jacob jumped again and quickly pulled it out. Hunter watched him with a growing smile. He was so timid. He studied his face while he read a text until his eyes washed over with a dull shine. "What's up?" "That was my mum." He sighed. "Just telling me to go home because my grandparents are visiting later and she wants me and Will to tidy." "Are these the grandparents who think you're only useful for daydreaming?" Hunter remembered him thinking about it. Jacob nodded. "I am a bit of an airhead, but they're mean about it." "Are they your mother's parents by any chance?" Hunter questioned, making Jacob nod. "I also like that about you. You're not afraid to think about anything and everything. My favorite thing to do is listen to your thoughts when you zone out." Jacob always hated that about himself, but Hunter was slowly changing his mind. Just then, he received another text. "Is it from your mom again?" Jacob nodded. "She wants you to meet them." Hunter raised his eyebrows. They haven't been dating long in the human world, but it looked like Grace is making an extra effort to accept him. "Wait, if she wants them to meet me, do you think she wants them to meet Alicia?" Fear flashed through Jacob, making Hunter smoothly put his arm around his shoulders. Jacob really liked his comfort and accepted it rather easily. "I won't be able to keep back my anger if I see her. I've had enough of her games. Although I did give her a black eye and I'm pretty sure Sam broke her nose. Surely she won't turn up looking like that." Hunter wondered out loud. "Let's hope not. She would have some real guts to turn up after what just happened. I would actually love to see the look on her face when she realizes you're healed. The stupid mutt can't hurt you and it'll really irritate her." Jacob nodded, but he needed to know why that happened to him. Why was he different? What gave him the ability to do that? Something about himself was now a mystery. How would he find answers when even the werewolves didn't know? Chapter 36. "Are you sure you can't see it?" Jacob asked while they stood outside his front door. They had walked from Hunter's house, which took them just under 2 hours. "I'm sure. There's only a tiny scar, but it's really not noticeable." Hunter reassured him before he opened the door and entered his home. Jacob could hear his brother talking to someone, and he really prayed that it was Alicia. He took off his shoes and placed them neatly out of the way. Hunter was starting to find that cute and he wasn't really sure why. They both then held their breath and entered the living room. Hunter quickly released it to see William on his phone. but it dawned on him that he'd be able to smell Alicia if she was here. Although which, his mate's scent is so strong to him that it easily dominates any other smell. William took the phone from his ear and whispered for Jacob to do the dishes after waving at them. It was still unusual for him to be spending more time with one of his friends than him. Obviously, Jacob was more important to Hunter and he didn't mind that at all. He was very happy for his brother. Hunter turned and followed him to the kitchen. "I can dry them and put them away." "You don't know where anything goes, though," Jacob said quietly. Hunter stopped and flashed him a big grin. "That is a very good point. I'll wash them." Jacob started putting things away as Hunter filled the sink with hot water. Just then, the front door opened and they both stopped for a moment. "Oh hey boys. Scott beamed and hung his coat over the back of the door. He examined his son, who was in another one of Hunter's hoodies. "How was college today?" "Okay," Jacob mumbled and dried a plate. Scott looked at Hunter, also expecting him to answer. "Oh yeah, it was okay too." He smiled. "How was work?" "Boring." Hunter chuckled and Jacob smiled, making the werewolf double take which Scott saw. He then walked over to make a coffee as the boys continued with their job. When he sat down at the table, he observed his son and his boyfriend. He wanted to get to know their relationship better, and the only way he could do that was watching them in their natural state. "You know," Hunter said and handed him a pan. "We haven't done very much on this project. We have 3 weeks. "It's fine," Jacob said quietly. "True. And you wanted to know more about the theories which I can help with?" He smiled. Jacob nodded. "Thank you. You're welcome. I'm just finding excuses to spend time with you." Scott smiled but quickly went back to pretending like he wasn't paying attention or listening. "You don't need excuses." Hunter passed him a glass with a twinkle in his eyes. However, Jacob's faint look of disapproval didn't allow it to last very long. "You didn't wash that properly." He mumbled and handed it back. "That's because you're distracting me. It's not hard to wash dishes." Jacob was suppressing a little smile. Hunter turned with a devilish grin. "What was that?" He flicked some water, making Jacob flinch. "Don't do that." He winced, but of course. Hunter did it again. "Is it too gross for you?" Hunter lifted a wet hand and quickly placed it on his chest. Oh wait. That's my hoodie." Jacob actually laughed, causing Hunter's heart to skip a beat. Scott also looked up. That sound was very rare. Jacob tried to push Hunter's hand away, but he held onto his hoodie and pulled him into him. "You have a great laugh." He beamed and kissed his cheek. Jacob knew he was blushing because his dad was really bad at pretending to mind his own business. Hunter then lightly pinched his cheek, obviously trying to embarrass him in front of his parent. "So cute." Jacob pulled back with a shy look in his eye. "Are you nervous about showing affection in front of your family?" Hunter thought yes. "I can tone down if you would like me to." "No, it's okay. There's no point hiding it. I have to get used to it anyway." They glanced at each other with the same emotion. Hunter loved how he had truly accepted it and was willing to evolve their relationship. Well, we did kiss in front of our seminar class today. I'm happy you didn't freak out. Hiding things can get tiring." Jacob watched him in between drying things. "I'm getting used to kissing you now." Hunter smiled to himself. "I'm really glad." When the washing was done and put away, Jacob turned to his dad. Is there anything else that needs to be done?" he questioned quietly. "No, it's fine. You know your mother. She just freaks out about stuff." Scott smiled. His son nodded and asked if Hunter would like anything to drink. When he politely declined, they wandered out of the kitchen and towards the bedroom. Almost an hour went till Grace walked in with her parents behind her. She didn't know if she was excited or not for them to meet Hunter. They didn't know her son was gay, and she didn't know what their thoughts were with that kind of stuff. They greeted Scott and William with happy smiles and warm hugs. "Where's this girl of yours then?" William's grandfather asked and nudged his shoulder. "She couldn't make it," he replied. "But hopefully you'll get to meet her next time." William had been talking to her on the phone when his brother entered. She didn't really give him a reason for her not coming. Just then, Jacob entered the living room with Hunter, who looked a little nervous. However, he hid it well. "Ah, there he is." Jacob's grandmother pulled him into a loose hug. "Where have you been hiding?" "In your room as usual," his grandfather said and gave his shoulder a pat. Knowing he was fond of hugging, Jacob nodded and started to fidget when his grandmother looked at Hunter. "Who's this?" she questioned, looking him up and down. Well, Grace's heart thumped against her ribs. She wasn't really sure how to word it. Jacob saw her hesitation and didn't know if she was ashamed or just nervous. Hunter watched her open her mouth and close it again. It would soon get very awkward, so he put an arm around his mate and expressed enough confidence for the both of them. Hunter, Jacob's boyfriend. Jacob felt his pride, but he also acknowledged the horrible silence and the growing judgment on his faces. He knows they prefer William because they can actually hold a conversation with his brother. "Sorry, boyfriend," his grandfather repeated. He had an odd look on his expression while Jacob's senses continued to feel fuzzy. Hearing Hunter saying that about him felt really good. Yes, Grace finally found her voice. Jacob's boyfriend. This time, Jacob heard her confidence. "When did this happen?" Her mother glanced at Jacob and she really didn't look pleased. "And why did this happen?" "What do you mean, why?" Scott chuckled with a funny frown. "Why are you letting him have a relationship with another boy?" "Because 𝐊𝐲 gay." Scott crossed his arms. "𝐊𝐲 attracted to other men. That's why. You're letting your son be attracted to other men, why?" Jacob felt Hunter's arm lock tighter around him. "Mum," Grace frowned. "He can be attracted to whatever gender he likes." "Well, 𝐊𝐲's not my kid." Her dad sighed. "I always had a feeling he was a weird one." Hunter glanced at Jacob to see that the light in his eyes had dimmed. He had prepared himself for this. He knew they might be difficult. Would now be a good time to ask for a kiss. Jacob's jaw clenched slightly. He understood that it was better to be confident in this situation. It was just a little difficult, although what did he have to lose? His grandparents didn't really like him anyway. Now is a perfect time. He's a bit weird. Hunter smiled and cupped his chin. "But that's just the way I like him." Jacob's cheeks instantly flushed pink when he brought his face close and delicately kissed him on the lips. He kissed back and closed his eyes. He tried to forget about the fact that everyone was watching and his grandparents probably now hate him a little more. However, he needed a kiss, and Hunter always made him feel a little more relaxed. And he was fed up of people thinking that they know what's best for him. William didn't think that seeing his brother kiss Hunter would look as natural as it did. Scott and surprisingly Grace tried to hide their smiles. When their mouths parted, they stayed close and glanced at his grandparents. "Well, as long as you're happy," his grandmother muttered. "Even if it isn't natural." His granddad sighed and walked past. "Grace, can you put the kettle on? I need a cup of tea." Grace shook her head with disapproval. "I'm sorry, Jacob. I didn't think." "It's fine," he mumbled. "I don't really care." She squeezed his shoulder and followed her mother through to the kitchen. "I hate when they visit." Scott mumbled and followed her, earning a chuckle from William. "At least you're not their favorite child," he said to his brother and flopped down onto the couch. "I have to pretend like I'm interested in what they're saying all the time." Hunter and Jacob sat down too, feeling glad that the tension was over. "How long are they staying for?" Jacob asked and dug his hands into his hoodie pockets. I don't know. "A few days, I think." William shrugged. Jacob allowed his head to fall against the back of the couch. That did not put him in a good mood at all. Hunter watched him, knowing he didn't like the sound of that. "Maybe if I asked your parents, you could stay with me for a day or two," Hunter suggested. There's a huge chance they'll say no, but it's worth a try. Please, for the love of God, bring me with you." William chuckled and pretended to beg. "But seriously, that's not a bad idea. Would your parents be okay with it, Hunter?" "Yeah, they don't care who stays over, so I can come." No, Jacob released a little smile. He would really like to sleep somewhere other than under the same roof as his grandparents. Oh, come on. No, Hunter grinned. You can stay at Sam's. William crossed his arms. I barely know Sam. 𝐻𝐸 good company when 𝐻𝐸 not bouncing off the walls. Good to know. William chuckled. Will. They then heard Grace yell from the kitchen. Can you nip to the shop for me? He sighed and stood up. Fine. He yelled back and walked out of the room. The silence was bearable this time until Jacob's mind drifted to earlier when he managed to heal in such a ridiculous amount of time. What was wrong with him? There's nothing wrong, Hunter said quietly. Things like this have reasons for happening. I'm sure we'll find out when the time is right. What if more weird stuff happens to me? Then we'll cope with it. You healed a serious head injury within minutes. I'd like to know it's stranger than that. Hunter gave him a warm smile. He didn't want him constantly freaking out about it. But if he can stay over at his den, he can keep him preoccupied. And if anything else does happen, 𝐻𝐸 in safe hands. Chapter 37. Please, Mum. Jacob pleaded and gave her his best puppy dog eyes, which Hunter totally fell for. He knew that if Jacob ever did that to him, then he'd have to say yes. No matter what. Absolutely not. You can't just go for a few days while your grandparents visit. And also, I don't want you staying at Hunter's house. You're only 17, so. Jacob crossed his arms. They don't want me here. Of course they do. They don't. He sighed quietly. You just choose not to see it because they are your parents. Grace. Scott rested his hands on his wife's shoulders. All they have done for the past hour is talk about William. Every time we mention Jacob's name, they frown and change the subject. I think he should stay with Hunter until they leave. I'm more than sure he'll have a better time there. I don't want you boys taking your relationship further. Don't worry about that. Hunter quickly added before Jacob's mind melted with awkwardness. Jacob's not ready for that. He has only just started getting used to kissing me. Shut up. Jacob's voice echoed in his head, making him shut his mouth. He could feel his deep embarrassment. Are you saying that you're ready for it? Grace attacked him with a frown. No, I have you had say yes. Now it was Hunter's turn to blush. He could also feel Jacob's eyes on him. His emotions and expression didn't change. He kind of knew because Hunter was a lot more experienced than him and he seemed to know what he was doing. With a guy. No, with a girl. With a girl, Hunter did feel a little awkward. He was saying this to his mate's parents. But you're I know. I'm gay. Hunter glanced at Jacob, who was intensely chewing on his bottom lip and slowly wringing his hands. I guess that experience made me realize it. Not all of that was a lie. Hunter's first time was the best, and he wished he waited until he had his mate. But he was drunk and it was a silly mistake. How do I know that you're not going to try anything with our son? Grace was firm and starting to annoy Hunter. Because I'm not like that. He frowned. I would never even think about putting him in that kind of situation. Mum, you're being a bit unfair. Jacob spoke quietly. It's my choice with what I do in this relationship. I'm not ready to take it further, but so what if I was? It's my body, not yours. Grace didn't really have anything to say after that. Her son was right. It is his choice and she doesn't really have the power to stop him. Hunter was enjoying Jacob's bold attitude. So can I stay at his? He asked quietly, returning back to his shy state. Grace and Scott looked at each other, deciding on the answer. Fine. She sighed with a slight eye roll. But if I call, you better answer your phone. And don't even think about skipping college. Jacob's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. Thank you. He beamed. Hunter has never seen him smile with a lot of happiness before, and it was only then that he could feel his excitement about sleeping over. I can drop you off if you like, Scott suggested and checked his watch. It was 7:30 in the evening. If that's okay, Hunter asked. Sure, it's not a problem. Just make sure Jacob packs everything. You know what 𝐻𝐸's like. I will. He chuckled before they turned and left the bedroom. William was downstairs and trapped in a conversation with his grandparents. Hunter then collapsed onto his mate's bed and let out a big sigh of relief. That was such an awkward conversation. Jacob nodded and started shoving things into a bag. My mom is so overprotective. I know. Hunter sat up and watched him. But that's my job. Jacob stopped and stared at him. Is it? He questioned with a strong twinkle in his eye. Hunter tilted his head with a dashing smile. Are you flirting back at me, Jacob Jones? His stare was always intense, but it sent shivers down his mate's spine when he looked at him like that. I Jacob's face started to heat up. He was feeling confident, but not that confident. I don't know how to flirt. Hunter collapsed his back against his bed again and rested a hand on his chest. My heart can't take it. He chuckled. You're just so innocent. I love it. When Scott pulled up outside Hunter's home, he had a good look around. He was surprised that it was in the middle of nowhere and at the bottom of a huge field, leading onto a big forest. The home itself was cute and reminded him of a little log cabin. However, it was bigger to accommodate 3 people. Do you mind if I come in for a minute or two so I can check with your parents that this is okay? He asked and turned to the boys who were unbuckling their seatbelts. That's fine. They do love to say hi. Hunter smiled and climbed out after Jacob. The cool breeze hit him and all he wanted to do was run for hours and hours. He hasn't done that for a good few days and he really needed a moment to escape and be in his wolf form for a while. You can go for a run when my dad leaves. Jacob spoke in his head. I don't mind. I can do some college work in your room. You'll think about it. Hunter would still rather spend time with his mate. When they entered the house, he looked up to see his mum resting against his dad, but this caused him to freeze. His dad was in his wolf form. Jacob stopped too with instant worry. He watched his dad's face when he entered and saw the great white wolf sprawled on the floor in front of the fireplace. His eyebrows raised and his mouth hung slightly open. However, he hasn't seen any wolves in person before and just thought it was a very, very large dog. That is the biggest dog I have ever seen. Margot stood up before whispering for her husband to stay there. If he stood up, his size would really look unnatural. Scott, hello. Was a witch. Scott, hello. My son didn't tell me you were coming over. Margot glanced at Hunter with eyes that leaked, "Are you an idiot?" She walked over with a big smile, trying to distract him. That's not our dog. We're looking after a few nights for a friend. Yeah, I didn't recall you mentioning having any pets. Scott cowled and take his eyes off it. But what am I here for? Oh right. I was just checking if it's definitely okay for Jacob to stay for a night or two. I'm not sure if Hunter has explained this or not, but his grandparents are visiting and they are quite homophobic. Margot looked at him with sympathy in her eyes. Oh, you poor thing. It's completely fine for him to stay here for as long as he wants. She beamed. Scott returned the smile, but his eyes kept wandering to the huge dog laying on the rug. It was unnaturally large into him. It was beginning to look more like a wolf. Also, where was Anthony? Thank you. Margot, he said before giving his son's shoulder a squeeze. If you need anything, just drop me a text, okay? Jacob nodded. He then stepped forwards and hugged him. Scott was surprised, but he didn't hesitate to hug back. Thank you, he whispered in his dad's ear, for being so supportive. Scott hugged him a little tighter. I love you. I'll always be here for you. I love you too. Scott pulled back and examined his face with a proud smile. Right? I should get going. See you in a few days. He then turned and walked out of their home. He didn't think that he would be letting Jacob stay at his boyfriend's house this time a few months ago. He was in a really bad place with no friends and only family to fall back on. Now everything was changing for him and guiding him in the right direction. But when he was gone, Margot marched over to her son and smacked him on the back of the head as Anthony changed into his human form. Why didn't you warn us he was coming? She hissed. Hunter frowned and crossed his arms. I didn't think he'd come in. You know now for next time. Son, Anthony sighed. Jacob, if he starts to mention anything about wolves, please let us know. I will. He spoke quietly. Good. 𝐴nthony pulled on a T-shirt but studied Jacob for a little longer. He and his wife had been discussing what happened today. They had no idea who Jacob really was, and it irritated him. Also, Hunter, you'll be glad to know that the rival pack are no longer a pack. We set a law down that each individual member can never be in a pack with each other again. They have to find new people. Hunter's whole body seemed to relax. Thanks, Dad, I'm so glad. If I ever see any of them again. He muttered while Margot rubbed his shoulders and asked if he would like a drink. Hunter then took hold of Jacob's hand, but quickly pulled it back with a frown. Oh, you gave me an electric shock. He chuckled. Oh, sorry. Jacob rubbed his fingers, but there was a faint static, like noise building up in his head. It was the terrible ringing of silence, and he was sure why it was there. Let's try that again. Hunter grinned and took his hand. This time, the electric shock was much stronger and caused a spark to ignite when Hunter quickly jumped back. His parents had seen that and grew very concerned. Hunter, Jacob whispered with worry. The high-pitched noise was growing, strong and stronger in Jacob's head. He was starting to feel the energy of everything around him. Margot then saw it. That strange feeling that had been niggling in the back of her mind about Jacob showed itself. His aura flickered at the edge, which was something very unusual. Hunter's was like a bubble, which is how every Onus aura should be. It looks calm and surrounds the body, but Jacob's was sparking out like a surge of electricity, and it was normal. Hunter watched him with deep eyes and lifted his hand out one last time. Let's see if that happens again. It was weird, he said with a hearty smile, trying to keep his mate from freaking out. Jacob felt very strange, but his intrigued mind allowed him to lift his hand too. When their fingertips connected, a huge lightning bolt surged out from Jacob's hand and straight up Hunter's arms, causing him to fly backwards and into the table. His parents gasped and ran over to help him. I'm fine. Hunter coughed and slowly climbed to his feet when Jacob's hands began to shake. I am so sorry. Jacob spoke with a wavering voice and guilty eyes. Everyone looked at him with wonder and worry, not knowing what just occurred. Something is happening to him. Margot watched his aura grow stronger and more aggressive. It was flickering violently and growing deeper with color. Suddenly, the static noise in Jacob's head overtook everything else. It was like someone just turned the volume up to its maximum. He covered his ears and collapsed to the ground in pain. Hunter quickly ran over, but he didn't want to touch him out of fear of getting electrocuted again. Jacob cried out. It felt like his head was going to explode. Hunter turned back to his parents with panic. What do we do? 𝐻's hurting so much. I don't know it. 𝐴nthony has never heard of anything happening like this before. I don't understand. Jacob curled up into a ball when his bones started to ache. He was not only mentally changing, he was physically changing too. Hunter could see the slight growth in his muscles as the hoodie he was wearing started fitting him better. His jeans grew tighter and slightly too short. Jacob's body shook with pure energy. He couldn't stand it. Hunter shuffled back. There was no explanation for this, and it looked very strange through his eyes. Jacob felt different. He was beginning to feel stronger and much more powerful as the static ringing in his head slowly deteriorated. Margot watched his aura settle down and his body stop shaking. Jacob took deep breaths before slowly lifting his head. Hunter hesitated but gradually touched him. He stopped tensing when there was no weird spark of electricity. His eyes examined his mate with astonishment. He looked bigger. He was now maybe slightly more muscular than him, and it was very noticeable. Hunter climbed to his feet and helped him up too. The surprise stayed in his eyes when Jacob was now the same height as him. It was only maybe 3 or 4 inches higher than his previous height, but that was noticeable too. Margot and 𝐴nthony were stuck to the spot. They didn't have the ability to move or speak. They were just as shocked. Hunter took Jacob's hands once more and looked him in the eyes. He examined his muscular arms, chest and body. He wanted so badly to know what he looked like under those clothes. Well, I guess. This will be hard to hide from your family. Today's story has a great contrast. Jacob, an introverted and insecure boy, undergoes a physical transformation, becoming strong and a werewolf. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐧 and resistant, but his confident and charming werewolf partner, Hunter, a hunter, adores his new look and tries to make him accept it. Chapter 38. In the background, Margot and Anthony were frantically reaching out to Margot's parents, desperately seeking answers to Jacob's mysterious transformation. The absence of Anthony's parents, a topic shrouded in silence since their passing when Hunter was 11, hung heavy in the air. "I can't go home like this," Jacob murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes remained fixed on the floor, fear etched across his features. Hunter perched on the table before Jacob, his supportive nature shining through as he placed a comforting hand on his mate's knee. "Let's just be thankful that this happened here and not at home. I'm sure if you act normal around them and pretend like you've always been this way, they'll believe it. It's not like you were small before. You'll now be taller than my dad and my brother. They'll know," Jacob countered, his self-consciousness evident. "It's only by a few inches," Hunter said, moving to sit beside Jacob on the couch. A hint of attraction colored his voice as he added, "I like this change. Obviously, muscle is my weakness." Jacob's saddened gaze met Hunter's smile, a flicker of comfort passing between them. "Come on." Hunter stood, gently pulling Jacob to his feet. The newfound equality in their height was striking. "You should change." Jacob's eyes dimmed further as he felt Margot and Anthony's consterning gazes upon him. Once in Hunter's room, Margot and Anthony continued to stare at the closed door, their worry palpable. "Nobody else can know about this until we understand what in God's name is happening to that poor boy," Anthony said, running a hand through his hair. His determination to find answers was clear. "It's bad enough that this is happening with no warning, but without an explanation is a lost cause. How can we help him?" "Well, find answers. We have to," Margot replied softly, her maternal instinct kicking in as she empathized with Jacob's fear and confusion. Inside the room, Hunter rummaged through his closet, selecting a slightly oversized T-shirt that would accommodate Jacob's new muscular frame. As he turned, his jaw dropped at the sight of Jacob removing his shirt, revealing his newly sculpted physique. Hunter's pupils dilated, a shiver of pleasure coursing through him as Jacob's transformed body, his attraction unmistakable. "Jacob, you are so hot." He walked over and gave him the top. "If you don't embrace this, perfectionist, then I'll do it for you." "Perfectionist," Jacob mumbled into Hunter's disappointment, pulled the T-shirt over his bare body. He rubbed his eyes. "I want to change back. I don't like it." "Well, I do. And if I'm honest, I don't think you can change back. This has obviously happened for a reason. You're not meant to be anything other than powerful. Clearly. But why? I don't want to be like this. I know you don't because you don't have an explanation. That electricity stuff was just weird. But it's not happening for fun. There's a bigger purpose going on and I'm sure we'll find out eventually." Hunter then turned and tucked up some black shorts. "Put these on. They'll be comfortable to sleep in and they'll fit you." He understood that Jacob had serious confidence issues, so he turned and allowed him to change, as much as he wanted to watch. Privacy for Jacob was key until he was comfortable within himself. Hunter also knew that he was too strongly attracted to him sometimes, but his mate gave off a very intense and irresistible scent. He couldn't stop himself from being so affectionate. He turned around when he was finished and walked over. He grabbed his wrist and turned him to face the mirror. Jacob instantly looked away. "You need to look. You need to look." Hunter stood behind him, held on to his strong arms and rested his chin against his shoulder. "You need to see how amazing you are." Jacob took a breath. His heart was beating fast, but the werewolf was right. He couldn't stay in denial. Slowly, he turned his head and looked at his new appearance. His eyebrows instantly raised. He was muscular and did look rather powerful. However, this would most definitely not go to Jacob's head. It isn't possible for someone who's so timid and shy to gain an ego. He constantly questions how he looks and whether 𝐻𝐸's good enough. You're perfect, Hunter whispered. Every inch of you. The mirror was body length so Jacob could get a good glance. You're looking more like a werewolf now. Hunter continued with a smile, without the wolf part. Jacob opened his mouth but closed it again. He didn't have anything negative to say about himself for once, but admitting that he liked his body out loud would feel like too much. Why? It's not a bad thing to love yourself. Hunter turned him back around to face him. I'm not quite there yet, Jacob whispered. Hunter smiled and rested a gentle hand on the side of his face. One day you will, and I can't wait until you look at your reflection and smile because you feel good. There's nothing better than loving yourself, but you won't understand the benefits until you feel it personally. Hunter is very wise. He understands that he received characteristic from his mother. I can't wait until that day too, Jacob whispered. He stared into Hunter's beautiful mystic gray eyes, finding it easier to keep that essential eye contact. Hunter ran a hand through the back of his mate's hair and watched how his pupils grew. He loved that he liked it and how he has found something which makes Jacob's affection spark. He then gently pulled him over to his bed. He was going to kiss him. He couldn't take advantage when he was feeling low. I'm going to change into my wolf. His voice was soft and felt like silk filling Jacob's ears, who nodded. Hunter took off his shirt and effortlessly changed. Jacob stared down at his huge and beautiful form before he jumped onto the bed and sprawled across it. Lay with me. His voice boomed in Jacob's head. The sides of his lips curled towards a smile but didn't quite make it as he climbed onto the bed. He shuffled closer and with a bit of hesitation. He rested his head against the wolf's side. Hunter so desperately wanted to lift his mood, and he knew he was really warming up to his wolf. He let out a quiet and content howl, making Jacob look up and connect eyes with him. He could feel how relaxed Hunter was, but it was the first time he had heard him do that. Strangely, it really settled him too, almost like it was in tune with his emotions. When 10:30 rolled around on the clock, Anthony knocked on Hunter's bedroom door before opening it. He was about to tell them to go to bed, but was surprised to see Hunter's wolf form sprawled out across it. Jacob was curled up against him and also fast asleep. This day must have really taken the energy out of them. Margot whispered and glanced into the room. Come on. Let them sleep. She silently closed the door, wishing them good dreams. Boys. Anthony found himself knocking on their door once again. However, this time, it was 7:30 in the morning. Get up. You've got college in half an hour. He thought about keeping them out of college today to allow Jacob to come to terms with his change, but other people needed to get used to it as well. When he heard silence, he opened the door to see Hunter back in his human form. They were both curled up against each other and deep in sleep. Anthony smiled. Seeing his son like this with someone was sweet, and he really did deserve a mate after his patchy childhood. Boys. His booming voice woke them both, and Jacob was a little startled. He was waking up in a new place with a new voice yelling at him to get out of bed. He quickly sat up, almost knocking Hunter onto the floor, who groaned and rubbed his eyes. This was the first time in a week where his chest didn't ache and his head didn't throb. Actually, Jacob felt great this morning, and sleeping allowed his body to get used to the quick change. However, his eyes are not yet adjusted to his body. Get ready. We're going in half an hour. He smiled before shutting the door. Hunter frowned until he felt his mate climb over him. He quickly turned and pulled him back on top of him. Jacob was heavy, but he gripped him tight. Don't go, he spoke in his husky morning voice, melting his mate. You're my only source of warmth. Jacob yawned but pulled himself up. If you get up, you won't need my warmth. He mumbled and climbed out of bed. Hunter turned and eyed him up and down. I can't wait to show you off at college today. His grin was cheeky, but Jacob turned with wide eyes. What if my brother sees me? Don't worry. This forced Hunter to face the cool breeze circulating his room. It was the first night in a while where he wasn't overheating with clothes on. He needs to see you at some point. Remember, just act completely normal. I feel a bit sick. Jacob said when Sam came sprinting over to the Ray Sun's truck. They were parked outside the college. Hey, he beamed when Hunter climbed out. He ignored Sam and turned to his mate. Don't worry. I'm going to be with you all day. Jacob frowned and opened his mouth. And yes, I'm skipping my lessons to be with you. Don't argue. He moved when Jacob sighed and also climbed out of the truck, making Sam stop and stare at him. Jacob, you look different this morning. His eyes examined him, not really knowing why until it hit him all of a sudden. Where you like I don't know. Not bursting out of your T-shirt with muscles like that. Hunter gave him a death stare, making Sam instantly regret opening his mouth. Jacob furrowed his eyebrows and started to fidget. He felt extremely worried now. Why is that a bad thing? Sam asked quietly. Also, why are you suddenly the same height as? Hunter turned and lifted his hand. Sam flinched and quickly edged away, not wanting to be hit. Stop talking. Right now, he said through gritted teeth. Sam glanced at Hunter's parents who motioned for him to come over. They were going to explain this the best they could. Hunter took Jacob's hand and intertwined fingers. Don't freak out. Don't put your hoodie on. Just be confident and allow people to get used to this, okay? Jacob took a breath and nodded. There was no way around it. Oh, so he had like a crazy growth spurt. Is it related to that crazy healing thing he did? Sam questioned. We don't know what's causing it yet, but the best thing to do is just carry on like normal. Sam nodded with a smile and turned towards his alpha's mate. You look great though, Jacob. You're putting the alpha to shame. He chuckled. Hunter clenched his jaw. Sam, he growled. Sorry. You both look great. Sam smiled nervously. Hunter rolled his eyes and started walking towards college with a very anxious-looking mate. Just don't look at anyone. You'll be fine, he said quietly when they walked through the glass doors. People were watching them, but Hunter thought it was due to their hands that were tightly locked together. They didn't see William on their short walk to the classroom. People were standing outside that had been in Jacob's classes all year. They were glancing at him with confused frowns. Jacob was very good at avoiding people's gaze, but he could feel Hunter's on him. Heavy in his heart. Panic was rising. He has suppressed a breakdown for too long, and now, with people staring at him and judging him, he could no longer keep one down. Hunter could just about feel it and let go of his hand. He rested it on his shoulder and stood very close. I know it's not the right thing to do to skip college, but you should have stayed off today. He spoke quietly and glared at a girl who was staring Jacob up and down, clearly liking his change. Do you want to go to the field? Jacob nodded. He hated what was happening to him. He felt so out of his depth. Hunter stood up straight and went to take his hand again, but quickly pulled it back. Oh, you gave me an electric shock. His voice trailed off and his eyes grew slightly bigger, as did Jacob's. They glanced at each other with instant worry. Surely another change wouldn't happen. Not here. Not now. Would it? Chapter 39. Let's go to the bathroom, Hunter said when all the students started piling into the classroom. He didn't touch his mate in case he electrocuted him. Jacob turned and quickly walked down the corridor. The ringing in his ears became louder again. His heart thumped in his chest and his palms grew sweaty. He didn't want to change. Not again. Relax, Hunter murmured and pushed the door open. Jacob hurried in and was very thankful to see that the toilets were empty. Hunter stood next to the door so nobody could come in and studied his panicked mate. Jacob, take deep breaths, okay? It might make it worse if you panic. Jacob tried, but it was getting louder. He could feel the energy building up around him again. The static noise started to overtake Hunter's thoughts like it did last time. I'm scared. He breathed and gripped the sink. He looked at his reflection in the mirror. His eyes were stressed and his forehead creased into a worried frown. The werewolf wanted to comfort his mate, but he needed to make sure nobody entered. And how was he supposed to comfort him? He didn't have a clue what was happening, and that was more daunting than anything else. I know, and it's okay to be scared, but I won't let anything bad happen to you. This is your body. Try and stay calm. The noise then hit Jacob at full force, making him crouch and cover his ears. It was unbearable once again. He felt helpless and almost alone. Nobody knew what was happening to him. Therefore, nobody could help. He gasped for air and allowed a whimper to slip past his lips. Hunter's heart broke. He just wanted to hug him and make it better, but he was stuck to the spot and paralyzed by the unknown. Jacob rested his head on the ground and squeezed his eyes shut. The cold tiles numbed his skin while the rest of his body pulsed. He was tense and he could feel a force flowing through him. He was shaking and breathing hard. His mind felt like it was being opened and rummaged through. He felt like he was growing mentally this time, not physically. "It hurts," he whispered and kept back his tears. It was so painful. Would 𝐊𝐲 happening? Hunter's eyebrows furrowed and he slowly lowered himself to the ground. He kept his back against the wood and door and watched. His chest felt strange and he breathed heavily. "Stay strong," he soothed, trying to calm him and also keep himself composed. "You're tough enough to get through this." However, he didn't know if that was true or not. He then saw the faint flicker of a yellow light coming from his palms. The crackle of electricity filled the toilets and he was concerned that someone would hear. As strange as it was, Hunter couldn't help but become mesmerized by it. Jacob was making this magical force happen. Somehow, Jacob has never felt more petrified. This was beyond normal, even though there was a werewolf sitting in the room with him. He was the weird one. He cried out when a huge surge of electricity forced through his body and he scrunched up into a ball. He was violently shaking and trying to keep himself together. Hunter was now low-key freaking out. His mate was in pain and a lot of danger. He didn't know how far this change would go and he didn't know how to stop it. He had given off a subconscious threat call to his pack members who were now standing outside the toilets. Sam had tried to enter, but obviously, Hunter was in the way of the door. Suddenly, he then sensed something within his mate that he never thought 𝐊𝐲 sense. It hit his body like a wave and he very nearly choked from shock. He sensed a wolf. He gasped when it grew stronger. It looked like Jacob's body was trying to change, but it was stopped by an unknown barrier. However, he was just a werewolf. He had too much power. Hunter was so confused. He couldn't possibly be in this situation. He was just a simple human. Sam and Harrison had their ears pressed up against the door and tried to connect a mind link with their alpha, but it was being blocked. They could hear muffled crackling and someone crying. Jacob then took a huge breath of air and felt that the force had taken over. He could no longer think for himself until it suddenly happened. Whatever his body was trying to do succeeded. Hunter felt like a simple blink of his eyes missed what happened when everything instantly went quiet. A white room was no longer filled with the strange electrical forces, but it was replaced by something rather surprising. The next thing he knew, he was no longer staring at Jacob, but he was staring at a wolf, lying on the floor. However, it was just a wolf. It was the size of a small pup. He frowned and rubbed his eyes. Was he going crazy? He looked again to see the pup-like wolf shaking with utter fright. "What the hell?" he whispered to himself and pinched his own cheek, but still. His mate's human form had been replaced. Jacob. The miniature wolf's head snapped his way, and that's when he could hear his thoughts. "Hunter, please, please, please, help me. I help me. Hunter." Hunter quickly stood up with wide eyes. His extreme fear felt like a kick in the head and he quickly ran to his aid. "Okay, calm down." He spoke softly and watched him with disbelief. "Hunter, help me. Please. I can't change back." His voice was very panicked. "What am I?" The werewolf tilted his head to the side, but his eyes were glowing. A smile crept its way onto his lips until he was grinning from ear to ear. His cheeks went pink and his eyebrows raised. "I can't believe it." He picked him up and his fur was so soft and tender. Jacob's pup form was trembling and he was whimpering quietly. "Don't panic. You'll change back once you calm down." He lifted the little wolf out in front of him and examined this extraordinary change. He was white, showing that he was an alpha's mate. His eyes were big and deep chocolate like his human eyes as it continued to show a tunnel to the soul. However, He was just plain white like all alpha dogs. He had one deep silver ear and his left back paw was silver too. He had a deep swirl imprinted onto his fur that ran along his back. His tail was between his legs and Hunter's heart throbbed at how adorable he was. Yet, he let out a rather troubled yelp and his ears were flat against his head. Clearly, he was absolutely terrified. "What's happening to me?" Hunter could hear his distress and cradled him in his arms. Just as the door to the bathroom opened, he turned to see Sam looking at him with worried eyes. "You're changed into a wolf," he thought calmly before his beta spoke. "What happened, Alpha?" He sent out really strong vibes. "We thought you were in trouble." He then saw the little pup in his arms and started to frown. "Why do you have?" Oh my God, he could smell Jacob and that only left one explanation. "No way." Hunter grinned. He thinks that because Jacob is so timid, shy and always full of anxiety, he changed into a pup because it matched that side of his personality. It filled him with a lot of excitement. Now he could play with his mate when they were in their wolf form. They could connect on an even deeper level and show their bear qualities. Muscles are his weakness, but so were cute things, and a diminutive wolf was definitely that and more. His eyes had glossed over with utter love, but his mate was freaking out so much. They had to get him home so he could calm down enough to change back. "Mom," he thought in his head after connecting with his parents. "Get to the college right now." Something happened with Jacob. He then turned to his astonished friends. "Let's go." Hunter walked out of the bathroom with his pack quickly following behind. They all took it in turns to stare at Jacob, who would be sobbing hard if he was human. Hunter gently rubbed his belly, trying to get him to calm down, but it was no use. He was going to make himself sick if he didn't settle down soon. There was still something very, very odd about this change. He couldn't just change into a wolf from being a human. But that left Hunter thinking about his other form. Maybe that wasn't human. Maybe it was something else. It was definitely much more powerful. What could it be? When they reached the glass doors, people had given Hunter funny looks or swooned over such a cute pup in his arms. People thought it was a dog, but it was definitely a wolf. It was almost twice the size of a cat with big paws and floppy ears that were still flat against his head. They only had to wait around 10 minutes until Hunter's parents quickly pulled up in their truck. Hunter hurried over and an explanation. He climbed in the back. Anthony was gulping at what he was carrying. "Okay." He breathed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "This is getting out of hand." Margot watched too with eyes wide. "Is that?" "Yes, it's Jacob." He sighed while Sam climbed in and the rest of Hunter's pack started running towards the trees. They would run to his house in their wolf form. Jacob's little claws were digging into Hunter's belly as he let his shaking body curl up against him. "Now can we please go? I feel like 𝐊𝐲𝐻 going to have a nervous wee on me or something." When they reached Hunter's home, they all quickly climbed out. Hunter had managed to calm his mate by saying that it really was that strange. However, it was. The fact that he was very small was as odd as the change itself. But now that Jacob was a little calmer, he suddenly changed back, causing himself and Hunter to fall against the soft grass at the sudden weight transformation. They took a moment to breathe as Hunter's face rested in his hair. But Jacob quickly sat up and examined himself. When he saw that he was now human, he completely broke down. Hunter sat up and watched his eyes grow watery. He covered his face and cried into his hands. "I don't want this." He sobbed as Hunter wrapped his arms around him. He had a pained look on his face. "I don't want this life." He was very overwhelmed, but rightfully so. Hunter didn't have anything to say. His mate was special, very special. But of course, he was also very, very fragile, and this situation was way out of his reach. He couldn't cope. Margot stood back with Anthony and Sam. They felt really bad for him and knew they had a lot to explain now that he could change into a wolf. Sam was excited. He wanted to teach Jacob everything he knew about hunting. Although it might be hard for him judging by his little wolf size. "I have a theory," Margot whispered. "Go on," Anthony whispered back. "I feel like his human form was never really human. He is half wolf and half of something else. The only way we can find out is if we question his family. They have to have had wolf blood at some point. But I think that's why 𝐻𝐸's just a pup, because 𝐻𝐸's only half. What about the other half of him then? If it's not human, what is it? I'm not sure, she whispered. But I can see now that there are two parts of his personality. His shy and timid self is his wolf. Just like how Hunter's excited, powerful and curious side is his wolf. But Jacob's other side of him that we haven't really seen must be whatever else he is. I am a freak. I am a freak. Jacob sobbed into his mate's shoulder. Hunter frowned and pulled his head back. I don't want you to ever call yourself that again. Do you hear me? He said sternly and stared hard into his water-filled eyes. He has heard people call him that for a year, and he despised the word with everything he had. You may be very different, but in no way are you a freak. He cuddled him again, and Jacob held him tight. He breathed in his comforting smell and allowed his sorrow to spill onto him. His family do need to know about this, though. Anthony sighed. I didn't want it to go this far, but it's not fair for Jacob to hide it. He was still yet to announce his son's mate to the werewolves who live in the... Margot rubbed her forehead with an interested frown. Her husband looked down and tilted his head. What is it? He questioned. I think. It's just a thought, and that could be wrong, but what if Jacob's other form is? No, it's silly. No, go on. Anthony stared at her. He read her mind, but he wanted her to say it out loud. Well, what if his other form requires a gift? Like myself. What if part of his soul is shared with a god? That would explain the electricity. He could be half wolf and half 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐽, the god of lightning. Chapter 40. Jacob, please let me in. Hunter sighed. He was sitting on the floor, just outside his bedroom. Jacob was sitting on the other side of the door with his back pressed up against it. After breaking down on the grass outside, he needed some alone time and ran into Hunter's room. He was stronger now and was just able to hold Hunter back without him truly forcing his way in. Now, half an hour later, the werewolf was beginning to feel a little heated about the situation. Son, I think he needs longer by himself. It's not a bad thing for mates to have a moment to breathe alone. You should go outside and talk to your pack about it. They need to know what's going on. Hunter frowned at his mom and stood up. What do you expect me to tell them when I have no idea what is going on? Just tell them that Jacob is okay, but 𝐻𝐸's not okay. Is he? Hunter scowled. 𝐻𝐸's freaking out and I can't even give him answers. It's my fault that he has been dragged into this mess. Hunter, calm down. 𝐻𝐸's just overwhelmed. He'll get used to it. Anthony butted in. He doesn't need you to be stressed on top of all his worries. Hunter turned and knocked on his bedroom door again, making Jacob jump. Will you please just let me talk to you? I can feel that you're not in a good place and you shouldn't be on your own. Jacob pulled his knees up to his chest and buried his head against them. He wanted to run away somewhere far. Leave me alone, he said loud enough for Hunter to hear. He clenched his jaw and rubbed his eyes. He took a big breath to calm himself down. Okay, he said in a nicer tone. I'm going for a run, so I'll leave you for an hour or two. If you may, my parents will be here. Jacob closed his eyes. His body was tense. When he heard Hunter's footsteps leave, he stood up and slowly walked over to his bed. He climbed under the duvet and curled up into a ball. He could smell him and his chest felt a little lighter. He couldn't believe he changed into a wolf. It felt so odd. He was 100% himself, but his body was different. He didn't know how to use his legs. He couldn't speak or do anything. But now that he had made that change, his senses felt sharper and strong. Hunter's smell was driving him insane. He loved it. Maybe his strong jealousy over him was just him being territorial. He pressed his face into the pillow and allowed a few tears to melt into it. He just wanted to be human. Why was that too much to ask for? Almost 3 hours had passed by and Jacob woke up to the sound of birds chirping. He stretched and opened his eyes in confusion. His mind was empty and clear when he was faced with almost darkness. He slowly rolled onto his back and felt the soft fabric of something brush against his face. All of a sudden, the memories of what happened to him flooding back. His heart spiked in his chest. He had been crying on Hunter's bed and he must have fallen asleep. He was still under his covers. Slowly he pulled the duvet from his face and sat up sleepily. His eyes instantly caught sight of a tall figure. Hunter was stood, leaning against the doorframe and watching his mate with a peaceful twinkle in his eye. His run really helped him to calm down. There was just something about sprinting at full speed with the wind running through his fur and him feeling his muscles working and burning that encouraged him. Jacob stared at him. He too felt a little better after passing out. "We're quite different, aren't we?" Hunter questioned with a smile. "I go for a run to clear my head. You sleep to clear your head. Maybe you'll learn to love running with me, but I'm not sure how far your little wolf legs will take you." Jacob started to wring his hands together. He wasn't sure how he felt about hearing someone talk about his wolf yet. "I like that we're different." He continued and walked over to the bed. "It keeps things interesting." He sat down and watched Jacob chew on his bottom lip. He loved it when he did that. Jacob whispered and stared at his hands. "Why is my wolf?" He stopped and almost cringed. It sounded wrong coming out of his mouth. Hunter was patient and stayed quiet and still, not wanting to distract him. "Why is my wolf so small?" "My parents think it's because you're only half a werewolf. But I think it's to match your personality. Will I grow and be big like you?" "I'm not sure," Hunter said with a smile. "I don't think so. But honestly, your wolf form is amazing. You had these special patches of silver and you were so cute." Jacob felt a tiny bit intrigued. He wanted to see what his wolf form looked like. "Why don't you change so you can see and get used to it?" He quickly shook his head and curved his eyebrows into a frown. "I'm not ready. He had to at least come to terms with it first." "But is that why my body grew because I'm a half werewolf?" Hunter then shuffled on the bed a little bit and his eyes grew more serious. "Not exactly." Margot had explained her theory to him and he didn't really believe in the gods, but it's the closest explanation they have so far. "Let's not worry about it just yet. You should have some lunch and then my mom wants to talk to you." He stood up when Jacob slowly climbed out of bed. He stretched, causing his shirt to rise and Hunter's eyes to happily examine his muscles. But he caught sight of himself in the mirror and stopped. He pulled his shirt back down but continued to stare. He never thought HED looked this muscular because that required too much working out. However, he was starting to feel a little less shy in the eyes of Hunter. "You know I like it," he spoke, making him look at him in the mirror. "And I'm going to keep telling you until you believe it." Hunter stepped closer and seductively ran his fingers down the front of his shirt, feeling his washboard DBS. Jacob didn't move and instead, he watched his eyes. Hunter took his hands and placed them on his waist as he took another step forwards. He placed his own hands on Jacob's shoulders and ran them down his arms, feeling every ounce of perfection. "You're flawless," he whispered and rested his chest against his, but he frowned and looked down. "Jacob, you're putting my pecs to shame." Jacob's eyes glistened. "Sorry, don't be sorry." He chuckled. "I like it." Hunter brought his face in close until he could feel the heat radiating from his lips. Usually, HED tell him if he would kiss him, but right now, they both really wanted one. In fact, Jacob craved one and it felt much stronger than before. Hunter could feel his affection over his own for once and didn't hesitate to connect their lips together. Jacob accepted it very quickly and gripped his waist. Hunter gently pushed their bodies together and slowly wrapped his arms around his shoulders when he kissed him again. He was gentle and calm, even though he wanted to make out with him until their lips fell off. He cowed him because Jacob would stress. However, having part of his wolf's soul exposed now made things feel a little stronger for him. Their lips were so perfectly in sync, but the affection kept growing. Jacob subconsciously wrapped his arms around Hunter's back and held him strongly. It was strange for Hunter to feel almost dominated by his size, but he knew he was confident enough to take over. One day, maybe he would be the one to control these moments, and he was okay with that. Mostly, to their surprise, the kissing became a little less gentle. Hunter had dared to kiss with more passion and Jacob was following his lead. He wanted it as he enjoyed his warmth and that excited spark in his heart. Hunter nodded his hand into the back of his mate's hair, knowing that was his soft spot. Jacob gripped him tighter and the kiss was pulled deeper by Hunter yet again. Things were quickly steaming up and Jacob was freaking out. He couldn't believe he was doing this. He was actually making out with someone. But it felt special, very personal, which was the key for becoming stronger and building that trust. They were developing as mates but still managing to take things slow. They were beginning to taste one another and Hunter very nearly transferred his tongue into the wrong mouth. He was more than sure Jacob would pull away. His mate's kissing did need a little bit of practice, but he'd get there with time. Hunter would gladly guide him in that direction. When he moved his arms and slowly slid them down Jacob's back, he shivered with pleasure and their bodies molded perfectly together. Hunter was cheeky and very slowly lifted the bottom of his t-shirt. But as soon as Jacob felt his fingers against his skin, he pulled back. They were breathing hard with moist lips that also tingled and tasted like each other. Hunter cursed himself. He wanted to continue but took it too far. "It's okay," Jacob breathed with rosy red cheeks. Just one step at a time." Hunter nodded and leaned back in to steal one more kiss before lifting a hand and playfully ruffling his hair. Jacob pulled away with a beautiful smile. His belly then roared with hunger, making the full werewolf shake his head. "Oh, I see what you really pulled away for. I can't believe I have to compete with food." Jacob bit his lip. He was feeling much happier and very at ease now. Food will always come first. He turned and headed for the door, leaving Hunter with a big frown. He slapped a hand against his chest and pretended to look hurt. "How could you say such a thing?" He chuckled and followed him out of the room. Jacob quickly stopped when he saw someone he didn't recognize, causing Hunter to walk straight into him. He followed his gaze and saw someone who he loved with all his heart. It was an old woman with long gray hair that was tied into a plait. She was short and petite with a long summer dress on and bright yellow Wellington boots. "Hunter, my boy, come and give your grandmother a kiss." He walked over with a big smile and surprisingly to Jacob. He kissed her cheek and hugged her tight. He could feel the love he had for her and it was really lovely to see. "Hi, Anna," he said as she patted his back. "I've missed you so much." She beamed and pulled away so she could look at him. She reached up and cupped his face in her hands. "My handsome grandson." Jacob wished he had a relationship like this with his grandparents. It did hurt a little that they had no time for him. Hunter's grandmother then gave him a frown and she smacked his cheek. "Hey," he said and stood up straight. "What was that for?" "For not telling me about your mate." She spoke and looked over to Jacob. Her eyes instantly returned back to the kind and loving soul she was. "And for treating him poorly. Shame on you. Margot must have told her about everything that has been going on." Hunter crossed his arms and looked down to the ground. He still felt really bad for doing what he did to him. And he hasn't forgiven him yet. He can feel it. She then walked over to a very nervous-looking Jacob. He was fidgeting and avoiding her gaze without looking too rude. But Margot had also told her mother about him and his character. "Hello, love." She spoke softly and had that angelic voice, just like her daughter. Flora. Margot's mother and Hunter's grandmother. It's such a pleasure to finally meet his mate." He glanced at her with half a smile. "Hi," he whispered. "I am Jacob." Flora expressed a big smile. Her eyes examined him and she nodded like she was confirming something with herself. She then turned and faced her daughter and her husband. 𝐻𝐸's definitely built like a god. He looks powerful and I can sense a greater purpose around him. However, he lacks severe confidence, which is the main thing we need to focus on. Jacob frowned and stared at Hunter. Did she just say? Chapter 41. Jacob. Hunter spoke slowly when his eyes started growing. Don't freak out. We don't actually know yet." Flora turned to see him slowly beginning to panic. "Hey now, love. If someone said that to me, I'd be ecstatic. I know you're not used to any of this, but it's about time you start being in the right mindset." She walked over and took his hands. She felt them beginning to tremble and wondered why someone who was so fragile received such a precious gift. Obviously. It is for a reason and she had no right to question it. Allowing those negative thoughts will eat away at your positive ones. What's stressing you out about this? Jacob stared into her soulful eyes. He tried listening to her words, but he was feeling like a thin layer of ice. If any pressure was applied, he would crumble in seconds. I just want to be human, he whispered. This feels like too much. Hunter connected his fingers together and studied him. He was holding a lot on his shoulders and he wished that they could share the load. Being introduced to our world is the most amazing opportunity you will ever receive. Flora beamed and squeezed his hands. I understand that you entered it on bad terms. She turned and glared at her grandson. Hunter sighed and glared back. But we're all here to guide you through it. You are very special and I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. But you were never just a human, or if one at all. Flora let him go and sat down at the table. She helped herself to a biscuit and left her words circling in Jacob's head. Was he never human? His whole body suddenly felt like a chaotic mystery. Hunter's mind was blown up by a series of tense thoughts, all coming from his mate. He quickly walked over and took his arms. Calm down, he whispered. Jacob frowned. He barely heard him. His mind was on fire. How could he have never been a simple human? Where are the explanations and the proof? Why was everyone else so calm about this when he couldn't cope with the simple idea of it? It's really not that bad. I mean, it is just a theory. It's not that bad. Jacob frowned. His patience had snapped. Are you being serious? Yes, Hunter rested a hand on his shoulder, but he pushed it away. Jacob, please don't be like this. What? Why do you all expect me to be fine? I changed into a wolf today. I shot you with an electric thing and you say it's not that bad. You know how I feel. Why do you not care? I do care. That's a little unfair. We don't know what's happening to you, so the only thing we can tell you to do is to stay calm and try to get used to it. Don't get angry at me. I'm only trying to help. Why do I have to be your mate? Jacob sighed and rubbed his eyes. Hunter crossed his arms and stared at him with no emotion. Would you rather just forget about it all? He sounded hurt. Yes, I would. Jacob snapped and looked around for his shoes. I would rather think that I was crazy with a voice in my head than be dragged into this. He pulled on his shoes as Hunter watched, not really knowing what to do. When his mate turned to leave, he grabbed his arm, but Jacob tensed and pulled away. I have no idea who I am. I have no idea where my life is going and I have no control over anything. Jacob was angry and he couldn't keep it hidden. Now I have to go home and pretend like everything is fine. Do you know how hard that is? You don't have to go home just yet. Not when you're this mad. Jacob's eyes were building up a storm and Hunter didn't like the tone. Just take a breath. You've been through a lot. Yes, I have been through a lot. Sorrow rose in his eyes, but only for a moment. And it's your fault. I don't feel like I can forgive you for any of it. You dragged me through hell just because you were scared about what your parents would think. You're a pathetic Hunter. Jacob turned with a deep frown and stormed towards the door. Hunter didn't try to stop him. He felt like he had been stabbed in the heart. Anthony, Margot, and Flora turned to look at him when the front door slammed shut. He looked very anguished and he felt like he had been stamped on all over his body. But he was angry too. You know what? He muttered and stormed towards the door. You can't say that to me. Hunter, Hunter. Anthony yelled, but he stomped down the steps and followed his mate. How dare you call me pathetic? He growled when Jacob turned. They were both glaring at each other. I've tried so hard to be here for you and you've just thrown it back in my face. You haven't helped me. You've made it worse. Jacob ran a hand through his hair. I feel sick at the thought of going home after my body changed. All you do is express how attracted you are to me. You don't care about how I really feel at all. How can you say that? Hunter yelled. I care so much. It hurts me when you struggle and I can't stand it when you're sad. I've given you so much and even some space to allow this to process. Why are you being so horrible to me? I've apologized and you know how terrible I feel. It's not fair to blame everything on me. I can't help that you were born with these qualities. Jacob's eyes studied him hard. But sometimes this happens. He felt so worthless and he was so done with life that everything started to lose its meaning. He started pushing things that he cares about away because he didn't feel good enough. The werewolf fest world was too great for a lonely loser like him. He then turned and started walking away. Everything was silent and he stopped caring about what he was doing. He just had to walk and not stop until he stopped hurting. Jacob. Hunter frowned and started to march after him, but his dad held him back. Just let him go, he said softly. Your pack will follow him and keep him safe, but… No, Hunter. He spoke sternly. You both need to calm down. Jacob stood outside his house. His heart was beating fast and he was still in a horrible mindset. He had started to feel guilty about saying bad things to Hunter and starting an unnecessary argument. He looked down to his hands and sighed with sadness. Hunter had switched off their mind link because they continued to argue even when he was walking home. He felt very lonely, yet he couldn't help but think that he deserved it. He took a big breath of air and opened the front door. He could hear talking and his parents' cars were on the drive, indicating that everyone was home. He swallowed his fear when his mother walked out of the kitchen with a pie in her hands. Jacob's belly growled, but now was not the time to think about food. She glanced at him with a surprised smile until her eyes examined his body and the smile started to fade. Hi, son. I didn't think you'd be back today. What are you frowning at? He questioned quietly. He was fidgeting with his fingers and wishing that he wore a hoodie. Well, Jacob. Scott questioned with the same surprised smile. However, his eyes were examining him with uncertainty. You're back. Sooner than expected. He was obviously distracted by something. What are you both frowning at? Well, have you had a growth spurt or something? His dad questioned, not remembering him being quite that big and quite that tall. No, Jacob shrugged. Well, I don't know. Maybe a little. Grace shrugged it off. The pie in her hands was starting to get hot to hold. Are you staying? We're just about to put dinner on the table. She beamed and hurried to place it down. Scott continued to stare at him. Your grandparents are still here. Why are you back early? He asked kindly but found it unusual to look up to him. Jacob pursed his lips. He didn't know what to say and it felt weird for his dad's eyes to be slightly judging him for the first time in his life. We had an argument. It seemed to distract Scott's mind instantly. Did you? Was it a serious one? You haven't broken up, have you? Jacob shook his head. We haven't broken up. But it was mainly my fault. I started it. Scott sighed and rested a hand on his shoulder. His eyes examined his body again, but he didn't mention anything. Best to give it another hour or two. Then I suggest calling him. If you feel like you need to apologize, then do just that. Don't let it stay tense between you both. Okay. Jacob nodded. He has never received relationship advice from his parents and it felt really to know that they are here for him. Thanks, Dad, he mumbled. Scott smiled. He understood him completely. Right? Do you want some food? Yes, I'm really hungry. As always. He chuckled as they made their way to the dining table, but Jacob froze when he saw Alicia sitting next to his brother. His heart thumped and he tensed. His grandparents and William frowned and looked him up and down. His change was obvious, but they didn't quite know why. Alicia glared at him for a split second before he quickly looked away, not liking it one bit. Actually, I'm going to pass on food. He mumbled and quickly walked out. Scott heard his footsteps make their way upstairs. Jacob quickly shut his bedroom door behind him and flopped onto his bed. He sighed, thankful that he was out of any human interactions, but he quickly shuddered at that thought. He couldn't get used to the theory of him not being a full human. It was just crazy. He rolled onto his back, but suddenly, he started to hear that high-pitched static noise, ringing in his ears. No, he breathed and quickly sat up. He pushed himself into the corner of his bed and closed his eyes. Please don't change. The noise grew louder and he started to feel the energy once more. He rocked slightly and covered his ears. Tried to fight it, but he didn't know how. Just then, His whole body felt completely different, and the static noise stopped as quickly as it came. He opened his eyes to find himself much closer to the bed. He looked down and saw paws instead of hands. He had changed into his wolf form. Instant panic ran through him, and he pushed himself further into the corner of the bed. Oh God, what do I do? But Hunter wasn't listening, and he walked around to calm him down. His little pup body started to shake and his tail fell in between his legs. Just like last time. He let out a little whimper because he could no longer speak. How was he supposed to change back? Just when he thought about hiding under the bed, his bedroom door opened. His head snapped up and his heart skipped a beat. His dad entered with a plate full of food. Jacob, I know you're hungry, so He stopped when he found himself staring at a little puppy instead of his son. He pulled down his green framed glasses and looked at it with an intense stare. He saw how it was absolutely terrified. Scott quickly put the plate down and walked over. He sat down gently, not wanting to frighten it. He looked behind him to make sure nobody else had followed him upstairs before tenderly lifting it up and placing it on his lap. He gently began to stroke its ears that were flat to its head with fear. His eyes were very concerned when the little pup let out another small whimper. It's all right, he soothed with a very calming tone. Don't be scared. Jacob. Chapter 42. Jacob looked up to his dad when he heard him say his name. How could he possibly think this was his son? How could he know about this? You need to calm down. Scott continued to stroke his ears. He hated seeing him so terrified. You can't change back until you do. Jacob couldn't believe it. Maybe he was dreaming. However, he was still stressing about being a wolf. It felt too strange. Scott knew they didn't have a long time limit for him to be this way. So he lifted the pup up and held him out in front of him. Jacob's big brown eyes stared at his dad as he stared back. He examined his fur with an intrigued expression. He had so many questions for him, and he understood that his son would be feeling the same way. He shouldn't know about these supernatural beings, but he doesn't surprisingly. He knows a lot. Okay. He sighed when Jacob released another small whimper. I think we need to make a trip to Hunter's house. I know you said you had an argument, but I bet 𝐊𝐲𝐳 the only one who can calm you down. Jacob wished he could just talk to his dad as he stood with him cradled in his arms. I need to cover you up. He picked up a hoodie off the floor and started wrapping it around him. Is that okay? Jacob was still shaking and still, very confused. But he nodded his little head for confirmation. Scott gave him a smile and made sure he didn't suffocate him. He understood that he had a lot of explaining to do, but he just needed to get to a better place, still he knew that what he said would fall on safe ears. Jake rested his nose against his dad's shirt. Smelling him was very comforting when he was freaking out so much. Scott turned and hurried downstairs. He was going to make a smooth out of the house without letting anyone know where he was going. He had a more important situation to handle than having dinner. He stopped, knowing that he'd have to pass the doorway where everyone was sitting. Stay quiet. He whispered and felt the pup in his arms stay very still. He then took a breath and walked past. He saw out of the corner of his eye that Grace spotted him. When he opened the front door, she called his name, but he ignored her and quickly shut it. He hurried over to the car and got in. Carefully, he placed the pup on the passenger seat and Jacob fought against the hoodie to pull it off his head. Scott didn't waste any time as he put on a seatbelt, started the car and reversed out of the driveway. It's really not healthy for the boys to have trust issues in a relationship like this. It is very powerful and it should be full of meaning. Flora sighed and stared at Hunter's closed bedroom door. Young Jacob still has a lot to get used to. My heart hurts every time I see him looking overwhelmed. I can't imagine how Hunter would feel. Margot sighed and leaned again thawny. That was a really heated argument. Flora sipped her tea but perked up a little bit when they heard a car engine. Sounds like you have a visitor. Everyone stopped when they heard a car door slam shut. Their gaze stared at the front door when the footsteps became louder. Anthony sat up when he smelt who it was. Jacob's dad. He mumbled, just as there were 3 loud knocks. He stood up, cleared his throat and walked over. He hoped that he wasn't here to be angry at the fact that the kids argued. He stopped and took a breath before pulling the handle and swinging the door open. "Oh hey, 𝐶𝐬." He stopped when he saw the pup in his arms. His heart instantly sped up and his eyes grew intense. That was a good sign. Scott smiled and surprisingly didn't look fazed. "I believe we have something to discuss." Anthony was shocked. Did Jacob accidentally change in front of his family? He stood back to let him in. He didn't have anything to say because he didn't know how much Scott knew. In theory, he shouldn't know anything. Margot and her husband shared the same expression when they spotted Jacob in his wolf form. However, Flora had never seen an alpha wolf with silver patches on it. My. She breathed and walked over. "Isn't he just precious?" Scott decided to put the pup down. He needed to explain a lot of things to Margot and Anthony. He also wondered if he was confident enough to walk because so far, he had only shaken and stayed stiff out of fright. Right now, Jacob only had one thing on his mind, and that was Hunter. His smell was driving him crazy and he couldn't stand not being able to hear him in among his thoughts. Everyone watched him clumsily try to use his leg to get closer to Hunter's room. It felt so odd to him, but he was determined. Even though his dad clearly holds a big secret, he needed to make things better with his werewolf. When he reached the door, he clawed at it, but Hunter was lying on his bed with headphones on. He could smell his mate, but he didn't want to talk to him. He was upset and Jacob had said some horrible things to him. He didn't want to make up just yet. After a minute or two, Jacob stopped. He could feel his sadness and he knew he was going to open it up for him. He turned and got a fright to see a big pair of Wellington boots right in front of him. Flora grinned and picked him up. "Let's get you calmed down." She beamed and took him over to the couch. "HS very fond of food, yes." "He is." Scott was aware that Margot and Anthony were watching him with caution, but he needed his son to change back before he could do or say anything. Flora retrieved some tender chicken from the fridge and brought it over. Jacob was half sitting on his dad as he began to feel his wolf traits taking a shine when he smelt the food. Scott watched him hesitate when it was placed next to him. "Eat it," he said softly and stroked his soft fur. "I know you're hungry." Jacob was starting to relax the longer he stayed as a wolf. Yes, it was an exceptionally bizarre feeling. Yet it was quite exciting too. He sniffed at the chicken and almost felt embarrassed at the thought of eating it with just his mouth. But he was a pup, so what else could he do? Scott looked satisfied when he slowly started to nibble on it, knowing it should help him to calm down. And it did. Jacob's great love was food, although he could feel that his feelings for Hunter were starting to overtake it. He wasn't quite ready to admit that as he lost self-control and chewed on a big piece of meat. His ears stopped laying flat against his head, but they were floppy and moved around as he chewed. He stopped shaking and Flora watched as his tail began to gently wag. "He really does love his food," she chuckled. "But those markings on his fur, they are so extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it." "Me either," Anthony mumbled and watched Scott carefully. Just when Jacob swallowed the food, he quickly changed into his human form and surprised everyone. He found himself pretty much sitting on his dad's knee. He looked at his body to check that everything was normal before moving to the side, so he was sitting on the couch. He rubbed his stomach with a frown. "That's digesting weird," he whispered. Margot jumped up to get him some water. It was never good to change in the middle of eating something, but seemed like the only way to settle him. There will be a time when he can control it as easy as breathing. "Let me get Hunter. He needs to know about what's going on." Anthony got up as Margot gave Jacob a drink. "How was that experience?" she asked with a smile. A bit better than the first time." Scott needed to understand how long this has been going on for. "Hunter." Anthony banged on his door. The wood vibrated on its hinges and sparked his interest. Even though he didn't hear it, he pulled off his headphones and listened. Hunter, there's a bit of a situation going on out here. You need to." His door opened to a foul-looking 18-year-old. He looked very moody as his eyes ignored his dad and aimed straight for Jacob. "I don't care. Tell me about it later," he muttered, but Anthony held the door open. "Now is not the time to hold grudges. You two need to make up before anything is said. He can't cope without your support." Jacob looked extremely apologetic. He didn't think he was capable of losing his temper like that, so he didn't really know how to deal with the consequences of someone being mad at him. "I don't want to make up right now," he grumbled and walked back over to his bed, knowing his dad wouldn't enter. "Jacob, come here please, come here please." Anthony sighed. Scott watched his son slowly peel himself off the couch. He didn't have his T-shirt on and he was still a little stunned about his growth spurt, but not as much as what he should be. Hunter avoided looking at his mate when Anthony gently pushed him into the room. However, he was topless and that made it harder for him. "Make up." Anthony crossed his arms and stood his ground. He felt impatient. He wanted to hear what Scott had to say and he wanted to hear it now. Jacob wrung his hands with nerves. He really hated being in this situation. Hunter, I really don't want to hear it, Jacob. Get out of my room." Hunter was feeling particularly cold-hearted right now, but Jacob was ready to settle this and he wouldn't stand for his tough grudge. "No," Hunter frowned. "Not expecting that." "I don't want." "You can't always get what you want." Jacob stared at him and tried his best to be confident. He took a breath and continued. "You didn't want a male mate, but you got one anyway. I didn't want to be a werewolf and brought into this, but I am whether I like it or not. I'm pretty sure you wanted someone a little more stable, but instead you got someone who pushes the ones they care about away because they can't handle being loved. I'm out of my depth and I don't feel good enough for you. So I pick arguments and find any excuse for you to hate me because it's what I'm good at. But you're not perfect either. So I'm stepping up and saying sorry because I made a stupid mistake. I'm just scared. I don't know what I'm doing. So I panicked. I feel awful and I really want to make up." Hunter's eyebrows had raised. He's never heard him speak so much in one go. He has never expressed himself to that extent before, and that's when he realized just how sorry he was. It's a big thing for Jacob to try and be vocal when he struggles so hard with it. Scott was surprised too. He has not heard his son say that much in a long time. Hunter's eyes stayed connected with his as he walked over. He was going to talk to him about his insecurities later, but right now, building a fair relationship was more important. "Can you please stop blaming me for everything? I know I haven't quite made it up to you for this past year, but you know how hard I'm trying. Can you also stop avoiding my touch when we get mad at each other? That infuriates me so much because it's the only thing that LL sorted out. And can you also never wear a T-shirt again?" The last comment caused Jacob to smile. "I am sorry for blaming you for everything. I'm not used to being in a relationship and it feels like a little too much sometimes. But I'll be better. I'm sorry." Hunter's heart melted. He couldn't hold it back and wrapped his arms around him. They both squeezed each other tight. The pain of their separation hurt more when they were not on good terms. "You're such a pain when you're angry." Hunter muffled into his neck. His lips had moved against his skin when he spoke, causing a shudder of pleasure to run down his mate's spine. "But I like that you're not afraid to defend yourself and you're getting more confident." "It's hot." Anthony shook his head. His son is such a flirt. Jacob rolled his eyes and pulled his head back. He studied his perfect features and his faultless skin. He knew he was lucky to have someone like Hunter who cared about him this much. "Right? Now that you two are not going to rip each other's heads off, I think Scott has something to tell us." Anthony turned and watched him. He couldn't sense anything about him. But then again, he couldn't with Jacob before the change happened. Hunter and Jacob followed him over and sat down. Scott didn't really like the silence and the judgmental eyes, but he had things to say, so he didn't hesitate to get started. "So I'm just going to cut this short and keep it simple. I have a lot for you all to understand, but first, I'll tell you what I know." He gave his son a smile. It was one filled with pride and reassurance. "I know you are werewolves. I know my son is mates with Hunter, and I know that something very unusual is happening with Jacob. In my family, we have a unique prophecy that should remain a secret until the time is right. And that happens to be now." Everyone watched him intensely, not knowing what he was going to say. "This secret has been passed on through generations," Scott continued. "And it stops at my son because he is the secret we've tried so hard to keep hidden. I'm aware that in this world, Not many believe about the gods and if they were ever real. But it gives me shivers to say that there's one in this room with us. Every owner's hair stood on end and they stared at Jacob, whose body was tingling. He almost held his breath, but his dad smiled at him once more, trying to keep him calm until he has stated everything that needs to be said. After changing into a werewolf, you may believe that you're only half, but you're not named Jacob because we simply liked the name. On your birth certificate, your real name is 𝐿𝐤𝐳. Margot gasped. She knew it. Jacob had stopped blinking while his mind was full to the brim. Now that he thought about it, he has never seen his birth certificate. He needed it for college, but his parents wouldn't give him it. Jacob. Scott's voice was gentle as he gained his son's concentration. You're not human. You're not a werewolf. I know you've all wanted answers for this, so here it is. He took a breath. He has waited to say this for 17 years. You are 𝐊𝐤𝐳, the keeper of lightning, and you are a full god of the werewolves. Hello everyone. Today, I want to share with you an incredibly exciting novel. Imagine a boy who is threatened by his own brother William, who tries to harm him, but William is actually trying to protect him. The familial conflicts in this story are heart-wrenching, and what's even more unexpected is that this boy is actually a god. What's going on here? How will his divine powers affect his relationship with William? Let's dive into this novel and see how the protagonist balances family and threats. Chapter 43. Every owner's eyes were fixed on Scott, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The words "full god" hung in the air, heavy with implications. Jacob felt as if he were trapped in a surreal dream. His skeptical nature struggled to process the information, especially coming from his father. How did Scott even know about werewolves? The overwhelming feeling of confusion threatened to engulf him. Is this? Jacob whispered, his voice barely audible. A joke. Hunter's protective instinct kicked in as he gazed at his mate. He had always sensed Jacob was special, but this revelation was beyond anything he could have imagined. Scott's calm demeanor remained unchanged as he replied, It's not a joke. I know it's a lot to take in, but you've already accepted werewolves. This shouldn't be too much of a stretch. Margot and her mother exchanged knowing glances. They had always sensed Jacob's uniqueness, but this revelation elevated him to an extraordinary level. The fact that royalty among wolves had bonded with Hunter was astounding. Their belief in gods made it easier for them to accept this new reality. Anthony, ever the skeptic, frowned deeply. Hold on a second, he interjected, his fact-oriented mind struggling to process the information. You've just walked in here and told us your son is a god, and we're supposed to believe you. How do you even know about us? His need for concrete evidence was evident in his tone. Margot turned to Anthony, squeezing his hand reassuringly. It must be true, she said softly. You saw the lightning appear from his palms and how his body grew. If that's not enough proof for you, I don't know what is. She then addressed Scott. Her curiosity piqued. I think I've heard of this. Prophecy. Can you please explain it to everyone? Jacob remained motionless, his mind reeling from the revelation. His eyes, wide with disbelief and confusion, stared blankly ahead. Jacob. Hunter's voice echoed in his head, causing Jacob to startle slightly as he realized their mind had been reactivated. Remember, you don't have to do anything. Just listen and let it sink in. Seeking comfort, Jacob found himself leaning into Hunter, drawing strength from their shared warmth. He desperately needed the support in this moment of uncertainty. Scott took a deep breath, preparing to delve into the explanation. So I know about the werewolves because they have been in my family for thousands of years. However, in the last 500 years or so, they haven't, because that is when the gods were destroyed. By what? Hunter interrupted. He was very confused about this whole situation and he has not heard about the prophecy before. No one knows. There are rumors that the gods fought with each other and nobody survived, but what caused such an argument? That is a hole in the prophecy that not a soul can answer. Scott watched his son the whole time. The moment he looked like 𝐾𝐜𝐤, 𝐻ED take him on a walk and help him to clear his head. Now, after the gods had left this universe, the prophecy was born. Our ancestors believed that this was the end because the gods talked about the future and how there would be 𝐊𝐤, born through a generation in the 21st century. They seemed to know they'd die before it happened. We don't know why, but it must be for a huge reason. The silence when he stopped talking was filling everyone's ears with so many thoughts and questions. How many gods are there? Hunter asked. There are rumored to be 8 gods. A god of beauty, wisdom, electricity, truth, earth, water, air and fire. But they are based around the world, and if I've got my facts right, there is only one in the United Kingdom. And that's you, Jacob. Jacob was listening, but his mind seemed like it was a million miles away. So Anthony sat forwards and linked his fingers together. You think other gods are coming back through this generation? I do. It's what I was taught to believe. It was my great, great, great, great, great, great, great, great, great, I think grandfather who was the god of electricity. So my grandfathers have passed it on to their kids and kept it going until it was time. How did you know it was Jacob? Hunter asked. You have 2 sons. They say that when the god of electricity is born, the sky knows. And when Grace fell into labor with you, Jacob, I've ever seen a storm that bad. Lightning was flashing every 30 seconds and the storm hovered over the hospital until you were born. Then it cleared up, just like that. I know you took the power when you entered this world, and that is why your real name is 𝐿𝐤𝐳, because you are the rightful owner. Scott didn't know if his son was listening properly. He started to get that look in his eye when he was full with too much to think about. Why did you keep this a secret from him? Anthony questioned. Because I wanted him to have a normal childhood. I knew it would all change when he found his mate. Every owner's eyes then made their way to Jacob, who felt very odd with this rumor to name. He didn't want to believe that his own dad was talking about something so surreal. He sat forwards and watched him closely. Why now? He whispered. Why is this happening? Scott gave him a little smile. He really wanted to chat to him alone so he could really understand what was going on inside his head. I don't know why the gods needed to appear again. Maybe the wolf world was in need of some order, or there might be a greater purpose. But I do know that this is very real, and everything I have just said is not a word of a lie. That seemed to imprint onto Jacob's brain. His dad was telling him the truth. Hunter could hear his mind slowly getting quieter, and it didn't feel as panicked, which was the opposite of where he thought it was going. Why did I turn into a wolf if I'm not a werewolf? Jacob asked quietly. Because you're a god of the wolves. I guess it would make sense to have a wolf form too. Scott wasn't quite sure. But you're just human? Hunter asked him. Yes, and Grace. Does she know? She's just human too. And no, she doesn't know about any of this. Neither does William. But he has a different name on his birth certificate. I showed her a fake one with the name Jacob on it. I couldn't tell her any of this. She'd think I was crazy. Scott chuckled, but the reality would have been harsh. He knows that Grace would not have stayed with him if he believed in such mad things, and couldn't prove any of it. Jacob frowned and started to fidget. It was starting to sink in. Hunter felt quite special to be mated with someone who is rumored to be a god of the wolves. He could now start to see Jacob in a much brighter light. However, why was he paired with someone so incredible? Scott, he asked, why am I mated with your son? I'm just a werewolf. Nothing special. Margot and Anthony watched him, also wondering that. I'm not sure actually. Scott tilted his head. But I'm sure you're not just ordinary if you're mates with a god. Jacob quickly stood up. He had the sudden need for air. Dad, can I talk to you? Of course. Scott guided him to the front door. Everyone watched until they left. Their words were hanging on their tongues. Even Anthony, who was skeptical about the gods, was left wondering if this was really true. Scott seemed to have a lot of information. It might not be logical and there are things yet to be answered, but it had Margot and Flora feeling excited. Jacob walked down the wooden steps. His dad studied him and hoped that he was going to break down. He was very good at keeping things hidden until something simple or small flicked the switch and it all would come flooding out. I know that some part of you believes. You've seen the lightning, you can feel your power. It is a fast change and it's completely understandable if you need time to come to terms with it. Jacob turned to the face he knew so well and the person who he trusted with all his heart. My life has been a lie, he whispered. The worry crept onto Scott's face. But I don't care. The worry then turned into confusion. For a long time, I felt like I was going to mean nothing to this world. I literally had no purpose. But now, I just feel wanted. Scott smiled and rested a hand on his shoulder. I'm so sorry I kept this a secret. You have no idea how much I wanted to tell you, but I couldn't. You were born for this. It was destined before you even entered this world. He chuckled. You are the most wonderful person I could have ever raised. You are perfect for this and it wouldn't be you if you were not fit for the role. He then pulled him into a tight hug. He was taller and bigger, but he now understood his growth. It was to suit his godly figure. I love you so much. You know I'm here for you no matter what. I know. Jacob hugged back. He wanted the next few days to carry on like normal, so he really had the opportunity to let it sink in. I love you too. Thank you for finally telling me. Scott patted his back and pulled away. It feels so good to have it out in the open. I'm really surprised. You're taking this very well. Jacob nodded and looked down to the grass. I have no choice. I can't keep pretending that it's not real and I need to stop getting overwhelmed. It's happening whether I take it badly or not. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. But I'm still trying to understand. You deserve to know everything and hopefully you'll find it easier to come to terms with if you can talk to me as well as Hunter. Jacob did feel a little calmer at the thought of his dad helping him through this. Did you know it was Hunter's voice in my head for a year? He questioned. He was beginning to forget about that now. He was as angry as what he was. I didn't know it was Hunter's and I was sure if it was a mental illness or your mate. I guess. I didn't think any wolf would leave you so broken for all that time, but Hunter was scared and you can't really blame him. He didn't know what he was doing. Jacob nodded and took a big breath. He looked up to the sky and stared at the clouds. Oh, actually, Scott said with a frown. My father passed on a letter to me with everything you're supposed to feel within the upcoming days. When did this all start? It happened yesterday. Okay. Well, they say it's a cycle of 5 lunar days for the transformation to complete itself. If I'm right, there should be a full moon on the 5th day, and that's when your soul will feel the change to or something like that. Jacob's heart thumped in his chest. What else was going to happen to him? Would his tooth grow? Would he grow again? Would the lightning become more manageable? Nobody really understood what else was in store for him. Being a god required so much more than just authority, and they would soon find out his full potential. Chapter 44. Hunter's gray eyes watched the black silhouette of as they flew against the outline of the setting sun. The sky was clear and full of a vibrant red and orange horizon that sat at the top of the forest trees. There was a gentle breeze that stroked his skin. He moved his foot and heard the faint creak of the wooden steps under his feet. He brushed his fingers across the uneven wood of the porch. His mind was lost in everything he was told today. Growing up, he heard 2 different opinions on gods. His mother believed, but his dad didn't. He stopped caring when he was older because he didn't think it would matter. Even if the gods did exist, they would have never affected his life, so what was the point in wasting precious thoughts about it? He couldn't have been more wrong. Never in his wildest dreams would he think 𝐻ED be paired with a god. A week ago, Jacob was a human. He was regular, simple and normal. His perception of him has changed so much, but his feelings never altered. He still loved the way his voice was so quiet. He loved his nervous and jittery fidgeting. He loved his smile and how it brightened up his face. He loved how he chewed on his bottom lip and how he had many episodes of showing his confidence. He didn't think it would be possible to love every little ounce of a person, but being with Jacob proves him wrong yet again. He allowed a gentle sigh to escape his lips while his gaze watched the soft sway of the trees. He felt very at peace with himself when he sat and stared at the world outside. Fields bring a sense of calm and tranquility. He loved the open space full of soft grass. He especially loved how it smelled when it was freshly cut. Just then, light footsteps pulled him out of his serene state. He saw the glimpse of yellow boots and smiled when his grandmother used his shoulder for her to comfortably sit next to him. 𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐬, he spoke softly when she linked arms with him. My handsome grandson, she repeated in a calm tone, knowing everything that happened today had settled in his mind. Isn't it beautiful out here tonight? Hunter nodded. It's so still. Flora looked up and saw that his vulnerable eyes were showing. She loved it when he stripped back his defenses and exposed his raw personality. His true self is rare and lucky to be seen. I think I picked the right days to visit. She rested her head against his arm. Hunter loved her comforts. This lunar cycle should be very exciting. I'm interested but nervous too. I hope everything will be okay with Jacob. He's very good at learning quickly. When you first connected with him, your mother said he would barely enter the house. Now he's acting very naturally and coming to terms with this. It's a lot for him to think about though. I know if that was me, I'd feel a little too overwhelmed. But that's a great quality you have. You're able to put yourself in his shoes so you can fully understand what he's going through. You're full of empathy and it's just what he needs. Hunter looked down to her wise yet old eyes. They have seen a lot. I wish I understood my role in all of this. My mate is a god of the wolves. That's just amazing. Hunter's voice was full of meaning. But I don't quite get what I have to do. Nothing. Flora could hear Fate chatting between Anthony and Scott as they talked about the wolves. Let everything happen naturally. Things like this cannot be forced. Life never happens how you want it. It can change so quickly. That is why you need to keep an open mind. One that's full of anticipation and the need for something to happen is a disappointed one. Just lead your life like normal. Don't expect too much and don't expect too little. You're blessed with what you deserve. That's life. Hunter found himself subconsciously nodding. When he hits old age, he hoped he'd carry this much wisdom. Suddenly, he sensed his mate hovering patiently behind him. He turned and his eyes trailed up his body. He was sad to see him with a T-shirt on but expressed a loving smile, giving him the confidence to complete his journey. He had a question. Hello. Hunter's senses spiked when his leg made contact with his arm on the way down the steps. Hi, he said quietly and pulled at the bottom of his T-shirt as he stood on the grass. You, could you help me with something? Sure. Hunter stood up when his grandmother let go of him. What's up? Can you help me get used to my wolf? Hunter let out a happy sigh and walked over. I would do anything to see your pup form. He chuckled. Jacob pursed his lips with a little smile. Do you know how to change on command? His mate shook his head, realizing it only happened when he heard or felt his power. Hunter tapped his chin with thought but he knew what he had to do. Let's go further into the field and sit down. When Hunter turned, Jacob surprised him and slotted his hand perfectly into his. His immediate reaction was to squeeze it, but he was trying not to pull him into a kiss with satisfaction. When they made it to the middle of the field, they sat down on the grass. Okay. Get comfortable and close your eyes, Hunter said and watched him do it. Now you need to imagine your. Suddenly, there was a loud and troubled howl coming from a long way away as it echoed through the air. Hunter turned, recognizing it immediately. Hunter, Sam's voice echoed in his head. He sounded very distressed. I'm stuck in an animal trap. I need help. Hunter stood up and instantly started running towards the trees. Jacob watched him transform into his wolf form and he didn't stop. He only ran faster. Don't worry. I'm on my way. Anthony ran over to Jacob with a questioning frown. What's happening? Was that Sam's howl? Jacob nodded with concern. He said he's stuck in an animal trap. Anthony widened his eyes. This is not good. If there are people watching that trap, we'll be exposed. He turned into a big white wolf and followed his son's scent. just as Margot ran past too. Jacob turned and hurried back to the house where his dad and Flora were watching. "What's happening?" Scott asked. A member of Hunter's pack is stuck in an animal trap. They've gone to help him." Hunter was galloping through the woods. He could tell he wasn't that far from Sam, but he needed to help him quickly. With animal traps, there are usually cameras and people watching nearby. He was worried and obviously drops everything to come to his beta's side. Sam is his best friend, and even though 𝐿𝐲𝐻 mean to him a lot of the time, he really does care about him. When he heard a low and sorrow-filled howl, he knew he was injured. "I can see you," Hunter thought. "Have you seen any humans?" I haven't. I can't smell any." He sounded like he was in a lot of pain. Hunter's eyes watched the surroundings while his parents silently stood behind him. He caught sight of two other pack members, Ricky and Jonah, also watching through the trees. They must have heard his howl too. Sam's front leg was caught in a metal trap that was impaling him. It looked deep and very serious. Just as Hunter lifted his paw to walk over, he heard the crunching of leaves under somebody's footsteps. Everyone watched as two people exposed themselves. They had their hoods up while one of them brought a radio to their mouth. "We've got one. Bring the rifle." Hunter's heart thumped. Are their intentions to kill? Sam growled when one of the guys stood closer. He tried shuffling back but winced in pain. Hunter connected his mind with Jonah, Ricky, and his parents. Move out. We need to scare them off before they get guns involved." Everyone followed his command and pushed through the trees. The humans got a fright and pushed their backs to one another when they realized they were surrounded. The one with the radio dropped it and froze. Hunter's eyes were very cold and he was getting closer and closer. He growled, showing that he wasn't happy about this. "Not one little bit. What do we do?" The human whispered to his friend. I, he stuttered, realizing they had messed up. "If we stay still, they might leave. I say we make a run for it. They might only be here to protect their injured wolf." Jonah and Ricky comforted Sam by gently licking his fur. The white wolves were staring hard at the humans, knowing they can't just let them leave. "Okay." The human was breathing hard. "Let's run in 3, 2, 1, go." They swiftly turned and started to sprint, but Hunter was quick and chased them. They were running for their lives, and they knew they wouldn't win against wolves. Margot bit into one of their ankles and sent him crashing to the woodland floor as Anthony and Hunter jumped on the other guy. He fell onto his stomach and turned immediately. That's when his hood fell and his identity was out in the open. Hunter rested a paw on his chest and dug his nails into his skin. He looked up to his fearful face when he let out a cry of pain, only to stop and watch with shocked eyes. "Dad, it's..." He could barely believe who he was looking at. Anthony sat back with sudden horror and disbelief. "It's William." Chapter 45. Hunter instantly turned his mind link off from Jacob, not wanting him to freak out. But he was staring into the face of his brother who was trying to kill Sam. This didn't feel right. It didn't feel like something he would be doing for fun. "What do we do?" Anthony knew his son was incredibly angry, and if this was a stranger, he would hurt him until he begged for his life. But this was his mate's sibling, and he couldn't injure him any more than what he has. "We need to question what the hell 𝐿𝐲𝐻's doing in private." Anthony could not understand why he would do this. "Do you think he knows we're werewolves or just thinks we're average wolves?" Hunter questioned. "Look at the size of us. He'll know we are not average." Ricky and Jonah managed to pull the metal out of Sam's leg and help him to his feet. He whimpered, but 𝐿𝐲𝐻'd be able to limp back to Hunter's house so Margot could aid his injury. "Margot, take Sam home and tend to his wound. Well, wait till you're gone," Anthony thought. Margot and Sam slowly went one way while Harrison and 𝐿𝐲𝐻 started dragging the guy the opposite with their sharp teeth. The guy began screaming and grabbing at the ground. He yelled at William for help, who was paralyzed with fear. Hunter was glaring at him and still had his claws dug into his chest. He and his dad waited patiently until they could no longer hear the other humans screaming before shuffling away from William. "Shall we change?" Hunter asked. "Yes, let's stay silent and take him back to the house. I want Scott and Jacob to know what he has done." Hunter watched his dad, knowing that wouldn't go down well, but I want his family to question him first. I don't think he knows what Jacob is or that his dad knows about the wolves. I want him to try and explain himself to the ones who he doesn't want to let down. Also, I'm going to get Alicia after all of this and expose her too if he doesn't know she's a werewolf. I bet she has something to do with this. Hunter sighed but nodded. That seemed like the best approach. At the same time, they both changed. William didn't react at first. He only blinked with utter confusion. His eyes seemed to be glued to Hunter because he was a familiar face. However, oh my God, he whispered and his hands began to tremble. She was 𝐊𝐢𝐬. Anthony forgot about what he just said. Alicia. She told me about werewolves. William sat up, started to develop tears in his eyes. Hunter. You're I didn't believe. I thought she was crazy and I told her that. But she got really abusive, angry. I was forced to do this. Did I hurt your friend? William sat forward and grabbed Hunter's shoulders. I'm so sorry. Please. I had no other choice. Alicia threatened to hurt Jacob. You have to understand. All right. Calm down, he said quickly and looked at his dad. What did she say she'd do to Jacob? Anthony questioned. William rubbed his eyes and tried not to get emotional, but nobody knew he had been through hell for the past 2 days. She said she'd ruin his relationship with Hunter and mess with him mentally. He's only just starting to be happy again. I couldn't let her do that to him. Hunter was starting to feel sorry for him as he gently rubbed his chest where he had dug his nails in. Who was the other guy? He was a friend of Alicia's. They said something about hurting the raisin pack. I knew you had that last name, but I didn't think you'd be connected to these werewolves. He then ran a hand through his hair and took a big breath. I can't believe I just said that. Anthony started to feel his blood boil. Alicia was targeting Jacob's family, trying to tear them apart. Hunter lifted his hand and patted his shoulder. William, she's not going to hurt your brother and she's not going to blackmail you or abuse you anymore. We'll sort out this mess, okay? We know this was you. Hunter stood up and pulled him up too. Anthony believed William. Alicia is poison and it didn't surprise him that she did something so sickening. Take him back to the house. Anthony turned and examined the woods with cold eyes. I'm going to get Alicia. What's happening? Flora asked. I'm not sure. Jacob was wringing his hands and pacing the porch. Hunter switched off his mind link. It was still odd for him to say these things in front of his dad. They'll be okay. She smiled. They know how to handle this situation. Does it happen a lot? Scott asked. Yes, surprisingly. It's terrible. He shook his head. Who would want to hurt such beautiful creatures? Unfortunately, not everyone thinks that way. Flora perked up when she saw Hunter emerging from the forest edge with Sam and Margot. They were all in their human forms, but there was an extra person with them. Yes, she grinned. Bagan brought the culprit for questioning. I love scaring them. Jacob watched as Scott slowly lowered his glasses down his nose. The stranger looked very familiar. William had not been told about his brother and his dad being here. He didn't know what was going on in Jacob's world. He only asked about Hunter and him being a werewolf. He could barely believe that he saw him change. He felt very confused. Wait, Jacob breathed. Is that William? Scott finished it for him when they both felt suddenly very worried. Flora watched them with narrowed eyes. You know this boy. He's my son. Scott started walking down the steps. He didn't want to think badly about this situation. However, it was hard not to. Hunter could feel Jacob's nerves, and this all needed to be explained before anyone got the wrong idea. Sam was holding his arm that was bleeding heavily. He would be fine. He was just in a lot of pain. Hunter opened a mind link between his beta and his mother on the walk back. He explained what William told him and they both agreed that it sounded like the truth. Alicia blackmailed him, threatened him and abused him into doing this. It was beginning to get dark outside as the sun carried on setting behind the trees when William's eyes fell on his father. Right? Hunter sighed. We have a lot to talk about. Flora nodded and turned. Let's go inside. It's a bit chilly out here now. 𝐿 put the kettle on. Hunter watched his mate as they made their way up the wooden steps. He switched his mind link on so he could keep him relaxed. Don't worry. It's not what you think. He took his hand and they both entered the house. It's all Alicia's fault. Your brother had no choice. William kept glancing at Jacob. He was sure they used to be the same height and he was bigger built than him. When they were sitting down, Hunter left it up to Scott to question him. He understood that something serious had gone on as he sat forwards and connected his fingers together. What happened? William frowned and looked at Hunter. Do they know about you? He nodded. They know everything. William was surprised but took a big breath and decided to explain about Alicia. He told them how she turned on him yesterday and started getting really abusive and threatened the family. She turned very nasty and he was scared for Jacob. He said how he realized her threats were real when she held a knife to his heart. While she did that, she told him about werewolves and forced him to meet up with her friend who was after the raisin pack. He thought it was all fake and she was messing with him until they caught a wolf today. That's when William looked at Sam with a huge amount of guilt. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. He said sadly. I felt like I had no other choice. I thought we had just caught a helpless wolf. I never thought she was telling the truth about werewolves. Jacob's heart throbbed for him. He was going through a really rough time and he didn't know. Well, Hunter spoke softly. Are you aware that Alicia is a werewolf too? His eyes widened and he shook his head with force. Are you serious? Hunter nodded when he felt Jacob's fingers rest against the side of his leg. She was a member of our rival pack and has been making Jacob's life hell ever since we connected. We split up their pack because they went too far and she's obviously holding a huge grudge against us. She's trying to kill your friends. William looked horrified. And she's a werewolf too. Hunter was informed that the other guy who was with William and ordered for the rifle on the radio had been killed. He admitted that this was the first werewolf he had killed and it wouldn't be his last, so they had to put an end to it. As horrible as it was, Hunter has not come across people like this before and it would haunt him for a few days. It's always his dad who deals with it. William then rested his head in his hands. I can't believe this. Scott got up and sat next to him. He gently rubbed his back, knowing that he needed to be eased into this world slowly. He himself had no idea that Alicia was a werewolf. It was a huge sign that he was kicking himself for missing. Just then, the front door flew open, making Jacob jump and strongly grip Hunter's knee. Anthony entered with an angry-looking Alicia. There was a flash of dread in her gaze. Her future was not bright now that Anthony knew what she had done. However, she didn't realize that Jacob was, in fact, the most powerful person in the room. He hit the back of her knee, making her collapse to the ground. Flora watched with a small twinkle of excitement in her eye. Maybe she was a little sadistic for enjoying watching torture come to those who deserved it. Look at him. Anthony growled and pulled on her hair. He forced her to look in Sam's direction, who was currently getting his arm stitched up. If we didn't reach him as quickly as we did, he would be dead. Hunter clenched his fists in anger. You split up our pack, she muttered. Anthony gripped her hair harder, causing her to whine. And so you thought it was acceptable to kill. You have no idea what kind of pack you're dealing with. He glanced at Jacob. Having a god among them was making Alicia look like an ant in the wolf world. Just because you're the big dog doesn't mean. Anthony stood on her ankle, making her cry out. William was avoiding her eyes at all cost. Trust me, I'm not the big dog in the room. Hunter slowly brushed his fingers over Jacob's hand that was still gripping his leg hard. He felt immense levels of pride. When this lunar cycle finishes, his mate would be able to squash her in a heartbeat. He hoped. Anthony then pulled her to her feet when he sensed his own pack standing outside the house. I'm taking you to the court. I can't wait to see the look on your family's faces. They told me when I split up your pack that they were deeply embarrassed to have a daughter like you. Just wait until I tell them this. Say goodbye to your rights. Everyone watched him forcefully turn and push her out of the house. They heard her fall down the steps. Anthony was going to get her locked away for a very, very long time. She would not see the light of day after he was finished with her. Flora smiled and looked around the room. What a handful. Young William. You deserve a medal for putting up with that. But you also need a slap for letting her walk all over you. If you were to get anything out of this, it should be that you need to choose your women carefully. She then got up and wandered over to the kettle. Hunter shook his head and contained a satisfied smile. His Nana speaks her mind and he loves her for it. Jacob glanced back to his brother, who now looked a little troubled. He was better at coping with bad situations, but this seemed to go above and beyond his capacity. Flora then turned around with an intrigued frown. She tapped her chin before opening her mouth. Would now be a good time to tell those who don't know about 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐽 being a god of the wolves. Hunter then took back what he thought as Margot sighed and rolled her eyes. But Sam and William frowned and stared hard at Jacob, who felt his cheeks blush. What? They both yelled in sync. Wait a second. William sat forwards. You called him 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐽. Is that why it says that on your birth certificate? Scott quickly turned. How do you know about that? Before I left earlier, Mum was looking for old photo albums and found it. I thought it was just a typo, but she seemed really angry about it. The blood drained from Scott's face. Grace had found Jacob's real birth certificate. Dad, Jacob said quietly. You should probably go home. Scott stood up quickly and nodded. He ran a hand through his hair. I'm in so much trouble. It's a good thing I'm a great liar. Everyone watched him dash out of the door very fast, but Flora was left with a frown on her face. He's a good liar, is he? She muttered. Chapter 46. I wonder how your dad is getting on. Hunter sighed and fell back against his bed. Today has been a rather stressful one, and his shoulders hurt from being so tense. I feel like he might cave in and tell Mum everything, Jacob said quietly and shuffled up the bed. He rested his back against the wall as Hunter propped himself up and onto his elbows. And then he'll turn up here and we'll have to tell someone else everything again. Jacob was tired and was still trying his thoughts. He could barely believe that his dad hid such important information for so long. Hunter then held out his arm with a smile. Come here. Jacob stopped and watched him. He was fidgeting as always. I just want to lie with you. Hunter chuckled. Seeing his hesitation, Jacob bit his bottom lip and slowly scooted over. He was craving his touch. When their bodies touched, Jacob laid down next to him. He rested the back of his head against Hunter's arm, and his nose was instantly filled with his addictive scent. I know you haven't stopped thinking about everything, but it's nice now that William knows too. You're getting more support, and I'm glad. Jacob turned so he was facing Hunter. Their heads were close, but it was easier to accept their relationship than it was to accept his godly status. I feel really bad for him. We should have known that Alicia was going to turn on him. Hunter watched his mouth as he spoke. We should have expected it. But there has been too much going on. I'm glad we have finally got answers. Though, me too. They both sat in silence and studied each other. They could hear muffled voices outside the room. William and all of Hunter's pack were here. Flora had done her best to describe who Jacob really was in the wolf world, but poor William cowled and really keep up. Sam was better now that his wound was stitched up and bandaged. Margot gave him strong painkillers as he listened to Flora, but it wasn't sinking in. He was feeling a little disoriented when his parents came to pick him up. Due to the antibiotics, they were not happy about him being hurt, and Margot didn't tell them the whole story of what happened. It was too complicated. Have you thought more about talking with Brad? Jacob whispered. Their faces were close. He had no other reason to talk louder. IDE tried not to. Hunter sighed. I guess I should. I don't have a Delta Wolf anymore, and that position needs to be filled. He watched Jacob's colored eyes. They were so beautiful and expressed a lot of emotion. How will you find someone for that? Interviewing and testing them on training days to see a fit for the role. We're actually having one on Saturday if you want to come. I want to see how strong you are. I'm not very strong. You're a god, Jacob. You'll probably be stronger than every wolf after the lunar cycle. Stronger than you. Hunter blinked slowly. Maybe. You mean yes. Humor glistened in Jacob's eyes. I mean maybe. Hunter grinned and rolled over so he was on top of him. I'm an alpha, but I'm a god. I'm better than you. Jacob was joking and it felt great to relax for a little bit. It was good for Hunter to witness his humor. He hasn't shown it very much. Better than me. Hunter rested his hands on the side of his face with a cheeky smile. Are you sure about that? Jacob nodded. His body was pressed against his and he didn't feel an ounce of nerves. I'm a better kisser. So that's something at least. Hunter chuckled as Jacob's cheeks went bright pink. But you're getting there. He brought his face close. Practice is all you need. He was clearly hinting that he wanted to kiss him and Jacob was okay with that. The moment was growing with affection and their feelings were growing with passion. Just then, before they could connect their lips, Hunter's door opened and William walked into the room. He started talking about something but Hunter gasped and turned. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He was in his territory. Jacob felt a sudden change in his mood. He was tense and very angry, but Ricky ran after his brother and grabbed his arm. He pulled him out of the room and quickly shut the door. Hunter stared at it and released his breath. They could hear his pack giving William a lecture on what he could and couldn't do. Are you okay? Jacob asked quietly yes. He could smell William's scent in his room, so he turned and caught Jacob by surprise. He fell back against him and buried his face into his shoulder. He inhaled his scent and allowed himself to calm down. Jacob very slowly brought his hands up and wrapped them around him. It felt good to gain the confidence. He would not be doing this a week ago. Scott was sitting in his car. It was 9:30 at night and he had been there for at least 2 hours. He was nervous and didn't know if he should tell Grace about the wolves or not. But what would he say if he lied? He was a good liar. Clearly. He had kept this all a secret for 17 years. Sudden, the headlights of another car filled up his view. He turned quickly but realized that Margot was dropping his son off at home. He sighed and climbed out. Hey, he smiled when William came over. He looked better but he could sense that he was quite happy. Thanks for dropping him off. It's not a problem. Margot tilted her head. Have you been sitting in your car this whole time? Yes, I don't know what to do. Whatever I tell my wife tonight. Ivy lost her trust. Maybe she needs to know. Margot smiled. I can stay and back you up if you need me to. Well, her parents are still here. I can't just blurt it out in front of them. Margot was sure what to suggest, but if Scott could keep this secret about Jacob, then he would surely think of something. I'm gonna get going. I think Anthony is due back from the court soon. I'll tell Jacob to let you know what happened. I'm sure hes also eager to hear what happens at home too. She started walking back towards the truck. Good luck. Thanks, Margot. Drive safe. Scott and William turned to face the house when she climbed in and reversed onto the road. When she was gone, they looked at each other, feeling rather anxious. Let's get this over and done with. Scott sighed and entered their home. It was surprisingly quiet and he wondered if his wife's parents had gone to bed. They were sleeping in their bedroom while he and Grace shared the sofa bed. Slowly he and William made their way to the living room and saw her sitting on the couch. Hey love, he said as casual as he could. Grace looked up and he was sure what she was thinking. He could read her very well, but tonight, she was masking any signs for him to detect. Hi, her lips curled into a smile that seemed normal to William, but Scott knew she was suppressing her true feelings. I'm going to bed. William turned and almost ran up the stairs, leaving everything for his father to sort out. Where did you rush off to earlier? She asked when he walked over. Oh, Jacob wanted me to drop him off at Hunter's house and I decided to stay for a bit. Don't you mean 𝐏𝐸𝐻𝐻? The silence rang in Scott's ears and he froze. She was going to explode on him and he was sure he was ready. She stood up with an angry frown. I don't care what you have to say. How dare you lie to me like this? You named our son 𝐏𝐸𝐻𝐻 and tried to hide it from me. How could you do something like that? She was breathing heavy and her eyes were wide and crazed. I'm sleeping upstairs tonight. Do not think for 1 second that this is over. I don't even want to look at you right now. She marched past him. So that's it? He asked. You don't even want an explanation about why 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐧𝐐. You're just as crazy as your dad, she yelled. He told me about that stupid story with the gods. I knew then he was mad and I didn't think you believed him. Scott didn't know his dad had tried to tell his wife about their prophecy. I'm so angry. She screeched and stomped up the stairs. Scott wasn't really sure what to say or do. Nothing can change her mind when she was this mad. Obviously. She'd had talked with her parents about it, otherwise they would have come running by now. When she was out of sight and their bedroom door slammed, he clenched his hands and tried to allow his anger to wash through him and not manipulate his actions. He was annoyed with himself. He should have tried to hide the birth certificate better. But Grace needed to know that he isn't crazy and neither is his father. She'll find out. Soon enough. So I don't have to go to college today? Jacob questioned quietly. No, Anthony smiled. Your dad called and said under the circumstances, it's safer to let you stay here until the lunar cycle is over. So he can stay until Sunday? Hunter asked yes. The boys smiled at each other. They liked the sound of that. Jacob was getting rather used to this cute little home. He was feeling much more comfortable as the days passed by. Today was Friday, which means he has 3 days of the lunar cycle left. Anything could happen to him. However, he knew he was in safe hands who don't judge and can keep him calm. I guess now I can help you get used to your pup form. They were already dressed with full stomachs from breakfast. Okay. Jacob smiled. Last night, they fell asleep hugging each other and woke up in the same position. It felt so magical to feel their bond complete before they even opened their eyes. It was horrible being far away from each other. Let's go outside. Flora was sitting in an old wooden rocking chair as they walked past and down the steps. She's a very early riser and loves to listen to the birds as they wake for the day too. She watched the boys make their way to the middle of the field before sitting down. Okay. Close your eyes like last time. Jacob followed Hunter's command and tried to relax. Now imagine your wolf form. Just picture it in your mind and imagine your body turning into it. Hunter watched him closely. He was surprised by how fast he managed to settle himself. Breathe deeply. All of a sudden, a huge boom of thunder roared through the sky and made them both jump. Jacob opened his eyes. His heart was beating fast. They looked up to see deep, dark and powerful-looking clouds hovering above them. Maybe we should go inside, Jacob suggested. Or maybe this is for you. What do you mean? This is day 3 of the lunar cycle. Maybe something's gonna happen. There must be lightning on the way. Hunter was a little excited. He was watching his mate grow stronger and develop into something he has always destined to be. They both looked up again when another huge roar of thunder dominated the sky. Do you feel anything? Hunter asked. Just as Jacob was about to answer, crackles of lightning shot out of his palms and circled his hands. Hunter gasped and jumped backwards, not expecting that. Jacob's breath caught in his throat when he felt an intense feeling right in the pit of his stomach. His palms were throbbing as he tried not to move them as muscles were collecting as much energy as they could. But he was not growing, only gaining the power of the storm. After all, he is the keeper of lightning. Chapter 47. Jacob could not explain why he suddenly felt so powerful. The lightning forming around his hands should be alarming him, but it wasn't. Looking at it felt oddly normal. For some reason, his mind was telling him that everything was okay. This is what is supposed to happen. Hunter's eyes were wide and he had shuffled away. He was incredibly intrigued yet, a little cautious. Lightning is not to be messed with. Margot and Anthony had run out to watch with the same wide eyes as their son. A huge rumble of thunder bellowed within the clouds. Jacob jumped and his gaze remained fixed on the flickering yellow lightning. A few seconds later, it grew more intense and started touching his palms. It made his skin tingle, but he liked it. Hunter sat up when he realized it wasn't going away. Are you taking the lightning from this storm? He asked. I don't know. Jacob breathed. What do I... He didn't know how to control it or what he could do with it. Hunter had enough of just staring at him, so he quickly got up. He wanted to see what he was capable of. Jacob slowly got up too and put his hands together. The electricity combined and continued to circle them. "Try aiming it at something and see what it does," Hunter suggested. Jacob was slightly fascinated, so he pointed his hand and a bolt of the electricity shot out of him and landed hard on the floor next to Hunter's feet. He jumped back and almost lost his balance. "Not at me." Jacob smiled and stared at the now burnt patch of grass in front of him. Could he really control that? He wanted to know more about it. Hunter watched him turn and point his hand at another patch of grass. The bolt, like last time, shot in that direction and exploded on the ground. He then turned and did it again. "Hey," Anthony's voice echoed across the field, stopping him. "Stop ruining my grass." Hunter rolled his eyes. "You'll get someone for you. Do you think you can turn it off on command?" "I don't know." Jacob was getting a little excited. He has always been a bit jumpy and weird around thunderstorms. Now they would be his favorite kind of weather because the storms are here for him. "Can you, come here?" Hunter frowned and watched with caution. "No. I want to touch you and see what happens." Hunter held his hands up and took a step back. "I'm not going to be your little guinea pig. Experiment on Sam. I'll call him 𝐻𝐸𝐺. I don't think it'll hurt you, though." "Are you serious?" "Just look at the grass." Hunter pointed to the fried black grass with smoke sizzling out of it. "You are not." Jacob pointed his hand at Hunter and a bolt shot out of it. But this time, it was different. It was like a rope of electricity that shot forwards and quickly wrapped around his wrist like a whip. "Jacob." He panicked, thinking that his hand was going to burn off or he would feel immense pain. However, he didn't. Jacob's eyes were full of interest. He imagined that to happen and it did. How did he know it wouldn't hurt Hunter? Flora stood up when she realized young Jacob was managing to tame his power. He pulled on the bolt and it tugged on Hunter's wrist, bringing them closer together. "How is that not hurting me?" He was surprised. It felt cold on his skin. "This is amazing," Jacob whispered and opened up his fist. The bolt shot back into his palm on command. He was overwhelmed. He was finding this too hard to deal with. He is now beginning to understand that this is, in fact, a gift and he should not take it for granted. Hunter walked closer and held out his hand. Jacob held out his hand to and rested it on top of his. The electricity began to flicker around them and not hurt Hunter one bit. It's such a strange feeling. He watched in astonishment. He has never been this close to lightning without dangerous risks. "Can you turn it off?" Jacob didn't want to see it leave. There was something about the warm yellow glow that comforted him. However, he understood that it was now in forever. Hunter watched it crackling in small twists, spirals, and flashes as it coiled around their hands. Jacob was incredibly important to the wolf world. He couldn't wait for his dad to announce it to the city so it can be declared across the country. It should spread like wildfire. A lot of people won't believe, but Jacob can prove his status now. He can show them who he really is and be proud of it. His confidence is growing because finally, 𝐻𝐸 is starting to know who he is truly supposed to be. All of a sudden, the lightning disappeared just as quickly as it came. A yellow radiance faded and it seemed to be absorbed back into his veins and slowly released into his bloodstream. Even though it was gone, he could still feel it, surrounding his heart. Hunter pulled on Jacob's hand and made him lean against him. He quickly put an arm around his waist and kept their bodies together. That was hot. Jacob's cheeks, as always, reddened in an instant. "I can feel it." The electricity. Jacob nodded and examined Hunter's face. He often found himself falling deep into his lustrous eyes. They stood out and melted him immediately. They could calm his nerves just by a certain shimmer. They were powerful and really exuded his soul. Now that this power had taken its clamp onto Jacob, he couldn't really explain why he felt so at peace with himself, and he was sure why he was starting to see Hunter in a more natural light. He was beginning to see more than just him, and he could sense his aura. "Are you okay?" He had been staring at Hunter with an amazed look on his face. "Thank you." "For what?" Hunter chuckled and let go of his hand so he could wrap his other arm around him. For helping me through this." He was quiet, but he wanted to say it. I'm sorry that I've been angry at you for not being here for me over the past year. But you were patient when I yelled at you in my head and you tried to help me when I was at my worst. Again. He wasn't great at expressing himself and found it awkward. But he was feeling relaxed and he couldn't keep holding a grudge. His life is changing for the better. This is who he has always meant to be. And I do trust you. Something within them seemed to set. Having trust issues in a relationship like theirs simply will not work. But they sorted it with time and tolerance. Hunter let out a smooth and short chuckle, sending quivers down Jacob's spine. You can still yell at me in your head. He smiled. And you can still break down when things get tough. I know you felt alone for a long time, but I'm here now. You'll never feel like that again. Hunter was growing closer as the sky began to clear after fulfilling its duty. I know that now, Jacob whispered and stared at his mouth. Then, without a second thought, he moved his head in close and gave Hunter a simple kiss on the lips, who raised his eyebrows, not expecting him to make the first move. However, his growing confidence was sweet and he loved it. He kissed him back, just before he pulled away, but the tingling on their lips of one another will stay for a little while. Hunter's eyes suddenly grew playful and he pushed Jacob back. He linked his fingers together and lightly cracked them. Right. Show me what you've got, lightning boy. Jacob shook his head with a hearty smile. Never call me that again. Hunter tilted his head and crossed his arms. Fine, 𝐊𝐢𝐳. It was now 7 o'clock on a warm Saturday morning. Hunter was stood with a bowl of porridge and messy bed hair. He watched Jacob from his door. His mate was laying in bed, protesting about leaving the warm comforts of the duvet. Come on, we get up early for our training days. Jacob let out a cue groan and rolled over. He was tired and didn't enjoy early starts on a weekend unless he was feeling ready for one. Hunter had not prepared him by forcing him to watch a film last night. Margot stood next to her son and rubbed her eyes. Bless him, she chuckled. It'll make him some breakfast. That might lure him out of bed. What is she making? His voice instantly filled up Hunter's head, causing him to laugh. What are you making him? He then followed her to the sink. Well, I think an English breakfast is fit for a god. Don't you? She said loud enough for him to hear. Jacob immediately lifted his head when his belly rumbled and his mouth started to water. He quickly climbed out of bed and sleepily stumbled out of the room. Hunter watched him with amusement. Why do I have to compete so hard with food? He sighed. Jacob pulled the sleeves of his top over his hands and stood politely, trying to discreetly yawn. Sit down, love. I'll make you some tea. Flora beamed and patted his back on the way past. Just as Jacob sat on the crooked wooden chair, there was a knock at the door, but Margot turned with a frown. She pointed at a greasy spatula at her son with warning eyes. Don't you think for 1 second that I'm feeding your pack? This family are the only people I will cook for. I am not your maid. Hunter held his hands up in defense when Jacob felt rather warm inside. Margot basically said he was like family. All right. Hunter slowly stepped towards the door. You'll get Dad to do it. Margot chuckled and turned. That's my boy. You should do it yourself, Jacob thought with a little smile. Don't you start, don't you start. Hunter gave him a cheeky stare before opening the door to his pack, who were looking a little tired but ready to train. Morning. He let them in and was surprised to see Sam with his arm still in bandages and sitting comfortably in a sling. What are you doing here? I said you could have this Saturday off. You need to rest. I'm fine. Sam chuckled. I'm healing fast anyway. A few more days and you'll be back to normal. That's not the point. Hunter crossed his arms. You're going to injure yourself. I'm not here to train today. I've come for moral support and also I want to see how Jacob gets on. Sam turned and walked over to him. He didn't say anything about his godly status. He was still trying to get his own head around it. Hunter needed to explain it all to his pack so they fully understood what was happening. Oh Alpha. Harrison stepped forwards. I've been told by my sister that she has seen Brad hanging around your woods recently. I thought you should know in case 𝐊𝐲𝐽 is up to something. Nobody has heard from him since he was kicked out of the pack, and his family haven't been turning up to the city meetings. That's interesting. Hunter narrowed his eyes with thought. Thank you for telling me. I will track him down later. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐾𝐿𝐬. He beamed. Just like Sam. He loved to be praised by him. Just then, Margot put down a big plate of breakfast in front of Jacob, making his eyes light up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Sam breathed in awe of the wonderful food but stopped and stared at Jacob. Wait. Is it weird to say that around you? Hunter shook his head and received funny looks from his friends. They didn't understand. He knew he'd have to explain very soon, but right now was not the time. Shut up, Sam. Chapter 48. A God. 𝐶 frowned. Jacob, Hunter, and his pack had reached their training grounds. It was on the outskirts of the town and owned by werewolves. To use it, each pack books a slot and has it for 2 hours. But because Hunter is Anthony's son, he can book it whenever he wants and can use it for as long as he wants. He always chose a Saturday because it was convenient. Right now, they were all sitting in the middle of the court and Hunter was doing his best to explain Jacob's extraordinary powers. Yes, a god. He watched the men stare at his mate. Alpha, gods do not exist. Jonas spoke quietly, not wanting to offend him. That's what I thought, but I have seen it. Jacob can show you. Hunter turned to his mate, who was fidgeting nervously. Do you think you can bring back that lightning stuff? His pack glanced at one another, not knowing if this was a crazy joke or not. But Jacob was bigger and they saw how he healed himself in minutes. I can try. Jacob didn't like the attention. He felt very judged. They are not judging you. They're just interested. Hunter thought and gave him a smile of encouragement. Jacob watched his mystic eyes and took a breath. He allowed himself to calm down. He could still feel the power circling within him and tried his hardest to allow it to come to the surface. Hunter watched a little frown arch on his forehead with concentration. He loved it when he did that. He used to watch him do that in the lectures at college before they had properly met. Just when his pack started to grow confused, they saw the warm yellow glow appear from his right hand. Jacob felt the tingling on his skin and turned it over. Their eyes then saw a little bundle of electric bolts. Jacob was surprised that he managed to turn it on so easily, but he has the power within him. He knew he could do it. Hunter watched his eyes sparkle with pride and it made him feel happy too. Jacob was growing with confidence every time he remembered that he knew exactly who he was. No way. Ricky breathed and sat forwards. Every onus, including Sam's eyes, was watching in amazement. What is that? Harrison questioned. Jacob is the god of electricity. Hunter crossed his arms with satisfaction, but of course, his pack wanted answers. But how? 𝐶 didn't quite believe it. 𝐻ES. Human. 𝐻ES not. Hunter sighed, preparing himself for a long explanation. Jacob liked watching the flickering bolts twist and turn. It was like watching the flames of a fire coil and sway. He felt like his inner spirit was this bundle of electricity, and it was strange for him to think that it almost felt like something which would listen to him and understand him. So he kept it on his palm and started playing with it by allowing it to wrap around his fingers. Hunter's pack half listened to him and half watched Jacob as he explained about his family and the prophecy. He talked about the lunar cycle and how Jacob has been experiencing different things each day. He talked about the other gods and their elements. He didn't know much about them, but didn't forget to say that Jacob was the only god to live in the United Kingdom. He was very proud of him and felt very fortunate to be able to show him off and big him up in front of his pack. After all, he is the alpha and dominance runs in his veins. He needed to look like the top dog to them, and this certainly showed it. Being a mate of a god was an incredible privilege. After he was done talking, everyone had raised eyes and an open mouth. That was a lot of information to process all at once. Does anyone else know about this? Sam felt like the story was sinking in this time. Not yet, but Alicia is getting sentenced today and my dad has a city meeting tomorrow. I think 𝐻ES going to announce it then. Hunter found himself watching Jacob's power like a moth to a flame. He was so drawn to it. Do you know what Chess getting charged with? he asked. Well, she did try to murder you, so hopefully she never sees the light of day again. Hunter needed to talk to his dad about it. But this kind of court hearing was only known to the wolf community. No humans were involved and no humans knew about it. Whatever is decided will be with the impact of their own laws. I'm still trying to get my head around that. Sam mumbled. It was a little hard for him to process that someone tried to kill him. If Hunter was a minute slower on that day, he would have died. Hunter got up and patted his shoulder on the way past. Today, he said, and stood tall as Jacob put the lightning away and concentrated on him. We will forget about Jacob being a god and we will train for Sam's sake. Wolf hunters are out there and it's clear that they will stop at nothing to hurt us. We need to make sure we are ready to defend each other and, most importantly, ourselves. We need to be strong and alert. Do you all understand? Yes, Alpha. His pack yelled back like it was a ritual. Okay, good. Go get Bell, let's warm up. Change into your wolf and do 7 laps around the court. Hunter pulled off his shirt and changed into his wolf form, except his pack stopped and watched with loud gasps. He looked up when he noticed there was something wrong. Jacob's eyes were wide too. What's wrong? Why is everyone staring at me like that? Hunter asked his mate. You have markings on your fur. Jacob thought. Your ear and left back paw are purple and you have a big swirl on your back that's the same color. What? Hunter quickly changed into his human and stood up. His pack stood up too. What was that on your fur? Sam asked. Hunter looked deep in thought, but the way Jacob described it sounded similar to his silver markings on his wolf form. Jacob, change into your pup. Devil witch, Jacob was sure how to summon it, but he tried. He took a breath and remembered what it felt like when he last changed in his bedroom. Everyone was watching him, but somehow he remembered the feeling, and in the current moment, his body transformed. It happened so fast. 1 second. He was human and then he was a pup. His T-shirt landed on the ground next to him. He was too small to rip it. Hunter's heart melted when he watched his cute ears flops against his head and his big brown eyes dart around with confusion. Don't panic, he said softly and sat down next to him. Jacob watched his pause and understood that it would take him a long while to get used to that. He wasn't quite sure what to do, so he just laid on his belly and stayed still. Are his markings the same as mine? His pack nodded instantly. But yours are a different color, Sam pointed out. The purple seemed to shimmer against the light, and it really stood out against his white fur. Maybe it's because you're emates with a god. Jacob looked up, and for some reason, that made sense. Why wouldn't it? They share the same markings, and this is happening during the lunar cycle. You might be right. Hunter picked Jacob up and cradled him in his arms. He stroked his head with a smile. You're so cute. Alpha, ZAC stepped forward. What are you? Hunter frowned and stood up with Jacob in his grip. I'm a werewolf. Don't question me like that. His stern voice made ZAC lower his head. Just because I share these markings with Jacob doesn't make me any less of what I am to you all. Got that? His pack nodded quickly for confirmation. All right. Hunter knew he'd have to show his family this as soon as he got home, but for now, he would act like it was a big deal so his pack could get on with their training. Start running. Don't let me ask you again. The men instantly changed into their wolf forms and started sprinting down the court. It was huge and almost the same size as a football stadium. Sam walked over as Hunter sat on the ground and put Jacob down. He immediately flopped over, not getting to grips with using his legs. Hunter chuckled and picked him up. He hovered him a centimeter above the ground. He's all for legs. I know it feels strange, but after today, you should be able to master running. Jacob listened to him and managed to steady himself. I love his wolf form. Sam smiled and sat down opposite him. Do you think he'll grow? I'm not sure. Hunter stroked his soft ear. But the last day of this lunar cycle is tomorrow, so there's time. Do you think you'll get any powers like him? I'm not a god. But you are mates with one. Alpha. Sam was cautious about interrupting him. Jacob sat on his back legs and his tail started wagging from Hunter's touch. That doesn't mean anything. I'm just a werewolf. Yeah. And we all thought Jacob was just a human. Hunter watched his beta wolf with interested eyes. He had a point. Just then, there was a creak of what sounded like a door opening. Hunter turned to see someone standing and watching the wolves run by. When the person turned and he recognized the face, he stood up but felt Jacob's body rub against his leg for protection as he watched too. Hunter instantly tensed and glared with cold eyes. How dare you show your face here, Vic? Hello everyone. The novel I'm going to introduce today is full of fantasy and emotional entanglements. In it, Jacob discovers he has the divine power to control lightning, making him the center of attention. But little did he know he was the wolf god 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐽, which completely changed his life. Yet, as he struggled to adapt to this new power, his mother Grace found herself in trouble due to her past secrets. What should Jacob do to balance his divine status and family relationships? And can he uncover the secrets his mother has hidden? Come and join me to see this novel. Chapter 49. Vic's smirk sent waves of anger coursing through Hunter's veins, his assertive nature bristling at the challenge. The pack, sensing the tension. The basketball court, once filled with the sounds of friendly competition, now crackled with an electric atmosphere of impending confrontation. As Vic sauntered towards Hunter, his confrontational demeanor on full display, Jacob, still in his pup form, instinctively squeezed between Hunter's legs. The young wolf's inexperience with transformations left him too distracted to focus on changing back. His concerned eyes watched the light reflect off the rim of Vic's trainers with each menacing step. Vic's gaze swept over the puppy, oblivious to Jacob's true identity. His sarcastic grin widened as he taunted, "Why is that with you? Are you babysitting?" The disrespect in his tone was palpable, and Hunter's fists clenched, his protective instincts flaring. And why does it have freaky marks on its fur? Behind Hunter, his pack had shifted into their human forms, a united front behind their alpha. The air thickened with tension as Hunter growled, his leadership qualities shining through. "You have no idea who you're insulting." Vic's frown deepened, his confrontational nature pushing him further. "What? Don't tell me this is a relative, and that was an insult." Hunter's blood boiled, his quick temper threatening to overflow. "You come into this building and disrupt our training session. Then you think you have the right to question me like this? Who do you think you are? Come on, Hunter. You're just the big dog's son. You can act like you are royalty." Vic sneered, unaware of the true power dynamics at play. Sniggers rippled through the pack as they realized that Hunter was so much more than just a high-ranked alpha. His confidence radiated as he retorted, "Well, actually, I can." Then, through their mind link, Hunter addressed Jacob. "Can you change back?" The pup between his legs backed up and moved to Hunter's side. Jacob, loyal but uncertain, relaxed and focused on his human form. Hunter watched encouragingly, knowing the young wolf could accomplish the transformation. Jacob closed his eyes, concentrating on his human shape. He had done it once before, and Hunter's unwavering belief in him bolstered his confidence. After a few tense seconds, Jacob felt the change wash over him. He opened his eyes to find himself kneeling on the ground, back in human form. Standing up, he shuffled closer to Hunter, drawing strength from the alpha's presence while Vic watched with wide, disbelieving eyes. How he what? Hunter was being patronizing and his pack loved it. human. Well, you're wrong. He turned to Jacob and took his hand. "Would you like to show him some magic?" Jacob very nearly smiled. He didn't like Vic because he hurt Hunter, and that just wasn't acceptable. Everyone watched him hold out his hand, and just like someone flicked a switch, a familiar yellow glow of electricity shot out of his palm and started to circle his fingers. Vic jumped back with fright. "What the hell? You made the biggest mistake of your life to underestimate me." Hunter crossed his arms and allowed his stance to fill with pride. "My mate is 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐽. I know your family believe in the gods and look who you just talked down to. Vic's eyes examined Jacob with caution. He was bigger and powerful, but the god of lightning. He whispered. His family prayed to the gods every Sunday after the city meeting. He always pretended like he didn't believe. However, he did. He started taking steps back. Why has this not been announced? Where do you think you're going? Hunter walked after him. You came in here. Why Vic stopped, but his eyes were glued to Jacob. I came here to apologize. His words were surprising and Hunter found himself questioning his own hearing. He didn't expect that. Why? Because of Alicia. I had no idea she was manipulating your mate's brother like that. After our pack was split up, I told her to distance herself from Jacob and his family. Obviously, she didn't take orders from me because I was no longer her alpha, but she was too angry and I feared she might do something drastic. Why didn't you warn me? Hunter questioned. Because I was too ashamed to face you. We took it too far, and in all honesty, I was influenced by Alicia. Her drive and her passion for things were inspiring, but I didn't see how demonic she was becoming. I was thinking about chucking her out of the pack after what happened to Jacob. And also, I got harsh punishment from my family. They are still ashamed of what I've done, and I don't want to keep fighting. Vic had used all of his strength to walk in here today to admit this, but it needed to be done. He was 18 and it was about time he started acting like it. Hunter turned back to his pack. They were watching with caution, yet the atmosphere was not tense. Are you going to forgive him? Jacob basked in his head. No, not until he can prove that he is saying the truth. I don't know if he'll turn on me. Why don't you invite him to train today? He must be feeling lonely with no pack. Hunter stared hard at his mate. I can't just forgive and forget, Jacob. Be the better person. He apologized, and that took a lot of guts. You need to show him that his apology was respected. You don't need to forgive him. Just try to be on better terms because I think that's what he wants. Jacob gave Hunter a tiny smile, who was used to being told what to do. But this was his mate, and he had to listen to him. Are you sure you're not the god of wisdom too? Hunter's eyes expressed a cheeky sparkle before he turned back to Vic. Having another alpha here was altering his ego. However, his mate was right. No more holding grudges. This needed to be sorted out like adults. I don't accept your apology. Yet, Hunter said and crossed his arms. But I don't want to fight either. He sighed and did his best not to cringe. Would you like to train with my pack today? Jacob heard the guys begin to murmur. They didn't know how they felt about that.
Oh, Vic frowned.
Thanks, but I can't. I'm going to Alicia's court hearing. She may be a deluded freak, but we were friends for a very long time. It's only respectful if I show some support. All right? Hunter shrugged, happy that he declined. But if you're really saying the truth, we should no longer be rival packs. It's up to you to change that status. Vic nodded and started walking back towards the door. I will fix this. When he pulled the door open, he turned like he was remembering something. By the way, you know that pack member of yours that you kicked out? 𝐻GS sitting outside. Hunter watched Vic leave as thoughts of Brad popped into his head. Why was he outside? He turned and Sam understood what needed to be done. Stop slacking, boys. He yelled. Start running again. The pack quickly got up and ran on command. Their minds were on Vic and rather shocked that he stepped up like a decent wolf and said he was sorry. Sam then turned to Jacob and started talking as Hunter left the court. He walked down the dark corridor that smelt like bleach, indicating that the floors were mopped this morning. It was still early and the day was yet to start for some people. He looked through the window and spotted Brad sitting on the ground. Hunter pushed the door open and watched how he turned. What are you doing here? Brad quickly scrambled to his feet. Well, I've been meaning to tell you something for a few days. I just didn't know when the right time was to say it. Hunter looked him up and down. Go on. I found a new pack. The bird's squawk became noticeable in the cool morning air as Hunter stepped away from the door and allowed it to shut behind him. You have. Yes, he nodded with proud eyes. They offered me a beta position and I took it. Obviously. It was a hard choice because I was hoping to talk you into letting me back into this pack. You're the highest ranked pack in the north, and I was proud but not happy, I guess. Even though I was the Delta, I started feeling less involved and you started relying on Sam more than both of us. When you got a mate, I was jealous. You didn't pay me attention, and clearly, it made to be in a beta position, but in your pack. I didn't deserve it. Hunter nodded. What was up with people telling him the truth today? Now that you're in a new pack, do you feel happier with that role? I do. I deserve it in a pack without the big status, and my family are happy too. Good. Hunter smiled. It was sad to make you leave on bad terms, but clearly the connection lost there. It's worked out better for all of us. Brad nodded and bit his lower lip. I think I need to apologize to Jacob. I think you do. Hunter then tilted his head. Why haven't your family been visiting the city meetings? Oh, Brad sighed. They're embarrassed that I was kicked out of your pack, so they're nervous to bump into your dad in case he makes a scene. You know my dad won't do that. Hunter chuckled. Tell them it's fine. Everything between us is sorted. Brad nodded, looking noticeably at ease. Also, I wanted to say thanks for everything. I was a pain most of the time, and you put up with me for far too long. You're an amazing alpha, and I've learned so much. Hunter's ego was building back up again. Don't thank me. You were a good Delta Wolf when you listened to me. They both chuckled as the sun rays shined down on them. Right? Now go away. My training session has been interrupted too many times this morning. All right? You'll come by sometime this week to apologize to Jacob. You better. Brad gave him one last smile before turning and walking away. Hunter allowed a big sigh to escape his lungs. He was feeling less heavy and didn't realize how good it felt to hear people's honesty. Loud thuds of paws hit the cold woodland floor as they pounded over branches and crushed leaves with their weight. The heavy breathing of a wolf echoed and bounced off the bark of the trees. Hunter and Jacob ran through the woods in their wolf forms. It was 3:30 in the afternoon, and Jacob was very used to being a pup. He loved being able to run fast. Even though he was much slower than Hunter and couldn't leap over fallen tree trunks and got caught within branches often, he still felt the wind flow through his fur. If anyone of the wolf community spotted them, they'd be utterly shocked to see two wolves with identical markings on their fur. They would most likely run to Anthony to say what they had seen. Gray was a more natural color, but purple stood out for all to see. How are your little legs doing? Hunter questioned and slowed down his jog when Jacob scrambled over a big branch. They're okay. He was out of breath in his head. I feel a bit tired, though. We can walk for a bit. The house is not too far. Hunter watched Jacob walk next to him. He leaned down to lick his head before stepping over another tree trunk. Jacob jogged around it, noticing that a lot had fallen. It might have been due to the thunderstorm yesterday. Just then, they both heard voices and froze. Hunter looked through the trees to see a woman in the distance. She looked rather familiar, Mom, Jacob thought with surprise. She was sitting on a tree trunk. What is she doing in the woods? Hunter questioned. They both watched to see her talking with someone else, but that person was out of view. I just couldn't tell him. A deep voice said, which also sounded familiar. Can you see? Hunter asked. Jacob moved his head and his chin almost touched the ground, but he saw how the light reflected off the rim of the shoes he spotted, which reminded him of someone. Well, you need to tell him soon, Gray said and crossed her arms. The wolves looked at one another, both sharing the same confused expression. I don't word it. You're thinking too much about it. You just need to say it. How can I? The deep voice sighed. I can't just walk up to Jacob and tell him we're related. Chapter 50. Who is she talking to? Hunter thought. I don't know. But did they say they were related to me? Jacob questioned. Yeah, that's what I heard. Grace was watching the man, unaware that her son and Hunter were listening to this conversation. Well, I'm not telling him. I can't. He'll hate me for keeping this a secret. No, he won't. Just look at what's Scott kept from him, and he accepted it. The deep voice sighed. I just can't believe you waited so long to tell me all of this. I'm sorry, she mumbled. I wanted to stay out of your life just as much as you wanted to stay out of mine. But that's not doable right now, is it? Hey, that's not fair. I wanted you in my life. It's you who decided to get all weird about the wolves. It is weird, she snapped. My brother is married to a werewolf and now has a werewolf son. She doesn't have a brother. Jacob was so confused. Are you forgetting that you're in the exact same position as me? Only your son is a god. When were you going to tell me this? I only found out an hour ago from Vic. I didn't want to believe it, she said glumly. I wanted him to be a normal child with a normal life. It was only after I gave birth to him that Stott's crazy father told me about the prophecy. And after you showed me that werewolves are real by bonding with one, I knew it couldn't be a total lie. Hunter and Jacob heard a sigh from the man. This is huge. 𝐻𝐸, the god of the wolves. Do you know how important your son is? 𝐻𝐸's royalty to us. I don't want him to be. Grace dabbed at her eyes like she was getting rid of tears. 𝐻𝐸's too fragile. Oh, come on. The stranger stood up, giving Hunter and Jacob a perfect view of his face. That's Vic's dad, Hunter thought. Jacob's head was ringing. His mom had lied about everything, just like his dad. How many secrets can his family hold? 𝐻𝐸's not fragile. You've always had a veil over your eyes, for goodness sake. Why haven't you given yourself time to understand him? Clearly, 𝐻𝐸's a very strong-willed person, otherwise he would not be our god. 𝐻𝐸's my son. I know him like the back of my own hand. What a lie, Jacob muttered. Hunter stood above him so his paws were on either side of his little legs. He was trying to give him comfort as they continued to listen. The man crossed his arms. My son hates himself for what he has done to Jacob. Being rival packs with Hunter was never my goal for him. I've been so angry at how he has behaved, but didn't know that Jacob was his cousin. That doesn't excuse his behavior. I know it doesn't, and he has a lot of making up to do, but he feels terrible. Grace stood up and put her handbag over her shoulder. I need to go home. I need to go home. She sighed. Tell me when you told my son that you're his uncle. You're a coward, you know. The man frowned. You can't even tell your own husband about me, and now your son is mates with a wolf and is a god of us all. Your ignorance came back to haunt you, didn't it? Grace looked angry. Clearly, she wanted nothing to do with the werewolf world. 𝐻𝐸's my son, I love him. But you have no idea how much I hate who 𝐻𝐸's becoming. And what's worse is that he can't help any of it. My poor boy didn't have a say in his fate, and that hurts more than anything. Well, you need to suck it up and be there for him. At least he is a dad who cares. He would have had an uncle to, but you threatened to out the wolf's secret if I went near him. After all these years, I still can't believe you would not let your own brother see your boys. I sat outside college sometimes just so I could see how he and William were growing up. You stay away from William. He doesn't need to know any of this. The man laughed. William deserves to know just as much as Jacob. It's not my fault if he accidentally finds out about me now, is it? Neither of them was aware that William had been introduced to werewolves by the poisonous Alicia. But Grace didn't know she was a wolf, and her brother didn't know she was after William. He was very glad when Anthony split up the pack. He hated Alicia. Is that a threat? Of course not. He beamed and started walking backwards. It's just some brotherly love. Nathan, you better not mention any of this to William. It was nice talking to you, he said and turned. Hunter and Jacob heard his footsteps crunching the leaves. Let's do it again sometime. Grace watched him leave. Her face was holding so much emotion. She looked worried, guilty, scared and angry. She didn't want the secret to be exploding out and into the open. Not now. Jacob's chocolate brown eyes watched her make her way through the woods. He was still and didn't want to make a sound. His mind was incredibly full of so many thoughts and feelings. This was the last thing he expected to hear. The wolves sat there in silence until they were sure that Vic's dad and Jacob's mom were a good distance away. Are you okay, Jacob? Hunter thought. Yes, well, I just need to get to the field. The trees felt like they were closing in on him, and he just needed a big open space. Okay, Change back. I'll give you a lift. Jacob walked forward so he was no longer standing underneath him and changed into his human form. Before he managed to stand up, Hunter licked his cheek. This is not a bad thing, he thought. Yes, it's a shock, but I'm happy we were at the right place at the right time. Your mom doesn't know that we know it. We have the advantage now. Jacob rubbed his cheek and nodded his head. I guess you're right. He stood up and climbed on Hunter's back. He wrapped his arms around his neck and closed his eyes. He needed to be out of the woods. After sitting in the field for almost an hour, Jacob still wasn't sure what to make of this situation. Both of his parents had lied to him about different things, but for the same reason. Hunter had told him that he didn't have to worry about any of this. It was up to his mother to grow a backbone and come clean. Coming to terms with the fact that his mate was related to 𝐿𝐷 sitting well, but in time, he would have to accept it. He just couldn't believe it. Nothing has happened to me today. Jacob mumbled and pulled out a chunk of grass. With the lunar cycle. His head was resting against Hunter's leg as he laid on the floor. I don't know what else to expect. You have healing powers. You grew to look like a god. You can control lightning, and now we share the same mark. I can't think of anything else that would happen. Jacob closed his eyes and let a big breath of air escape his lungs. Hunter was right. He didn't have to do anything. He just felt annoyed that his parents lied like this to both him and William. Hunter picked a daisy flower out of the ground and tickled Jacob's nose with it. His hand was quickly pushed away, but Jacob almost released a smile. I like Vic's dad, Hunter said and rested his hand against Jacob's chest. He didn't mind his physical touch anymore. He often craved it and it didn't make him nervous. 𝐻𝐸's pretty down to earth and easy to get on with. He has good morals and doesn't make life difficult for himself or anyone else. It's a shame I can't say that about Vic. Can we talk about something else for a bit? Jacob asked quietly. Yes, sorry. Hunter smiled. What would you like to talk about? Jacob stared at the moving clouds and they didn't look far away anymore. He felt a connection with the sky and it was hard for him to explain why. There's a storm coming. Can you feel it? Jacob nodded his head as Hunter laid on the grass and shuffled down so his mate's head was resting on his chest instead of his lap. What does it feel like? There's a weird buzzing in my chest, and I just know one's coming. Hunter hummed a gentle response. You're incredible. You might get tired of hearing that, but seriously, I'm so lucky to be paired with you. It's funny for Jacob to hear that. He always thought the same thing about Hunter. In his eyes, he is the definition of perfect and thought of himself as the definition of what's wrong in this world. Yet here they are, feeling like they're not good enough for each other. I think we should make a pact, Jacob said and watched his grumpy-looking storm clouds approach the horizon. No matter how deep our self-esteem goes, we will always know that we deserve each other. Hunter smiled and slowly wrapped his little finger around Jacob's. His eyes continued to watch the sky, but his heart was concentrating on his mate. Okay. Jacob squeezed his little finger back. He felt comfortable in himself. He knew Hunter was 100% himself too, and it was such a luxury to share this with someone. Margot and Anthony were out at the court hearing, which officially started an hour ago. Flora was sitting on the rocking chair and watching the boys. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but she could sense their chorus. As the storm approached, Jacob could just feel that something else was coming with it. Maybe it was a new power for him or a stronger case of electricity. Whatever it was, it filled him with excitement. Hunter was surprised that he was taking his mother's secret so well. He was learning to deal with things in other ways than just freaking out, and he was proud of him. Suddenly, a crackle of thunder broke their silence and filled the air. Hunter raised his eyebrows and watched with interest. He knew there was lightning on the way, and it was coming for Jacob. They watched with anticipation until the familiar warm glow of lightning emerged from the dark clouds. Jacob quickly sat up and reached out his hand. The electricity shot down at phenomenal speed, and the moment it touched his skin, his next power was revealed. Chapter 51, 1 second. Jacob was sitting on the grass and connecting with the storm. The next second, he was at the house and falling hard against the wooden steps. The force broke them and scratched his ribs. Flora, who was sitting on a chair on the porch, received the fright of her life. Hunter barely had time to breathe before he could register that his mate was not sitting next to him anymore and was almost 200 meters away within a blink of an eye. What the? He wasted no time and ran over to him. Jacob had hurt himself and he was incredibly confused. The storm hovered over the field like it was waiting for its master. Flora slowly climbed out of her chair and hurried over to Jacob, who had fallen through the steps and was lying on the ground, trying to understand how he did that. When Hunter reached the house, he immediately reached for his mate and they both pulled him out. "Are you all right, my dear?" Flora questioned and brushed down his T-shirt. Jacob shuffled away. He didn't know Flora that well and he was still working on being able to cope with unfamiliar people. "Yes," he whispered. The broken wood had ripped his T-shirt and he was cut badly. Hunter gently rubbed his back with concerned eyes. "Are you able to heal that like you healed your head?" "I'm not sure." Jacob mumbled and looked back up to the sky when it rumbled deeply. "But I don't think it's finished yet." He stepped away from him and his grandmother so he could walk back into the eye of the storm. They watched, feeling intrigued but nervous. According to myths, the gods had teleportation gifts. I'm pretty certain Jacob has just received his. Flora said quietly. Teleportation. Hunter watched on like he was stuck in a movie. Jacob didn't know why or how he had felt that it washed over as he reached his hand back up to the sky. Almost instantly, the electricity shot down and connected with him. Jacob closed his eyes and took a big breath. It was like the sky was giving him guidance and calming him down. It took a minute or two of the electricity pumping through his veins for him to realize that now it had finished its job and the next power within him was fully set. The bolt of lightning disappeared and the clouds moved on. Jacob brought his hand back to his side and looked down to his ribs. There was not a scratch in sight. He then smiled, which surprised Hunter. He couldn't tell if he was going to freak out or break down. He was coping better with this gaudy stuff than his lack of social abilities. "Jacob," he questioned. "Nana said gods had a gift of teleportation. Is that what just happened to you?" "I think so." Jacob walked back over. I guess. What else could it be?" He was a little startled by it all, however. He was learning that the power was not a threat but something spectacular, and it's completing its journey and finding all the missing pieces of puzzle that he has lived without for all these years. Hunter ran a hand through his hair with a growing smile. "That is so cool." He was in awe of him. Just a little bit. "Can you do it again?" Jacob quickly shook his head. "I don't want to right now." "Okay." Hunter reached out and took his hand. His skin was so warm and soft. "Give yourself time to get used to it." Just then, there was a noise of a vehicle and everyone turned to see Hunter's family truck pulling up to the side of the house. Anthony and Margot climbed out with satisfied expressions, leaving everyone wondering if the court hearing went well. Anthony's eyes examined Hunter, holding hands with his mate. It had fully sunk in that his mate was male and his son is gay. In fact, he was rather proud and couldn't wait to announce it to everyone at the city meeting tomorrow. His son was a perfect example of how to be confident and not care what anyone thinks. Yes, people will talk, judge and feel the need to drill their opinions into anybody's head, but Hunter will not change. Not for anyone. So about the court here, what the hell happened to the steps? He frowned. "Oh, young Jacob can teleport now." Flora beamed while her daughter rose her eyebrows. "Really?" "Yeah." Hunter chuckled. "Did you not hear the storm?" No, Margot was staring at Jacob, feeling quite excited that what she has heard about the gods are not myths. They're true. But teleportation. That's incredible. How did it feel? Jacob started to fidget but subconsciously fiddled with Hunter's fingers instead of his own. Hunter looked down and tried so hard to suppress a smile. Jacob has never done that, but found it immensely adorable. "It felt weird," he whispered. "I bet it did." Anthony shook his head. "Hunter, fix these steps. I need a drink." He began to climb up the side of the broken ones with a heavy sigh. Today was stressful for him. Dad, wait. What happened at the court? Alicia was sentenced to life in prison, which is 15 years. The added fact that she manipulated a human to kill a wolf was almost a bigger offense than actually killing a wolf. You have no idea how smug I looked. I hate that woman. Hunter and Jacob smiled at each other. That was a huge weight off Ariana's mind. Sam and his family had gone to the hearing because he was the victim in all of this. He asked if William wanted to come, but he declined. He was still trying to get used to the werewolf world. Oh wait. I have something to show you, Hunter said as his dad turned around again with a sigh. Hunter. His son changed into his wolf and that quickly shut him up. Everyone gasped while Hunter showed off his new and beautiful markings. What is that? Oh my. Flora's eyes lit up. You boys share the same marks. Margot walked up to him and ran a gentle hand over the mesmerizing purple. Her eyes loved how it shimmered in the sunlight. They're beautiful, Hunter. Why do you have them? Anthony questioned. We think, it's because we are mates. Jacob spoke for him because he was in his wolf form. That would make sense. Flora then tapped her chin with thought. Didn't your father say something about having a letter from his father that had been passed on down generations? He said it had information about what was going to happen during this lunar cycle. Didn't he? Jacob completely forgot about that. Yes, I remember him telling me. Hunter quickly turned. I think we need to read that letter. Scott was sitting on the couch, staring into space. His wife came home half an hour ago and she completely blanked him. Her parents had gone home. Finally. However, her grudge was strong and she'd snap at him whenever he tried to apologize. William was upstairs. He couldn't deal with the tension and buried himself into his college work so he didn't have to deal with their arguing. He isn't used to this thick atmosphere and nobody really liked it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Scott was very fatigued and fed up of the silence while he slowly headed towards the door. He unlocked it and was very surprised to see Margot, Anthony, Jacob, Hunter, and Flora all standing outside his house. But the company was something he didn't want to refuse. He smiled for the first time since he had been home and stood aside to let everyone in. Hello. His voice was cheery once again. What brings you all here? He hugged his son on the way past before shutting the door. Jacob felt a little nervous. He didn't know how he would react when seeing his mother. She has lied about so much and he was aware that his dad was in the dark about her secret. He wanted to see how long she would keep it hidden, but why would she ask her brother to introduce himself after all these years? Is it because she wanted someone who she could trust in the wolf world to keep an eye on him? We came to see the letter that Granddad gave you. He spoke quietly. Oh yes, give me a minute and I'll get it. But you need to read it somewhere your mother can't see it. She's angry enough at me already. It was irritating Hunter about what Grace was doing. Yes, Scott had kept a big secret from her, but Grace was doing this because she didn't like werewolves. When he wandered off, Flora took the opportunity to look around. What a cute home you have. She glanced into the kitchen and her lips curled into a humored smile. Humans always stored unnecessary belongings. Would anyone like a drink? Scott questioned as he came back with an envelope in his hand. He gave it to his son with eyes that were pleading with him to look after it. Let's go up to your room. Hunter led him to the stairs. They were both very eager to look inside. When they reached the bedroom, they made it in just as Grace came out of her bedroom and headed downstairs to see who was in their home. William looked up and a smile grew on his face. Hey, I didn't think you'd be back yet. It was still incredibly strange for him to look at Hunter and view him as a werewolf. Not to mention his own brother as something as huge as a god. The boys sat down on Jacob's bed after greeting William. Jacob pulled the letter out to realize that it was around 10 pages long. I hate reading. Hunter sighed and lay back against the duvet. Jacob resisted the urge to roll his eyes when William sat next to him with a frown. What's this? It's a letter about God stuff. Hunter shrugged. William's eyes scanned his brother, who was reading intensely. Is it important? Hunter, it says here about a god's mate. Jacob interrupted and turned to show him. William watched them read it together. He felt a little left out, but it's only because he doesn't know a lot. He was thinking about getting in touch with Sam so he could tell him anything he needed to know. Jacob and Hunter seemed a little too busy for him to ask questions. For a wolf to be paired with a god, they must have high levels of leadership, dominance, importance, and a developed soul. The wolf's bloodline requires chosen qualities such as a greater sense of knowledge and understanding. Hunter read the letter out loud. The family of the wolf will be gifted with great traits to live among a god. He stopped and stared for a moment. Do you think that's why Mom and Nana have that gift? Jacob nodded with interest. William had no idea what was going on, but it was exciting to listen to. During the lunar cycle, the wolf's skin will copy the god's markings, showing their true worth as a guardian. Hunter's smile grew big. He was finding his purpose. Each god has silver markings, and each guardian made his purple markings to indicate their importance. Your 𝐿𝐼 guardian. Jacob thought that sounded odd. I am your protector. Hunter grinned. I want a sword. Jacob chuckled, sending waves of pleasure through Hunter. He loved to hear that more than anything in the world. Do you get any powers or anything? Hunter read on for a moment before shaking his head. It just says that it's the guardian's job to assist the god with their missions and help them keep their mental and physical states up to scratch. Basically, you're 𝐊𝐼 the keeper of lightning and 𝐷𝐼 the keeper of you. Chapter 52. Mom, Dad, Hunter said and walked into the kitchen. They were still at Jacob's house, but the boys had been hibernating in the bedroom, not wanting to see Grace. Margot and Anthony turned to see what their son wanted. Can I talk to you both for a minute? Sure. Margot stood up. She could feel his great thirst to say something very important, and she couldn't quite tell what it was. She and Anthony headed out of the kitchen, leaving Scott and Grace to be awkward with each other while Flora did her own thing. Hunter and Jacob had been discussing in their heads if it was right to tell Hunter's parents about Grace's big secret. They decided that it would be easier to manage if there were other people to help Jacob get through it. Also, Anthony and Margot knew Nathan, Vic's father, so maybe they could talk to him about who he is related to. When they were in the garden, Hunter shut the door and took a breath. Margot squeezed his arm with a concerned frown. What is it? Her angelic voice calmed him. Well, when Jacob and I were in the woods earlier, we saw Grace talking to someone, so we stopped and listened to her conversation. Hunter's voice was very hushed and his parents listened with a lot of care. She was talking to Nathan, Vic's dad, and it turns out that he is Grace's brother. Anthony blinked a few times, letting the word brother sink in. That's definitely what you heard. Hunter nodded. She knew about the werewolves before Jacob was born. Nathan was bonded with a werewolf when he was 18 because of his wife, 𝐾𝐲 being an alpha wolf, and I think he told Grace about it. But she basically rejected him because she didn't want to be part of the wolf world. Scott doesn't know about her brother, and she knows that Jacob is a god because Scott's dad told her when Jacob was little. Margot's mouth was hung open. She could barely believe it. And how is Jacob taking this? He was a bit overwhelmed at first, but he's taking it quite well. I don't know if I can say that after it all comes out in the open. We should keep an eye on him. He has a lot on his plate at the minute. Anthony ran a hand through his hair. So right now, Grace is furious with Scott for lying about Jacob's birth certificate, and she is pretending like she thinks that she is crazy. Yet she's keeping this from him. Hunter nodded again. 𝐿𝐼 tried so hard to like her, but after this, I really don't. After not liking your relationship and treating Jacob like a baby when we first met her, 𝐿𝐼 felt funny about her. Something never really sat well with me. Margot gently rubbed her son's arm. She and Anthony loved how there was never any secrets in their family, apart from Hunter finding his mate, but he was scared and didn't want to tell them out of rejection. What do we do about his? Anthony asked, but quickly shook his head. Actually, what does Jacob want to do about this? Well, we talked about it, and I think he wants to be introduced to Nathan and his family to get his side of the story. Then he wants to see if his mom comes clean. That's a good idea. Margot nodded. We better get back or they'll be worrying. Would you like Nana to know? Hunter nodded with a low chuckle. It's best to tell her. She'll stick her nose in until we do. That's very true. Margot grinned and wrapped her arms around his waist. She rested her head against his chest and hugged him tightly. Oh, guess what? Hunter smiled as 𝐿𝐷 wrapped arm around his shoulders and joined the family hug. I found out why Jacob and I share the same mark. Why? 𝐿𝐷 asked and playfully ruffled his hair. Because I'm his guardian. Apparently, it's my job to help him with missions and make sure he is coping well and doing his role to the best of his ability. Margot squeezed him tighter. Your father and I are so proud of you. It is amazing that you get such an opportunity. You really deserve this. Thanks. Hunter smiled. I mean, it's a big opportunity and a lot is expected of me, but I'm glad I'm not in Jacob's position. I'm happy with just helping him. Margot then pulled back and reached up to gently cup his chin. Honestly, you deserve this. He watched her and they shared the same emotion. He has had a sketchy childhood. Something happened which involved the death of Anthony's parents, and it left Hunter with a crippling fear of water. He also blamed himself for a very long time. It's nice to see you with that twinkle back in your eye. 𝐿𝐷 chuckled and pulled away. Right. Come on then, Ray sons. Let's put on our best. I know that your lying face and glare at Grace. Show me again. That was amazing. William was in awe of his little brother's electricity powers. Jacob smiled and allowed the electric bolts to form on his palm once more. William's eyes lit up with the warm yellow glow. Can I touch it? No, Jacob said quickly. Only Hunter can touch it without getting hurt. Oh, William hovered his hand over the top of them. He could feel the heat. So how are you coping with this? It doesn't feel like too much, does it? Jacob shook his head to say no. He really wanted to tell William about their mom's secret, but he couldn't. I didn't like it at first because it felt too weird. But now, I think I like it. Jacob's voice was quiet. As always, you should love it. William grinned and nudged his shoulder. It's incredible in all honesty. I'm human and you're a god. How is that fair? Jacob allowed a little smile to appear. Just as the bedroom door opened and Hunter Ray entered. What are you smiling at? He chuckled and sat next to him on the bed. Nothing. Jacob shrugged, but the smile hovered on his lips. Hunter's grin grew and he didn't even think about it before leaning forwards and kissing his cheek. William sat back and crossed his arms. So, to achieve a relationship that'll last forever, like yours, I need to find a werewolf. Not necessarily. Hunter watched the blush rise on Jacob's face. Some human relationships can last time. Yeah, but it's not guaranteed. Well, why don't you go and chat up some female alphas then? Fine. I will. William grinned. Just then, Sam's voice filled Hunter's head. Are you up to anything? Yes, I'm at Jacob's house. Oh, can I come over later? I feel the need to celebrate now that Alicia is locked away, but the 𝐿𝐷 are boring. Ricky, Harrison, 𝐶, and Jonah are all boring, are they? Hunter knew he just wanted to hang out with the alpha. Wait, go to mine in a bit and I'll bring everyone over. We can celebrate properly there. I have an idea. Hunter said out loud and switched Sam's mind link off. Well, 𝐿𝐷. It was Sam's idea. But do you want to come back to mine and have like a little celebration for your psycho ex-girlfriend getting life in prison? She got life. William's face went serious. How long is that? 15 years. He didn't know her for very long, and that version of her that he did know was fake. She was a disgusting mutt who had no right to live anywhere but prison. Although, he liked the fake version of her and wished it was who she truly was. Well, he sighed. She got what she deserved. He then curled his eyebrows into a frown which showed Hunter his similarities with Jacob's features. I still need to properly apologize to Sam. You don't need to do that. He knows how sorry you are. I know. It's just that I did a terrible thing. Even if I was forced into it. Don't blame yourself, Jacob said quietly. But in the middle of speaking. He vanished. Hunter blinked and it took him almost 5 seconds to register that he was no longer sitting next to him. William very slowly sat with wide eyes. I don't understand. Jacob. Hunter quickly questioned in his head. Where are you? He then turned to a very Very shocked William. Don't worry. He can teleport now. It's a god thing, but he doesn't know how to control it yet. William's face went a tiny bit pale. Jacob was hurtled faster than light without a single warning. The next thing he felt was a very hard blow to his head when he smacked it off the rough bark of a tree, and then a sharp pain in his back when he hit the ground with a lot of force. He groaned and slowly opened his eyes. He found himself staring at the canopy of tall trees. He heard the chirping of birds and buzzing of crickets in the evening light. It took him a long moment to understand that he was in the woods and he must have teleported. Jacob. Hunter's voice filled his throbbing head. Where are you? Slowly, he pulled himself up and glanced around. He breathed. In the woods. Are you okay? You've hurt yourself. I'm fine. The rush of traveling somewhere that fast was incredibly disoriented. Can you get back? Hold on. I'll read the letter and see if it says anything. Hunter quickly reached for the letter and asked William to help him find anything about teleportation. Jacob wasn't sure why he came to the woods. Maybe it was because he was thinking about what happened to Sam and where he was. Suddenly, Jacob traveled again. It took only a handful of seconds before he found himself crashing into someone's friggin' kitchen, falling hard against kitchen tiles. He heard sharp gasps as he groaned again and coughed from winding himself. He heard a sudden screech of a chair and then a hand on his shoulder. Jacob. A familiar voice filled his ears as he squinted his eyes. He was faced with a very worried-looking Sam. How the hell did you do that? He pulled Jacob to his feet, whose cheeks red, when he realized he had disturbed their dinner. Sam's family watched him with mouth hanging open. I got another power today, he whispered. Sam nodded, understanding exactly what it was. Now he had to explain to his family about who Jacob is. How did you get here? You've never been to my house before. William was talking about what happened in the woods. I teleported there, and I was thinking about why I teleported there, and now I'm here because I thought of you. Oh, Sam patted his shoulder. Are you all right? Jacob nodded and avoided Sam's dad's gaze as he slowly stood up. What is going on here? His voice was a little shaky after witnessing something that is not possible. Jacob, close your eyes and think about your bedroom. You have to be calm for it to work. Jacob wanted to get out of this situation, so he closed his eyes and really thought about Hunter. He thought about his beautiful eyes and his smile with a hint of his cheeky personality shining through. He liked it when he looked like that. All of a sudden, a rush exploded through his body and his forehead found itself hitting something hard for the third time. Hunter and William jumped when Jacob crashed into the chest of drawers and fell against the floor and the door. The chest of drawers toppled onto him as he held his head in pain. Hunter jumped over the bed to lift it, while William knelt next to him. Jacob. His voice was also a bit shaky. Are you okay? Yes, Jacob breathed and opened his eyes when Hunter pulled him up into the sitting position. Breath slow. You've winded yourself. He spoke softly and gently rubbed his chest. Jacob looked up and Hunter saw the little twitch of too much emotion. Don't worry about what just happened. Don't worry about Sam and his family. H.S. explaining everything to them and they'll understand. I can't control it. Jacob's breathing was a little wheezy. What if? It's all right. It's all right? Hunter sat in front of him and took his face in his hands. We can spend the whole day tomorrow figuring it out. Jacob nodded and took a big breath when his chest hurt a little less. He couldn't believe it happened so suddenly. He can teleport, William whispered to himself. Hunter watched the stress wash over his eyes. He leaned forwards and cupped his face hard. Don't freak out on me. This is totally normal, okay? His voice was stern and he stared at him with intense eyes. William's mind was pulled back into reality and he nodded. Hunter let go of him and returned to Jacob, who rubbed his head. We really have to learn on your landing. He chuckled and resisted the urge to kiss his head when pulling him to his feet. Yeah, Jacob whispered and cleared his throat. It hurts crashing into people's fridges. Hunter laughed. I would have loved to see Sam's face. Me too. William half chuckled and shook his head to make himself focus. I can't wait until I can control it. Jacob could feel his head healing fast. Me too. And he'll try not to take advantage when I'm craving pizza or something. William scoffed and crossed his arms. If you're craving junk food, chances are Jacob is craving it 10 times worse. True. Hunter grinned. You're like a bottomless pit. Jacob rolled his eyes, but he was smiling. William could always cheer him up, and so could Hunter. The two of them together was guaranteed to burn away his bad emotions. Oh, Hunter turned and picked up the letter. It says what your last power will be, which I'm guessing you'll get tomorrow. What is it? Jacob wasn't sure what else he could possibly receive. The events of suddenly transporting were now being pushed to the back of his mind. Hunter turned to the last page and frantically searched through the paragraphs until he found the word he was looking for. He glanced at his mate, knowing he was going to like this one and would be very, very interesting to get used to seeing it in real life. Tomorrow. According to the letter, Hunter purposely stalled to build this suspense. The grin was very wide on his face. You'll develop telekinesis. Chapter 53. Seriously. William got. He'll be able to move things with his mind. Hunter nodded. No way. Everything else that it says in the letter has come true so far. Jacob's eyes were quickly filling with opportunities and amazing things that he could do. But it was also very strange for him to be able to do these things. It was still like he was living in a dream. So as I was saying before Jacob's disappearing act, Hunter took a celebration at my house. We could maybe light a bonfire and chill out. Sounds good. William shrugged. Tomorrow was Sunday, so it didn't matter if he stayed up late. All right. Hunter turned to Jacob with an interested twinkle in his eye. Why don't we invite your parents and invite Nathan too? He suggested in his head. Jacob paused, remembering his mother's secret. That would be interesting. You don't have to in case you wanted to meet him properly first. No, it's a good idea. I'm angry at her for keeping this a secret. I want to see her face when he turns up. Hunter lifted a hand and squeezed his shoulder. If at any point this doesn't feel right and you want to confront Grace, you have every right to do that. Jacob had the power to embarrass his mother, hurt her relationship with his dad, and cause chaos in her life. But of course, he was the type of person to want to do that to her, and at the end of the day, she is still his mom. But that didn't mean he couldn't manipulate her plans. Just a tiny bit. Don't summon any storms. The weather needs to stay nice. Hunter chuckled as he tried to get the fire started. Anthony had placed blankets and chairs around the fire pit so people had places to relax and talk. He and Margot thought it was a brilliant idea to invite Nathan and could not wait to see Grace's reaction. Do you want some help? Jacob asked quietly. He had watched Hunter try and fail a few times when attempting to start the fire room. Jacob looked around before placing his hand on the wood. Sparks of electricity crackled and instantly set the wood alight. Oh, Hunter grinned. Not realizing that would work. Thanks. He enjoyed watching him experiment. It was the only way he could truly get used to the power within. Jacob sat back and stared into the flames. He could barely believe how fast everything had changed for him, and it surprised him that he has managed to keep up. However, this was no streak of luck. Eventually, his mind would be full of too much and he'd break down. He always does. Hunter shuffled close and sat next to him. His eyes were watching Sam and William, who were talking about Alicia. It was good for them both to get things off their chests. Especially William. I'm hungry. Hunter's eyes then fell on his favorite chocolate brown ones. Of course you are. Jacob stared at him with very innocent puppy dog eyes, leaving Hunter to fall hard for his cute manipulative behavior. He quickly shook his head and stood up. Fine. He muttered and walked towards the house. Jacob was too shy to get some food himself. I'm your guardian, not your slave, he thought. I don't see the difference. He turned to see Jacob trying his hardest to keep back a smile. Hunter shook his head with clear amusement. He loved Jacob's subtle but cheeky side to his personality. Just then, Grace had walked over and sat down next to him. Hello, she beamed. Jacob flashed her a tiny smile, but he could barely bring himself to look at her. How are you doing? You've practically moved in at Hunter's. I would like you to stay home tomorrow night, please. Jacob's mood deteriorated rather fast. Okay, he mumbled. I'm sure Anthony and Margot would like some peace for a while. Jacob tried to hide a frown. What was that supposed to mean? He brushed off the insult because he knew the secret that would bring her crumbling down. Have you made up with Dad yet? He asked quietly. Why are you upset with him? Obviously, Grace didn't tell Jacob that officially named him 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐠'. However, she had no idea just how much Jacob now knew about her and about his fate as a werewolf god. It's nothing for you to worry about. She smiled. Well sorted out between us both. Can you do it quickly? He looked sad. They both looked up to Scott, who stood with a beer and talked to Anthony. They could detect his deflated interest to hold a conversation because he kept glancing at his wife. I will, sweetie. She gently rubbed his back but made Jacob uncomfortable, so he shuffled away. He was really disappointed in her for thinking like she does. She doesn't care about anyone else's feelings but her own. Are you struggling today? No, I'm fine. Jacob stood up and walked away. He really wanted to question her, and it was so hard to keep it in. She watched him climb up the side of the broken steps and to disappear into the house. Her eyes were concerned. She had no idea how much he knew about his true self, and she really hoped he didn't know much. Jacob walked past Hunter's pack, who were throwing things at each other as they waited for food. Hunter was helping his mom put things onto plates when his mate appeared behind him. They were making picnic food to eat next to the fire. A hand snaked its way around Hunter's arm and took a handful of chocolate hay. Hunter turned and grabbed his arm, but he had already shoved it into his mouth with a grin. Margot chuckled while her son shook his head. God help me when you get used to these moving things with your mind powers. Food is already my competitor. Jacob went to take some chips, but Hunter wrapped his arms around him, trapping his hands against his body. You can wait like everyone else, he whispered. Jacob's spine shivered when his breath brushed across his ear. He turned his head so his breath stroked his face. He was almost finished with the chocolate in his mouth as Hunter stared intensely into his eyes. You're so cheeky. He loved that he could slowly say goodbye to shy and timid Jacob when they were around each other. This is his pure self when he's comfortable with the company. I'm hungry. Jacob pursed his lips to avoid a smile from showing. When are you not? Hunter chuckled and watched his mouth. Their feelings were pumping through their bodies, especially Hunter's. I wonder if you taste like chocolate. The blush flooded onto Jacob's cheeks, but he craved a kiss. Hunter leaned forwards and pressed their faces together. Their lips were connected, and it has never felt so natural and just so right like it did tonight. Jacob breathed in his scent and excited his senses. He could feel Hunter's grip around him tighten, and he has never felt so safe and so at ease with someone being so close. You do taste like chocolate, Hunter thought. Jacob pulled back. He cowed and held back his smile. I'm not done yet. He pushed his face back and kissed him again. Scott had entered with Anthony to help with the food, but he double-took in their direction. He has not seen his son strip back his guard like that, and it was incredibly heart-warming for him to see him finally growing in confidence. Jacob completely relaxed into him and kissed back very comfortably. Anthony and Margot smiled at each other, but he walked over and pulled their heads apart. Aren't you both sweet? He grinned, earning a scowl from his son. Do you mind? No, you need to help. He turned them both around and gently shoved them towards the food. Everyone helped bring things out and towards the bonfire. The sun was almost gone, but the warm orange flickers from the flames created a perfect calming glow in the field. Just before everyone sat down, two outlines of people were walking across the field. Hunter, Jacob, Margot, Anthony and Flora knew exactly who it was. It didn't take long for Nathan and his wife Kayla to appear from the darkness. Jacob watched his mom instantly tense and hold her breath. She didn't expect to see her brother, who nobody knows about, at this bonfire. Hello all. Nathan's smile seemed to widen when he saw Grace. In his eyes, it was rather entertaining that her cowardly secret was turning into harsh karma. She made him feel so worthless by rejecting him and his newly found family. Falling rapidly in love with Kayla when he was only 18 was hard for him, and he needed her support. His parents hated Kayla, so he really only had Grace to rely on. But as a sister, She let him down massively. Of course. His wife 𝐾𝐤 knew everything about Grace, Scott, William and Jacob because they are family. Even though they are not allowed to see them, it doesn't mean that they should just be forgotten about. William walked over to his brother and handed him some marshmallows to roast on the fire as Nathan's eyes turned to them. He wanted so badly to get to know them. It was horrible not being a part of their lives. Hunter was very glad that Vic was here. It would take a long time to find a friendship, let alone developing a friendship that didn't exist. Margot and Anthony greeted them and introduced them to Jacob's parents. Nathan pretended like he didn't know Grace, and even she saw the shimmer of sorrow in his eyes. She brushed it off and acted like she didn't care. This is weird, Hunter thought. Your mom is pretty heartless. This was a new side to her that Jacob was seeing. He didn't think she was so cruel. He thought family meant the world to her, yet she rejected her own brother for so many years. He couldn't imagine ever doing that to William. No matter what went on in his life. She's not the person I grew up with. His voice was sad in Hunter's head. She's disappointed in me for being something I can't control. That's not right. It's not. She's your mother. She's supposed to love you unconditionally. After I meet Nathan properly, I'm going to tell her that I know everything in front of Dad and in front of William. They don't deserve to be lied to like this. It's not like Dad's secret. He was doing that so I had a chance at living a normal childhood. Mom's doing this because she's too good for the werewolf world and she's ashamed of me. Hunter watched him. He looked surprisingly stable and his emotions felt very secure and true to his words. Jacob was going to release her secret in front of those who she tried her hardest to keep it from. It's no coincidence that he heard her conversation with Nathan. A secret is not a secret if everyone knows about it. Hello everyone. Today's story begins with a conflict at a family gathering. Jacob reveals his mother Grace's prejudice against werewolves in front of everyone, causing family tensions to rise. At the same time, Jacob's supernatural powers begin to awaken. Can he balance family conflicts with his newly discovered divine powers? What's more interesting is that Hunter and Jacob's relationship deepens throughout this process. How will they face pressures from society and family? Chapter 54. Jacob's conflicted emotions were palpable as he chewed his bottom lip, his hands fidgeting in his lap. The weight of the situation bore down on him, and he began to question his approach. Hunter's reassuring thoughts echoed in his mind. Your just testing her. You need to see what you're dealing with. It's not like you're going to announce it in front of everyone. You're only going to question her in front of William and Scott. Torn between his desire for truth and the potential consequences, Jacob's eyes darted between his parents. The love between William and Grace was evident, and he feared the impact his actions might have on their relationship. Hunter's voice resonated in his head once more. Just do what feels right. Or don't do anything and let Grace sort this out. It's her mess, not yours. Jacob's gaze found Hunter standing with his pack near the fire, the flames dancing in his glossy eyes. The alpha's gentle expression provided a momentary comfort amidst the turmoil. Suddenly, a new voice invaded Jacob's thoughts, causing him to choke on his drink. William, ever attentive, patted his back concerned lie. Are you all right? Heart racing, Jacob recognized the voice and looked over to Sam. Catching his quick grin, we're officially best friends. Sam's vibrant voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to my head, Jacob. I can only apologize. It's a bit messy in here. It's fine. Jacob smiled, grateful for the distraction. Mine too. Hunter's authoritative voice cut through their mental exchange. Sam, get out of his head. Jacob turned to his mate, rolling his eyes at Hunter's jealous reaction. Sam froze instantly, not wanting to upset his alpha. You're really strict with him, Jacob mumbled, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Sam. Hunter's response was firm. His alpha. and hes used to it. I am. Sam's voice chimed in agreement. Sam. Hunter's stern reprimand silenced the playful wolf, leaving Jacob to ponder the complexities of pack dynamics and his own place within this intricate web of relationships. The beta wolf switched off his mind link and turned to talk to Flora. You're so possessive, Jacob thought, but deep down, he secretly liked how protective Hunter was. It made him feel special. I'm pretty sure we had this conversation when we first connected. I'm an alpha. I get jealous and dominant over my territory. For the first time, Jacob allowed his eyes to flicker down Hunter's body, and Hunter's eyes hopped out of his head. His mate just checked him out, in public and without an ounce of his timid behavior. If you am making out with you right here. Jacob dug his hands into his pockets and looked down to the grass with a little smile. But just like that, he was shy once more. He had little bursts of being confident, and he really wished it would stay longer than a few minutes. He overthinks things constantly, and it's hard for him to be himself around a lot of judging eyes. Of course, nobody is judging him, yet it's incredibly easy for him to convince himself otherwise. Hello, a deep voice boomed, making him quickly look up to see Nathan standing in front of him. His eyes diverted back to the ground, and his hands made their way out of his pockets. Nathan watched how he almost instantly began to fidget. You're Jacob. Right. He nodded. This was an odd situation. He was pretending like he didn't know who Nathan was. Nathan was doing the same about him. Well, I'm Nathan. It's nice to meet you. Jacob was just about to say something when his brother stepped in, seeing how he was a little tense and awkward. Hi, I'm 𝐿𝐤. Hello. Nathan smiled warmly. He has waited for years to speak to his nephews. Are you both friends of Hunter's? I am, but 𝐿𝐤's Jacob's boyfriend. Jacob felt all tingly from hearing that. It was still a little odd to think that he has, in fact, got someone special in his life when he never thought it would happen. Especially with someone like Hunter. Remember, we're both good enough for each other. Hunter's voice filled his head. Jacob saw him watching him out of the corner of his eye. He took a breath and focused on Nathan. Did you meet through their relationship? He asked William. No, actually. We're on the same course at college. What is it that you're studying? As they continued to talk, Jacob's eyes wandered over to his mother, who was watching him with a very intense stare. He contemplated walking over and asking why she was looking at him like that. But before he had a chance, thunder crackled in the sky. It was so loud that it covered any conversations and made everyone jump. Jacob looked up when he felt the lightning coming for him. He was sure why it would come now. He already developed another power today. You're starting to feel overwhelmed, Jacob. It said in the letter that the storm is your comfort. Hunter made his way over. I hope it doesn't rain. Kayla's voice was covered by another huge roar of thunder as Hunter took hold of his mate's hand. This situation, Jacob said. It's too much. Hunter then understood that inviting Nathan was a bad idea. Jacob couldn't cope with the pressure of pretending like he didn't know what was going on. All right. Let's go inside. No. Jacob shook his head. I can't do this. He looked at Nathan, who seemed concerned. I know who you are. I know my mom's secret. Grace immediately stood up with wide eyes. William had heard, but Scott was too far away. What did you just say? She asked. I know about. Now you have no idea what you're talking about. She interrupted in a desperate attempt to bury her secret. You're struggling today. I knew it. She grabbed his wrist and pulled him towards the car. We are going home where you belong. No, Jacob frowned and pulled his arm out of her grip. Don't cover this up by using me. I'm not covering anything up, she said through gritted teeth. Now come home with me. Now what's going on? William questioned. Everyone had stopped to watch what was happening. Nothing, Gray said quickly. Jacob just needs to be home. Jacob crossed his arms. I can't believe you're putting the attention on me so you can cover up your secret. You're the adult here. Jacob, shut your mouth. We'll talk when we're home, she hissed. Now get in the car. Nathan shook his head. He could not believe what his sister had become. "You need to talk to Dad and William," Jacob said quietly. "I don't want to embarrass you. Just take us into the house and tell us about what you know." Grace's eyes dotted around the people. She wanted her brother to tell Jacob and only Jacob who he was. She didn't think it would backfire like this. "They cannot know about this." "Why not?" Jacob whispered. "Just talk to us. I'm sick of the secrecy." Grace didn't want her husband to know. She couldn't face the shame, so she did something that would take the focus off of her secret and land on something else. She lifted her hand and smacked her son hard across the cheek. Jacob stumbled back and fell into Nathan. The echo of the slap was heard around the field. The silence was visible, as were the gasps that came after it. Grace was fighting back tears. She couldn't believe she just hit her child, but this would be forgiven. Her secret might not be. Jacob was so shocked that he allowed Nathan to hold on to him as he brushed his fingers over his stinging cheek. Never in his life has his mother been physically violent towards him. "Mom," William breathed, unable to move. Scott then marched over. Anger was oozing out of him. "What the hell have you done?" He growled at her and pulled his son into him. He examined his face and checked that he was okay. But Jacob was quite the opposite. His mom slapped him because she thought he'd run and cry so she didn't have to announce her secret. This has made him determined to now let everyone know about it. "Tell him," he said with sorrow in his tone. "Or I will." "Tell me what?" Hunter could feel that his mate was on the verge of breaking down, but he was masking it very well. "I have nothing to say." Grace felt like the world's worst mother. Why did she hit her son? Jacob turned to his dad and wondered if this was the last time his parents would be together. Yes, they love each other, but sometimes there are things that ruin 𝐿 without the love ever altering. "She knows everything. She knew about the werewolves before I was even born because of Nathan." Jacob looked at him. "He is her brother. She believed about the prophecy when Granddad told her because she knew werewolves existed. She's angry at you for calling me 𝐊𝐢𝐳 when she knew who I was all along." Hunter's pack were hearing this for the first time, but they stayed quiet because it was the respectful thing to do. Scott stared into his son's eyes. They were submerged into much emotion, and he knew he had fought to keep this hidden. The thing that stuck out for him the most was that she just smacked her own son so she could keep this a secret. He couldn't begin to understand the trauma in her troubled mind. Why? He cleared his throat and took a breath. "Why did she keep you hidden?" He looked at Nathan and suddenly realized why he seemed familiar. He had the same facial features as his wife. "She doesn't like werewolves." Nathan wanted to say so much more, but he was sure that he could talk to Scott when this has settled. He seemed like a very level-headed guy. Scott's eyes turned to face the one that he loved. Lately these days, he has really questioned his feelings. It felt like they were growing apart, and this just proved it. "You don't like werewolves?" he questioned. Jacob felt him grip onto him harder. "But you know what your son is. How could you just ignore that?" "I don't like who he is. I know he can't help any of it, but it breaks my heart to think that he's one of the unnatural." "Unnatural?" Hunter frowned. "We've been around for almost as long as humans. How dare you?" Anthony stepped forwards and placed a hand on his son's shoulder, silencing him. This argument was for the Jones family. They could interrupt if it got out of hand. "You turn into wolves." "Of course. That's not natural. You live in secret so you know it yourselves. They live in secret because there are humans like you in the world." Scott sighed sadly. "How can we be so similar but have such different views? If I knew you thought this way, I would never have married you." The hairs on William's neck stood on end. His heart was breaking, and he could do nothing about it. "I never rejected Jacob, but you have." Scott interrupted. "You babied him and tried so hard to separate him from Hunter when you knew fine well that they were bonded for life. You ignored his fate and tried to make him think less of himself because you knew if he had no confidence then he would struggle with the power of being who he really is." Hunter could see it now. Grace stripped her son of his independence and created a vulnerable and unstable version of him. She knew when he was older that he would be an incredible role model for many werewolves, so she peeled away the ability to have pride in self-love. All those times you put him down because he was too unstable. Scott's eyes grew very very unfriendly. It was because you wanted him broken, didn't you? Oh, tear fell down Grace's cheek, ruining her pristine makeup. I'm so sorry. Jacob's heart felt like it had been thrown a million miles. She didn't deny it. He is the way he is because of her. He has trust issues because of her, and he hates himself because of her. What a pathetic excuse for a mother. How could you? Scott whispered. 𝐻𝐸s, our son. He sounded very emotional as William stood next to his brother and took his hand. They squeezed each other for support because no matter what, they will always stick together. But he deserves a normal life, Grace. Argo's voice didn't sound angelic and calm. She sounded stern and full of hatred. She couldn't understand how any mother could do such a harmful thing. After slapping Jacob, she could barely look at her. Get off our property. Grace's vision grew blurry from the tears. She was hurting, but she deserved to be feeling this way. What she has done to Jacob over the years was silent abuse. He never felt good enough because she would let him believe it. She knew it was wrong, and one day, karma would find her. And now it hasn't hit her hard. She was going to lose her perfect little family, and it was nobody else's fault but her own. Chapter 55. Grace turned to walk away, but stopped. Could she really leave things this shattered? She turned to face the son 𝐊𝐸 and stared into his pained eyes. She then looked at William and wondered if Jacob would have been like him. Bubbly, chatty, and not afraid to be himself. Maybe he would have been a flirt. Maybe he would have been extremely talkative or loved to make friends and be social. She took that opportunity away from him. Maybe nobody will see who he truly is because it's so deeply buried with all the stress and the anxiety. I just want you to know that I don't care. Jacob felt a little numb. Just leave. He turned and walked past Nathan and Kayla. He avoided every 𝐻𝐸s and took Hunter's hand. He didn't look up. He kept going, and his mate happily followed. Everyone watched them climb up the broken steps and into the house. A low grumble of thunder was present in the sky as Grace sniffed back her shame, embarrassment, and guilt before turning to leave. It was clear that whatever she said would not be heard until the atmosphere was calm once more. When Jacob grew closer to the bedroom, Hunter turned him around. It's not just your mom's fault. I'm to blame too. I was the one who made you think that you were going crazy for a year. She has done that to me all my life though, Hunter. Jacob said quietly. She used to yell at me and tell me I was annoying for being too loud when I was little, even if I was trying to be quiet. She said people got sick of hearing my voice and that I should be seen, not heard. Hunter felt his grip loosen on his hand. Yes, you didn't help and maybe made me worse, but it was my mom who told me I was strong enough to cope and that people didn't want to be friends with someone like me. She knew exactly what she was doing, and that was to break me so I was fit to be a god. Grace used to yell at him when he became too boisterous and made him feel unwanted. Then later on in the day, she would shower him with love so he didn't see it as abuse. He thought she just snapped for being stressed, therefore he would do all he could to please her, and if that meant growing shy and quiet, then so be it. She used to tell him that he could never go around to friends' houses or play with them on the street. She would tell him that they said mean things behind his back, and she would hug him and tell him that he was perfect. But of course, that's when the trust issues started. She told him that he cannot trust anyone because he would never be good enough in other people's eyes. He was little when this all started and the memories were gone, but the effects of her words would always be visible. She never loved him enough to let him grow and be himself. She was too worried about wanting a perfect family and one that was involved with werewolves. That is why she abandoned her brother. She was ashamed because it was normal. It was up to her standards of perfect living. What you did to me was cruel, Jacob whispered. But I forgive you. You were only scared, and I know how bad you feel. Mom did it for years and years without a second thought. That's what hurts the most. I feel like I've seen more of the real you within this past week than what I did in a whole year because you're away from her bullying. My pack really look up to you. Jonah wouldn't stop talking about your electricity, and you should have seen the excitement on Ricky's face when the thunder hit. You're going to be a huge role model to so many werewolves. You're meant to be in this world. Your mom failed at ruining you, Jacob. You're proving it by how well you're handing the power. Jacob ran a hand through his hair and took a big breath. He didn't want to cave in and break down, but he was finding it very hard to keep back. Come on. Hunter could feel his stress and pulled him into the bedroom. He shut the door, leaving the tense atmosphere outside. Jacob sat on the end of his bed and dropped his head in his hands. He felt many mixed emotions. He felt bad for his mom but hated what she had done. He felt sorrow for his dad and his brother because their relationship won't be the same with her ever again. Just then, he felt warm fur brush against his legs. He quickly moved his hands to see Hunter and his wolf from rubbing himself against him. Change into your wolf, he thought in his head. Jacob sighed and sat knowing that if he didn't change on the bed, his pup from wouldn't be able to climb up. Hunter watched as he changed but got lost inside his T-shirt. He climbed on the bed and pulled him out of it. Jacob liked being in his wolf form, but sometimes he felt a little too small and vulnerable. Hunter curled up around him and watched him bury his little body into his fur. He started licking his head as Jacob closed his eyes. It was odd being a wolf because he felt traits that are not possessed by his godly form. He liked being stroked and licked by Hunter. If he thought that in his other form, then Hunter would probably jump on him there and then. When morning rolled around, William and Scott had slept on the couches in Margot and Anthony's home, not really wanting to face Grace. It was 8:30 in the morning when they were woken up by the sweet smell of bacon. William rolled over and very nearly fell off the couch. He quickly placed his hand on the floor, but it hit something warm instead. His tired eyes peeled open to see Sam staring up at him. It was his intentions to stay over, but he couldn't be bothered to go home. Morning. He smiled and waited patiently for William to remove his hand from his chest. Oh, he lifted it up when Sam glanced at it. Sorry. It's okay. He chuckled and slowly pulled himself up. He pushed William's legs off the couch and sat down. The floor was not as comfortable as it looked. William saw him rub his neck. But oh well. He turned and watched Anthony flip the bacon. That smells so good. William glanced at his dad, who was tiredly rubbing his eyes. He felt really bad for him. He was so depressed last night that he didn't talk to anyone about what happened. He completely changed the subject. But that is how Scott coped. Nathan and Kayla went home. It didn't feel right being there after an argument, but they were coming back today when things were a little less tense. Do you want to see if your brother and Hunter are awake? Sam asked and jumped off the couch. After he woke in the morning, he was automatically full of energy. But we're not allowed in their room. We can open Hunter's door, but we can't enter. William watched him walk over and decided to follow. He had a bit of a headache from the broken sleep, but it felt good to be up early on a weekend for a change. Sam slowly pushed the door open to see Hunter and Jacob still in their wolf form. Hunter was sprawled out across the bed with Jacob snugged and his head pressed against his chin. He looked very small against the big wolf. Why is Jacob a puppy? William questioned. I don't know. Sam shrugged. But I think it suits him. And I think purple suits Hunter too. I love how they have matching marks. They are my relationship goals. What are your relationship goals? I hardly think it's Alicia unless you like being threatened, and every day of your life. Sam's mind was scattered in the morning. It took him an hour or two to stop the words from just flowing out of his mouth. I want a mate. William shook his head with a smile. He barely had time to process what Sam was talking about. When do you find yours? I don't know. It could be in 2 months. It could be in 20 years. Or I might never find one. Sometimes I think it's unfair, but if I don't get one, I haven't earned it. I'd like to know what I need to do to earn one that doesn't come with a textbook like Jacob's powers. Unfortunately, I could, Sam. Hunter grumbled. They both looked up to see him in his human form, cuddling the little pup. Shut up. Sam pursed his lips and quickly shut the door. He nervously laughed it off before walking over to Anthony. He picked up some bacon and watched the birds land on the field through the window. His wolf traits really like chasing birds. Sure, Sam. Help yourself. Anthony Stone was sarcastic as he gently nudged him out of his way. They have known him for many years and were very happy when Hunter chose him to be his beta wolf. He was incredibly loyal, fun, hard-working, and not afraid to protect his alpha in any situation. He felt like part of the family and they wouldn't have it any other way. "William, go give this coffee to your dad." Margot beamed and handed it to him. "Would you like one?" "I'm okay, thank you." Scott had just managed to sit up when a big cup was forced into his hands. William sat next to him and watched him closely. "Are you okay, Dad?" Scott turned and decided whether he should put on a brave face or not. This was his child and he needed to be there for him. Not the other way around. Yes. I feel better after sleeping. How are you this morning?" He patted his son's knee and sipped the coffee and hoped it would wake him up a bit more. "I'm okay, do I guess. Do you think we'll see Mom today?" "I don't know. I think it's best to meet Nathan properly so we know his side of the story first." He rubbed his temples and sat against the cushions. "I can't believe she has a brother. I can't believe I have an uncle. Does he have any kids?" Flora interrupted and slowly sat on the opposite couch. "But he is the alpha of the rival pack that had Alicia as the beta wolf." "What?" William frowned. "Really?" "Yes, but he has apologized to Hunter, and most of what Alicia did was not ordered by her alpha." Margot sat down next to her mother. "He is going to try and build a friendship with Vic." "Hopefully," Anthony mumbled. "That kid has always been jealous of him. Well, he can grow up. No boy will cause my grandson any trouble," Flora said proudly. She then turned to Anthony with a questioning frown. "Are you announcing their relationship at the city meeting today?" "I am." He crossed his arms and curled his eyebrows into a frown. "I also have to announce the 𝐻𝐸𝐧𝐥𝐽𝐻, which means bringing him with me so he can show his power. Otherwise, people will think him mad. He should be okay if Hunter is with him." Scott added, "I've seen small bursts of confidence within him when they are together." "Me too." Margot smiled and crossed her legs. She was going to do her morning yoga soon and was planning on forcing Jacob into joining her. It was a calming morning ritual and he might enjoy the peaceful hour outside to do nothing other than think to himself and ease his tense body. He has a beautiful soul and I'm more than sure everyone will see it too. "And if they don't?" Scott asked. "Scott, Jacob may not be aware of this yet, but he's our leader. HS royalty to all of the werewolves in the United Kingdom. People like me who are in charge of cities will be seen as wolves who simply work for him. He'll be viewed as nothing when he stands next to me in this hall today, and I'm more than okay with that. Maybe after today, we should start looking for the other gods. They need to be reunited after the lunar cycle." Flores adjusted. "Maybe not reunited, but aware that each other exist. We don't know how much the other gods know about themselves or if they know more than us. What more could they possibly know?" Sam asked. Well, the gods have been brought back for a reason, and that's pretty big unanswered question." Chapter 56. Jacob opened his eyes to see Hunter hovering over him. He had been watched him for almost 10 minutes with plenty of questions floating around in his mind. But the day needed to start off relaxed in order for Jacob to stay calm. "Good morning." He smiled. Jacob stretched and yawned. "Morning." Instant thoughts of his mum flashed through his head and it hit his heart hard. "What time is it?" 9:30. Jacob released a breath, trying to think about something else. His head felt a little cloudy and his emotions were exhausted. He didn't know what or how to feel. Hunter watched him sit up and yawn again. "How did you sleep?" "Fine. I guess. Jacob mumbled quietly. Did you sleep okay?" "I did. But I was woken up by Sam talking nonsense to William." "William's here." Hunter nodded and grabbed his mate's wrist when he attempted to get out of bed. He pulled him into him and wrapped his arms around his bare chest. "Where's my morning hug?" Jacob's heart was thumping in his chest at feeling Hunter's warm skin against him. It was easier for him to accept his affection rather than running away from his nerves, so he turned and wrapped his arms around his shoulders. Hunter fell back against the duvet with a big grin. "Also, where's my morning kiss?" Jacob closed his eyes and allowed the blush to swarm his face because Hunter couldn't see it. "Is it compulsory?" Hunter chuckled and subconsciously ran his fingers gently along his back. "Yes. Every morning from now on is compulsory." He felt him smile against his shoulder and really wished he could see it. "But what if we're not together? Then I will give you a hug and a kiss when I first see you." Deal. Okay. Hunter pulled his head back and planted a quick kiss onto his lips. Jacob felt fuzzy, but one day, that simple act of affection would feel completely normal because they would have thousands of times. So, today is the last day of this lunar cycle? Sam asked. Scott nodded. He and William had gone home to shower, change and collect the letter. He was incredibly pleased to see that Grace was not there, and he couldn't help but feel He hoped she had gone home to her parents so she was at least in a safe environment when her head was in the right place. Yes, but I've read it through twice now and I don't understand the last paragraph. Scott turned the pages until he reached the last one. It's about today, but I'm not quite sure what it means. Anthony took the letter and skimmed through it. What does it say? Margot asked. Anthony cleared his throat and made sure he spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. On the last minute of the last hour of the last day, the souls of the immortal beings will unite. A sense of understanding will be fulfilled and the first commission will be shared with the guardians. It is then the gods' duty to carry out their purpose and manage the havoc and regulate the chaos. The power is theirs to rule, command and lead the werewolves to victory. Anthony looked up with raised eyebrows. Well, that made 0 sense. It made perfect sense. Flora chuckled and crossed her arms. Has nobody read the Enchiridion? It was supposedly written by the gods. Everyone shook their heads apart from Margot. You used to read that to me when I was little. I never understood it, but the way it was written sounds similar to the last paragraph. What does Ench? And Kiri the Enchiridion? Flora interrupted Hunter, making him nod. It means something that contains crucial information for maybe a particular subject. And the subject of the book is gods. Scott asked yes. But of course, most wolves didn't believe that it was created by the hands of the gods unless they were faithful believers like myself and my daughter. So what does the paragraph mean then? Hunter asked. Anthony gave it to her and watched her soulful eyes examine the words. Obviously it means that on the last minute of the lunar cycle, which is today, 𝐿𝐤𝐽 soul will unite with the other gods and you will somehow understand everything. I'm not sure if that means your past, present, or who you are. But then Hunter's role will be to receive these tasks you have to perform because you are not the god of lightning for no reason. However, I'm not sure what this victory is. Maybe a storm too big for you to handle is coming 𝐿𝐤𝐽. Or maybe something worse. Something worse. William questioned. I'm not sure. Flora shrugged and crossed her frail legs. Let's worry about that when the time comes. Throughout her words, Jacob started frowning with only one question on his mind. Why does it say immortal beings? I thought that would be obvious, my dear. Flora chuckled. You can't be a god and live a human timeline. Hunter's eyes glazed over with surprise. He stared at his grandmother and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. 𝐻𝐸s. 𝐻𝐸s immortal. Not just him. They're his mate and his guardian. He can't live without you. I'm going to live forever. Not forever. Just a very, very, very long time. I thought that would be the most obvious part to all of this. And I thought that's what immortal meant. But obvious? Are you kidding? Hunter turned to Jacob, who simply shrugged. I guess. It is obvious, he whispered. Hunter shook his head. I'm gonna let that sink in later. He didn't even want to think about outliving his family. Oh damn it. I can't be late. Anthony suddenly stood up with a sense of urgency. Boys, come with me. The city meeting starts in half an hour. The event had misplaced in everyone's minds, but they all wanted to come and support Jacob. He needed friendly and familiar faces in the crowd, and he needed backup if the news didn't sit well with the werewolf society. You'll be fine. Anthony soothed and placed a gentle hand on Jacob's shoulder. He looked stressed as the big hall was filling up. Anthony had made sure that every wolf in the city turned up today. He told them that he was going to share some incredible news. There are so many people, Jacob whispered. He was stood by the side of the stage and watched his dad and his brother get intense stares because they smelt like humans. Anthony's back stood around them with pride. Jacob and his family are very important. They are a tough crowd to please, but I'm more than sure you can shut them up. Margot sat in her seat on the stage and the crowd began to settle. The echoed chat subsided when Anthony stepped up and walked into the middle. His eyes scanned the many faces and prayed that the news about his son having a male mate would be accepted. "Good afternoon, wolves." He projected his voice to the back of the room and hoped the people were not too crammed in. He received a murmur of greetings in response before continuing. "I hope you've had a great weekend. I'm very glad to see you've noticed my urgent response to visiting this week's meeting. Alpha." A voice rose from the crowd. "Why are there humans here? They are family members of my son's mate." Excited talk suddenly rose. This was new news to almost everyone in the huge room. Anthony turned to see Hunter watching cautiously until he motioned for him and his mate to come over. Jacob was stuck to his spot, but Hunter held his hand and pulled him onto the stage. They walked over, and almost instantly, the talking stopped and eyes widened. Jacob was squeezing Hunter's hand so hard that it was almost hurting him. "Wolves, this is Jacob Jones, Hunter's mate." Anthony and Margot held their breaths and watched, intensely looking for those heavy eyes of judgment. Time felt like it stopped and the reactions seemed to take a very long time to happen. Hunter bit his tongue to stop himself from squeezing Jacob's hand back, knowing he would definitely hurt him. He has never seen so many people this silent. When it became a little awkward, Hunter's and Anthony's pack started clapping and cheering for him, which fueled everyone else. Even though it was slow, other wolves started showing their happiness for the new couple and clapped too. Eventually, the hall erupted with celebrations for the alpha's son and his mate. Anthony was not even going to mention that his son is gay. It's pretty obvious and it doesn't need explaining because nobody should care. "All right, settle down. Settle down." He grinned. He was very happy with the response. "Now, this is not the important news that I have to tell you. Are you okay?" Hunter thought and attempted to move his fingers, but Jacob was locking them between his. He didn't respond. He was frozen on the spot with hundreds of eyes watching him. "Can I have a raise of hands from everyone who believes in the gods?" Less than half of the wolves in the room raised their hands with confusion but pride. "Okay, so, for everyone here who do not believe, I was one of you two. I didn't think that there were once beings of a higher authority looking after our kind and keeping everything in order, but that is until I was faced with proof." The hall went deadly silent while Anthony stepped over to Jacob and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Wolves, after today, the gods will be officially reincarnated," and a sudden uproar exploded in the hall and all the non-believers started yelling at Anthony. "What are you talking about?" Someone yelled. "You've gone crazy. That's madness. You can prove nothing. It's lies. Be quiet." Anthony roared, but everyone was so worked up that they stopped listening and started yelling their opinions. The gods have never been real. Jacob and Hunter looked at each other, knowing the only way to prove it was to show them so they could witness it with their own eyes. Scott and William could only hear the people who don't believe as they started arguing with the believers. It was quickly turning into chaos, and nobody thought it would spiral out of control so fast. They didn't realize it would be such a big subject. People were so against something they believed that they thought it was okay to force their opinions onto other werewolves. Anthony looked at his wife with questioning eyes until the mayhem suddenly started to quiet down. It was like a wave spread through the crowd and silenced their angry and confused discussions. Anthony turned when a warm yellow glow caught his eye. Jacob was stood on the stage in front of all these people with his palm facing the ceiling. His eyes focused on the small collection of lightning bolts quiggling and twisting in his hand. With no words, Jacob had managed to silence almost 1,000 people by showing them who he really is. Anthony took the opportunity to speak again. "This is 𝐊𝐤𝐽, the god of lightning." Jacob allowed the lightning to fuel in his other hand, making Hunter look down when he felt the cool spark stroke his skin. Suddenly, Anthony's back lowered to one knee and dropped their heads with respect. Hunter's pack quickly copied their actions. Sam pulled William down onto one knee, who then pulled Scott down too. "No, don't." Jacob stopped when the believers quickly bowed down to him, and it started spreading through the rest of the wolves. "Hunter, don't let them do that." He thought, "Why not?" Hunter thought back with a smile. "You're either God. It's only respectful to bow to their leader." Chapter 57. Jacob never thought he would be awkwardly standing in a hall full of werewolves as they bowed onto one knee because he was their leader. He never thought he would be in this situation 2 weeks ago. To him, werewolves used to be just fiction and made up purely for human entertainment. It made him wonder what else was real. Vampires, angels, demons. He pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind. Of course, they were not real. Hunter felt the pride shoot through him. He was standing in front of his father's city of wolves, tightly clinging onto his mate who just happened to be a werewolf god. He wanted to kiss him and mark him as his. He was feeling very territorial over him with so many worshipping eyes staring. Now Anthony boomed. "Can I have a raise of hands from the wolves who believe in the gods?" Sot turned and looked behind him. He watched as everyone in the room raised their hands in awe of his son. He felt content and fulfilled. His dad would be very proud, and he knew he was watching from whatever peaceful place his soul was resting in. The electricity was still wrapping around Jacob's hands because it comforted him, and he needed it when he felt This information is no secret. Tell your friends and your families from other cities. 𝐊𝐤𝐽 is the only god in the United Kingdom, and the word needs to spread. If they want to visit and see for themselves, tell them they are more than welcome. Anthony linked his fingers together and breathed a sigh of relief. He had been nervous to announce this, and his chest felt much lighter now. "Can we go?" Jacob thought. "Of course we can." Hunter turned and started walking with him off the stage. Anthony wanted to make sure that the werewolves knew 𝐊𝐤𝐽 was the true leader instead of him, but it was too much responsibility at this stage. They'd have to ease him into the role, and he was more than sure that Jacob is an awful public speaker. "Okay, wolves. Thank you for turning up today. Even though you're supposed to." He mumbled. "But remember, tell everyone you know about 𝐊𝐤𝐽 and you'll do the same. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and I'll see you on Wednesday for another meeting where you can bring any questions you may have for my son's mate to answer." The crowd quickly started yelling their questions, but Anthony took Argo's hand and they followed the boys. Anthony ordered his pack to make sure everyone left instead of following them. Jacob didn't need to get overwhelmed. "Sam, thank you for fixing the steps. My son is so useless." Anthony put his weight on the steps outside his home and nodded with gratitude that they were stable enough to hold him. Excuse me. I'm standing right next to you." Hunter crossed his arms with a frown, and Sam tried so hard not to smirk when his alpha glared at him. "I'm a guardian of a god. Show me respect." Anthony scoffed. "Shut your mouth, boy." He playfully smacked him on the side of the head. "Why can't you be like Jacob? Humble and quiet. And why can't you be like Scott? A good dad?" Anthony smacked him again. "Do you want to be grounded?" They watched each other before Anthony grinned and pulled him into a headlock. Hunter pushed him to the ground and they started to play fight. Jacob was walking over to his mate, but stopped when he was on the floor, getting pinned down by his dad. He quickly turned and marched the opposite way, not wanting to be part of that. "Jacob," Ricky said, getting his attention. He turned to see Hunter's pack standing with Anthony's pack. "Are you free to talk for a bit?" Jacob instantly pulled his sleeves over his hands and hesitantly shuffled over. Anth and Spack introduced themselves with big smiles. They knew a lot about Jacob because their alpha has told them everything. The fact that he was very shy and timid was not hard to figure out. He was fidgeting with his covered hands and avoided eye contact like it would kill him. "How do you feel after the announcement?" Ray from Anthony's back asked. He had brown curly hair, varied and skin and wise eyes. Jacob could tell that he was the beta wolf of Anthony's back. He was sure how he knew that, but he had the same calming but protective aura as Sam. Jacob completely lost his words. He was always so focused on what people were thinking about him, but he neglected to think for himself. "I bet it was overwhelming for you." Ray smiled, not wanting him to feel awkward. "Gosh, I can't believe I'm talking to a god." Jacob chewed his lip and wished he had the courage to speak up for himself. It was going to take him a very long time to realize that he was the inspiration for many wolves. He still felt a little singled out because he was new to this way of life. "It is an honor to know you, 𝐊𝐤𝐽. Just call me Jacob." Are you sure? We know it's the name you're used to, but it's not who you truly are. He hasn't really thought about it. Jacob was a cover name. It was a mask to hide his true identity, and it angered him that his mother was annoyed with his father for calling him 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐸 because she didn't want him to be part of this wonderful wolf world. Call me 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐸. Hunter's pack smiled wide and nodded with respect. Yes, your highness. Jacob turned when he heard a familiar deep voice. It brushed his ears like velvet. Hunter was standing behind him with a cheeky twinkle in his eyes, grass stains on his jeans, and ruffled hair. Would you like to get used to this teleportation stuff? We have 6 hours before midnight. Jacob nodded and allowed him to take his hand. As always, he melted a little bit inside. How can something as simple as physical touch manipulate his senses so strongly? His pack and Anthony Stack watched them walk away. They secretly idle 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐸. The atmosphere around him was intense and powerful. I'm excited to see what happens tonight. You'll officially be a full god when today is over. Hunter smiled. I'm a bit nervous. Jacob mumbled and looked up to the sky, feeling the comforts of the clouds. There's nothing to worry about, really. Well, I'll be here with you. Hunter stopped and turned. I'm going to walk into the middle of the field. See if you can teleport to me. Jacob nodded and watched him begin to walk away. The grass crunched under his feet while he shielded his eyes from the setting sun. It had been a warm day, and after the meeting, they came straight home and Hunter made Jacob some food to help him calm down. He gets hungry when he is stressed and often eats until it goes away. If it wasn't for his godly body, he would surely be chubby. Hunter needed to go for a run tomorrow. Unfortunately for him, he does not have a body that will allow that much food without changing. He also didn't want to lose his muscle definition. When he reached the middle of the field, he turned and faced his beautiful mate. Ready, Jacob faced his direction, took a breath and really focused. It was hard to explain how he felt when the transition took place. It would take him a matter of seconds to be somewhere different. It really disoriented him when he blinked and was right in front of Hunter. Wow. That's gonna take some getting used to. Hunter chuckled. I don't know if I like it. I think you'll eventually find it useful, but right now, there's no rush to get used to it. Jacob sighed and looked down to his feet. What's wrong? I just keep thinking about Mom. Hunter rested a hand on his shoulder and softly cupped his chin. Don't give her the satisfaction of being upset. I know it's normal to feel that way, but things will sort itself out with time. Your mom doesn't deserve any of this sadness. Hunter smiled that dazzling smile. Nathan isn't coming over today because he said you had too much to think about with the lunar cycle and HES, right? That should be the only thing you're focusing on. Jacob knew he needed to push his troubles to the side until he had time to think about them. It would be harder for the lunar cycle to complete itself if he wasn't in the right frame of mind. You have 5 minutes, Scott said and squeezed his son's shoulder. The end of the lunar cycle was so close and nobody really knew what to expect. They were all sitting outside in the field because Margot didn't want Jacob to accidentally burn the house down if anything big happened with his electricity. This is a natural process for you. Don't be nervous. Hunter could feel his anxieties pulsing through him. There wasn't much he could help with because this is going to happen whether he likes it or not. Can you feel anything yet? Jacob shook his head and pulled at the grass. He was avoiding every honest eyes, even his dad's. He just wanted to focus on staying calm. His heart was beating fast. His palms were sweaty and, of course, he was overthinking everything. How could he mentally prepare himself for something this big? He then looked up when the ringing started in his ears. The static noise hovered behind Hunter's conscious thoughts, making it hard to concentrate. The clouds were visible, even in the dull night sky. But even though the sky was full, the moonlight shone and exposed everyone. It was a full moon and all the werewolves could feel its power. Hunter's eyes were incredibly dilated due to his excited wolf traits being right on the surface. However, he managed to keep them down because his mate was more important. Jacob's senses were getting sharper while the static noise grew louder. He watched the clouds and heard a faint rumble of thunder, but he was the only one who heard it. He knew it was whispering to him, waiting, watching and preparing itself for the right moment. He thought about the other gods and wondered if they were going through the exact same thing. If they were from all over the world, how could they experience it at the same time? Not everyone could see the full moon. Maybe they didn't need to see it. Maybe all they needed was the end of the lunar cycle. "You have 1 minute." Scott's eyes were alert and William looked tense. They were worried. Jacob was obviously very nervous. Who wouldn't be? He then stood up when his whole body tingled. The sky was calling him and he could not disobey. It was beginning to be a part of him as it stole his full concentration. When he started walking into the darkness, Scott wanted to follow, but Hunter stopped him. "Don't. His mind is somewhere else." HES connecting with the storm. Jacob stopped around 20 meters away from where they were sitting. He was hard to see and impossible to spot through human eyes. The lights from the house made it easy to see people who were close, but the field turned a deeper shade of black. 10 seconds. Anthony's eyes were staring, as were everyone else's. Hunter was holding his breath. He could feel something and understood that his mate was ready. Jacob was afraid as he stood in a silent, pitch-black field. He could hear nothing but the wind, whistling through the trees while he closed his eyes. Now it was time. Chapter 58. Scott squinted his eyes, trying to see his son in the darkness, but he couldn't even see an outline. William couldn't see his brother, and his concern grew. It was his duty as an older brother to look out for him and make sure everything was okay. However, tonight, he was completely helpless and out of his depth when their surrounding became eerily quiet. The atmosphere quickly turned incredibly thick. All of a sudden, a magnificently big electricity bolt hurled itself from the sky and landed straight onto Jacob. The entire field lit up with the creamy yellow glow of the bolt and exposed Jacob to those who could not see him. His eyes were closed and his body was completely submerged within the electricity. It was twisting and turning around him and conditioning his godly body, mind and soul. Jacob has never felt more relaxed in his life. His skin felt the smooth, cold texture of his power, but his mind was very distant. It had been pulled into the storm and he could only concentrate on what was in his head. So far, it was empty and waiting to be filled. "Wow," Scott breathed and stared with wide eyes and an open mouth. The crackling of the storm swelled in every one's ears. Hunter had a small but calm smile on his face. Maybe it was due to them having a bond that was currently being invaded. Jacob clenched his hands into fists as the electricity pulsed through his veins and dominated his heart. It was strong yet keeping him stable. He was breathing deeply when a lot of unfamiliar voices filled his head and made it almost impossible to hear anything else. He knew who the voices were. He could detect every single one of them as the other gods. They have connected, just like the letter said would happen. They were all thinking about each other and the lunar cycle while their individual powers strengthened them and completed the transformation. Jacob started to understand the world more. His intelligence was catapulting through his brain. He understood that his duty was to focus on the sky and allow the transitioning of the seasons to stay smooth. He would be in control of day and night, making sure everything worked like clockwork. He was growing wise, spiritual, compassionate, pure, and filling up with empathy. Everything about the world made sense and he could detect his place in the universe. It was not just on Earth. His mind lives in the atmosphere that connects this world to others and keeps the gateway open to heaven and hell. He was in control. He was powerful. He was robust. He was compelling, and he was a leader. All of a sudden, he felt himself change into a wolf. Everyone gasped when he turned into the biggest white wolf anyone had ever laid eyes on. His head would be the same height as Hunter's chest, making his own wolf look a lot smaller. The silver in Jacob's fur was very vibrant, while the electricity continued to surround him. His paws were huge and he looked very muscular. Even as a wolf, his ears were still floppy, but no werewolf would be a threat to his sharp teeth and claws. The witnesses watched him raise his head, and his mouth was perfectly in line with the full moon as it sat just above him in the sky. Jacob's claws dug into the grass and a loud, deep howl burst from within. Hunter's hair stood on end when his mate cried into the moonlight. His beautiful hypnotic howl was heard for many miles, instantly waking any werewolves who were in the range of this captivating sound. His wolf could now transform depending on his mood. His shy and timid personality would portray a puppy. His angry or moody emotions would trigger a wolf the same size as Hunter, and his godly form would convert into the creation, sitting before them. After 30 seconds, the howl subsided and Jacob changed back into his godly form. For the first time, his 𝐴𝐤𝐲𝐻 tripped and left his bare chest glowing against the lightning. While the transformation came to an end, the power decided that it was time for every wolf in the United Kingdom to know he was here and ready. A static noise filled every own's ears apart from William and Scott. Anthony covered his ears and scrunched his eyes shut. Just like every wolf in the country, I am 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐿, a god of the wolves and the keeper of lightning. I am your leader. You will bow down to me. His voice was loud, and even Hunter found himself respectfully bowing to his mate. Jacob didn't choose those words. They came without command. My mate and my guardian is Hunter 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐿. Respect his presence. Pack and family, we are in charge. Do not disobey my words, for I am your god. As soon as his voice stopped, the static noise left every own's head, but 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐿's presence was in the sky, all over the country. Every werewolf now understood that he had arrived, and he was very, very real. Suddenly, the electricity forced its way into Jacob's palms where it belonged. He gasped and fell back from its force while the moon was covered by heavy clouds, indicating that the lunar cycle was successful and over. The field was dark once more, and everyone was left startled and shocked. What an astounding thing to witness. Hunter scrambled to his feet and ran over to Jacob, who had a hand on his chest, trying to slow down his fast heartbeat. He crouched in front of him and held his shoulders. Hey, he said softly and pulled him close. Are you okay? Jacob looked into his eyes, feeling very, very different. He nodded and allowed him to help him to his feet. I'm a god, he breathed. Hunter grinned when he saw a different twinkle in his eye. He was much more dominant now, yet he would never show it, and Hunter would never admit it. Everyone else walked over, and Margot was overwhelmed by his aura. It was magnificently tough and mighty, just his presence oozed leadership, authoritative and influential qualities. I can't get my head around what I just saw, Dot said and ran a hand through his hair. How do you feel, son? Different. Jacob could feel the other gods within him, and they were somehow all combined. He didn't want to say that he felt incredibly superior, but that is the only way he could describe it. What he feels, thinks, and can do is no match for anyone else. However, Jacob is humble and passive. He didn't like to think of himself as more important. He wanted to blend in with everyone else, but that would never, ever happen. When Hunter yawned, he just started to feel a little worn out. It was now after midnight, and everyone was beginning to look a little rough. I think, I want to go to bed. When he turned and started walking towards the house. If that was him, he would be full of excitement and want to talk every own's ears off about what just happened. But Flora shushed him when her grandson followed. He needs his rest. I'm sure he'll be willing to talk about it tomorrow. Hunter followed Jacob through to his bedroom. He watched him climb into bed without even changing his jeans or putting a T-shirt on. He laid on his back and watched the ceiling with a distant stare. Is this all a bit too much for you? Hunter questioned and shut the door. He climbed on the bed next to him, wondering when the first task will be given to him. The letter said he'd receive it at some point. It's not too much, Jacob whispered. I just need to get used to it. Hunter lay down next to him, but his eyes stayed glued to his. I understand. Jacob started to fiddle with his hands, and a question was making its way up his throat. See, can you hug me until I fall asleep? His voice was barely above a whisper, and his heart thumped. He watched Hunter grin wide and snuggle close. His warmth and irresistible scent filled him with comfort and pleasure. He turned and buried his head into his shoulder as they coiled their arms around each other. Sleep well, Hunter whispered in his ear. His eyelids were closed and heavy. He didn't want to go to sleep, but his body really needed it. When 7:30 rolled around on the clock, Anthony knocked loudly on the boys' bedroom door. He had talked with Scott about what to do today, and they both had received phone calls from college to tell them their sons were skipping too many classes. They were not sure if they wanted them to continue with their education. Not when there are bigger things for them to concentrate on. But maybe a normal day for Jacob is just what he needs. Boys, get up. It's a college day. Anthony yelled through the door. Hunter woke up with his face pressed into the side of Jacob's. His arms were around him, holding him tight. Jacob had been awake for about half an hour and he could not bring himself to move. He loved the feel of Hunter's embrace. He felt very safe. Morning, he whispered when he pulled his head back. Hunter rubbed his tired eyes and stretched. He mumbled a response, not wanting to get up until he remembered what happened last night. "Your wolf is amazing," he murmured. "It's better than yours." Hunter opened his eyes and stared at Jacob. "You're such a liar." Jacob's chocolate brown eyes twinkled in the morning sunlight. He sat up and took a calming breath. He started to climb out of bed, but Hunter grabbed him and pulled him close. "Where's my morning hug and kiss?" Jacob's lips curled into a tiny smile as he hugged back. They rested their foreheads together and watched each other's lips. Hunter licked his because they were a bit dry, however. It sent a shiver of pleasure through Jacob, and that was his intention. They both moved their heads in close and kissed. Jacob was getting more comfortable and he was kissing with more ease. Hunter liked feeling him relaxed and not tense when they were so close. He really wanted to take it further, but they did need to get up for college. Jacob pulled back with a nervous question. Later, can you? He knew what he wanted to ask, but he didn't really want to say it out loud. Although, Hunter knew exactly what he was going to say. The best way to get used to kissing is by practicing. "I told you. My lips are always available." Jacob blushed, just as the bedroom door opened. "Boys, get up. We're going in 20 minutes. Margot said loudly. She had so many questions for Jacob, but he needed to get used to this change before he could answer things about himself. "Fine." Hunter groaned and allowed his mate to climb out of bed when Scott popped his head into the room. "They'll pick you boys up after college because we're going back to my house and inviting Nathan over to sort this mess out. Your mother won't be there, but we can have a barbecue and spend some time in the pool." "Sound good?" Jacob nodded. He knew everyone was desperate to talk about last night, and he was grateful that they restricted themselves. Like right now. He knew what the weather would be like all day here. He knew what the weather would be like 300 miles away. He knew the exact time the sun would set, and he knew it was only 2 weeks and 3 days into summer because feel it. The sky was telling him what it was doing, and he listened without even knowing it. Hunter sat up with a tiny frown. The thought of relaxing in the pool would be bliss for most teenagers on a hot day. But not for him. He had a huge fear of water and found himself dreading the idea. It was the fact that he couldn't swim and refused to learn. It was who he had lost to the waves and what he has experienced. Just the thought of being near its end horrid shivers right through him. He didn't even want to think about his loved ones being surrounded by water. He would surely freak out if Jacob set 1 foot in the pool. Margot knew exactly what he was thinking about, and her heart broke. Maybe it was time to talk about the past and let some troubling and haunting memories finally be sent to rest. In this novel, there's a heart-wrenching plot. Hunter has been living in self-reproach and pain due to a past mistake, feeling unworthy of love. But his partner Jacob never abandons him. Jacob offers support and encouragement when Hunter is at his most vulnerable. This emotional contrast fills the story with warmth and strength. Chapter 59. As Jacob and Hunter entered the college campus, their intertwined fingers drew curious glances from passing students. Jacob, ever sensitive to Hunter's moods, noticed a tension in his partner's demeanor that had persisted throughout the morning. "What's bothering you?" Jacob asked, his voice laced with Hunter's ability to shield his thoughts was impeccable, leaving Jacob feeling slightly frustrated. "It's nothing," Hunter replied. His tone clipped. Jacob persisted, his caring nature shining through. "There is something. You're being grumpy." Hunter let out a heavy sigh, his protective instincts flaring as he shot a warning glare at a girl openly staring at Jacob. Well, you know I don't like water," and Hunter began. But Jacob quickly interjected. "You don't have to go in the pool. It's fine." Hunter's scowl deepened. It's not fine, though. Jacob halted their progress, turning to face his partner. I can't help you if you won't tell me what's wrong. You don't need to know, Hunter replied, his voice tight. The weight of his past trauma pressed heavily on his mind. The shame and self-blame threatening to overwhelm him. The thought of revealing such a horrific mistake in a public place was unbearable. Jacob's voice dropped to a whisper, acutely aware of the stares they were attracting. Are you sure? Jacob, this is my problem. Just drop it, okay? Hunter's tone left no room for argument. Okay, Jacob conceded, his lack of confidence momentarily overshadowed by a spark of assertiveness. But stop frowning. It's annoying. Hunter cocked his head, a hint of amusement breaking through his somber mood. You're quite demanding when you're confident. It's cute. Jacob's cheeks flushed crimson at the compliment, his easily embarrassed nature on full display. Hunter's expression softened, realizing the unfairness of his mood. We're gonna be late for class, Jacob mumbled, trying to regain his composure. Hunter shrugged, his rebellious streak showing. I don't care. It's not like we're supposed to be here anyway. Hunter, a voice called out, and Joe jogged over, his eyes deliberately avoiding Jacob. Hey man, I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. Oh hey, Joe, Hunter replied, barely masking his disinterest. He was acutely aware of Joe's attempts to befriend him solely for his popularity, a fact that grated on his nerves. So I was wondering if you wanted to come to a party tonight, Joe suggested, his gaze continually drawn to Jacob despite his efforts to ignore him. No thanks. I'm busy, Hunter declined politely, his arm instinctively tightening around Jacob's waist. Oh, come on. You can even bring him. He pointed at Jacob, who stared blankly into the distance. He could feel everything Joe was feeling. He knew that wasn't normal, but he was accepting it. Joe has a self-centered personality and thought everything should revolve around him. He was desperately pleading for Hunter to come to his party for social acceptance, and he didn't like the fact that he was gay, but he still looked cool, so it was okay to invite him. Right now, he felt nervous but confused as to why someone would refuse his party, because he was also very strongly opinionated. Jacob didn't know any of this about him before, and it was odd how he could just feel it. His name is Jacob. Hunter spoke in a monotone voice, clearly showing his low level of interest. And no, we're both busy tonight. Are you seriously turning it down? Not everyone wants you there. You should be honored that I'm inviting you after dating him. Hunter laughed in his face. I've never been to one of your parties. Have you ever stopped to think why? Hunter snaked his arm around Jacob's waist and pulled their bodies together. Because they're boring and would rather be snogging this guy instead of being hit on by desperate girls. Jacob pursed his lips together, trying to keep back his amusement as Joe shock slapped him in the face. He and Hunter were not aware that the pack had walked over and were standing behind them. What? Sam questioned, making them turn. He was frowning at Joe. You can leave now. Joe's friends, who had been watching, lowered their heads and turned away with embarrassment, not expecting him to be shot down so fast. Jacob watched him turn and slump away. He liked to keep himself to himself. Joe's really different. Sam got jealous when people outside of the pack talked to his alpha. They wanted him all to themselves, but of course, Jacob was an exception. All of a sudden, Jonah, Ricky, and Harrison all dropped to one knee and bowed respectfully. 𝐶𝐴C hesitated but did the same. Sam and Hunter glanced around when they received funny looks, but they had heard Jacob's howl and his words last night. He was their leader, and it was only the right thing to do in his presence. Boys, get up. Hunter sighed and scratched the back of his head. He knew other wolves go to this college and really hoped they didn't see Jacob, because they'd most likely do the same. Not in public. Okay. They quickly stood up but felt very, very proud. Their families could not believe that their children were part of a pack that included a god. Just then, the bell rang and Jacob rolled his eyes. I told you I'd be late. After Scott picked them up from college and arrived home, he handed a huge bag of clothes to his son. I know you've had a growth spurt and you've been borrowing Hunter's clothes for the past few days. So I bought you a lot of new stuff that will actually fit you properly." He chuckled. Jacob smiled happily, which caused Hunter to watch in fascination. "Thanks, Dad." William stood and examined him. "It's not fair. You're my little brother, and you're bigger than me. Better hit the gym then, William." Anthony chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Yes." Sam came out of nowhere with an excited bounce to his step. "I need a gym buddy." "No, I never said I would." "Great. I'm going tomorrow." Sam grinned. He knew William might be feeling a little left out with all the focus on his brother. "See," Hunter chuckled. Sam was always so full of energy, so he could spend hours in the gym and out-train everyone. He is very strong and incredibly motivated. "That was easy." William groaned and walked into the kitchen. Sam decided to follow and talk about his training schedule because he was deadly serious about needing someone to work out with. "I'm gonna go get changed." Jacob mumbled and walked towards the stairs as Anthony pulled some shorts out of a bag for Hunter. "I brought these over, just in case you wanted to chill in the pool." His eyes watched with extreme caution, knowing it was a rough subject for his son. Hunter waited until Scott had left before taking them. "I don't want to be anywhere near the pool." He sighed glumly. "I know, son, but this happened years ago. You need to let go eventually." "I can't," he whispered so nobody heard. "Not even Sam knows why he hates water." "Maybe. We need to talk about it. I don't know what's going on in your head, and clearly, it's not good if you can't even face water after all this time." Hunter hovered from one foot to the other. "Just not today." He mumbled and headed in the same direction as his mate. Anthony watched him disappear up the stairs with a heavy heart. Jacob was getting changed when Hunter walked in without even thinking about it. They both froze when Jacob was basically naked with one foot in his shorts. Oh, Hunter's eyes didn't flinch. They stared with big pupils. What a nice surprise. Jacob was deeply embarrassed and couldn't bring himself to move. "Close your eyes." "Really? There's nothing to be ashamed of, just do it." Hunter shut the door and closed his eyes with a sigh. Jacob quickly pulled his swimming shorts on and clenched his teeth, trying to settle his heart. Hunter opened his eyes and crossed his arms. "It's say we're even now. You see my beautiful sculptured body." He grinned. "And my God, goodness, are you perfect." Jacob watched him with red cheeks. "I'm not." "Of course you are. I can't wait for you to see yourself like I do." Hunter then pulled off his t-shirt, making his mate frown. "I'm getting changed. Feel free to look. Or don't. I don't care, and you shouldn't either. We're both guys, and eventually, this will be normal for us." Jacob tensed his body when Hunter pulled off his trousers. His eyes were staring at his muscles while they flexed with his movement. He was immensely attracted to him, and Hunter was right. What is there to be embarrassed about? However, he was about to close his eyes when he pulled off his boxers. Hunter could feel his eyes on him, and he smirked. Poor Jacob. His innocent mind was screaming at him, but he didn't blame him. Some people are just self-conscious if they find it hard to accept themselves in the mirror. How are they supposed to look looking at anyone else? The most important thing for you to remember, Hunter said and pulled on his shorts, is that I'm not judging your body. It's perfect, and I'll always see it that way. Even if you don't. Jacob walked over and took the door handle. "We should probably kiss." "Yes, I think so too." Hunter grabbed his face and pushed him against the door. Their warm chest rested together as he kissed him. Jacob was surprised, but his feelings were strong while he loosely held his waist. Hunter roughly kissed him and found it cute that his mate struggled to keep up. He wasn't sure if he was masking his troubled thoughts with affection because it was easy to overpower his sadness. He pulled back but kept his face unbelievably close. Less than a centimeter fell between them. The quicker you learn to love yourself, the easier it'll be to let others love you. Jacob studied his mystic gray eyes as they stared deep into his. His gaze brushed over his small collection of freckles that were only visible up close. I think we should go downstairs." Hunter sighed and shook his head. "You're so good at dodging topics. So are you." Hunter shrugged and lightly pinched his cheek. "You have a point there, I guess." Jacob liked how they could talk about serious stuff and occasionally argue but still be on good terms. He was starting to gain the confidence to speak what was on his mind because Hunter was always ready for a discussion. "So can you stop pinning me to the door?" he whispered. "Ugh, fine." He winced and stood back. Jacob turned and rolled his eyes, also hiding a little smile while he walked into the hallway and towards the stairs. Hunter followed and generously stared at his bare back on the way into the garden. He stopped when Sam was sitting by the side of the pool with his legs in the water. His heart started beating hard and he swallowed down his sudden panic. Jacob knew Hunter was going to tell him what was wrong, so his brother, who was sitting in the shallow end, blowing up an inflatable shark. Where and why did you get that?" Hunter looked around to see his mom talking with his grandmother and his dad helping Scott with the barbecue. Why was Nathan not here yet? He wondered if he was bringing Vic. He still was sure about his mate being related to him, but maybe getting to know each other will change his opinion. Hunter, Margot spoke softly. He didn't realize she had walked over until she was right in front of him. "Go and enjoy yourself. Nothing is going to happen. You know how cautious we're being." Hunter nodded, but he was full of tension while Jacob sat down, also dipped his feet in the cool water. He smiled at the werewolf, not liking how he was feeling. "Is Hunter okay?" Scott asked. Anthony watched him walk over to the pool. "Not around water. I lost my parents in a freak accident when he was little." Scott frowned with sorrow. He could, unfortunately, relate to that. "I'm sorry, Anthony. What happened?" "Well," he sighed. "My parents and Hunter were driving back from a camping holiday when they got hit by a car that lost control. They swerved and drove straight into a river. The car filled with water, but the guy that crashed into them jumped in and managed to pull Hunter out. Unfortunately, he got stuck trying to get my parents and they drowned. All three of them." Anthony had come to terms with it, but Hunter hadn't. He was stuck by the side of the river for almost an hour until the emergency services came to rescue him. He couldn't swim and spent the time coughing up water. He knew his grandparents had drowned and it really messed with his head for a long time. He blames himself because they were arguing when they crashed the car. They had left one of his favorite toys behind in the campsite and he was throwing a little tantrum. If they were not arguing, maybe they would have seen the car swerve and somehow managed to avoid the collision. "Hold on a second." Scott frowned. "Who was it who jumped in to save them?" I think his name was Durr. No. Maybe Daniel Jones. Or something similar. I guess he was a brave guy. He saved Hunter." Scott sighed. "Anthony, my father died by drowning. He crashed his car and jumped into a river to save a couple and a child who he accidentally knocked off the road." Anthony watched him with a growing frown. "What was his name?" "Daryl Jones. And I think he saved your son's life." He breathed. "But killed your parents." Chapter 60. Anthony rested a gentle hand on Don Scott's shoulder when he looked a little worried. "Now, I don't want tension between us. I was lost for years when my parents died, and at first, I blamed the man who crashed into them, but I also praised him. He saved my son but killed my parents. There was an investigation put into it because I demanded it. Anthony sometimes hated talking about it. There was not a day that went by when he didn't think about his mom and dad. There was oil on the road and nobody had reported it. All your dad had to do was simply break and lose control. Which is exactly what he did. The person who spilled the oil and didn't report it got fined, and that was that. His parents were gone in a blink of an eye and he could do nothing about it. His son was broken, but at least he was living and able to be patched up from that dark day. I can't believe it." Scott glanced over to his boys. They were so sad when their granddad died. He was the one grandparent who Jacob loved because he was fully accepted by him. Unlike Grace's parents, what a crazy coincidence. "I know." Anthony sighed and watched his wife. He was telling her in his head what they were talking about. "These things happen more than you think. I'm sorry that your father died to save mine. And I'm sorry that your parents died due to mine." Scott never thought he'd be talking about his father like this. "But I am glad he saved your son. He has been a blessing in our lives." He can be difficult at times, but I love him more than anything in the world. I hope one day he can find peace with what happened. He really beats himself up about it. Poor thing. I'm sure if he told Jacob about it, he would be extremely supportive. Hunter sat a few feet away from the pool and crossed his legs. He didn't like seeing Jacob close, but he needed to pull himself together. It was like he was alone and helpless. People are here who could help if anything did happen. This water is so nice. I hope the weather stays like this all week. Sam lowered himself into it and swam over to his alpha, who was sitting at the other side. It won't, Jacob mumbled. Unintentionally. Can you tell with your powers? Sam asked. It was obvious that Hunter was tense and jumpy. He always has been when around water. Jacob simply nodded. I don't know how. He shrugged, not really understanding his capabilities yet. So it's the weather forecast. Sam chuckled, but his eyes were sympathetic. He understood that something drastic has happened in his alpha's life to make him hate water so much. Storms all week. Yeah. Okay then, lightning keeper. Sam spoke with sarcasm and flicked some water at Hunter, who turned when the back door opened, and Stott walked out with Nathan. He was followed by his wife Kayla and their son Vic. Hunter silently sighed and turned back to his mate with dull eyes. He didn't want to see his one true enemy today and try to be friends. It was going to be uncomfortable. Don't be difficult with him. If 𝐻𝐸s being nice, be nice too. After spending every day with Hunter, Jacob understood that if he didn't like a situation or a person, he wasn't exactly cooperative and easy to get on with. Hunter was a little dramatic and sometimes did things that suited him, not others. That was all part of being dominant and a high-ranked alpha. Fine, Hunter muttered. He would do anything for his mate, and if that means being civil with Vic, the alpha of the filthy rat pack, then so be it. Scott watched Nathan greet Anthony, Margot, and Flora. He had a lot of questions, but before he could maybe suggest talking inside, Kayla, and Vic dropped to one knee when Jacob stood up. It's an honor. Nathan unspoken bowed his head. Your howl last night was so powerful. William raised his eyebrows. His brother really was royalty of the wolves. But Jacob stood and started to fidget. He really didn't like getting bowed to. However, he had not quite grasped how important he is. You don't have to do that, Nathan. You're family, Scott said. He was still a bit shaken up after finding out about his dad and Anthony's parents. Poor Hunter for going through such a traumatic experience. Although now was not the time to dwell on it. He had to know more about his wife and her big secret. Let's talk inside so this doesn't fall on unauthorized ears. Nathan and his family stood up. They have always been big believers of the gods, and they never thought they'd ever be related to one. Hunter subconsciously pulled Jacob away from the side of the pool as everyone made their way into the living room. They filled up the small but chunky couches while some people had to sit on cushions on the floor. Scott's home was big, but it was the perfect size for his family. Right? This has been playing on my mind for ages now. Scott sighed and watched Nathan. Just start from the beginning. I need to know everything. Vic chose to sit next to Hunter, who earned death glares from Sam, his jealous beta wolf. Hunter was visibly agitated while Jacob's profound aura overwhelmingly floated around the room. If someone didn't know he was a god, they would surely feel it. Okay, it'll be easier if I'm not interrupted. Nathan could feel his wife's hand strongly intertwined with his, giving him the courage to speak in front of so many judging eyes. He and Anthony are friends but stayed away because their sons hated each other. It was very odd that they were here because Hunter's mate is related to him. It's strikingly unusual how people are brought together in this world. He took a breath and wondered where to begin. So, when I was 18, I was bonded with Kayla. I had no idea that wolves existed, and much like Jacob, I was shocked, confused, and I felt a little cheated. I had grown up believing that only humans and animals lived on this earth. It took me a long time to get my head around it, so I turned to Grace. Kayla and her family gave me permission to tell her, so I did. She didn't believe me, so we showed her. I was hoping for support in someone who I could talk to who was still human, but Grace very quickly rejected me. I was quite offended because she said that it was normal. I was normal and didn't deserve to be part of her life. My parents didn't like 𝐾𝐤, so I quickly lost my family. Nathan had been so desperate to say all of this for years. When William was born, I tried to be involved, but Grace rejected me again and threatened to the authorities about werewolves and out our secret. I couldn't be responsible for that, so I kept my distance. When Jacob was born, she spotted me standing near the house when you first brought him home from the hospital. I wanted to see my nephews, but that was the final straw for me, and she sent people to our home to rob us of everything. They even hurt Vic because he wouldn't stop crying. He was only a baby. Scott's mouth hung open. She sent people to hurt you because you wanted to be part of our son's lives. He questioned. Nathan nodded. I couldn't believe it either. We are family. You don't do that to your family. We were close too, just like Jacob and William. It still hurts to know that she hates me so much to do something like that. Anthony and Margot glanced at each other. It sounded like there was more to this story. Surely, Grace doesn't just despise werewolves. But why did she come out of the shadows now and ask for you to be involved with 𝐿𝐤𝐽? Thora asked. Nathan looked at his nephews and then at his son. Vic sat with crossed arms as he listened to his dad. He has known about Grace, Jacob and William for a long time, but he never thought to think that Jacob was his relative when Hunter was mates with someone of the same name. I think she freaked out when he was paired with Hunter. She rejected the fact that her son was going to be involved with wolves his whole life. When she realized that even she couldn't stop it from happening, I guess she wanted someone who she could sort of trust to look after him. William watched his little brother as the guilt and the sadness built in his eyes. He knew Jacob felt responsible for quite a lot of his mother's mistakes, and it wasn't fair. I just don't get it. Stott sighed. Yes, we never talked about werewolves because obviously we were keeping secrets from each other, but not once did I think she would do such a thing to her family. It's cruel, and I was aware that she was capable of it. Scott didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe she has changed after all this time, and he needed to speak to her and see if she regrets what she has done. If not, a divorce was sadly in sight. He could not be married to someone like her, especially after what she has done to Jacob for so long. There's more you should know. Nathan sighed sadly. This might be a shock to you, and I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. But the people she sent to rob us and terrorize us all those years ago worked for my parents. Everyone felt like his words had kicked them in the stomach. The sound was suddenly sucked out of the room, and Jacob turned numb. A pin drop would be extremely visible in the silence. I'm sorry. Stott said forwards, his eyes leaking with extreme Her parents. Nathan nodded and took a big breath. I only found this out recently, and honestly, it really horrified me. He didn't want to hurt for him to look Scott in the eye, but he felt incredibly ashamed. My parents are werewolf hunters. Chapter 61. Werewolf hunters are ruthless. They have one mind set in one way of thinking. They believe that werewolves are unnatural and don't have a right to exist in a world where humans are dominant in charge. They think that because they live in secret, it's insulting to try and trick the superior race and live among them like they're equal. And that's exactly how Nathan's parents think. How do you know this? Anthony questioned. Grace told me. Nathan sighed. We met up in the woods a few days ago. It was the first time I had seen her since Jacob was born. What exactly did she tell you? Scott asked. If this information is true. He was ready to get extremely angry. When we met up, she told me like she was proud of it. I thought that she had only just found out, but apparently, she told my parents about me as soon as I showed who 𝐾𝐤 really is. That is why they don't like her, but they rejected me because it was easier than killing me. I am their son after all. Did she tell them about Jacob? Nathan shook his head. Of course she didn't. She was too ashamed that her family wasn't perfect. Jacob's heart was punctured. His mom hid him from the world because she was humiliated by him. It was too much to hear. He wanted to block it out and pretend like it was happening, just for a little while. Hunter turned when he felt his affliction. He opened his mouth to ask if he needed a moment alone, but he was gone. He blinked, not expecting that. Jacob didn't even make a noise. Nothing moved. Not even the atmosphere. One moment he was here. The next he was gone. What the Vic frowned and Hunter instantly sat in Jacob's spot, not wanting to sit next to him anymore. Everyone looked up, realizing that he was no longer here. 𝐊𝐲 having time by himself. Hunter studied his thoughts, trying to figure out where he had gone. Jacob's bare feet were quickly standing on cool grass, but his landing washed smooth and he fell onto his knees. He sighed and looked up. He was kneeling in the field he used to visit when he had tough days at college. This is where Hunter followed him and connected the bond. He fell onto his back and stared up at the clouds. They were growing dark and he knew the storm was coming to comfort him. Where are you? Hunter's voice filled his head. In a field. Okay. I'll fill you in on what else we talk about later. Enjoy your peace and quiet. Jacob laid down, smiled to himself, and closed his eyes. He took a big breath of fresh air and let it out slowly. He could hear the birds singing to each other in the distant trees. He could hear the occasional buzzing of insects and the rustling of leaves in the afternoon breeze. Thinking of his mom and her unpleasant family was clouding his thoughts, so he blocked it out. He fully relaxed and thought about the other gods that he could feel. It was a very odd sensation. He couldn't contact them, but it was like their souls were mixed together. He wondered if they were confused about the change or if they knew it was going to happen. He wondered if they came from human families or if they were already werewolves. He also wondered if they were royalty and high-rank civilians. Would they meet one day? He was more than sure they would, but he felt nervous about it. What if they didn't like him? What if he could give a bad impression of himself on their first encounter? What if... Stop thinking that way. There's no need to do that to yourself. Hunter was like the voice of reason. Even before Jacob knew who he was, it saved him from messy situations and breakdowns. I can't help it. I know you can't. But you need to relax. Now is not the time to stress yourself out over nothing. Jacob rolled onto his side and watched a beetle conquer the tall blades of grass. Big raindrops started splashing on the ground around him, but not once did they touch him. His storm was here, watching over him and fueling his powers. He rested his head against his arm and enjoyed being on his own, even if it was for just a little while. Grace stood outside her home. Margot, an Anthony's truck, was parked behind her husband's on the driveway. Another car was parked by the side of the street, and she knew her brother was here. Her eyes scanned the home she made a family in. She had hopes of living here with Scott forever. They'd grow old, make new memories, and let their children grow up and live their own lives. After Scott's dad told her about Jacob, her hopes and dreams were shattered. How could she live with a son who was a werewolf god? Her parents say they are the worst kind. She never understood why, but it's because they exist to help the wolves. At first, she was skeptical about hating them. Her brother had been paired with a werewolf and she was a bit intrigued. However, her parents threatened to abandon her and ruin her relationship with Scott, so she cut ties with her brother and never saw him again. Over the years, she just started seeing her parents' closed-minded opinions and began to hate the wolves. She was smart enough not to tell them about her son, but she was devastated, and that is why she tore him apart. She thought that if he didn't have the confidence and the characteristics of a god, then he simply would not be one. Of course, that did not work. It was in Jacob's destiny, and it always has been. I'm so sorry. She whispered and pulled out a letter from her pocket. This was her goodbye. Her parents are dangerous people. They have managed to kill many werewolves without a single hesitation, and if they ever found out about Jacob, they would try and kill him too, and she just couldn't cope with that. So she was leaving. This home, her family, her career, her life. Everything was gone to keep her family safe. She knows she has not been a good mother, and she regrets leaving her brother behind and not being there for him. But she could no longer live with the fear of her parents finding out about Jacob and their involvement with werewolves. To start helping him, she had to remove herself from his life, and it is the hardest thing she will ever do. She walked up the concrete path with William and Jacob's handprints embedded into it. She gulped her utter sorrow and held her head high before stopping outside the front door. She wanted to break down, beg for forgiveness, and hug her family. It was hard coming to terms with it, but it was for the greater good. With a trembling lip, She pushed the goodbye note through the letter box. Her breath caught in her throat as the tears came without command. She quickly turned and ran back to the car. She didn't look back as she reversed onto the street and drove away. Hopefully, never to be seen again by her beloved family. "I think I can see him," Hunter said as Sam and William walked through the woods. Jacob had been in the field for almost an hour and a half. He has been asleep for around an hour and Hunter thought it was time to see if he was okay. They decided not to really talk about anything else back at the house now that Jacob was gone. But as soon as they left, Anthony started asking about Nathan's parents and where they were based. He was going to make sure that he knew everything about them so he could watch out for any threats. He was a little annoyed that his son was cooperating with Vic, but there wasn't much he could do. They haven't hated each other for years for no reason. Vic is inconsiderate, annoying, selfish and filled with jealousy. Nobody has seen the note Grace put through the letterbox yet. It was still sitting on the wooden floor, waiting to be noticed. "Is he still sleeping?" William asked. "Yeah, he's dreaming about lightning. You can hear his dreams." Well, I can hear what he is thinking about lightning." William smiled. He was so happy that things were looking up for Jacob. It was hard for him to see him struggling for so long. If he knew what his mom was doing to him, he would have protected him from her bullying years ago. "Do you argue much?" he asked and saw the approaching field. "We have, yes. The bond is strong, but we can still disagree on things." William nodded. He was protective over his little brother, but he trusted Hunter. "As long as you don't argue in front of me, that's fine. But even if Jacob's in the wrong, you know I'll take his side." "I know." Hunter frowned, not knowing where this sudden protective behavior came from. "You're his brother. I'd expect that from you." William was just feeling a little hurt about his family. His mom and dad used to be such a powerful couple and it was all built on lies. He was trying to keep his relationship with his brother closely combined. He didn't want them to drift apart too. Sam watched him, wondering what it was like to have a sibling. "Maybe we should let them talk for a bit, Alpha," he suggested. "A lot of attention has been on Jacob and William has been a tiny bit neglected." "Yes, he's 19, but family issues are never fun to deal with alone." Hunter stopped and turned. "I agree. Actually, I need to have a pack meeting today." He patted William's shoulder. "Well, see you later then." "Yeah, thanks." William smiled and continued through the field. Jacob was embraced in his own little bubble, completely oblivious to the world around him as his brother sat down. He prodded him with his foot and watched a frown appear. "Jacob." He frowned deeper, but he clearly didn't want to wake up. "Jacob." William eased and prodded him again. This time, Jacob opened his eyes to see green. Hunter immediately invaded his thoughts, remembering when he said it was his favorite color. He turned and was surprised to see his brother giving him a big smile. "Hi," he whispered and stretched. "What time is it?" "I don't know. Like 4. William checked his phone and nodded. "Are you okay? Did it get a bit too much?" Jacob nodded and sat up. He watched him for a moment before rubbing his eyes. "I can't believe they're werewolf hunters." "I know. It's so weird how our whole family is tied with this wolf world. Are you okay, Will?" "I will be. I'm still trying to get used to everything. Our family is changing fast." He smiled and pulled at the grass. "What are your thoughts on Mom?" "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it." Jacob chewed on his bottom lip. He found it so easy to talk to his brother about things like this. "Honestly, I hate her for it. She abandoned her brother and I can't imagine ever doing that to you." He sighed. "And she was never really there for me, even when she thought she was. I wish I saw it." William was full of sympathy. "I wish I knew what she was doing to you. But even Dad didn't know when he's the one who can understand people the most. At least it's over now and there are no more secrets." William nodded and shuffled closer. He put his arms around his brother and hugged him tightly. Jacob hugged him back, feeling calm and refreshed after his little nap in the clean air. "Promise me we'll always be close, Jay. No matter what happens in our lives." Jacob hugged him like it was the first time they had embraced in a while. He loved his brother and his dad. He felt blessed to be part of a new family, even though his own was falling apart. When one door closes, another one always opens, and in this case, it has brought Hunter into his life and pulled him closer to those who he needed the most. Bad things can lead to positive outcomes if it's fought for. I promise. Chapter 62. It was 7:30 in the morning when Scott noticed the letter on the floor. He picked it up with a frown when it said to Scott and his family. He wondered who it would be from as he placed it on the kitchen counter. He didn't have time to open it now. He had to wake the boys up. Jacob and Hunter stayed here because they want time with Jacob's family. Scott climbed up the stairs and felt the toll of the sleepless nights giving him less energy. He wished he could just forget about his wife for now, but they've been together for such a long time. He never thought this would happen to their relationship. He wasn't prepared to cope. Boys. He spoke loud enough to partially pull them out of their dreams. Jacob was sprawled over the top of Hunter because there was very little room on the single bed. William was half hanging off his bed, not looking very comfortable. Boys. Hunter jumped out of his dream with a gasp. When he called and get up, he looked down to see Jacob pinning him to the bed. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. Try not to think about his bad dream. Are you all right, Hunter? Scott asked with a friendly but worn-out smile. Yeah. He breathed and shook Jacob's shoulder. Wake up. We have college today. He groaned a response and tried to roll over, but there was no room. William sat up and squinted his eyes. I hate college. He whined before rising to his feet. Scott chuckled and opened the bathroom door that's it next to the bedroom. Get a shower. Then make sure you're all downstairs in 20 minutes. Jacob buried his head into Hunter's shoulder, thinking it was his pillow. Come on, Jacob. He ran a hand through his soft hair. It's time to get up. Jacob eventually lifted his head and was pulled into the present. He looked around and really wished he could just lay in bed with Hunter all morning. Right. They'll see you when you've finished. Hunter stopped himself from turning around in the college corridor. He had a questioning look but understood that the bell would ring soon. Are you sure you don't want me to stay with you? Jacob shook his head as they stood outside the classroom. I don't need babysitting. Hunter grinned and wrapped his arms around him. Even though the hallway was full of other students waiting for the lesson to begin, he didn't care one bit. Fine. He leaned forwards and kissed his cheeks. It created a few stares and whispers, but a lot of people were really not bothered. I'll see you later then. But just before he pulled away, Jacob gripped him tighter and kissed him on the lips. Pleasure ran down Hunter's spine at a surprise burst of confidence by E. Jacob let go and gave him a cute smile. Hunter was somewhat starstruck, yet he kept himself together. Yeah. Oh bye. He stared with glossy eyes when the door to the classroom opened and people began piling in. But Jacob didn't move. He could only stare back. Hunter then grinned, creating a little hint of a dimple in his cheek as he stepped forwards and pulled him into him. I just need to. He pushed their faces together and kissed him. Jacob kissed back, feeling so much joy flowing through him. He has never felt this way at college before. He was always stood with his head down, trying to keep himself together enough to get through the day. Now he looks forward to every day because Hunter is part of it. The bell rang and Hunter reluctantly pulled away. I gotta go. See you soon. Jacob watched him turn and sprint down the corridor with a twinkle in his eye. He then shifted towards the classroom, though stopped when he saw Brad standing at the door. Hey, he greeted him with a sheepish expression. Jacob knew that he had apologized to Hunter, but he hasn't spoken to him at all. I know I owe you an apology, but I don't want to do it here. Brad looked different. He looked happy. Would you like to sit next to me in class today? He knew he should bow in his presence, but they were in public, so he didn't risk it. With a bit of thought, Jacob nodded. He could feel his apology, and he could see that he was a changed man. He was more relaxed, free and at ease with himself. Being in a new pack is just what he needed, and he could see it. Thank you. He replied quietly and followed him into the room. Hunter was one of the first students to quickly leave his lecture when it was done. He had the attention span of a 4-year-old sometimes and found himself staring at the wall instead of the PowerPoint. He was finished for the day and so was Jacob. Now it was time to find each other. Head home, get some lunch and start training the god's powers. His telekinesis has not shown up yet and Hunter wanted him to be comfortable with everything he has received. As he wandered through the busy corridor, a hand grabbed his arm, stopping him. He turned to see a short woman with big eyes staring up at him. She wore a lot of makeup and had tightly fitting clothes on that clung to her curves. Hunter cringed and pulled his arm out of her grip. This woman was called Casey. Hunter knew her through friends until one night when he was at a party. He got way too drunk and they took things a bit too far. He barely remembers anything and she was just tipsy compared to the state he was in. She took it. Yet there was still alcohol in both of their systems so he could not place the blame on anyone. Hey Hunter. She pouted her ruby red lips and stood closer. I didn't see you at Joe's party last night. I've never been to one of Joe's parties. He frowned and took a step back. He invited you though. Why didn't you come? I wanted to see you. Hunter shuddered. He felt awkward and started edging away. I didn't want to go. I was with that shy boy. She glanced him up and down with fake eyelashes almost covering her cold blue eyes. I've heard rumors about you and I know they're not true. After what we did, that was a mistake. In fact, that was probably the second biggest mistake I have ever made. The first one was, of course, not telling Jacob who he was the night they heard each other's voice in their heads. Now don't be like that. You enjoyed it. What's to say it won't happen again? Someone cleared their throat, making them both look up. Jacob was standing behind Casey with crossed arms and a little frown. Hunter suddenly felt his jealousy filling him up to the very brim. Oh look, oh look. She smiled. It's your rumor. She glanced him up and down, clearly liking what she saw. However, Jacob knew exactly what they were talking about and no woman was allowed to look at him like that. He completely trusted Hunter. It was other people who he could not fully rely on. Please excuse me, he said quietly, but stop hitting on my boyfriend. Hunter's eyes almost fell out of his head while his heart broke through his chest and filled with so much love. Casey raised her eyebrows and looked at Hunter, expecting him to laugh and deny it. But he didn't. You heard him. He reached out and pulled him into his side. The warmth connected when they didn't like always. It felt sensational. Casey rolled her eyes and stepped back. No wonder you kept telling me to stop. You were not even into girls. Jacob watched her turn and swiftly leave. Was Hunter forced into having an intimate night with her? That sounded worse than what it is. I don't remember any of it. That's how drunk I was. That doesn't make it okay. She clearly was. Jacob mumbled and started to glare at her when she glanced over. Hey, Hunter chuckled and cupped his chin, pulling his head to face him. Play nice. The emotion quickly left Jacob's face, and he was back to his timid self once more. Can we go now? I'm hungry. Sure. Hunter spotted his pack waiting for them by the door as he pulled his mate over. William was with his own group of friends when he caught sight of his brother. Bye guys. I'll see you tomorrow. He separated himself and walked over, only to be bombarded by Sam. William, wanna come to training today? It'll be so much fun. We're seeing what your brother is capable of, which is a lot. Actually, I'd forgotten what powers. Sam, shut up. Hunter hissed. Not in public. Oh, sorry. He whispered but took William's wrist and pulled him out of the door. Jonah raised his eyebrows and followed. Who gave him coffee? The rest of them also followed and enjoyed the sun shining on their skin. Jacob wanted to keep it sunny today because sometimes he did like to see the clear blue sky. It was summer after all. Do you think you can change into your godwolf form? Hunter questioned in his head. I want to see it again. It was amazing. I'll try. Jacob smiled when they approached the trees at the end of the car park. As they all continued forwards, nobody saw the car with blacked-out windows. Nobody saw them being observed as they headed through the woods. Nobody saw people taking photos, and nobody saw Grace's parents. Watching Jacob. Chapter 63. Everyone watched as Jacob focused on his power and his wolf form at the same time. Hunter, Sam and William had seen his magnificent beast-like form, but the others had not. Wait, stop. Hunter instantly tensed and stared behind Jacob. There are humans in the woods. Sam sighed and uncrossed his arms. You'll tell my dad so they can stalk them out. Even though it is very common to see humans in the woods, many werewolves use this area to be free and run for miles. When people are spotted, wolves keep watch and inform others of their location until they leave. Ricky, stay and keep watch until Sam's father meets you. Oh, but I wanted. Don't question me. Omega. He snapped. Ricky stopped and immediately bowed his head. Sorry, Alpha. Hunter looked around his pack and avoided Jacob's gaze, knowing he'd have a disappointed frown. Yes, he's harsh, but he's a lot nicer than some alphas, especially to his own 𝐊𝐲. Not many packs include them every day, but it was how his parents used them. So he does the same. Where's the AC? We tried to contact him this morning. Jonah spoke as Ricky walked through the trees, but we didn't get a reply. Can you try again? Jonah nodded and switched on his mind link. Come on. I can hear your belly growling from here. Hunter chuckled and took Jacob's hand. Jacob brushed off his dominant nature. It was something he just has to live with. He can't change him, and he would never want to. As they approached the top of the field that was home to Hunter's house, Jacob was getting excited to try out his telekinesis power. He had accepted the fact that it was weird and strange for him to be able to do things that others could not. But that is what makes him unique, and he is slowly starting to embrace it. Maybe you can make a sandwich with your mind. Hunter grinned. Jacob stared at him like it was the best thing he has heard all day, or maybe use it for useful things and not just to develop laziness. Jacob's eyes seemed to glaze over with thoughts of all the magical things he could do with his powers, like making food without even moving from the couch. However, he would never be that inactive, but it didn't mean 𝐾𝐜 enjoyed the idea. Hi, boys. Anthony beamed as he and Margot sat next to each other on the porch steps. They were enjoying the sunshine and enjoying one another's company. Do you have anything fun planned for the rest of the day? Just training. Hunter smiled. We're gonna help Jacob get used to his powers. Can we help? I'd love to see that too. And Margot's smile was very bright, friendly and calming. Jacob nodded, feeling a lot more relaxed in their presence, which was a big thing for him. It used to take him ages to get used to strangers. Great. Would you boys like some food? It's okay, Mom. Well, make it. Hunter's pack stayed behind, knowing they would not get food even if they bribed Margot. When they entered the house, Jacob had a question. Are you gonna look for a new Delta Wolf? He asked and patiently stood next to the sink, not wanting to invade the fridge like what Hunter was currently doing. Yeah, but I don't need one right now. It's better to sort you out first. I might start looking this weekend though. I want to expand the pack. Sometimes I think it's too small when I hear of others in different countries having like 20 members. Hunter dropped a mountain of food on the table and told Jacob to help himself. I sat with Brad today in class. You did? Yeah. He was being nice. Hunter gave him a little smile. Maybe I should invite him round this week. I think you should. I'm just glad he has found another pack. If he's happy, then it was worth it for him to leave mine. Jacob nodded but stopped and stared at the door. He suddenly looked concerned. What's up? Hunter watched a frown curl onto his forehead. I just got a feeling in my stomach that something's wrong. Hunter walked around the table and put a hand on his shoulder. Wrong or which? Ow, I don't know. I just feel like someone's here that shouldn't be. Jacob got up and quickly walked outside. He stopped behind Hunter's parents and examined the outskirts of the woods with his eyes. Are you all right, Jacob? Anthony questioned and stood up. No, he breathed. We're being watched. Margot stood up when a fearful spike hit her heart. How do you know that? I can feel it. He breathed and rubbed his chest. They're humans. Do you know where they are? Anthony asked. Jacob watched the approaching clouds until an unusual dark patch hovered over an area of the woods. There, he pointed to it. They know about the wolves. Are they werewolf hunters? Jacob nodded. He had no idea why he knew any of this. It was almost like the clouds were whispering to him about the dangers not too far away. It was warning him so he could keep people safe. There was no evidence to believe him if they didn't know he was a god. They would not be listening to his assumptions. The pack is on their way, Anthony said to his wife. He then turned to his son's mate with questioning eyes. What should we do? Jacob. Jacob seemed like he was lost in thought, however. He heard him. They're watching me through a telescope. He turned so they couldn't lip read. I know exactly where they are. Let me keep track until they're gone. Don't give them a reason to be suspicious. His godly personality was shining through, and even though he could control what he was saying, it was coming out unexpectedly. Anthony nodded with a smile. He liked this little insight into what he is capable of. So did Hunter. He was taking responsibility, acting rational and portraying leadership. He then snapped out of his little trail of thought and started fidgeting. Sorry, why, you can keep watch if you want to. He didn't want to start taking over the situation. No, it's fine. You're our leader, Jacob. Anthony sat on the steps once more. He was very cautious, and he did not like that they were being watched. Jacob turned and stared at the sky again. Hunter studied him, knowing he was up to something. You're making it rain? He asked as the sunny day quickly turned dark. They'll leave quicker. I like your thinking. Margot was very concerned that this might have something to do with Grace's parents. Has she told them about Jacob? Has she told them about this family being werewolves? Did you manage to get hold of ZAC? Hunter asked Jonah. No, HES still blocking my mind, Link. HES blocking mine too. Hunter tapped his chin with thought. Go to his house and see if HES okay. If everything is fine, bring him here and tell him we need to talk. Jonah knew that was his Alpha's way of saying HES in a lot of trouble. He turned and started walking away. He couldn't change into his wolf. Not when there were people watching them. Wait, Jacob said quickly. It's not safe. They have weapons. Jonah stopped with worried eyes. He didn't want to be hunted down and killed. Hunter turned to his dad, who now looked concerned for his liking. It has been a while since they have had to deal with humans stalking their family. Stay put. My pack is almost here. If there are more of us, they should hopefully move away. Jacob had allowed it to reign over the humans and hoped it would work in making them leave. It was strange for him to be so knowledgeable about what was going on. However, he liked that he could help. How many are there? Hunter asked. 5. Well, whatever happens. I'm confident because we have a god. Jacob covered his mouth and turned him around. We need to go inside. They're lip reading you now. Why can't I see that far? Sam sulked and climbed the steps. We have sharper vision than humans, but those telescope things are what I need. Everyone entered the home as Anthony's back approached the house in their human form. They followed, making the small studio very full. William felt incredibly outnumbered but very privileged to be among the supernatural. I don't like this. Anthony ran a hand through his hair. Do we have eyes on where the grandparents are? Yes, Ray? His beta wolf stepped forwards. I have just been told that they were outside the college when the boys left. William almost yelled. They were watching us. We didn't change into wolves. We walked home because there were humans in the woods. He turned to Sam with concern. Did your dad reach them? Sam nodded. They were innocent hikers that are out of the woods now. Ricky is on his way here. I've told him to walk because of what is going on. Jacob, do you think your mom has told her parents about you? Margot asked him. I don't know which. He sighed quietly. I don't think she would do that. Well, we didn't think she'd do a lot of things. William sighed. But HES right. That seems like too much. There's quite obviously something going on if your grandparents are watching you. Flora spoke as she walked out of the bathroom with a flowery robe and wet hair. Your 𝐿𝐼𝐴 seems suspiciously absent. Hunter's eyes intensely watched her soulful ones. That's just a coincidence. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 loyal. Is he really? She started making herself some tea. Why is he blocking your mind, Link, then? Hunter looked around his men, who lowered their eyes with respect. There's no way he has something to do with this. 𝐻ES, a member of my pack. Nobody wanted to believe that he was corrupt and involved with this, but it was very odd. William, call your father to see if everything is okay with him. I know 𝐻ES at work right now, but tell him to come here when 𝐻ES done. Not home. Anthony sighed. William nodded and pulled his phone from his pocket. I'll get in touch with 𝐿𝐴C's parents and see where he is. It just doesn't sit well with me that 𝐻ES ignoring his alpha. Margot turned and reached for her phone too. The atmosphere was stiff, causing everyone to feel a little edgy. Something deeper was going on if it involved Grace's parents. But in what way? How much did they know? It can't question them because that would give away their secret. However, they could not just sit back and allow things to unfold for them. Time is precious in a situation like this, and Jacob knew there wasn't much of it left. Hunter suddenly gasped and dropped to one knee when an unfamiliar voice boomed in his head. Everyone jumped with shock. Hunter held his head with a fearful frown as the words were strongly embedded onto his brain, giving him a fierce headache. What's happening? Hunter, are you? It's okay. Jacob interrupted Anthony and spoke softly. He knelt in front of Hunter without a hint of panic. 𝐻ES receiving our first mission. Chapter 64. Hunter leaned forwards and rested his head against Jacob's shoulder as he continued to cover his ears. As soon as he touched his mate, the pain in the voice suddenly stopped echoing in his throbbing mind. He took a breath and filled himself with Jacob's scent. Is that normal? William questions. Apparently, Margot was squeezing her husband's arm, not liking seeing her son in pain. What did you hear? Jacob's voice was replaced by the unfamiliar one invading Hunter's thoughts. He rested his hands on his tense shoulders and lifted his head. It said, These are the exact words. Hunter looked deep into his eyes. Confront the evil and protect the brave. Keep the secret of your kind by using the power. May that be psychological or physical. Do whatever it takes to banish those who threaten the wolves. Jacob listened and understood perfectly. It wants us to get rid of the werewolf hunters. Does that include your grandparents? Jacob nodded slowly. They both stood up with the thirst to suddenly complete their quest. However, this would not be easy, and Jacob wasn't sure how he would be able to do it. Well, what did it say? Anthony asked. Jacob could feel the mission within him, and it wouldn't settle until it was fulfilled. We need to get rid of the werewolf hunters. He raised his eyebrows, thinking it would be a bigger task. But it is Jacob's first one, so he must be starting out small. All of them. Just the inconvenient ones. They're all inconvenient. Sam sighed. But if your grandparents have something to do with the ones outside, do you have to get rid of them? Jacob nodded, however. He wasn't feeling particularly sorry for them at this current moment. How could anyone possibly hate something so much that they want to kill it? I need to find them and talk to them face to face. Jacob's mission seemed to be unraveling in his head. Hunter interrupted his trail of thought. We could capture the ones outside, interrogate them and kill them. Margot didn't enjoy hearing the word kill come out of her son's mouth, but she can't protect him from the harsh reality of this world no longer. Humans are dangerous with their anger, and they needed to be silenced one way or another. That's not a bad idea. Anthony was frowning with thought. Jacob, are you confident enough to teleport and grab one of them? No, Flora added. I'm not sure they know 𝐻ES a god or anything at all. They will if he teleports right in front of them. Everyone was left with a deep frown, matching Anthony's. The hardest part of a plan was making the first step. I think. Jacob trailed off when everyone in the room looked at him. So many eyes fueled his nervous fidgeting. He lost his words almost instantly, but Hunter could hear what he wanted to say. We should wait for the ones who are watching us to leave and look for the grandparents in the meantime. If they're the leaders of the organization, it's better to get to them first. Hunter coiled his fingers around Jacob's hand, sharing his confidence with him. One day he'll learn that his voice should be respected, not ignored like what he was taught by his horrendous mother. Okay, Anthony nodded. He turned to Ray and asked about where the grandparents were as Jacob found himself getting lost within Hunter's gray crystal eyes. How about you get your lunch first before starting your mission? Hunter thought with a smile. It's our mission. Jacob corrected him and turned toward the mountain of food on the table. When Scott finished work, he headed straight home. William had called him several times, but the day he leaves his phone at home is the day everyone needs to talk to him. He parked on the drive and climbed out of his car. He was surprised to see no lights on in the house. Usually, his sons were home before him. Maybe they were at Hunter's house. He unlocked the front door and entered. "Boys," he yelled and heard his voice echo off the walls. The atmosphere remained quiet while he shut the door behind him, indicating that nobody was in. He walked through to the kitchen and dropped his keys on the table, but his eyes caught sight of the letter he found on the floor this morning. He picked it up and opened it. He didn't know who it was from as he pulled out a handwritten note from the white envelope. He frowned when he recognized it as his wife's handwriting. He quickly unfolded it, desperately wanted to know if he should be concerned or not. "Dear Scott, I'm sorry. I can't do this anymore. I've caused you so much pain from trying to fix things by myself. Yes, I hate werewolves. I always have and I always will. I can't cope with the fact that my son is one. It's breaking my heart every time I look at him. So I'm leaving. I know there is so much more to say and to talk about, but I'm a coward and I have to escape the easy way. I'm sorry that I can't be the wife that you wanted and the mother you wanted, but you're all our kids have ever needed. You're a great dad and they don't need me. Not anymore. They're almost adults and Jacob deserves to rebuild his life without me dragging him down. Now, after finding out about Nathan, you've probably heard all he has to say, and I know for a fact he has told you about my parents. If not, then I'm sorry to have to tell you that they are werewolf hunters and have influenced my hatred of the wolves. And no, I have not told them about Jacob and I never would. Part of me leaving is to protect him from them. They hate the gods and won't hesitate to kill him. Scott, you have to understand that you cannot let them find out. You are all in serious danger if they do. So I guess that's it. Writing this note is the hardest thing I will have to do, and you all have to know that I will never, ever stop loving you all. My heart throbs with how much I will miss you. I love you, Scott. I always will. Grace X. Scott was utterly speechless. His wife has left a goodbye note, and the chances are he will not be able to find a single trace of her if he searched for days on end. His wide eyes spotted something else in the envelope, and he pulled it out with shaky hands. His heart dropped when he realized it was divorce letters. No, he breathed and dropped his head in his hands. He knew it might end up down this road, but he was prepared for it so suddenly. He was complete in love with Grace, right until the moment he found out that she didn't like werewolves. But 20 years of love cannot just be switched off. He was going through some serious heartache moments when he went to sleep alone and woke up with the right side of the bed empty. Even coming home to find the house quiet and still was straight. How was he going to tell his children? Suddenly, he heard the heavy vibrating of a phone. He looked around to see his line on the windowsill. He took a big breath and ran over to it. William was calling him, and he really didn't want to sound emotional. "Hello," he answered and forced a smile onto his face to sound happier. "Hey, Dad." His son breathed a sigh of relief. "Did you leave your phone at home?" "Yeah. Sorry, son, are you okay? Did you have a good day?" "A day has been a bit stressful. Can you come to Hunter's house? There have been werewolf hunters watching the house today, and we think it's because of Mung's parents." "Really?" Scott frowned and gripped the note in his hands. "That's not good at all. It'll set off now. Do you or Jacob need anything from the house?" "No, we're okay, thanks, Dad." "Okay? I'll see you soon." Scott hung up and took a moment to compose himself. He had to bury this away until he had time to think about it properly. He also had to think about signing the divorce papers, and he was in no state to do that. "Any news now?" Anthony asked his beta wolf from the couch. He was unbelievably bored because at around 2 in the afternoon, the werewolf hunters left the forest and Grace's parents had been reported at home for the rest of the day. "No, sorry, Alpha." Anthony crossed his arms and watched his son intervene with his mate's powers. "Do you think a can of beans would be too heavy to levitate?" Hunter asked. Jacob shrugged with a twinkle in his eyes. "We could try," he said quietly. Hunter grinned and straightened his arm. He threw the beans in the air, but Jacob simply watched it rise until gravity hit it and it fell to the ground. It cracked open and spilt all over the tiles. "Hunter." Margot frowned. "Jacob." Hunter frowned in return. "You were supposed to levitate it." Jacob shook his head with a slow blink. "I don't know how to." "Hunter." "Clean up that mess." Margot chuckled. Her son turned to Sam and raised his eyebrows. "You heard her." "Excuse me." "All I heard was her telling you to clean it up." He grinned. Hunter sighed and picked up the tin from the ground as Jacob watched with amusement. "Maybe use like a penny or something," he suggested before there was a knock at the door. "Stott is here." Flora chirped happily and opened the door. However, she was the first to see the despair in his eyes. He was masking his heartbreak well, but for her, it was leaking on his expression whether he liked it or not. Hello, what? Come in." She stepped aside and watched him walk in, holding an envelope in his unusually tight grip. Everyone greeted him until Anthony peeled himself up from the couch and guided him over to a quiet corner. "Did William tell you what has been happening today?" he asked. They both found it a little hard not to picture their parents who died in the same accident when they spoke to each other. "Yeah," but he looked down to the envelope with a sad sigh. "Here, read this. Grace has left me and the kids." This was her goodbye letter. "You're joking." Anthony's breath caught in his throat, not really expecting to hear that. "Where has she gone?" "I don't know. She'd want to keep it a secret." "Scott, I'm so sorry this is happening to you." "Well, I'm a little stressed, of course. She's not just leaving me and the kids. She's leaving the home that I now can't afford to rent with just my income. I'm going to have to look for somewhere different and sell my car for a cheaper one until I can sort out this mess." Anthony glanced over at his wife, who quickly came to his side and listened to him repeating Scott's words to her. Her eyebrows were raised, but she knew Grace was always pathetic, taking the easy way out. Well, our other house expansion is almost finished. Maybe they can live with us when it's ready," Margot suggested. "We'll have to discuss it with all of them, but we can't leave Scott drowning in her selfish behavior. It's not fair." Anthony smiled at her while Scott watched his boys. "They'll be devastated to hear about their mother, but maybe it was for the best. Living without her will be a fresh start. Hopefully." The grandparents are about to be tried for their hatred of the wolf pack. Their distorted views and cruel actions will be punished by the law. The wolf family stands on the side of justice, but also has complex emotions. Who will win in this battle between justice and hatred? Chapter 65. "I don't think it's a good idea for the boys to be in college." Anthony rubbed his eyes and took a long sip of his steaming coffee. The kitchen clock showed it was nearly 7:30 in the morning, and he was seriously contemplating pulling Hunter out of college. Being 18, Hunter was legally required to attend, and with Jacob's 18th birthday fast approaching, their newfound responsibilities as werewolf hunters were becoming increasingly difficult to balance with their education. "I don't either," Margot sighed, her maternal concern evident in her furrowed brow. Hunter had become increasingly reticent about his studies, and she worried the stress would soon overwhelm both her sons. "Should we just let them sleep in today?" Anthony suggested, his tone reflecting his role as the family's decision-maker. "If Hunter's tutor calls again, I'll inform her he won't be returning. There's nothing she can do about it." Margot nodded in agreement, just as the front door swung open, revealing Flora. The independent grandmother had been up since dawn, indulging in her daily ritual of exploring the forest's perimeter. "Flora," Anthony began, his voice tinged with hesitation. "I don't mean to sound rude, but when are you planning to head home?" Flora paused, a gentle chuckle escaping her lips. "Well, dearie," she replied, her confidence unwavering. "I can leave whenever you tire of me. I only intended to stay until the end of the lunar cycle. It's always wonderful to have you." "Mom," Argo said, enveloping Flora in a warm embrace. "You're welcome to visit as often as you like. Once we move back to our old home, it'll be much more spacious then." "I understand." Love," Flora replied, returning the hug. "This house can feel cramped quickly. One extra person is quite enough." She kissed her daughter's cheeks, having already packed her belongings. "Your father misses me. And you too. He'll visit in a few weeks." Margot smiled, savoring the moment with her mother. "I'd rather you weren't involved in all this werewolf hunting business anyway," Margot admitted. "Don't worry," Flora reassured her, her eyes twinkling with pride. "Young Jacob will handle it. It's his mission, after all, and my clever hunter will guide him. They'll make an excellent team." She stepped back, picking up her bag. Well, wet. It'd best be off now. Would you like some food or tea before you go?" Anthony offered, rising to give her a farewell hug. "No, thank you. And don't fret about my travels," Flora said with a wink. "I may be old, but I can still put up a mean fight." "I don't doubt that for a second," Anthony chuckled. "I know Hunter will be disappointed he didn't see me off, but he'll be back before long." Flora's eyes sparkled with the promise of adventure, and Margot knew her mother would likely spend her time exploring the country with her husband, indulging in her love for the outdoors and new experiences. "You'll let them both know you said," Margot promised, watching as her adventurous mother prepared to embark on her next journey. "Okay. I love you all. See you soon." When she was gone, Anthony put his arms around his wife and pulled her against his chest. She hugged him back and closed her eyes. "I can't wait to move back into our old house." "I know." Anthony breathed out a content sigh. "But we should keep this home for a little getaway if life gets too much. I've learned to love it, and I know Hunter has too." Margot lifted her head and looked up into his eyes. "I once got to live with us. He's so lovely man, and William. I can't bear the thought of them struggling. I know William can get a job to support him, but we have an opportunity for them to live better. I think they do like living with people instead of being alone in a house that's most likely full of memories about Grace." Just then, Jacob landed on the floor and narrowly missed hitting his head against the table. Margot jumped and clung onto Anthony while Jacob spat out water and wiped wet hair from his face. He was gasping for air, soaking wet and looking a little confused. "Jacob, are you all right?" Anthony ran over and helped him up. "Where on earth have you been?" He coughed and shook from the cold. "I woke up and Hunter was having a horrible dream about drowning. I accidentally transported into a lake because I was thinking about water." Margot tried to ignore the fact that her son was most likely dreaming about that horrible day all those years ago. "Oh, you poor thing." Her eyes examined his wet clothes until Hunter's bedroom door opened, and her son popped his head out with messy bed hair and distressed eyes. "What's going on?" He croaked and frowned at Jacob. "What happened to you?" "I teleported into some water." Hunter's face went a little serious, knowing it was his fault because of his nightmare. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, just a bit cold," he whispered. "Come on, you need a shower." Hunter lightly pulled him towards the bathroom. "I need to talk to him about my parents." Anthony thought to Margot, "It's about time I knew how he was really feeling." When they reached the bathroom, Hunter also entered and shut the door behind him. Jacob turned with a questioning frown. "What?" "I need a shower too." But Jacob stuttered, making him smile. He placed his hands on his shoulders. "It's okay. We're saving water." Jacob's cheeks flamed bright pink and his eyes darted around the small room, trying to avoid Hunter's intense stare. The section." He trailed off, not really knowing what to say. Hunter watched him with a very calm and gentle approach. "Our relationship is never going to move forwards if you're scared to do anything. It's only a shower, but a huge milestone for us." Hunter moved his hands down to the bottom of his wet t-shirt and casually tugged on it. "There's really nothing to worry about." He lifted his t-shirt and allowed his warm fingers to soak up his cold skin. Jacob shuddered at the touch of his fingers brushing against his stomach. He knew he needed to get over the fear of embarrassment and his self-hate. Hunter likes him just the way he is. He could feel it. But does he like himself enough to strip away his protective walls? No, he doesn't. Remember, Hunter's voice was quiet, almost like he was worried 𝐊𝐲𝐷𝐞𝐝. We're good enough for each other. Jacob's heart believed him, but his head didn't. However, he was right that nothing would ever happen between them if he was too afraid. He needed to step up, get over his fears, and allow someone to love him because he deserved it. It was about time he had faith not only in others but within himself too. He stepped back from Hunter and peeled his wet T-shirt from his body. He pulled it over his head and dropped it to the ground. Hunter wanted to show his pride, but he stayed calm and pulled his T-shirt off too. Jacob's cheeks were now a deep shade of red as he watched Hunter pull off his shorts and chuck them in the laundry basket. He was naked and Jacob envied his confidence. His feelings and expression didn't alter one bit because to him, there was no issue in other people seeing his raw form. Jacob's fingers hesitated at his waistline. Hunter has already seen him naked. There was absolutely nothing for him to stress about. So he took a deep breath and pulled off his pajama bottoms. Hunter stayed completely still, except his eyes were not afraid to wander. He enjoyed what he saw and was ashamed to admit it. Yet he knew 𝐊𝐲𝐳 smothered Jacob with compliments. 𝐊𝐲𝐳 get too shy and uncomfortable, so he acted completely normal and stepped into the shower. Do you like hot showers? He asked and started fiddling with the handles. Yes, Jacob whispered and very slowly followed. His heart was pumping through his chest and he was very alert. He felt like a million eyes were on him. The shower then turned on and poor Hunter was the victim of ice-cold water hitting his head. He let out a little cry and jumped out of the way. This seemed to soften his mate's dense body, who reached up and twisted it to warm water. I'm definitely awake now. Hunter chuckled and tenderly pushed Jacob underneath the sprinkling water. I'm sorry that you heard my dream this morning. Jacob dodged eye contact like the plague and avoided looking down as the warm water hugged his cold skin. You have that dream often. He mumbled. I know. Hunter sighed, but he didn't want to talk about it right now, so he grabbed a bottle of shampoo and squeezed some onto Jacob's hair, who froze when he started rubbing it in. I would offer for you to wash me in return, but I don't think we're quite at that stage yet. He grinned with a cheeky twinkle in his eyes. Jacob closed his own and tried so hard not to feel immensely awkward. Hunter was stepping closer. He almost couldn't believe that he was showering with Jacob. He has come such a long way in a short amount of time. He was so happy that he could trust him like this. We haven't had our morning hug and kiss yet, he declared in his thoughts. Now, Jacob's heart was really thumping in his chest and Hunter felt a huge wave of nerves pass through him. His soapy hands lowered down the back of his neck and linked around his shoulders. He was slow while he very softly pushed their bodies together. Jacob's eyes remained shut, but he could feel every outline of Hunter touching him. He couldn't suppress the shiver of pleasure which invaded his spine. Don't hide your affection. Just let it flow freely. There's nobody here judging you, and you know I like making you feel this way. Hunter's deep and silky voice was to Jacob's mind. He took a breath and relaxed into him. He loosely wrapped his arms around his back and rested his head on his shoulder. His soapy hair got all over the side of Hunter's face, but he didn't mind. Are you proud of yourself? Hunter thought. Jacob slowly nodded. He thought it would take him months to build the courage, although. Hunter has always been very open with how he feels, and that is what he needed. He always wished he could read people's minds so he knew what they were thinking. Even if he couldn't read Hunter's thoughts, 𝐊𝐲𝐳 still know how he was feeling because 𝐊𝐲𝐳 ruthful about it. I'm sorry I'm so closed off. It's hard for me to express. You don't have to explain yourself. We're all different. I understand. Hunter pulled his head back to see his eyes still shut, but the shampoo was running down his face. He gave him a kiss and received one back immediately. Jacob said out loud. I taste soap. Hunter chuckled and pushed him back under the running water. His eyes lowered and explored every perfect inch of him. He couldn't believe that he was so self-conscious of such a wonderful body. Jacob took a breath and opened his eyes to see the werewolf's gaze shoot back up. Hunter grinned, oozing out his confidence. Are you warmer now? Yes. Jacob moved and allowed his mate to share the warmth of the water. The shower was small and only just squeezed them both in. Hunter was careful not to touch him in delicate places with his hands. He wasn't sure if his flustered cheeks could take it or not. "So what are we doing today?" Hunter asked and squeezed shampoo onto Jacob's hands, expecting him to wash his hair in return. "Questioning my grandparents. Are we just gonna barge into their home? I don't think we have to force it. We don't know how much they know about us, so it could be like a visit or something. They've met you already. Good idea. But I think it's best if my pack and Dad's pack wait close by in case something happens." Hunter knew he didn't really need a backup because Jacob's powers are much stronger than a simple werewolf. "Okay." Jacob watched him put his head under the water and took the opportunity to glance down. His pupils dilated and he pursed his lips together. He instantly took his gaze back to Hunter's face because his 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐬. One day soon, he won't be so clueless with his affection and he won't be so embarrassed. It was getting through this stage that was hard for him. Yet he was already completing the first phase to loving himself. He was letting someone else peek through the walls of his insecurities and witness his authentic image. Eventually, Hunter will knock them to the ground and set him free. He could not wait for that day, and now, he knew it would unmistakably come. Chapter 66. When the boys were done in the shower, Jacob got dressed rather quickly. However, he was relaxed and didn't feel too awkward in Hunter's presence. Hunter pulled on his jeans and rubbed his hair with a towel. He turned to face Jacob, who started to fidget. "I hope you didn't feel pressured into doing that." "I didn't." Jacob was fast to reply. "I'm glad it happened. I felt comfortable and I never thought I would in that situation." Hunter smiled that dazzling smile. "I'm glad. One milestone at a time is good for us. I quite like this slow approach to things because I'll know you on a personal level when we become more committed to this relationship." Jacob nodded and chewed on his bottom lip. "I was worried you'd think it was going to slow." Hunter shook his head and threw his wet towel at him. "Don't be silly. I'll wait my whole life for you, Jacob Jones. No matter how irresistible you are." Jacob's smile grew as he looked down to his hands and bit his bottom lip. Hunter groaned and covered his heart with his hand. "You're so cute. Waiting for you will be hard though." Anthony looked up when the boys left a steamy bathroom. "Spicing up your relationship, I see." He grinned but was promptly nudged by Margot when Jacob's cheeks started to heat up. "That is none of your business." Hunter glanced at his mate while he eyed up the breakfast. "I'd rather see a pork sausage instead of mine." "Hunter." Margot cowled and holding her laughter when Jacob's eyes popped out of his head. However, he had a comeback this time. That is debatable." It caught Hunter by surprise and he raised his eyebrows rather quickly. "You saucy mother F." Hunter, Anthony warned. "Go and flirt somewhere else. I would like to eat my breakfast and keep it in my stomach, thank you very much. I know you're nervous, but this has to be done." Hunter spoke in a hushed tone. They were standing at the bottom of Jacob's grandparents' home. "It's our mission." Jacob looked up to the familiar house. It was medium, semi-detached, and didn't have very much character. It was stale-looking with a cold atmosphere, even from the outside. The decor on the outside was dated, which left Hunter's imagination to roam freely about what the inside looked like. Jacob took a big breath, squeezed Hunter's hand very tightly and walked with him to the front door. They gave each other a look of reassurance before ringing the doorbell. The sound seemed to stop and the silence grew very noticeable. Hunter and Anthony's pack were close by. Nathan's pack and Brad's new pack were also notified about this situation, so they had that if things took a turn for the worst. Jacob thought about bringing his dad with him, but he didn't want to drag him into this mess. Suddenly, quick footsteps sneaked up behind him and they both turned with worried eyes. But it was only William. "What are you doing here?" Hunter hissed. He had no time to explain before the front door opened, and they were all staring at the homophobic grandfather. He had a natural frown, but it seemed to deepen when he saw Jacob and Hunter. His eyes were grumpy until William popped out from behind them. "Hi, Granddad. We thought we'd visit for a few hours. Is that okay?" He smiled, trying to sweet-talk his way in. His grandfather's name is Thomas. He has lived in this city all his life and met his wife Jillian when he was on his first werewolf hunting mission. They were both only 18 and both forced into it by their parents, but they loved the thrill of killing something unnatural. Their sickening minds found it incredibly satisfying.
Thomas stared at Hunter long enough to make him feel uncomfortable.
No, you can't. His voice was croak-y and dull, but that was how he usually spoke when Jacob was around. We're busy today. What with? Maybe we can help, William added. Trust me, kid, you don't want to help with this. Thomas had his eyes on Hunter the whole time. I think they know about you, Jacob thought. I think so too. Hunter connected a mind link with his parents and already told them what he thought. Well, are you sure? We came all this way, and it would be a shame to waste it. William knew when to stop pushing his luck, and that was soon. Alpha, Sam suddenly invaded Hunter's mind. 𝐶AC didn't make it home last night. Nobody has seen him since yesterday morning. Okay, thanks, Sam. Tell everyone to keep trying to connect a mind link with him. Hunter allowed Jacob's thoughts back into his head, but he was worried now. 𝐶AC never keeps secrets from his family. Yes, he was a little unsure about Jacob and how it would help the pack if his alpha was gay, but he sucked it up and got over it. Now that he discovered Jacob was a god. Being in this pack was an incredible and honorable achievement. Something about his disappearing act didn't feel right, and Hunter didn't want to think about him being disloyal. Yes, I'm sure. Thomas looked at William with a stern nod. Now go. You're interrupting our day. Jacob wished they were nicer. He wished they were like Flora, who loved her grandchild and would express her love even through a simple smile. All right, It was nice seeing you today. William tried to stay polite, but that really annoyed him. When they turned to leave, Thomas had one more thing to say which would clarify how much he knew about the 𝐊𝐲 family. Oh, excuse me? Your name was Hunter Wasted. Hunter turned to see a sinister twinkle in his eyes. He nodded and suddenly felt very on edge. You'll expect to see your little log cabin in the papers later today, then yes. Everyone frowned. How did he know? It's a pity how fire spreads so fast. And with that said, Thomas backed into his house and shut the door. What was that all about? William trailed off with a heavy beating heart. Do you think he? No way. They wouldn't. Jacob furrowed his eyebrows when a vivid image came to him. They're trying to set your house on fire. Hunter's mind went into overdrive and shut down. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. All he could do was warn his parents, who were thankfully not too far away. He turned and started running down the street. Is it true? William whispered. Jacob nodded and started running after him. Dad. Hunter yelled when he approached the truck parked at the end of the road. They're setting our home on fire. What? And Fawny sat up and leaned out of the window. I hope you're joking. I'm not. Hunter breathed. He was panicked. Their granddad said he'd expect to see our house in the news later because it's a pity how fire spreads. We need to go now. Margot covered her mouth and swallowed the lump in her throat. She didn't want to lose that house. Not today. Hunter motioned for William to hurry up, who jogged over. Where's Jacob? He transported to your house. I think 𝐻E's going to try and stop it. Hunter, don't freak out. He can tell us what's happening and he might stop it before it causes any serious damage. You have to trust him, and I know it's hard for you to admit it, but 𝐻E's stronger than you. Now jump in. Well, head back straight away. Anthony turned on the car as everyone jumped in. Thomas and Jillian looked out of their window and watched the truck speed past. They turned to each other and laughed. He has got a nerve turning up and trying to get into our house. Who does he think he is? But this means he knows about us, doesn't it? Jillian asked. Yes, it does. And we can't have that. We need to wipe out that wolf family before they spread the word. Jacob quickly arrived on the field outside of Hunter's house. He couldn't fully master a perfect landing and stumbled to his knees. He looked up and only smelled the fresh summer air. He saw no smoke, no flames, and no Rue in home. But who he did see was Vic, sitting on the wooden steps with what looked like a new pack. 3 of the members were holding down 3 people, and maybe he caught the wolf hunters just in time. He started walking over when Vic stood up and headed in his direction too. He understood that Jacob wasn't fond of new people and he could already see him wringing his hands. When they were a few meters apart, Vic dropped to one knee and bowed respectfully. Jacob knew he would never find that not awkward, but it was a little satisfying watching Vic do it after everything he has done. When he rose, he looked like he had a lot to apologize for but kept the more topic on the surface. "Hi, Jacob. I know my dad is helping important and I thought it was about time we actually each other, so I came here but there was nobody in. We were planning to wait until these humans sneaked around the back and tried to the house. We captured them only a few minutes ago and they're refusing to speak." Jacob intensely listened, but a sigh of relief could not be held back. "I'm so glad you got here first," he whispered and looked at everyone behind him. "Is this your pack?" "Yes, all of them are much nicer and respectful than my old members. I lost control and it was for the best that we were split up. I think I have a lot to learn from Hunter." Jacob nodded and chewed on his bottom lip. He did have a lot to learn. Hunter is great in his role of being the alpha. H.E.S. confident, fair, considerate, tough when needed, and a great leader. They'll be here soon. It was strange for him to think of Vic as a relative. He still didn't know how he felt about it, but in the long term, it should hopefully be a positive thing. "Thank you for helping." "That's all right. Anyone would." His voice was silenced by a sudden explosion, echoing through the field and overtaking everyone's ears. Vic jumped and spun on his heels at the deafening noise. Jacob jumped back and watched as dark orange flames blew through the roof. The window smashed and the door flew off and straight into Vic's pack. "No," Vic yelled. "Move everyone now." Thankfully his pack had started making their way over before this happened. They also wanted to talk to the god, but more humans had sneaked up and climbed through Hunter's window. Jacob spotted them running off into the distance and a heavy anger washed through him. How dare they ruin what Anthony and Margot have worked for? How dare they think they can do what they want simply because they hate werewolves? There was no fairness to this fight and he wasn't prepared to let them just run away. Vic's pack made sure they held on to the other humans, but some of them were injured. The door had hit them hard and the glass cut their skin. Not to mention the heat of the miniature explosion. Vic turned back to Jacob, but he was gone. He quickly looked around and there was no trace of him. Jacob landed in the forest and one of the humans ran right into him. They fell onto the cold, muddy ground, but he scrambled over and pinned him to the ground as the other one ran away. "Why the hell would you do that?" He yelled and squeezed his arms hard. The guy was out of breath and slightly trembling from the burst of adrenaline. "What are you?" He breathed and tried, kicking Jacob away. However, this was his godly personality shining through. He was angry, confident and willing to get all the information that he could. "I'm the person you did not want to meet today," he muttered and pushed him harder into the forest floor. He allowed the electricity to appear within his hands, which instantly filled the human with fear. He started to squirm and cry out. "Why did you set fire to that house? Did you know it was empty?" "Gee, get off me, you freak." The guy yelled and Jacob was fed up of being called that. "Who are you working for?" he asked calmly but sternly, clearly not giving up. In the back of his mind, he couldn't believe he was doing this. "Do you know Thomas and Jillian Smith?" The guy stopped when he heard their names. "You do." Jacob clenched his jaw. "Did they put you up to this? What are they planning?" "Let me go. Somebody help me," he screeched, making Jacob sigh. He lifted his hand and used his electricity rope that he once used on Hunter and wrapped it around the human's waist. It burnt his coat but not his skin, though he pulled him up and started pushing him through the woods. "Back to the house. Please, whatever you are, don't kill me." Jacob ignored him. How did he ever think that being human was better than being a god? Now he felt devastated for Hunter and his family. They were forced to live somewhere different now, and all of their belongings would be lost to the flames. The evil actions of someone who simply hated them for being who they are have ruined what they have. When he reached the house, Hunter and his family were stood at the fire. The sorrow on their faces told a million words. Anthony had a hand on his wife's shoulder and a hand on his son's. This fight had only just begun, and he was going to stop until he ended this. How could it get this far without him noticing? He felt responsible for the tragedy of his house, but thankful that nobody was home. If Jacob hadn't come back, then Vic and his pack could have been seriously injured. All our family photos are gone. Margot cowled and held her sadness back and buried her head into her husband's chest. Hunter rubbed her back and tried to look strong in front of his pack. Everyone stood in disbelief. This house has been their home for a long time. Even though it was only temporary, it was still sad to see it being burned to the ground. At least you have a backup house, Sam said with a little chuckle, but that's how he deals with things. He hates feeling down and defeated. He tries to pick up the mood instantly even if he knew it wouldn't work. William rested a hand on his shoulder and flashed him a sympathetic smile. He too deals with things in a similar manner. He felt incredibly upset for Hunter and his family, but what did this mean for them, now that the werewolf hunters are clearly targeting them? Nobody is safe. Nobody is dependable and trustworthy. The wolves had to act fast and dig out the roots before they grow. And that means to start with Thomas and Jillian. Hunter would kill them for this, and he didn't have an ounce of hesitation in his body. Chapter 67. Hunter watched the fire brigade point their hoses at his charcoal home, trying to put out the remaining embers of the flames. Everything was gone, or at least somewhat burnt. The front wall had completely collapsed, exposing what was once the living area and the kitchen. An ambulance had arrived to aid Vic and his pack. Nobody was seriously injured, but some needed to go to the hospital to get stitches. The police were also here to take statements and arrest the humans who first attempted to scorch the house. The human who Jacob caught had also been arrested. They were going to let the police do what they had to do with them, and if any were released, they would deal with them privately. I guess you'll get to see our old home sooner than we thought. Hunter sighed. He was sitting on the grass with everyone else because there was nothing for them to do. The emergency services were taking charge of everything, so all that they could do was watch the smoke twist and turn, spoiling the clear blue sky. Jacob pulled at the grass and tried hard to suppress a storm from brewing. Today's forecast is supposed to be sunny. He needed to stick to the schedule of the weather. He had already started a commotion over the past few days because of the constant thunder and lightning. "What does your old home look like?" he asked quietly. He was going to apologize for not catching the humans sooner, but it was his fault. He had to stop blaming himself for things that couldn't be helped. "It's big." Hunter watched him instead of his home crumbling to the ground. Well, it'll be much bigger now that the extension is almost done. There are 5 bedrooms, all with an suite bathroom. There's a huge garden that links to a field. It's 3 stories, which will be weird getting used to after living in a studio for so long. They'll be around every day. Sam beamed. "You're year-round every day anyway." Hunter watched him, and they were both still wondering about ZC. Was he in danger? Was he with werewolf hunters? Have they caught him and interrogated him? "I think it's time we find out." Jacob was listening to his thoughts, and he just wanted this to be over and done with. "I don't like feeling on edge." "Me neither." Margot's soulful eyes were full of deep despair. "I think we should wait until the emergency services are gone first. They told the police that they didn't know why anyone would want to burn their house down, and they hardly expected the werewolf hunters to admit who they really are. It was an issue that the authorities did not need to mingle with." Anthony kicked his feet through the rubble and spotted a family picture. Half of the members had been burnt out of it. He sighed and took one more look around, trying to find anything that he could save, but there was nothing. "Come on, Margot. Let's go." He took his wife's hand and squeezed it tight. She had tears in her eyes but followed him, no longer wanting to look at the state her humble abode was in. Nathan stood with Cotton. They both looked incredibly serious. "Was this down to my parents?" Nathan asked quietly. He was livid by how close his son was to being injured. "Yes, unfortunately." That was all Nathan needed to hear as he stormed over to Hunter. "If you're planning to go back to my parents' house, I'm coming with you." Hunter opened his mouth, but Nathan hushed him. "I haven't seen them since I was 18. I don't feel anything towards them, especially now. I don't belong here anymore." Jacob watched the storm in his eyes. He could feel his raging determination to banish the evil, and for some odd reason, the mission was strong and pulsing through his veins. Nathan was a keep on in this operation. He could feel it. "I'm coming to." Vic appeared behind his father with slightly troubled eyes. "I want to help." No, Hunter crossed his arms and didn't lighten his gaze. "Son, you're not." "I am." Vic interrupted his dad, knowing he was going to try and talk him out of it. "They are my estranged family. There's some, and I want to show them that they are missing out on a family who they could have had a life with." Jacob then saw his slight heartbreak. Thomas and Jillian had been a part of his life ever since he was born, and they completely ignored Vic and his family. That obviously hurt a lot. However, he looked revengeful and he didn't want feelings to get in the way of actions. "Sorry, Vic. You can't be part of this." Jacob's voice was timid, but he could feel that it wasn't a good idea for him to be involved. Hunter narrowed his eyes when Vic began to glare at him. "You've had the privilege of being loved by your family when they ignored us. You can't just." "Don't go there." William joined in. "You have no idea what you're talking about. Our grandparents hated Jacob. I don't think it's possible for them to love anyone but themselves. I get that you're family, but don't act like you know us." All right. Settle down." Nathan warned when Scott walked over. "Vic, you're not coming with us. I don't want to hear another word about it." Scott placed a gentle hand on William's shoulder. He still had to tell them about their mother running away and wanting a divorce, but they could be told at a less stressful time. "We have to make up for lost years, and being civil with one another is a start. I know you missed out on being with your dad's family, but trust me, Nathan's parents are not worth anyone's time of day. Also, we're here now, and it's better to be late than not being here at all, yes." Vic looked down to his hands and nodded. Scott then turned to Jacob. A lot of responsibility was on his shoulders, and he needed to make sure that he was carrying it. Although Hunter was there to support that load at any time. "Whatever you feel like you have to do, you'll never be alone doing it. Just because you're the god of the wolves doesn't mean that you don't need help. I'm not quite sure how your mind processes things now, and how you feel the world and how you see it compared to me. But if any of us can offer any form of support, then we will." Jacob nodded and gave him a little smile. "That means a lot. Thanks, Dad." Scott beamed and gave his shoulder a little pat. "Right? Go do what you have to do. I'm going to help Margot and Anthony sort out this mess." Hunter turned to his mate with questioning eyes. "What's the plan, lightning boy?" Jacob sighed and ignored that comment. I think we should turn up to my grandparents' house with Nathan. I know they're psychotic, but they're human and must have a little bit of regret for abandoning him. I hope so, or this plan could quite easily backfire." Nathan added, "But just whip out your lightning stuff and that should shut them up." He was nervous. He cut his parents out of his life because they cut him out of theirs. That included simply thinking about them, his childhood, and what they were up to on a daily basis. It was hard, of course, but he managed to do it. Jacob was also nervous. They didn't really have a plan because he was powerful and could take control very quickly. But what if he froze if danger did occur? "You didn't when you caught that human." Hunter thought and forcefully wrapped his arms around him. "I'm so proud of you for that. It was a brave thing to do. You surprised yourself, didn't you?" Jacob watched his face grow closer. Feeling the warmth of his arms around him was starting to feel normal, but it still filled him with a sudden burst of affection. "I did surprise myself. I don't know where I got the confidence." Hunter smiled and gave him no warning before kissing his soft lips. He didn't need to anymore because he knew Jacob was going to freak out. His mental stability was getting stronger each day. Jacob kissed back and no longer cared who watched or whether he was doing it right or if Hunter was judging him. He simply allowed it to happen, and it felt great. "Come on then," Hunter thought after pulling away and softly squeezing his waist. "I do believe we have some people to argue with. Let's just get this over and done with." Nathan breathed. His heart was pumping so hard in his chest. They were standing outside his family home, which he hasn't seen in a very, very long time. It still looked plain and unloved from the outside. Hunter looked at the same door he was standing in front of before his beloved home was burned to a crisp. He was under strict instructions by Jacob not to lose his temper. However, he is very aware that he is too hot-headed and might not be able to stick to that task. He lifted his hand and rang the doorbell. It dawned on him that he had every right to barge in, but he could feel Jacob's eyes on him, so he took a breath and clenched his teeth. Nathan's hands were almost trembling, but he had to pull himself together because he could be in a lot of danger and needed to be in the right frame of mind for Jacob and Hunter. His pack, Hunter's pack and Anthony's pack, were not too far away. Just like last time, when he saw an outline of someone coming to the door. He held his breath. It was Jillian who answered this time, and the look in her eyes when she first saw Jacob was pure filth. Her stare turned into a glare of deep hatred when she saw Hunter. She tensed and opened her mouth to shout her husband, but that was when her eyes landed on her son. Their gaze connected and her mouth slowly opened. A jolt of surprise spread for her expression, and for a second, he was the only thing she saw. "Nathan," she whispered, and Jacob heard the quiver of emotion roll off her tongue. Her son was standing before her after all these years, and she was not prepared for the explosion in her heart. "Who is it?" They heard the rugged voice of Thomas yell, which was shortly followed by an unusual murmur. It almost sounded like a little cry. Hunter and Jacob both discreetly nudged each other, indicating that they heard it. However, Jillian didn't respond to her husband because she was so captivated by the sight of her child. Clearly, she missed him. "Jillian." Thomas' muffled voice echoed through the hallway. "Close that damn door. He has not got long left to speak." Hunter glanced at Jacob, and 𝐶AC filled his mind. This had to be him. Who else could it be? Jacob felt his patience break, and he suddenly stormed past Nathan's mother and into their home. "A hunter!" Jacob yelled and ran after him, leaving Nathan with a choice. He could either talk to his mother or help the boys. He has lived for so long without his parents, and he wasn't prepared to let them into his life. Not now. So he ran after the boys and left his mother too shocked to move, standing hopelessly in her doorway. Hunter looked frantically around. He invaded the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen until he spotted stairs leading down to a basement. The light at the bottom was on, leaving an eerie glow to fade up the concrete steps. He didn't think twice before bolting down them. He knew Jacob wasn't far behind him, but any form of a plan had gone, and he was into deep to back out now. Jacob didn't want him to do this, but 𝐶AC was a member of his pack, and if he was in trouble, they needed to help him. Yes, he was only his Omega, but smaller packs tend to be closer with their friendship. When he reached the bottom of the steps, he saw Thomas leaning over someone and checking his heartbeat. Whoever it was, they were chained to a radiator and clearly in trouble. Thomas tried getting to his feet, but Hunter sprinted up to him and pushed him over. He hit his head hard against the wall, which temporarily weakened his defenses. Jacob ran over to Hunter with electricity pulsing and flickering from his hands as a warning to any threats. But his eyes wide, and when he realized that the prisoner was in fact 𝐶AC. "Hey," Hunter breathed and shook his limp arms. "𝐶AC, can you hear me?" His skin was pale. His eyes were closed and his body was completely still. Jacob's eyes instantly lost their light, while he knelt next to him and brought a hand up to his neck. His skin was cold against his warm fingertips as they searched for a heartbeat. Hunter stopped 𝐶AC from drooping down and tapped his cheeks 𝐶AC. He said again, but he was getting no response. "Hunter," Jacob whispered when Nathan reached the bottom of the stairs. "I can't find his pulse." Chapter 68. Oh God. Hunter breathed and checked for himself if he could find a heartbeat. "What have you done to him?" He roared and stared at Thomas with a raging fire in his eyes. Nathan ran over, ignoring his dad, who looked injured. He didn't care about him. What they have done to this innocent young Omega was unthinkable, disgusting and repulsive. Poor 𝐶AC has done nothing in his life to have it stopped by the hands of evil. He pulled at his chains. They were too strong and tough. He could see the marks on the radiator where 𝐶AC had clearly been struggling to set himself free. Jacob stared at his pale face. Still, there was a sense of attachment to him. He was a member of Hunter's pack, and he could not let him die without trying everything he could to save him. Hunter had reached the end of his tether. His mind pulled free from his patience, letting him run over to Thomas and hit him in the mouth. "You monster!" He yelled and punched him again. Nathan ran over to pry him off his estranged parent. However, seeing him attacked and weak in his own home was not unsettling. He was getting what he deserved. But did Hunter want murder on his reputation? No. I need to kill him. Hunter. Nathan was elbowed in the face when he wrapped his arms around him and pulled him back. Stop. It's better to let them rot for the rest of their lives. Thomas rolled onto his side and held his broken jaw. He saw his son the first time since he was 18. Now he was a man, an adult, and his life went on without him. He blinked in pain and shock. He missed him but could not bring himself to be a part of his life if he was bonded to a werewolf. Jacob leaned over and tugged at the chains. If he lies AC down, he might be able to shock his heart back to life. It was very unlikely at this stage, and he had to get his heart beating through CPR before he could be a human defibrillator. But he had to try. Someone. Call an ambulance. He breathed and kept pulling. He stopped, took a breath and gave one last forceful tug, snapping the metal chains. He gasped in shock, not quite believing he managed to do that. Now was not the time to focus on his strength, as he pulled the AC away from the radiator, needing to lay him on the floor. He pulled open his shirt and rested his hands on his chest, beginning the grueling process of restarting his heart. Nathan ran over and gave him mouth-to-mouth when necessary. Jacob was nervous about shocking him. If he forced too much electricity into his body, he would definitely end his life, so he needed to find the right balance. When there was a glimpse of an irregular beat, Jacob turned to see Nathan staring hard. You can do this. He spoke smoothly. You can bring him back to life. Jacob. His eyes were so similar to Grace, oddly giving Jacob a little bit of courage. He located Hunter sitting in the corner of the room. He was breathing heavy and staring with wide, angry eyes at Thomas, who was unconscious. Hunter's mind was screaming at him to kill him, but he did everything he could to resist. Call an ambulance, Jacob said again and took a very big breath. Please, help me. He wasn't sure who that was directed to, yet the other gods were in his soul. He could feel their unconscious support. A sudden wave of electricity shot through his palms and into 𝐊𝐲's heart. His body jumped at the shock, but there was no rhythmic beat. Again, Nathan said and called for an ambulance. His parents would be taken by the police because they were taken by the wolves. They would not get out alive. They deserved to decay in cells and never see the light of day again. Jacob shocked him, and this time, there was a small jolt in his heart, but it didn't stay steady. He clenched his teeth and rubbed his hands together. They say, third time's the charm. When it's with someone's life. He really 𝐊𝐲𝐷𝐞𝐿 really wanted that to be true. He placed his warm hands on his chest once more and pushed the power through his palms. Nathan and Hunter watched the yellow sparks ignite him and shocked his body. Jacob's eyes opened wide when there was a solid and consistent pulse. I did it, he yelled. Hunter climbed to his feet and ran over when Nathan pressed his fingers against 𝐊𝐲's neck, feeling a consistent beat. He squeezed Jacob's shoulder. Immense pride grew within him for his nephew. The ambulance should be here soon. He looked around to see his mother crouching by her unconscious husband. How could you do this? He growled. She looked up with teary eyes, sniffed back her sadness, and stroked her husband's head. 𝐊𝐲, she whispered. And so are you. Nathan's heart was ripped from his body. What a horrible thing to hear from a mother who abandoned him for all this time. Jacob understood where his own mother found her courage to ruin him. By the looks of it, it runs in the family. That's it. killing you. Hunter turned with eyes so deadly. Jillian saw her life slip away in them. Jacob turned to and grabbed him. No. Let me go. They deserve this. Jacob wrestled him to the ground, the mystery strength coming back to his body, helping hold down his raging boyfriend. Stop. You don't know how dangerous it is to kill these, Jacob. Hunter hated that he couldn't fight against him. I need revenge. Jacob cupped his chin hard and pushed him against the floor. He forced him to look in his direction. They will go to prison for a long, long time. He breathed. I don't want to look at you and know that you killed my grandparents. Hunter stopped fighting against him and connected their gaze. I'm so angry, Jacob, he said through gritted teeth. At this moment, he was glad that his mate was stronger than him. When he calms down, he'll be thankful that his actions were stopped. I know. Jacob leaned forwards and rested their foreheads together. He knew it would somewhat relax him. You have every right to be. Hunter was so emotional. He could cry for 1,000 people. He could scream and be heard for miles. He could kill without an ounce of regret, but he could love with the strongest of hearts. Releasing Jacob allowed him to smother his warm comforts onto him. 𝐻's breathing, Nathan said when he heard the front door opened. Hello. A female voice of a presumed paramedic, and into the basement. We need to go. Nathan ran over and pulled the boys up. The police are most likely here. We can go out the back. We can't be involved with the authorities twice in one day. He had a point. Things could link together by themselves without having suspects to point at. Okay. Jacob got up and pulled Hunter up to who stared at his omega wolf butt. He has a fighting chance now. Nathan pushed them towards a door, leading up to a side street behind the house. We need to go. Hunter didn't feel right about leaving him, but someone was coming down the stairs. He sighed and allowed Jacob to force him through the back door. They all sprinted up the steps and down the alleyway, not daring to look behind them. Keep going. Nathan was far from okay. Looking strong in front of the boys was very important. Although he didn't know that Jacob knew exactly how he was feeling. They ran until they reached the woods, then changed into their wolves. Jacob was still in his godly frame of mind, and his magnificent wolf shocked Nathan. It was gigantic, much bigger than him and Hunter. However, Hunter's beautiful purple markings were breathtaking, and he kept glancing at them while they ran. Jacob had not taken the time to think about how and why Nathan was a wolf. Hunter explained to him in his head that he was a werewolf already and connecting with his wife. 𝐊𝐤 brought it to the surface. Now that would mean there are not only wolves on his father's side, but wolves on his mother's side too. 𝐻's going to be okay, Hunter. Anthony sat next to him in the hospital. Putting an arm around his shoulders felt like the only thing he could do to comfort his son. 𝐻's stable and getting the help he needs. Hunter nodded and took a big breath. I almost killed Thomas. Anthony hushed him and looked around. Here is not the place. Come on. I think it's time for us to talk. He pulled his son up and started walking with him down the white corridor. It smelled strong of cleaning products and was familiar to Anthony. He really hated hospitals. Nobody else was here apart from them. Everyone else was discussing with Jacob about what had happened at the house. Anthony led his son through the long corridors and outside. His truck was parked not too far away, but when he saw it, he stopped and stared with confusion. It had been vandalized with spray paint. On the side of the van now said, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. Anthony chuckled and shook his head. If they spelled that correctly, I would be mad. He patted his son on the shoulder and brushed off the insult. However, this was no laughing matter. They were getting targeted, and it would soon grow out of hand if they did not take charge of the situation. Hopefully, now that the presumed leaders have been arrested, the followers will back off. That might not be the case. Their anger has only been fueled to a greater level, judging by the need to vandalize in a public area. They climbed into the van, and as soon as the doors closed, Anthony turned to his son, gently nudging him in the process. Tell me what you're thinking about. Hunter sat back in his seat and chewed the inside of his lip. Not really. I know your slowly deteriorating. You're having nightmares again, and it's not like you to almost kill someone. Your anger got a hold of you. They basically killed the AC. How could you expect my anger not to boil over? You don't even hunt to kill, son. I know how you feel about it. After Mom and Dad, stop. I don't want to talk about that. Why not? You're clearly thinking about it a lot. Hunter clenched his jaw and stared out of the window. When he didn't reply, Anthony continued. You can't keep avoiding it. I bet you haven't even told Jacob. Anthony lightly tapped his shoulder, wanting his eyes to meet his. It's okay if you're struggling with it. A lot has changed in these past few weeks. You are mentally strong, but for the wrong reasons. Tell me how you feel. I need to know. Hunter crossed his arms and watched his comforting eyes. "It's just the nightmares," he mumbled. "Stopping myself from thinking about it is hard, but now I have no choice. I always wake up feeling like it just happened. It's horrible. I don't know why your nightmares have come back after so many years. But you have to stop blaming yourself. I know you do. It's hard to see you go through this again." Anthony had something to admit. "I was talking to Scott about it, and well, you know the guy who crashed into the car and then jumped into the river to save you?" Hunter nodded. He was feeling an immense pain of sorrow. "Well, that was Scott's father. The noise of ambulances, the public, and the overall chaos of a hospital surrounded their vehicle. Hunter subconsciously watched someone on crutches limp their way to the accident and emergency entrance. His mind felt like a million miles away. What? His eyebrows curled into an extensive frown, confusing his eyes and altering his mouth. That was my reaction. But Jacob and William lost their granddad that night too. I know it's not the same because you were there, alone for so long." Anthony looked down, showing his dejection wouldn't help. "And it baffles me that our families are intertwined in this way. But you should talk to your mate about it. He won't know because we found out not too long ago." Hunter bit his tongue, making himself able to swallow his tears. "I can't believe it," he breathed. "Jacob's granddad saved my life." Anthony nodded. "I can't believe it either." They both jumped when a voice came from the back seats. Jacob jumped when they both turned to look at him. Their wide eyes and tense bodies were amusing, but the situation was serious. "Jesus Christ." Anthony put a hand on his heart. It was beating hard. "You scared me." "That's not Jesus." Hunter allowed the humor back into his eyes. He didn't want to look weak in front of his mate. Anthony flashed him his amused stare. Yet his concentration remained on Jacob. "What are you doing here? Actually, how long have you been here?" Well, I felt Hunter's sadness and I wanted to see if he was okay. I accidentally heard everything." Jacob blinked his fingers together and squeezed them, trying not to fidget. He sat forwards and stared at his mate. "Is it true about my granddad? Why didn't you tell me your nightmares were about something that actually happened to you?" He wouldn't usually question things like this. His confidence was growing because he was getting comfortable in their presence. Not having his mother around was a big impact on him. It's true. Anthony was still getting over the shock of him suddenly being there. It was nice to see him testing out his powers. He saved Hunter's life. "I know what happened." Jacob didn't pull his gaze away from those beautiful gray ones. Making eye contact with Hunter used to be hard for him. "My granddad crashed his car and died trying to save their victims. It was a freak accident." His voice was quiet, as usual. "I didn't know it was you or your grandparents. It happened ages ago. I don't know why I'm feeling so caught up in it still." Hunter turned and his grief pulsed through Jacob. "It's stupid." "It's not." He moved further forwards, resting his chin on Hunter's shoulder in the process. His warm breath stroked his cheek and the werewolf was forced to feel his comforts over his sadness. "There's no sell-by date for your feelings. Keeping things locked inside is hard." "I know that more than anyone." Jacob trailed off when his eyes caught sight of something. His hair stood on end, the air catching in mid-breath. Hunter turned his head after he paused for too long. "What is it?" Anthony followed his stare, not able to detect anything irregular. Jacob's chocolate brown eyes can see things beyond what even a werewolf is capable of. I. Jacob moved slowly, his eyes not daring to blink. "I can see 𝐿𝐤𝐬." Chapter 16 𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐬. Anthony frantically searched the area with his eyes, still not seeing her. "That is not possible." "Yeah, Chess." Jacob blinked, yet mysteriously lost her in his sight. "What?" "I can't see her anymore." He searched, just like what Anthony and Hunter were doing. "She's gone." Hunter was glad the attention was away from him for a while. "At least, are you sure it was a look-alike?" he questioned. "No, I definitely saw her." Anthony started the engine with a concerned frown. "He'll call the prison to make sure she's still there." Jacob, if you be prepared, knowing your god will belittle her massive ego. There is no way she could have escaped. Their werewolf prison is one of the most secure places for wolf criminals in the world. I hope I was just seeing things. Jacob sat on the chair in the back of the truck. Was his mind playing tricks on him? Did he see someone who just happened to look like her? After driving for 20 minutes, they approached a big metal gate. It was very grand and Anthony had to type in a code for it to open. When it did, it unlatched from the middle, allowing them to drive down the cobbled path. Where are we? Jacob thought to Hunter, looking around in awe. The grass was trimmed to perfection and the flowers were simply beautiful. Pink orchids and bright sunflowers lined up in neat rows, next to plump-looking roses of different colors. This is our old house. It looks really different. Hunter also looked around with surprise. It never used to look this fancy. Wow, Jacob breathed when they parked the rugged truck outside a beautiful, big building. The first thing he noticed was a polished ruby red door. Next to it, mounted to the brick wall, was what looked like the base of a tree trunk. Carved into it was Hunter's last name, the 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐴 household. Jacob read out loud with excited eyes. "Dad, why is it so posh looking?" Hunter asked. There were two beautiful white marble pillars, sitting on either side of the door. "It's not bad to want nice things in life, son." Anthony grinned. "But your mom was very particular about what her dream home should look like. And, to be honest, I'm impressed." He climbed out of the big truck when the front door opened. Sam was first to jog through the door and down the white marble steps. "I hope these don't get broken. I can fix wood but not marble." He chuckled. Anthony crossed his arms, feeling a little better about this day. Seeing his home so beautiful made it worth living in the tiny studio for so long. However, it brought their family closer together and it will be dearly missed. Only Jacob is strong enough to break these. If he ever breaks them, I can guarantee Hunter will have something to do with it. Hunter rolled his eyes behind his dad's back and walked towards the door. "Is everyone inside?" "Yes. You have 1 minute to find a bedroom or I'm picking for you." "Seriously, yes. But avoid the back of the building. There are painters in there, sorting out the last bathroom." Hunter and Sam grinned at each other before running into the building, searching for the stairs. Anthony turned to Jacob, who was nervously watching a bodyguard. "These are werewolves, offering their services to our family. It won't be forever because we will get the wolf hunters under control." He reassured the god. "It gives us peace of mind knowing that our home is secure and in the view of safe eyes." "Is the first mission over yet?" Jacob shook his head. "Not yet. I don't know what else we have to do, but I have a feeling it will come to Hunter soon." Anthony nodded. "Let us know if we can help with anything in any way." Okay. Right, go on then. Find Hunter and make sure he and Sam are not destroying the house already." As soon as Jacob was gone, the twinkle in Anthony's eyes dropped, as did the light feeling in his heart. Turning to the bodyguard, he could only express his serious emotion. "If anyone at all approaches those gates, do not take it lightly. Our van was vandalized today. This situation is serious." The bodyguard nodded. "Yes, Alpha. We will keep your home protected." Anthony gave a nod of appreciation before entering the house, wanting to have a look around himself. "This room is massive." Sam breathed. "I want it." Hunter opened the walk-in wardrobe with wide eyes. This home was big before. Now it exceeded his expectations by such a long way. "You don't live here," he mumbled when there was a knock on the door. They both turned to see the rest of his pack looking around in awe too. "Hey boys." Hunter crossed his arms. Knowing one person was missing, he had to give them more detail. "Come in." He could invite them in because he has not yet chosen this as his territory. "Alpha." Jonas spoke when they all sat on the floor, feeling concern for 𝐊𝐴𝐶. "How is he doing?" Hunter crossed his legs and linked his fingers together. "He's stable and hopefully he'll make a strong recovery." He looked them confidently in the eye. "He was drugged with, I can't remember the name. It's illegal in this country and they gave him so much that he overdosed. That is why we held and connect our mind links. But this could lead to all kinds of complications, especially after being clinically dead for a few minutes. He'll be lucky to return to his normal self. The atmosphere grew thick around them. If he doesn't make a full recovery, will he still be in the pack? Ricky questioned. Of course. Hunter nodded. It would be wrong of me to turn my back on him when he needs us the most. They nodded, respecting him immensely. We will visit him tomorrow. His family need time with him for now. Just then, a figure hovered at the doorway. Hunter looked up to see Vic, contemplating turning away, not wanting to interrupt their meeting. Sorry. He frowned and clenched his jaw. I just wanted to make sure you were okay after. He trailed off, not pretending to be good at expressing sympathy. My dad is pretty torn up about it. Sam watched his alpha. If this happened a few weeks ago, Hunter would yell at him to go away and not question his stability. But now, he has been taught by his mate that it's okay to be emotional. Sometimes. Hunter stood up with a little sigh. Boys, make yourself at home. We'll have an official pack meeting after dinner. They nodded, and when he was out of sight, they turned to Sam. Don't throw your questions at me. I know 𝐻ES being distant with the pack, but 𝐻ES going through a lot. Give it a week or two and all this should settle down. Sam's eye then caught someone walking past the doorway. William. William stopped, took a few steps back and entered to see them sitting on the floor and, you look like you're summoning a ghost or something. He chuckled. Come and join us. Sam beamed. He was still trying to do everything he could to include him into this new lifestyle. And we're not summoning a ghost. We're summoning a demon. William stopped and the pack laughed. 𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐩𝐿. Harris nodded. For now. Hunter and Vic walked down the corridor until they reached another empty room. Hunter went over and sat on the edge of the bed. Is Nathan going to be okay? Vic nodded. I think so. Seeing his parents was harder than what he thought it would be. He mumbled. This situation was incredibly awkward for them. Being in each other's presence was hard enough. Now they were alone and had no other choice but to pay attention. Look. Hunter. I know we've clashed in the past and we have never really got on, but I want to try and be friends with you. You're so cocky and arrogant most of the time. It's pretty impossible. You want to be friends with me, yet you've just insulted me. Hunter stared hard into his eyes, challenging him. This is what I mean. You're too difficult to talk to and you think you're so superior. It's rude. And this is why you irritate me. Always trying to pick a fight. You started it. Hunter crossed his arms. I'm gonna be honest here. I don't like you, and if you were not related to Jacob, I would never make the effort to like you. I don't like you either. You're self-centered. Your ego is bigger than this room and you're gay. Hunter didn't expect him to say the last one. He didn't think he was homophobic. Not with such open-minded parents. Being gay is a reason you hate me. Look. I'll accept it because you're excuse me. Hunter's anger started pulsing through him. I'm not asking for your acceptance. I couldn't care less what you think about me, but you've just made it pretty clear that you will never, ever be a part of this family. I already am. Vic started to look smug. Hunter took a calming breath. Punching him felt very, very satisfying right now. I should have known you would be like this. I'm done with trying. There's no point. He stood up, surprisingly catching eye contact with Nathan, who was standing in the doorway. He was staring at his son with a mortified expression. Vic froze like a deer in the headlights. Vic, he breathed. Hunter could almost see the steam pouring out of his ears. What the hell is wrong with you? What? His voice was far from confident. I'm just saying what I feel. You know what? Nathan was done with his bullying. You remind me of my dad more and more every day. I'm so fed up of you being this judgmental. Hating someone simply because they are attracted to the same gender is the most pathetic thing I have ever heard. Hunter dug his fingernails into his palms, trying not to smirk. Dad, no. I've had enough. You owe him an apology. Right now. Nathan was deeply embarrassed. Vic could not cope with his dad's mad side, so he crossed his arms and glumly looked at the ground. "Sorry," he mumbled. Nathan shook his head and clenched his teeth. "You're not 10 years old," he yelled, running a hand through his hair. He could no longer argue. Today has been tough for him. "Go home. Vic will talk about this later, but do not question me." Hunter was seeing his anger and he would not like to be in the target range. "Now go home." They watched him stomp out of the room like an exasperating little child. "I'm so sorry, Hunter." Nathan breathed and removed himself from the situation by walking the opposite way, leaving Hunter alone in the room. He shrugged to himself and looked around. Vic was nobody to him and his words didn't even scratch the surface of his compact mind. His eyes examined the huge bedroom with a king-size double bed in the right corner. It was bare with no character. This meant that he could do whatever he wanted, seeing it as a blank canvas. Wandering into the sweet bathroom, he saw that there was one huge bath and one huge shower, both sitting in separate corners of the tiled room. There were his and her sinks, which caused him to shake his head. He walked over and started pulling at the her sign, glued onto the tile. When he was successful at removing it, a big smile spread across his face. Knowing this was his room, he turned when there was movement in the bedroom, only to see his mother hitting his father with a cushion. "Nope, you're too late." He grinned and walked into view. "This is my room." Margot sighed and hit Anthony again. "I've been eyeing this room up for ages." "How unfortunate." Hunter chuckled and handed her the plaque he pulled off the wall. Anthony laughed. "I'll order his plaque then, shall I?" Studying him, he had a question. "Do you think Scott and his family would like living here?" "You'd ask them to move in." Well, I don't think they'll be able to live in their own home for much longer." Grace left a note saying that she was basically abandoning the family and divorcing Scott. Hunter raised his eyebrows, not really knowing what to say, as he told William and Jacob about it. Margot shook her head. "He doesn't know how to." Hunter was about to respond, but he smelt his mate. He turned to see him approaching the doorway with a twinkle in his eyes, wanting to immediately change the subject. He rushed over and flung his arms around him. Jacob fell into the wall with a confused frown. Hunter was clinging on rather tightly. "What do you think of this bedroom?" He mumbled into his shoulder, his scent filling him with pleasure. Jacob looked around with the limited movement of his head. "Yeah, it's nice. I like it too." Hunter grinned and pulled his head back. "It's ours." Jacob moved his gaze from the huge window, looking out across the massive garden, to Hunter's magnificent gray eyes. He loved how they were so magical and full of emotion. "Ours. Well, which well? You basically lived in our little cabin for a week. I don't think it would be much different here." Jacob's mind flashed to what life was like only a short few weeks ago. He found it hard to sleep longer than for hours at a time. He thought he was crazy, living with a voice in his head. His mother and father were happily married. He struggled to look at people, let alone talk to them. He didn't know who he was, where he was going in life and where he wanted to be. Having no real dream and feeling close to giving up, Jacob Jones was slowly caving in. Not once did he imagine that he would be this person in such a compressed amount of time. Hunter watched the sides of his mouth curl into a little smile, remembering when those were incredibly rare to witness. "I love your smile." Margot and Anthony slowly edged towards the door. Their son had to claim his territory by filling it with his scent. Also, they had to ask Scott about Grayson when he was going to tell his boys. It doesn't sound so creepy anymore. Jacob used to hate it when the voice said things like that to him. Thinking back on all the odd stuff as Pogabout made sense, now that he knew it was Hunter. "I am still sorry, though. For what I did to you." Jacob didn't want to hear it. He has forgiven him. It should not be mentioned again. Leaning forwards, he silenced the werewolf with a kiss on the lips. Their hearts sparked together and filled with warmth. Hunter instantly kissed him back, never wanting to miss the opportunity. "I think," Jacob whispered, only pulling his head back a few centimeters, allowing his mate to feel his breath against his lips. We have a few things to talk about. Hunter opened his eyes. What a way to kill the mood. Jacob's eyes turned rather serious. Why didn't you tell me about your grandparents? Hunter's heart crippled at the distant memory which haunts him every day. Because I didn't want you to feel sorry for me. Jacob furrowed his eyebrows. I don't. Well, I do a little. I can't imagine going through something so horrible. It's not fair for you to feel like you can't tell anyone. Hunter looked down and took a big breath. I was a mess, Jacob. I still am in small ways, I guess. I can't swim in even baths petrify me. I can't hunt because killing just takes me right back to that day. Almost killing Thomas made me feel sick. I was disgusted with myself. Jacob appreciated all the help he has received from Hunter. He has nursed him, given him time and patched together his frail mind. But now, it was time to step up and give something back that will make a difference. Sliding his fingers down his arm, he took his hand and started pulling him towards the bathroom. What are you doing? We're having a bath. Hunter stopped walking, causing Jacob to turn. What like? Right now. Jacob nodded. His cheeks were bright pink. I'm going to help you get over your fear of water. I think a bath is a good place to start. Hunter's pupils instantly dilated. So does that mean I can see you naked again? His cheeky personality was shining through. Jacob tried very hard not to roll his eyes and melt with embarrassment. Is that all you think about? He turned and continued towards the bathroom, happy to see it had a lock on the door. Hunter was now eagerly following him, slowly forgetting about the stress of today. Spending time with Jacob was enough to cure his troubled mind. Only for a little while, so. Is that a yes? Jacob and Hunter's romantic storyline progresses smoothly, with mutual testing and growing closeness. But after building some trust and intimacy, external danger sneaks in. Discontent with the deity's presence, summon the wolf pack target Hunter. Jacob must confront this sudden crisis and his uncertain powers. This intertwining of emotional development and external conflict creates powerful drama. Chapter 70. When the bathroom door clicked shut, Jacob knelt beside the ornate brass taps, his fingers hovering over the bath's porcelain surface. He turned the hot tap, letting the water cascade over his fingers as he waited for the temperature to rise. Hunter leaned against the sink, arms crossed, trying to calm his racing heart. The prospect of sharing another intimate moment with Jacob sent his thoughts spiraling in delightful anticipation. The enormous tub filled rapidly as Jacob added cold water, seeking the perfect balance of warmth for them both to enjoy. He pressed his lips together, deliberately avoiding Hunter's gaze, knowing he'd find a mischievous glint and impending smirk there. Jacob's cheeks remained flushed, warm, and crimson. Yet, he felt a thrill of excitement at his newfound ability to summon his confidence. This self-assurance had long lurked in the shadows of his psyche, taunting him with visions of who he could have been. Whenever it surfaced, it would flicker like a blown fuse, expending its energy before retreating to the lonely recesses of his mind. He had never been able to grasp it firmly until someone assured him that his authentic self was not only acceptable but worthy of love. Hunter, Jacob murmured over the sound of running water. Why did you used to tell me that you would take me swimming? The werewolf's mind drifted back to those days when his mate didn't know him, recalling those very words. Well, I know you liked the water, especially when it's freezing cold because it took your mind off me. I would say it because I wanted to hold a conversation. I don't know what I was hoping for. You'd always shoot me down instantly. Who wouldn't? You were a bit of a creep. Jacob chuckled lightly. Hunter moved closer, crouching beside him. I was in a lot of emotional pain, you know. He grinned. It hurts so much seeing you every day and knowing my words were making you worse. I like it now. I like it now. Jacob returned his attention to the water. Noticing the bath was full, he turned off the taps and stood up. Hearing your voice feels normal. Hunter rose as well. releasing a heavy sigh. I'm not sure if I'm ready for this. Gazing at the water made his breathing labored. Sam used to try and force me into rivers to clean my wolf, and he never understood why I got mad at him and refused. Jacob began to undress, removing his shoes, socks, and then his jumper. Are you worried that he'll treat you differently if you told him? Hunter nodded and watched him closely. Jacob dipped his fingers in the water, checking that he was going to scold himself before lifting his lid and stepping in. What are you doing, Jacob? Hunter's confusion grew when he sat down, fully clothed, getting his jeans and T-shirt soaking wet. You can't tell me you're still shy. We showered together this morning. Jacob looked up with eyes that could read 1,000 expressions and a little smile that could warm 1,000 hearts. If you want to see me naked, you have to get in the water and undress me. His voice was quiet and cute. Hunter's mouth very slowly hung open and his words echoed around his mind. One eyebrow raised as he subconsciously started to pull at the bottom of his T-shirt. You told me you didn't know how to flirt. He was rather stunned. You're a fast learner. He stepped closer, feeling his mate take advantage of his over-affectionate personality. But well played. There's no way I'm missing out on this. He pulled off his shirt and unbuttoned his jeans. Jacob awkwardly watched him strip down until he had no clothes on. Yet, he was still relaxed because the share definitely helped. He was also ready to share some affection with him, now that he was getting used to it. His cravings grew innocently stronger. Hunter watched the gentle ripples in the water and took a breath. Jacob's white T-shirt was becoming see-through and clinging to his muscular body. He lifted his leg and lowered it into the warmth. When he was stood in the bath, he crouched, letting the water rise up to his waist, hiding his lower half and only exposing his knees. Jacob watched him take a sharp intake of air, and immediate thoughts of panic flooded Hunter's head. Remember where you are, he thought, boldly dominating his worries. Hunter was gripping the bath hard. He flashed back to the moment when he rose to the surface of the lake after being rescued by a stranger. He was screaming, kicking and fighting with everything he had, understanding that his grandparents were stuck and not able to set themselves free. He had coughed up water and cried until it left his system. I can't do this. As he started to stand, Jacob leaned forwards and gripped his shoulders. Look at me, he whispered, bringing his face close. Hunter made eye contact and Jacob knew he was completely exposed, physically and mentally. Everything is okay now. Nothing can hurt you. Hunter blinked, seeing him more clearly. Jacob felt his shoulders relax, and he started breathing again. Sorry, I just panicked for a minute. He sat down, letting himself relax into the curve of the bath when Jacob let go of him. Don't be sorry. Hunter sighed and ran his wet hands through his hair. He inhaled strongly and exhaled slowly. When he crossed his arms, he allowed his dashing and spirited personality to shine again. Thank you. Not even my parent can calm me down like that. Jacob smiled and tugged at his T-shirt. My clothes feel weird on. Hunter's eyes grew wide. Is this like one of your kinks? Because I'm totally digging it. Jacob's cheeks flared a deeper shade of red, if that was even possible. I didn't mean for that to sound. Of course you didn't. Hunter slowly sat up onto his knees, not really enjoying the water around him, but he ignored it the best he could. You'll eat a sweet. He moved forwards, putting his hands on the side of the bathtub and trapping his mate and himself against it. It took him a matter of seconds to connect their lips. Jacob closed his eyes and kissed him back. The passion rose between them, as did the heat. Hunter moved his hands and stroked them along the bottom of Jacob's T-shirt. They both shuddered and separated their lips so he could peel off the wet fabric, clinging to his skin. When the T-shirt was off, Hunter dropped it on the floor, letting it lap the tiles. He pushed his face in again, connecting their lips once more. It was strong and full of meaning. Jacob could feel his passion rising while they moved in sync. Hunter pulled at his jeans button. Then slowly, he unzipped them. Jacob felt his hand brush a delicate area, and he cowled and held back his pleasure. He lifted a hand and cupped the back of his neck, deepening the kiss. The alpha stayed in control and pulled his jeans down his legs. It was a little difficult in the position they were in that when they were off. He dropped them on the floor too. The kisses continued to deepen until Hunter had one hand buried in Jacob's hair and one hand tugging on his underwear waistline. "Do I have permission?" Hunter's musky voice clouded the god's thoughts. "Yes," Jacob breathed out loud, giving his mate the opportunity to invade his mouth with his tongue. But the innocence hit him hard and he pulled back. Hunter immediately stopped and opened his eyes. I don't." Jacob felt embarrassed. "You don't like that." Hunter moved his face closer. "That's okay. It does feel weird the first few times." He brushed his nose down his cheek and kissed the outline of his jaw, feeling the little jabs of approaching stubble against his lips. Hunter liked the feel of it and moved on to his neck, kissing harder and deeper into his skin, wanting to make his mate moan at least once. Jacob closed his eyes, only able to focus on how his smooth lips felt against him. He had never experienced anything like this before, and he didn't understand what was so special about affection. Until now, Hunter was gently nibbling him, marking him as his. He was trying to find his sweet spot, but was running out of room, so he kissed closer to his collarbone. Jacob's fingers instantly tightened against the back of his neck and he knew he found it. Softly sucking on it and pulling on the back of his hair was enough for Jacob to expose the cutest little, pleasured whimper Hunter has ever heard. He stopped for a moment, treasuring the sound, wanting to go much further and fully mark him. But he looked up to see that the brown in Jacob's eyes had almost been masked over by the black lustful pupils. His cheeks were red and he was bottom lip. Hunter had to sit up. Otherwise, he would lose his self-control and Jacob was still not ready. In the process of them kissing, Hunter did manage to pull off his underwear. They were sitting naked in a bathtub, which was something they did not think would be done for a while. Hunter's eyes traced Jacob's beautifully sculptured body. He looked like one of the marble naked statues seen in posh places or museums. He stopped when there was a little love bite forming just above his collarbone. Satisfaction filled him to the brim. He would try and show that off, making sure everyone knew he belonged to him. It's a wolf trait to be a little possessive. Jacob's eyes exam and return. What he felt when they were so close and intimate was something he could barely describe. Why was he nervous about affection when it brought such magnificent and truthful feelings? They were both raw, exposed, and completely themselves. It was breathtaking to feel this comfortable in the eyes of another being. Hunter coiled his legs around Jacob's so they could sit more comfortably in the limited space. He was pumped full of great emotions that he almost forgot why Jacob wanted him to take a bath in the first place, staring at his immense perfection. There was one emotion that dominated his whole body, including his heart. Jacob was connecting their stare, seeing right into his soul, and Hunter felt like now was the perfect time to express himself. He could no longer hold the precious words back. "I love you." Jacob's eyes widened, but only for a second. Those 3 words have never meant anything so powerful before. Yes, he has heard it from his family, but they are somewhat inclined to love him. This was different. Even though the bond was forcing them to be together, they had to find the love on their own. Jacob then smiled, but it was small and timid like it usually is. This one was significantly happy, bright and full of pride, flashing his perfect teeth. A fulfillment rippled through him, and nothing would ever stop him from saying this out loud. "I love you too." Chapter 71. I guess we didn't really think this through. Hunter chuckled. He was stood in the bathroom and Jacob was still sitting in the bath. However, his clothes were wet and he had nothing to change into. There were no towels here because all of their belongings were lost in the fire. "Let me see if there is anything in the other bathrooms." Hunter had allowed himself to air dry as he pulled his T-shirt over his head, chuckling on his way out. He shut the door behind him. Jacob turned, not wanting to risk someone walking in on him, and stared hard at the lock on the door. He knew he possessed telekinesis, but he still wasn't really sure how to use it. Lifting a hand out of the warm water, he did the stereotypical pointing at nothing, hoping it would move. He felt silly doing it, but if he was a god who could teleport, summon storms and control electricity, then he would stop trying. His mind relaxed and he imagined a force shooting from his palms, flowing over to the lock. It would latch on like it was part of him and twist it when he twisted his palm. Jacob took a breath, turned his hand and jumped when the noise of the door locking echoed in the bathroom. He managed to use his telekinesis for the first time without any problems. Raising his eyebrows, he stared at it until an idea popped into his head. To get clothes, he could teleport to his bedroom at home and get changed. Jacob climbed out of the bath with a little smile on his face before disappearing, leaving the bathroom closed from the inside. Hunter entered the bedroom empty-handed, but stopped after reading Jacob's thoughts. "Oh, that's clever. I'm glad you're finding uses for your powers now." He thought and tried to get into the bathroom, but it was locked. Well, mostly. Jacob quickly got changed, teleported back to the bathroom and unlocked it from the inside. He opened it to reveal Hunter with his arms crossed, standing patiently. His eyes examined Jacob. He had a long-sleeved gray top on that clung to his muscles. "You're hot." He grinned with his dazzling smile, not caring that Jacob's cheeks flared up. "I wish you could see yourself how I see you." Turning, he looked around the room, pulled off his shirt and effortlessly changed into his wolf. "I'm claiming my territory. What a help." Hunter collapsed to the floor and started rolling around, embedding his scent into the wood. Jacob watched him, finding it amusing before he changed too, only to find himself stuck in his top. He was in his puppy form. Hunter, can you help me?" Hunter stopped and started pulling at the top with his teeth. When Jacob was free, he shook his head and allowed his cute ears to flop around. "I've missed your pup form." Hunter gave him a big lick on his face before wandering over to the bed. Wanting to roll around on the mattress, Anthony sat on a huge leather couch, designed to seat 7 people. Looking around the big modern room allowed his mind to feel fresh and relaxed for the first time today. He had been talking to Scott, who was ready to tell his sons about the letter Grace left behind. They had to know. It's not fair for them to be left with unanswered questions. Anthony offered him a place to stay in their wonderful new home, and he almost released his constant heartbreak. Scott has never been so thankful to receive help. He is usually very independent and gets things done on his own. This time, the 𝐊𝐲 family have saved him from years of money troubles and sleepless nights. Of course, he is still going to work so he can add money to the werewolf community. Anthony and Margot get this home by default due to being the leaders. But Scott still wanted to pay his way, even if it was fully necessary. Suddenly, Hunter and Jacob came running into the room, still in their wolf forms. Jacob the pup scrambled under the table and made Hunter's big wolf skid across the floor, narrowly missing the wood. He cowled and fit under it, and Jacob knew it. Their wolf traits were playful and they had been chasing each other around the house. Luckily, the people who had been decorating the bathroom were part of the wolf society. They didn't bat an eyelid when Hunter galloped past. Jacob jokingly yelped when he pulled him out from under the table by the scruff of his neck, then pretended to nip him on his belly. Scott watched with big eyes, loving the beauty of their magical fur. Anthony glanced behind him to make sure Margot was watching them. For the first few weeks, she'll be very protective over the new house until she can settle down and stop treating it like it's made of glass. "Boys, don't play rough inside, please." Hunter laid down and calmed his lively, biting to gentle licks on Jacob's soft ears. "Jacob," Scott spoke, making him look up. "Have you seen your brother?" Jacob changed back and fell against Hunter's warm fur. "Yes," he cleared his throat, letting his voice adjust. "Yes, with Sam. Those two are quite similar." Anthony chuckled. "They both talk a lot and have way too much energy. They get on really well too." Scott was glad William didn't feel alone through this big change in his family life. Sam did his best to include him and he really appreciated it. "Hunter, can you get?" Before Anthony could finish, William and Hunter's pack walked in, chuckling about something. Scott stood up and felt bad. He knew that what he had to say would ruin his son's mood. This day has been a rather stressful one for everybody. "Jacob, William, can we go into the garden? I have someone to talk about." His sons made eye contact and Jacob climbed to his feet. Hunter changed back, knowing what they were going to talk about and thought they needed some family time. Alone, turning to his pack. He needed to show them some attention today. Boys, let's go for a run. He smiled at Jacob, kissed his forehead and walked with his pack out of the room. Simple kisses were still sweet and endearing, but they were no longer surprising and instantly exciting. Scott reluctantly guided his sons into the beautiful garden. It was large and connected to a field, which is where Hunter and his pack could be seen, running in the distance. William spotted a picnic bench and they sat down with their dad sitting opposite. He seemed a little nervous, which was an unusual expression for him to show. "Are you okay?" William's voice was serious. Scott sighed and started chipping away at the wooden table with his fingernail. With his other hand, he pulled out Grace's letter and gave it to them. He wanted their point of view without him influencing it in any way. William opened it and held it up for him and his younger brother to read. Scott's eyes darted around, still finding it difficult to profess that she had abandoned her family. It took almost a minute for them to read her goodbye words, and William was first to raise his eyebrows. "She's leaving us." Scott nodded, then handed him the divorce letters. Jacob wasn't very good at showing his emotion, but he was not fully surprised to read this news. They have heard nothing from her in days, and she always did take the cowardly approach, never fighting for what she has, always manipulating things to meet her standards. "When did you get this?" "Yesterday. Or the day before." Scott sighed. "I don't know. The past few weeks have been a bit of a blur. Are you gonna sign these?" William asked. Jacob could hear the hurt in his voice. "Yes," Scott said quietly. "I think it's for the best." William slowly nodded. It was hard to hear that his parents were divorcing, but it was easier after knowing his mother purposely made bad decisions. Jacob studied his dad, feeling everything he was experiencing, even if it was showing on the surface. Reading people was now one of his godly gifts, even if he didn't really know how to handle it. "You deserve better." Scott looked up when William nodded, agreeing. "She might be our mother, but that doesn't mean we have to like her. Doing this to you, well, to us is just cruel. Just running away from her problems. It's just stupid." William spoke the cold, hard truth. "You have to understand that I was, and maybe even still am, in love with her. We were married for a very long time. It will be hard for me to get over this. It'll be hard for you both to adjust without her, but I think I have something that will help." Scott made sure he spoke with confidence, showing them that no secrets were to be held between them. "Anthony offered us the opportunity to move in with him and his family." Jacob raised his eyebrows, not thinking they would allow humans to live with them. Hunter had told him about how they were concerned for his safety in the beginning. Rival wolves who knew Jacob was a mate of a high-ranked alpha did cause problems in the beginning. But now, Hunter was the one in trouble, being a mate of a god. "That's..." William's eyes were growing wider. "Amazing. Are you going to accept their offer?" "I think you should. This house is so big, and our old home is full of mostly Mom's stuff. It would be hard to get over her if we stayed. Also, it'll be easier for Jacob, not having to commute between two houses when his true place is Hunter." William exploded his thoughts verbally. "I agree," Jacob said quietly. "I'd like to stay here. But what do you think, Dad?" Scott's eyes had brightened up. "Just a little bit. I'd love it. Margot and Anthony know how much I will struggle to keep our old home. Financially. It's just not possible, and we'd end up having to move anyway." His sons nodded, and Scott felt the heavy strain of stress lift from his chest, feeling incredibly grateful to have such understanding kids. He stood up and held out his arms. The boys grinned and quickly walked around the wooden table to complete the embrace. The Jones family hugged, uniting their strong family bond. "I love you both so much." Scott closed his eyes and squeezed them tightly. "Love you too." The brothers spoke in unison. The back door then squeaked and Scott looked up. Anthony had his phone in his hand with a warming smile at their hug. Yet, his eyes looked a little confused. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've just got a call from the prison." He walked over, staring at Jacob the entire time. "𝐿𝐈𝐵𝐵 killed herself this morning." "What?" Scott gasped. "How she hung herself with her trousers. Apparently. It wouldn't surprise me if it was a murder. Wolves attempting to kill their own is not looked upon lightly, even by other inmates." Jacob started to frown. "But I know Jacob. You thought you saw her this afternoon, which is why I'm a little uneasy. It must have been a look-alike," he said quietly. Yet deep down, something felt odd about the situation. "You're not convinced, though, are you?" "I don't know. It feels weird. Maybe you can see ghosts." William shrugged. "I doubt it. You would have seen my parents." Anthony crossed his arms. "Maybe she faked her own death." "No, it was definitely her in the cell. They did 3 DNA tests. What if he consents when people die?" William suggested, which left that as a possibility. "I guess that kind of makes stepped when Jacob's eyes suddenly grew very round. He turned behind him but saw nothing." "What is it?" Jacob's breath was shaky. His hands started to tremble. "Not one bit. I can see her," he whispered. Chapter 72. Anthony turned and studied the space behind him, not able to see what Jacob was seeing. William gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Where is she?" "By the back door," he breathed. "She's staring right at me." Once more. Anthony looked behind him and saw nobody. "This is creepy." Alicia's eyes were like looking into an empty pit. They were dark, emotionals and he detected no soul, indicating that it had gone, leaving her empty shelled body behind. I don't understand. She's dead." Jacob could feel his storm brewing in the sky. Something was pushing him to go and speak to her. He knew her spirit was here for a reason. "Is she saying anything?" Scott questioned. Just then, Margot walked outside and straight through Alicia, who vanished into thin air. Jacob blinked in for a second, questioned his sanity. "She's gone." This was a very odd situation to be stuck in, and he was the only one who could figure it out. So he teleported into the bedroom which Hunter previously claimed, leaving everyone else to their confusion. He sat on the floor and took a big breath of air, burying his head in his hands. He tried to make sense of what was happening. Hope was all he could cling on to, but that felt worse. In the past, it was easy to abandon faith when he was alone. The room was deadly silent, empty and too big. He wanted to curl up under a duvet and escape from the world. Suddenly, he gasped and scrambled across the floor with huge and fearful eyes. Someone had tapped his shoulder and he found himself looking at Alicia once more. He was breathing heavy with his back pushed against the side of the bed. Getting a fright was very easy for Jacob, but this was on a whole different level. "Why are you here?" he whispered, trying not to sound utterly terrified. Alicia sat on the floor too. She didn't attempt to move closer, but the empty emotion on her face and his history with her were very unsettling. "I'm warning you." Even her voice was monotone and stripped from any life she ever had. "About what?" He could barely hold his thoughts together. "Are you okay, Jacob? Why are you thinking about Alicia?" Hunter's voice filled his head, making him instantly switch off their mind link. He had to concentrate on the danger in front of him. "Alicia killed herself this morning, or so he had been told. I am her body, the one in which you remember. Her soul has gone to where it belongs and her spirit is left with us, so we can use it to our advantage." Jacob started to fidget. If this was Alicia, then who was 𝐊𝐢𝐳, the keeper of lightning and the god of wolves? "You are very important to us, and it is in our best interest that we keep your guardian safe. Hunter." Jacob was starting to feel confused. "Who are you? My identity is not important at this current stage. However, your soulmate is in great danger." We looked through Alicia's memories, thoughts and feelings. She holds a very strong and heavy anger towards yourself and your guardian, but her death today was no suicide. Jacob was now beginning to feel intrigued. Did someone kill her? But how is Hunter in danger? Hunter's beta wolf is incredibly loyal. However, his omega wolves are plotting against him as we speak. What? The fear had left Jacob's mind. Surely, this could not be true. How do you know this? 𝐿𝐲𝐻's killer is Ricky. Who is Hunter's Omega Wolf? Looking through her memories, he told her what they were doing right before she died. He said how he has always despised the gods and their powers. He is not the only one who isn't enjoying your high status. A lot of people want Hunter raised and ed, including his own pack members. They know they cannot kill you directly, so they are targeting the only thing that will kill you from a broken heart. Your mate. Jacob was incredibly stunned as a heavy storm hovered above the house. Why did he kill 𝐿𝐲𝐻? He breathed, because she knew they were never fully loyal, and even from prison, her voice could have been heard. She would do everything to ruin the pack. How did he get into the prison? His dad works there and smuggled him inside the building. He also dislikes the gods and didn't want 𝐿𝐲𝐻 to ruin their plan. Jacob very slowly climbed to his feet. He could not believe he was talking to 𝐿𝐲𝐻's body with someone else inside, who was now telling him about how Sam is apparently the only loyal wolf in Hunter's pack. What plan? Today, they will drown your mate. Hunter galloped through the open air with his pack following proudly behind. The trail they were on was hardly known to humans and was often a very safe place for werewolves to go. When they were approaching a cliff face, Hunter slowed down, panting hard and enjoying the feel of his worked-out muscles. He changed back and turned, as did the rest of his pack. We haven't been here in a while. He breathed and sat on the grass. I thought you'd appreciate a pack run after me being a bit distant recently. Sam collapsed onto the ground and stared at the gloomy clouds approaching. I think. He paused, wanting to catch his breath. I'm gonna make a deal with Jacob. I want at least 1 day a week of full sunshine. Ricky, Harrison, and Jonah crouched together, waiting for the perfect moment to express their hidden hatred. He switched off my mind, Link. Hunter mumbled and closed his eyes. The subtle breeze and fresh air felt good. He could hear water and didn't want to think about looking over the cliff. It was around 28 feet tall and would not be a sensible place to get close. I think he likes having moments alone to himself. Yeah, Sam let out a content sigh. But I'd love to have a mate's voice in my head. It just sounds so appealing and comforting. I really want to find a mate. Do you think I will? I mean, I have to earn it, but I think I can do that. I am worthy of loving someone, right? Also Sam's voice stopped and Hunter frowned when there was a loud thud. Opening his eyes, he was horrified to see Jonah standing over him with a huge rock in his grip. Sam laid still with blood trickling from his head. What the hell? Jonah didn't let him finish before turning and throwing the rock in his direction. Hunter gasped but was too slow to block it from hitting him on the side of the face. The back of his head hit the grass hard, making the sounds around him instantly muffled. His vision blurred while his mind fought to stay awake. Lift him. Take him to the edge. Harrison ordered. Stop. Hunter slurred. Sam, what did you do to him? Ricky and Jonah coiled their arms under his and started dragging him to the edge of the cliff. Get off. I'm ordering you to stop. Hunter started to fight against them, but he was a little weak and confused. The wound on his head was affecting him. We're sorry this has happened to you, Hunter. Harrison spoke and followed them to the edge. But 𝐾𝐞𝐬𝐃 can't live among us. You were a good alpha to us, and we do appreciate you. It's just unfortunate that you're paired with him. Hunter was struggling to understand the situation when he was placed right next to the cliff edge. He dug his hand into the grass and tried to pull himself away, but Ricky stood on it, making him cry out in pain. It was convenient that you took us here. He was unnervingly calm. We know you can't swim, so it was the easiest option for us to kill you. Hunter looked up and for the first time, 𝐿𝐲𝐧𝐼 saw the real fear in their alpha's eyes. You don't have to do this. He breathed. The gods are good for us. Jacob has done nothing wrong. Hearing him speak was making it harder for them. Jonah made the decision to do what they were told and started pushing him off the edge. Hunter's heart exploded in his chest and the soil was caught in his fingernails while he scratched at the ground, trying to stop them. No, please. Stop. He begged when his legs could no longer feel any ground below them. Please, I don't want to drown. His worst nightmare was coming true. All those times he has dreamt about dying the same way his grandparents did filled him with dread. It was indescribable how the fear crippled his body. But his own gaze worked together and gave him one final push. Slowly, allowing Hunter to drop. Falling. The speed hit his stomach like a steep dip in the road or a drop on a roller coaster. The air rushed in his eyes, forcing them to close, burning his skin and making it impossible to move his limbs. It took a matter of seconds before his body came into contact with freezing water. However, he landed stomach first and it was like falling onto a concrete floor, instantly breaking his nose, a lot of ribs and giving him the headache of a lifetime. The freezing temperatures of the water swallowed him whole and filled his nose, ears, and mouth as he screamed in pain. The Omega wolves watched him disappear into the rough, murky water. But thoughts of Sam had left their minds until someone ran past them and jumped off the cliff. Harrison gasped when Sam straightened out his body, not wanting to land the same way as Hunter. His body entered the water smoothly and he quickly tried swimming to the surface. Opening his eyes, he saw Hunter fighting for his life, but he was strong enough to bring his head above the water without help. Quickly, he swam close enough to grab his shoulder before yanking him back into the air. They both gasped and Hunter coughed like his lungs had captured some water. Sam looked around, but it was clear that they'd have to swim for ages to find a simple rock to cling onto. The cliff offered no support. "Sam, go," Hunter breathed. He was in so much pain and his body was quickly deteriorating. "Swim to shore." "Leave me here." "No," Sam was stern and held him strongly. His legs were furiously kicking against the current. "I'm not leaving you. If you're gonna drown, we drown together." Hunter winced when a little wave pushed them into the cliff face. "You're an idiot," he breathed. No, the struggle was clear in Sam's voice. "I'm loyal and would do anything to serve you. Nobody deserves to die alone." Hunter's head went underwater for a moment until his beta heaved him up. "And who knows, maybe I'll find my mate in the afterlife." Hunter released a low grunt which could only be detected as a chuckle. "You deserve one, Sam." He paused when his vision started fading. "Thank you. I couldn't have asked for a better friend." A lump caught in the beta wolf's throat. He didn't want to cry, but he was getting tired and wouldn't be able to hold them both above the water for much longer. "I have something to confess." He breathed and gasped when they were slammed into the cliff face once more. You'll be shocked to hear it, I think." Hunter tried to connect a mind, link with Jacob, but his head was too injured and weak. Nothing shocks me that much anymore." Hunter's voice was quiet and he tried to support Sam in the water too, hoping that Jacob would feel his distress and find him. Well, I will. This will." He coughed when the water was forced into his mouth. His alpha connected their gaze and he found the perfect moment. Taking a breath, he announced his secret. "𝐊𝐬𝐲." Everything was silent, even the waves. Hunter's eyebrows found themselves rising and not once did he disconnect their gaze. "And I have a major crush on William." They bobbed up and down against the tide. The seagulls above could now be heard screeching in the air. Hunter was growing cold. His lips were slightly blue and his teeth had started to chatter. But surprising news filled his head. It was something he did not suspect. Not in the slightest. U.S. Serious. "Hunter, we're going to drown. I wouldn't throw jokes at you like this." His alpha shook his head with a struggling smile. He was about to ask why he kept it a secret, but a huge splash erupted in the water next to them. Sam jumped and nearly let go of Hunter, whose head fell prisoner to the waves once more. Sam looked around until strong arms wrapped around him and Hunter, pulling him back above the waves. A head popped up in between them and Sam wanted to cry and scream with happiness. "Jacob." He breathed when his alpha's eyes started to close. He had fresh blood pouring from his nose and his head wound. "Hold tight. This is going to be rough." Jacob understood that if he came 30 seconds later, they both would have drowned. Sam put his arms around him and also grabbed Hunter, who was almost unconscious. Taking a deep breath, Jacob focused on his power and used everything he possibly had to transport them out of the water and away from danger. Chapter 73. Scott, William, Margot, and Anthony received a huge shock when a very loud bang echoed through the room. Looking up, the light was swinging from whatever hit the floor. Without saying a word, they climbed to their feet and aimed for the stairs. The only person who could have appeared upstairs was Jacob, or one of the painters had fallen. Nathan went home to give Vic a very stern lecture about his views. When they reached the second floor, Hunter's room was the first door on the right. Everyone ran towards it and their worry grew with what they saw. Hunter was unconscious. Sam had blood trailing down the side of his head, and they were soaking wet. Sam Cal didn't bring himself to stand up. He was breathing heavy and trying to pull his head into a better place. Seconds ago, he thought he was going to drown. A miracle saved him and Hunter. Sam could not believe that anyone would want to kill two beautifully soulful people. A Hunter, Margot breathed, alarmed by the blood and bruises forming on his face. She ran to his aid. Just like Anthony, William and Scott ran to Jacob, crouching to see if he was all right. "What happened?" Anthony asked, desperation lingering in his tone. 𝐿𝐲𝐬. Margot was trying not to cry while her gift worked its magic. "They are traitors. They tried to kill him." "What, why?" Scott breathed and rested a hand on Sam's shoulder, checking if he was okay. "They don't like the gods." Jacob furrowed his eyebrows. "They pushed him off a cliff and into the sea. He and Sam nearly drowned. I only just made it to them in time. Please, he needs a doctor." Anthony fumbled in his pocket and quickly pulled out his phone. He knows some wolves who are doctors and will drop everything to a Hunter, by the sounds of it. Taking him outside is too dangerous. Margot rested her hands on his head and gently stroked his cold cheek. "I think he'll be okay. Nothing too severe has happened to his head, but we need to change his clothes." She looked up, expecting everyone but Jacob and Anthony to leave. "Well, wait downstairs for the doctor," Scott replied. "William, help Sam to his feet." William moved over, not caring if Sam was soaking wet as he lifted his cold arm and put it around his own shoulders. Sam would be ecstatic if it was for his own injury, interfering with his feelings. Admitting how he felt to Hunter was because he really thought they would drown. Now that he had shared it with someone made him realize that it was so bad to be heard. When they were on their way out of the room, Anthony put his phone down after having a very short, yet serious conversation. A doctor was on their way. "What are his injuries?" Anthony asked. "I can't quite tell for sure." Margot's horrified eyes stared at the deep purple bruises forming on his ribs. "His nose is broken and his jaw is a little beaten. He has about 6 or maybe 8 broken ribs." She was overwhelmed at seeing him so emotional and hurt. "He has dislocated his shoulder too." Jacob sighed, feeling very sorry for him. "It's freezing." Anthony ran a hand through his hair. "He doesn't even have clothes or a duvet we could wrap him in. Everything he owns was burnt in the fire." Jacob quickly stood up with a twinkle of hope in his eyes. "He'll be right back." All it took was a simple blink for him to disappear from sight. Margot started pulling Hunter's jeans off, but was faced with more bruises. Warm tears flooded down her face. "How can his own pet do such a thing?" she whispered. "They are supposed to be by his side for. How is he going to trust anyone again?" Anthony put an arm under his son's neck and an arm under his legs, gently lifting him up, wanting to place him on the mattress. He'll never get over his fear of water after this. His veins were pulsing with immense anger. When he laid him down, he looked up like he was staring at the sky. What has he done to deserve this? He's just a boy. Jacob's feet hit the wooden floorboards and his arms were too full to catch his fall. Yet he toppled onto the duvet which he had carried over. Hunter's parents rushed over to take some dry clothes and a soft cushion to put under their son's head. The doorbell could be heard echoing through the house while the 2 painters stood in the doorway, watching with worry. Scott rushed to bring the doctor inside, alerting the bodyguards about what had happened. Sam stayed sitting on the couch, wanting the doctor to aid Hunter before himself. "Can I get you anything?" William asked. "I'm fine," in jest. Happy to be alive. Sam was exhausted. He wanted to sleep for days. Actually, could you get me some tissue? I'm sick of getting blood in my eye." William pulled out some kitchen roll that he already grabbed. He shuffled closer, looking at the deep wound with further concentration. "That looks sore." Sam reached for the tissue, but William took the task into his own hands and held it up, gently dabbing the wound and soaking up the blood on his head. "It's fine. It'll be healed in a few days." "Is that like a werewolf thing?"
Sam smiled, but his eyes didn't light up.
He was not feeling himself. Trying not to stare at William was hard, especially when he was sitting close. But he couldn't admit his feelings. He isn't his mate. There is no point developing feelings for someone who is not his chosen one. He could wait his whole lifetime searching, but if his mate never comes, then he would rather be lonely than fall for someone who isn't right. And plus, William isn't gay, as far as 𝐻E's aware. Remember to give him these painkillers every 4 hours. 𝐻E's going to be in agony for a few days. The doctor stood up and straightened out her waistcoat. "Keep him warm, hydrated, and make sure he eats something when he wakes up. These tablets will make him feel drowsy, but he needs nutrients." Margot and Anthony nodded at her words. "Thank you for getting to us so fast." "We can't thank you enough." Margot gave her a hug. She has known this woman for many years. "You're more than welcome. This is the least I could do." The doctor's eyes were so drawn to Jacob. "Excuse me for being so informal, 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐞𝐬, but you are loved and worshipped among many wolves. Do not let those who fall off the path of faith drag you down. And it is a pleasure to meet you." Jacob showed a little smile and a single nod. "Thank you." Satisfied, the doctor then turned and left, knowing Sam downstairs needed medical attention. When she was gone, Jacob took his gaze back to Hunter. The wound on his head was covered with a white dressing. His nose was cleaned and the doctor had put white sticky strips on it, holding it securely so it could heal correctly. His left eye was rather swollen and bruised. When will he wake up? Margot sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the anger pulsing through her. Hopefully soon, but he needs his rest. Jacob stood up and clenched his fists. He too was angry. It is true that he didn't know much about how pacts work, but loyalty is exceptionally important. Hunter trusted those men with his life and they betrayed him. Anthony watched him with an immense flow of revenge manipulating his heart. Margot, Jacob and I have something to deal with." His wife turned, connecting the gateway to their souls. She knew what he had to do, and when it came to their son, nobody got in their way. "Go, everything will be fine here." They turned and approached the door. "Be safe." Anthony flashed her a comforting but not a happy smile. "We will. Tell us if he wakes up." Anthony, his pack, and Jacob had been running through the woods, searching from house to house, but there was no sign of the Omega wolves. Each home showed hints that they had packed up and moved on. Anthony was furious. This meant that they were planning to kill their son for some time now. When Ricky's home was empty too, Anthony flipped the wooden table with anger. "I can't believe this," he yelled. "Who do they think they are?" Alpha, Ray, his beta wolf spoke. "Is it wise to maybe call a city meeting? There will be people willing to help. Surely, someone must know where they went." Anthony clenched his jaw and looked around. "Burn their homes. Burn everything. They are not getting away with this. Jacob, come with me. My pack will get started right away." The wolves watched him stomp out of the house. They felt rather satisfied with destroying all of the filthy 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐻 belongings. Pack betrayal was worse than family betrayal. They couldn't imagine how hurt Hunter will be. "What are we doing?" Jacob questioned. "Calling a city meeting. I'm not going to stop until I find them." "I know you're angry to Jacob." The sky hasn't stopped with the thunder. Anthony's eyes were filled with dark emotions. "It's not my son they want dead. It's you. I should have known that there would have been a great deal of conflict. I just had a hopeful will over my eyes, thinking that everyone would be inspired by you like I am. It's not your fault. Nobody knew the conflict would be in Hunter's pack. Not even Sam had suspicions. I know, but the thought of all three of you being dead right now makes me feel sick. It was Alicia who told me. Well, her spirit. He spoke quietly as 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 crossed his arms and stared hard. That's why I could see her. She knew the 𝐊𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 were disloyal, so Ricky killed her, not wanting their plan ruined. Someone came to me in the bedroom using her body. They didn't tell me who, but are werewolves the only other supernatural beings to exist? Oh, well, yes, I believe so. Apart from the gods, of course. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 narrowed his eyes, starting to get used to Jacob's discreet but visible hesitation. You're not sure, are you? The god shook his head. I know werewolves can't appear to people in spirit, and I know it was another god. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 shrugged. I don't know who it was unless angels are real, but I honestly doubt that. Shaking his head. He has had enough. Come on. Don't let that bother you right now. We have to go to the city hall. Tick off everyone who enters and rule out those who don't turn up as suspects. Wait. I can teleport us there. Oh, all right. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 walked over and held on to him. Seeing Jacob as his son's mate was a blessing. Today, he saved Hunter's life and he will forever be incredibly grateful. I hope you're ready to defend yourself. I don't know how many wolves will turn up having the same thoughts as those on 𝐊𝐽𝐳. I am prepared. And am angry. Will you show them your anger? Jacob nodded. They hurt Hunter. He stopped when Sam's voice invaded his head. Jacob, get back to the house. There's like a weird gathering of wolves going on in the field behind the garden. I don't think they're here to worship you. Okay. I'm on my way. We're going back to the house. I have a strong feeling that the mission will be fulfilled. Today. All right. Do whatever you have to do. Jacob swallowed his fear and with a simple blink, they disappeared. He didn't know what was going to happen. He didn't know if the people crowding outside the house would be willing to fight, or even kill. The Omega wolves turned their back on Hunter with so much ease. He feared for the worst. However, they don't know how strong he really is. They don't know that they are about to test his patience and watch it snap. And they don't know what it feels like to be in the wrath of an angry god, or what it feels like to have unspeakable amounts of electricity surging through their bodies. Thoughtless actions might just be enough to cost them their lives, and they are feeling rather reckless, mindless and unaware of how much danger they are in. Under the mighty eye of 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼. Chapter 70 for Jacob landed smoothly, keeping himself and 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 on their feet. However, their minds were panicked and wanted to understand the dangerous situation. William ran down the corridor, greeting them outside the kitchen. What's happening? 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 questioned. I don't know. Sam said there are wolves on your field. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 ran past the boys and into the kitchen, wanting to see for himself. When William turned, Jacob grabbed his arm. Are you okay? His older brother asked. This is dangerous, Will. He whispered. I can feel it. William rested a hand on his shoulder with concern. I don't get how you think and feel now that you're a god. But whatever you need, we'll be right behind you. Okay? Jacob nodded and took a big breath. I wish Hunter was awake. It's because of those people that 𝐊𝐻𝐼 not. You need to show them who's in charge in this situation. They can't do whatever they want. They think you're weak and we both know you're not. I've seen your power, Jay, and if they did too, they would know who you really are. William was always good at pumping the confidence into him when he was nervous. I'm angry. I know. I don't blame you. I tried to kill your boyfriend. If I were you, I'd have my knuckles deep into their faces by now. William studied him for a further second, wanting to help. And if you're angry, let them see it. There's no shame in it. You sound like Dad. William chuckled, earning a little flicker of a smile from Jacob. That's not a bad thing, is it? He frowned. No, it's not. Right? It most certainly is not. Scott's voice caught them off guard. It's good to know my wisdom is rubbing off on you both. They walked over, watching him with slight amusement. But before they could continue the conversation, a loud noise, followed by what sounded like smashing glass, came from the kitchen. Sudden footsteps approached from the bottom of the stairs. Margot was marching towards the kitchen with raging eyes. The boys moved out of her way, and even Anthony Calden stopped her from stomping out and into the garden. Nobody wrecked her new home. Everyone entered the kitchen to see that the crowd of wolves were now standing at the bottom of the garden, spilling into the field. The bodyguards were trying to stop them and calling their packs to the house in the process. Bodyguards. Yeah, right? Anthony muttered under his breath. So far, they have done nothing useful. They didn't even warn him about the intruders. Margot stopped at the edge of the patio, leaving almost 20 meters between herself and the rowdy werewolves. How dare you? She yelled. Even her husband experienced shivers down his arms. He would never like to be caught up in her anger. She is always right and arguments are very, very unfair with her gift. This is my home. You could have hurt my family. A mocking laugh was shared by the men and women. Like we care. You're a family of freaks. A woman yelled with a smirk. Jacob flinched at that word. He hated it. Anthony marched out and stood proudly next to his wife. Our son is lying unconscious upstairs because his own pack tried to kill him. Are you really that desperate to get rid of a god? How could you accept taking an innocent life? Being in the presence of Anthony was making some of them stand silently, feeling that maybe they are taking things a little too far. You can't go around claiming that your son is a mate of a god. And how can you declare to have a god in your family? You're greedy, selfish and only want power. A man raised his fist in the air and everyone cheered. Anthony shook his head. There were around 50 werewolves here. That is nothing compared to how many people are in the city. Yet, small but deadly would be a perfect way to describe them. You're out of your minds. Turning, he motioned through the broken window for Jacob to come outside too. Go, son. Stott patted his back. Show them who their real leader is. And show them that they can't just mess with Hunter and get away with it. Jacob found himself nodding to his father's words. He was right. As usual. Hunter is in great danger if he simply lets them get away with hurting him. They need to know the consequences of their actions. Taking a steady breath, he walked through the big kitchen and out into the open of the believers, trying to make eye contact the best he could. Jacob stood next to Margot, wanting to look confident. Now he just needed the independence to speak up. A low grumble of thunder echoed through the air, giving him support and encouragement. There was a dark atmosphere, almost like the sun was hiding from the dull mood. Did you help Hunter's Omega Wolves plan how to kill him? Jacob cringed. Why did he have to stutter? What? A woman yelled, followed by a patronizing cackle. We can't hear you. Laughter erupted from the crowd and Scott's heart sank. He had so much faith in his son. He just needed to find his godly spirit. You're no god. You can't even speak up for yourself. How can we say you're our leader? Acting like that. A man yelled. Margot lifted her hand and gently squeezed his arm. Jacob just wanted to hear Hunter's voice in his head. If he was here, he would have everyone bowing on their knees. But he is still unconscious and not able to provide assistance. Any one of us could have been a god. Why are you so special? You're wrong. Anthony growled. Where is your faith? This boy only found out about this way of life a few weeks ago. You can't expect him to simply know what 𝐻𝐸's doing. Shut up, Anthony. A man with the word trust tattooed onto his neck spat out his words. It was against the law for werewolves to get tattoos as they show up on fur. Trying to blend with natural wolves makes it impossible. My faith was with you until you started worshipping him and feeding it into our heads that we have to do the same. We have no royalty. The gods are corrupt. They will destroy us. How? Margot yelled back as Jacob started to clench his fists in anger. They are back to protect our kind from collapsing in on itself. The gods are good for us. What a load of rubbish. The gods only care about themselves. They would never think about putting their lives at risk to save ours. Not in a million years. And you know the gods personally, do you? Anthony scoffed. If you're so sick of us forcing our beliefs on you, why are you here trying to do exactly the same? Because we need to unite. You need to know how toxic he is. Enough. Jacob's deep voice boomed loud, instantly cutting off their argument. The sudden creamy glow of electricity shot from his hands and exploded in front of the crowd. Loud gasps were shared as they jumped back, stunned from the sudden danger. It fried the grass, but nobody cared. Jacob had found his godly attitude. Answer my question. Did you help hunters Omega wolves with their plan to kill their alpha? As he spoke, he was aware that his mate had woken up and was trying to climb out of bed. Hunter was too weak to connect their mind link, but he heard yelling and needed to get the window. It took a moment for the werewolves to find their voice, still shocked from the electricity. Yes, a woman cleared her throat, wanting to stand her ground. We did help them. The only way we can get rid of you is by targeting your mate. Jacob stepped off the patio and glared at them all, showing his fierce irritation. His hands were still accompanied by little bolts of lightning, circling and twisting around his palms. You have no right to even think about him in that way. 𝐊𝐲 my mate, and you will not get away with hurting him. Well, look who has found his voice. The guy with the tattoo stepped forwards, challenging him. You can't stop us. We're going to end you. Filthy god. Jacob lifted his hands, just as Hunter made it to the window so he could see what was happening. Electricity rope shot out of his palms and wrapped around the man's arms, instantly burning his skin. Jacob yanked it, pulling the screaming man towards him until he could grab the scruff of his t-shirt. His eyes exposed terror within the werewolf. He could barely look into them. Jacob studied his face, clenched his jaw, and released a very intense atmosphere. Good luck. Hunter was in unbearable pain, but he called to stop the feeling of pride from shivering down his spine. That's it, Jacob, he croaked, even though nobody could hear him. You show them who's boss. He then collapsed onto the windowsill, unable to hold himself up any longer. Jacob pushed the man back with so much force. The other werewolves had to stop him from falling over. The rope vanished, leaving nasty burns on his arms. Jacob, how could you hurt? Never. Call me Jacob again. He growled. To you, I am 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐶, your leader. Anthony raised his eyebrows and smirked, just like Sam, who was standing at the door. Scott was biting his lip, trying to keep back his immense joy. We don't need a leader. We don't need anyone to look up to. Then why have you looked up to Anthony for all these years? Just because this is new and hard for you to understand doesn't make it okay to banish it. The intruders looked at each other, whispering and wondering what else they could find to argue about. However, some of them were here for a little more than talking. We came here to finish the job. A woman at the front yelled, looking at Anthony. Her eyes were evil. I'm sorry. I liked your son, but it's a real shame this happened to him. Wolves, a man screeched. Kill Hunter Raisin. Every owner's eyes wide and a surge of panic washed through the house. It suddenly felt like it was playing out in slow motion for Jacob. The raging wolf started running towards him, angry fists pointing in his direction. In a matter of seconds, they would attack him and hurt anyone in their path. They would charge into the house, searching for his mate, and once again, they'd attempt to kill him. However, the god would never allow such a disgraceful offense. Margot and Anthony only just started to react as Jacob had gone through this whole thought process. He knew what he had to do, and when it came to defending Hunter's life, he would happily kill to protect the one he loves. In his left fist, an extraordinary swell of power built up, taking his anger, distress, and pain with it. For a second, it felt like more than what was happening to him today affected this change. All those years of bullying, self-hate, torment, humiliation, affliction, and heartache was brought to the surface. All those times his mom stripped away his true qualities. All those times he was called a freak, looked down upon, and was believed in, mixed with his power. He felt every last emotion, and it almost brought him to sudden tears. It was overwhelming, shattering his timid, spineless, and unassertive personality. He stuck up for himself and fought back. 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐶 lifted his hand that was now crackling with the volume of power. letting out a cry of anger as the non-believers were only a few feet away. He crashed his fist down, punching it straight into the concrete, sending cracks right under his feet and burns onto his knuckles. The aftermath was like a ripple of energy, bursting from his hand, abruptly working its way through the werewolves and destroying every ground, floor, glass, window. The building quaked on its foundation. Yet 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼, Margot, William, Sam and Scott were protected. A simple breeze washed through them while everyone else was knocked off their feet and pushed several meters back. Their bodies were filled with electricity, shocking their organs. When they hit the floor, the god ended his strong cry of courage. Hunter had seen everything from the bedroom window. He almost passed out twice, but he wanted to witness the incredible audacity from his mate. If you ever dare to plot against this family, my family, or my mate again, I will wipe you off the face of this earth. Jacob no longer had to yell. His words were stern and pounding through their minds. He changed into his magnificent, godly wolf and howled. The noise was inspiring and mesmerizing, causing the birds in the sky, and even the insects on the grass to stop and watch. The hypnotic sound was also a warning, delivering the heart-destroying message into those who swayed their faith. Do not underestimate me. I am your God. I give you life and I can destroy it with a simple beat of your heart. His message was sent to every wolf in the United Kingdom. Just like when the lunar cycle came to an end, the intruders were lying in the garden, either dead, barely alive, or awake and wishing they were dead. Jacob changed back and stood up. He took a breath and turned to Hunter's parents. "I'm sorry for breaking your windows." After brushing down his shirtless chest, he casually walked past everyone, wanting to check up on his mate. Their eyes followed him and their mouths hung open. To be in the presence of someone so influential was the greatest miracle they will ever receive. In the story, Sam joined Hunter's wolf pack for his family's glory, but his sexual orientation became his biggest. Amidst the betrayal of Hunter and the family's chaos, Sam's emotions were greatly tested. When he finally gathered the courage to come out to his family, he was met with indifference and expulsion. Where will Sam go? Can he find happiness in a new environment? Chapter 75J Hunter. Jacob's voice was soft as he tapped his mate's cheek. Hunter remained unresponsive, fresh blood seeping from his nose. Jacob's protective instincts surged, his newfound confidence fueling his actions. With gentle determination, Jacob slipped his arms around Hunter's unconscious form. Despite Hunter's weight, Jacob lifted him carefully, cradling him against his chest. He moved slowly, mindful of Hunter's vulnerable state, and placed him softly on the bed. Jacob's fingers trembled slightly as he pulled the duvet over Hunter's body, then tenderly brushed through his mate's hair. Downstairs, the pack members and other werewolves remained transfixed, their eyes locked on the fallen wolves sprawled across the grass outside. Jacob's display of power had left an indelible mark on their psyches. The image of electricity flowing from his hand seared into their memories. The destruction he had wrought with such a simple gesture was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. But Jacob's thoughts were far from the carnage he had caused. In his mind, those wolves had earned their fate. He was done being a doormat, tired of others exploiting his former lack of confidence. This day marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life, one where he held the pen and wrote his own story, no longer allowing others to dictate his path. As midnight approached, 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 busied himself with damage control and future plans. He had instructed his pack to contact the families of the non-believers and remove the bodies. Jacob's wrath had claimed 23 wolves, while others suffered heart attacks or were rendered unconscious by the force of their falls. Secretly, 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 wished all the intruders had perished, but he knew the survivors would spread tales of their god's immense power. They would warn others never to underestimate Jacob again. and the story of how fiercely he protected his mate would ensure Hunter's safety under jacket as watchful eye, with determination in his eyes. Anthony began arranging a city meeting for the following morning. His mind was set on tracking down those troublesome Omega wolves, eager to let Jacob deal with them as he saw fit. "I don't think we have to worry about the werewolf hunters anymore." Margot's angelic voice floated through Anthony's ears as she took down her long hair, getting ready for bed. Her husband walked over and wrapped his arms around her waist. "I'm a bit wary of them. Although they are like insects I don't think they know what to do now that their leaders are in prison." He leaned down and kissed her forehead. "We'll get the windows fixed tomorrow. I promise. I know what you're like with your promises." She chuckled. "But I'm not even mad." He could have torn the house down and did still have a smile on my face. Watching him stand up for himself, I felt so proud. Me too. I'm so happy he did that. But remind me to never get on his bad side. Margot laughed and buried her head into his chest. "I bet Hunter will test it occasionally." Grinning, she moved the soft fabric of his shirt in between her fingers. Little arguments have been good for them. It has set their boundaries and they know what anchors each other, so they know what to avoid. "I agree." Anthony ran his fingers through his wife's hair. "But today has been one of the most stressful days I have gone through in a while. We both need a good night's sleep." Margot looked around the bare room. "I'm not coming to the city meeting with you tomorrow. I'm going to stay and look after Hunter. He has not woken up since watching Jacob obliterate the werewolves." Anthony pulled away and climbed into bed. "That's fine. I don't think I should ask Jacob to come. He'll want to be with Hunter when he wakes up. And Hunter will want him too." Margot switched off the light, leaving the dim yellow glow of the bed. After climbing into bed, she snuggled up next to her mate and yawned. "Night, my love. See you in the morning." Anthony switched off the lamp and hugged her tightly. "Night." "His eyes are twitching," Sam said and leaned over his alpha. It was 10:30 in the morning and Hunter was starting to wake up. "Give him some space." Margot smiled, making the beta wolf sit back. Jacob watched his eyebrows curl into a frown. He was in a lot of pain, even though his injuries had started to heal during the night. When a low whimper left his lips, Margot reached for the painkillers. Hunter felt stiff and sore. His head and face stung but also ached to the beat of his heart. He couldn't really move his left arm because it was in a sling, allowing his shoulder to heal. Breathing was utter agony and it really felt like torture. His throat was so dry and he was hungry. Without opening his eyes, he had one thing to say about this. He whispered. "I'm going to kill the 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬. Sam sat forwards again, just when his alpha flickered open his eyes. "Count me in." His eyes were a little bloodshot and his vision was blurry. "Sam," he breathed. "I'm kinda glad you're still alive." The beta wolf shook his head with an amused smile. "That's good enough for me." Hunter's eyes moved to Jacob, who didn't want to smother him with his presence. Yet he was trying hard to hold it back. With his right hand, he blindly reached for him. Jacob took it, squeezing the warmth into it. "I saw what you did," the wolf croaked. "To those people out there. It was amazing. You looked so powerful. They were going to kill you. I would never let that happen." Jacob's voice was so pure and soft for Hunter's chaotic body to listen to. "You saved my life twice in one day. I hope it's not a habit." He attempted to chuckle, however. His ribs wouldn't allow much movement. "I hurt so much." "Here." Margot showed him 2 white pills. "You need to take these. They'll help with the pain." Sam and Jacob helped him to sit up and they both clenched their jaws when he winced. "Where's Dad?" he questioned after swallowing water, hydrating his desert of a mouth. He asked before Margot could speak. William entered the room, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Clearly he had only just woken up. Seeing him triggered a memory within Hunter and his eyes fell on Sam. He remembered the secret he shared, just before Jacob saved them. Of course, he would never say it in front of everyone. It was something that they needed to talk privately about. "You're all in my territory. I'm too tired to be annoyed, but I'm annoyed." Jacob frowned. deciding if that made sense. You'll have to put up with it for a while because I'm not leaving. Sam grinned and fell back against the bed. Hunter really wanted to thank him for being loyal and wasting his life so he wouldn't die alone. It was a very selfless act and one that he will never stop being grateful for. Although, he wasn't ready to pour out his emotions just yet. Turning his attention back to Jacob, he was surprised to see him staring deep into his eyes. The chocolate brown color was incredibly soothing. Is the mission done? Jacob nodded. I know your Omega wolves are still out there, but your dad will catch them. They're not a threat anymore. Neither are the werewolf hunters. I like how you just know everything. Sam chuckled. Jacob smiled and glanced at William. Me too. Jacob. Hunter croaked. My lips are missing your lips. His mate blushed but lightly smiled. Jacob wasn't so embarrassed anymore. Nobody bothered to make a fuss. He leaned down and connected his warm mouth with Hunter's cold one. Sparks shot through their chests and the rush of affection made its usual course around their hearts. Hunter loved it when he kissed him first. His left eye was pulsing and stinging. It was deep purple with splatters of green. The swelling had gone down a little but it was irritating his vision. Jacob lifted his head and smiled sweetly. I'm glad you're gonna be okay. There was a comforting expression, resting on the surface. Hunter could see that there were many things for them to talk about. A lot of it was how he was feeling after being betrayed so badly. The Alpha was trying to hide it, but he was mentally wounded and still rather shocked. He didn't see it coming. They were supposed to watch his back for the rest of their lives. Yet they turned on him so easily. He trusted them and that was what disturbed him the most. I'm going to call your grandparents. Margot stood up and stretched. I'm surprised they haven't called already. Hunter, it'll make you some toast. He watched her leave. Seeing the sadness in her eyes was killing him. She felt sorry for him and he hated it. You're gonna be bed bound today, I think. Sam sighed. Can we watch a horror film? I hate those. William chuckled and sat on the end of the bed. What? Sam had finally found something that they could disagree on. But they're so good. Do you get scared easily? Yeah. William laughed. I won't even watch the film. I'll just hide behind a cushion the entire time. Well, if you'll be staring at some fabric the entire time, let's watch it. No, Hunter sighed. I can barely breathe. I don't want to be jumping at a film. True, Sam hummed. What about no? But no, you don't know what I'm about to say. No, Hunter smirked, trying to distract his mind from the wave of heartache that suddenly hit his chest. Sam was the only member of his pack that he could trust. Yes, 𝐶𝐴C was not there when they planned to kill him and Jacob saved his life. Therefore he must have gratitude. But he could no longer put his trust out into the open. 𝐶𝐴C would not rejoin his pack. It was too much of a risk. How can he pick another pack with the constant concern that they might turn on him again? He didn't even want to think about water. It made him feel dizzy and heavy on his chest like he couldn't breathe. I think I need to sleep more. He mumbled, also feeling a little dozy. The doctor said the pills would make you drowsy. Jacob watched his eyes glaze over with a distant stare. They were unmistakably taking an effect on him. You should definitely go back to sleep if you can. Hunter's eyelids started to feel heavy, almost like someone was lightly tugging on his eyelashes. Will you be here when I wake up? He mumbled and wrapped his fingers around Jacob's wrist for comfort. Of course. Jacob rested his hand over his, tenderly stroking his thumb against his knuckles. Sam and William slowly stood and started backing out of the room. Will. The beta wolf whispered. I'm going to the gym. Wanna come? You're not going to the gym. He whispered back. You have a head injury. You'll be fine. No. Just relax. You went through a lot yesterday. Sam's heart nearly exploded. Was William caring about him? I guess you're right. He sighed as they reached the door. I should probably tell my parents about what happened. He has also been thinking about telling them that he is gay, but it felt like too big of a hurdle to climb over. And if he called them, it might just blurt out and he wanted to do it face to face. Yet he was terrified, and it should not be that way. He likes guys, not girls. What is so terrifying about that? Will they be worried? No, they know it'll be with Hunter. William nodded while they continued down the corridor. This pack business seems pretty intense. You have no idea. I could tell Hunter is beyond hurt and angry about what they did to him. I won't be surprised if it takes him months to find another pack. It means that much. Sam stopped and tilted his head. Okay, I have to educate you. Grabbing his elbow, he started pulling him down the corridor. William quite happily followed. He was still in awe that he was talking to a werewolf. In fact, he was still in awe of being related to a werewolf god. So, were you born as a werewolf? He questioned before they turned the corner and out of sight from Scott, who was heading downstairs, wanting to help Margot with the house. Meanwhile, Jacob's mind drifted to Alicia's spirit, who used it to warn him. Would he ever find out? Would it come back to him in the future and tell him? It was constantly in his thoughts. He had to find out. But how? Hunter stirred and his attention moved back to him. He could not wait until he was feeling better. Still, he feared that he would make careless mistakes by going after the 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 when his feelings were ruling his heart. The word was quickly spreading about what Jacob had done to the wolves who challenged him. The god rapidly became heavily respected. People understood why he got so angry. They would too if their mate was in danger. The word had spread far enough to reach Ricky, Harrison, and Jonah. Naturally, immense fear had ruptured through them. They knew their alpha very well, and they grasped the fact that he would do anything to find them. He will be raging, and their lives are incredibly vulnerable, now that they are on Hunter Ray's son's hit list. Chapter 76. If anyone has any information about the whereabouts of the Omega Wolves and fails to speak up right now, I will bring 𝐿𝐤𝐽𝐻 here to deal with you. Anthony stood in front of the huge crowd of werewolves. The city meeting started 15 minutes ago. He spent the time explaining what has happened to his son. Most of the werewolves were utterly disgusted and appalled by what Ricky, Jonah, and Harrison did to Hunter. Yet some were not surprised. He is a very special werewolf, and being mated to a god, people can get jealous. A hushed murmur made its way around the hall as Anthony glared at their faces, showing his anger. He waited until it fell silent again and found himself being disappointed. Not one single person knows where they went. Crossing his arms, he grasped the fact that they were keeping something from him. Raise your hands if you knew there was a group of non-believers plotting to kill the god. Slowly, not even a quarter of the wolves raised their hands. Anthony glanced at his beta wolf, and they both understood that at least one person had more information. Jacob, can you come to the city meeting? Please. I need your help. He knew he could connect a mind link with him now because they know each other well enough. The bond recognized his family, who is also werewolves. It took a matter of seconds for Jacob to be effortlessly standing next to Hunter's father. Luckily, he has had a shower and was dressed. Also, his landing was very smooth and he didn't make a sound. The crowd gasped and blinked back their confusion. Of course, being in the presence of 𝐿𝐤𝐽𝐻 and only one thing. Everyone suddenly dropped to their knees and bowed out of respect. Anthony turned, giving him an encouraging smile. Are you able to detect the liars? Nobody is telling me anything about the 𝐿𝐤𝐽𝐻. Still feeling angry about the situation, Jacob gladly looked around, spotting the weak minds and the nervous eyes. He could read people very well, and a few members of the crowd stood out to him. Pointing at them would be awkward, so he stepped down off the stage and started weaving his way through. He stopped next to a woman with trembling hands. Her blonde hair fell over her eyes, however. He could feel her nerves. What do you know? Jacob's voice made her flinch. He didn't want them to be scared of him. It was the reputation he was building for himself. Key, please. I didn't mean to see anything, she cried, breaking her calm expression. Stand up. Anthony boomed. Tell everyone what you saw. She climbed to her feet and Jacob stood back, giving her space. Yesterday, I saw Harrison and his family pack up and leave. They looked stressed about something, but I didn't think to ask where they were going. I saw you searching his home shortly after. I should have said something. Did you see what direction they went in? Yes, they went east towards the city center. Thank you. 𝐴nthony looked around once more. Is there anyone else, 𝐏𝐶𝐬? The god's wise eyes glanced around, finding a man who was staring at him with too much confidence. Being a little wary, he walked over. What? The man suddenly jumped to his feet and flung his hands around his neck. Jacob instantly tensed as everyone around them scrambled back. 𝐴nthony gasped and jumped down from the stage. The man was threatening to squeeze the air from Jacob's lungs. His heart was pumping phenomenally fast. You killed my sister yesterday. You monster. He roared. She was going to kill my mate. Jacob frowned and allowed the electricity to circle his hands, causing the people around him to stare with wonder and fear. But what? Jacob was angry. I will do anything to protect him. Even killing. She didn't deserve to die. Neither does Hunter. Don't give what you can't take. Jacob pulled back and 𝐴nthony relaxed. I'm sorry that she lost her life, but don't think, not even for 1 second, that I will stand by and watch you hurt the people I love. Saying those words made them understand that he has feelings too. Just because he is a god doesn't mean that his emotions have changed. What do you know? 𝐴nthony questioned and climbed back onto the stage. The man sighed and the script into his eyes. The Omega Wolves have traveled to the next city, trying to convince the leader of that community to let them live there. 𝐴nthony turned to his pack. He knew Annette. She ran the city which stood east to his. Ray, get in touch with Annette. Tell her the situation and arrange a meeting with her as soon as possible. Yes, Alpha. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. I hope you will warn me next time wolves are planning to kill my son. He scowled. And have faith in 𝐏𝐶𝐬. He is here to help. Jacob moved through the crowd when they stood up and started flowing through the double doors at the back of the hall. Nobody wanted to stick around when 𝐴nthony was annoyed with them. Can you teleport us back to the house? I want to see how Hunter is doing. Sure. Jacob breathed. Are you okay? That man didn't hurt you, did he? No, it just shocked me. He'll be fine. If that happened to him a few weeks ago, he would surely have a meltdown. All right. 𝐴nthony nodded. But just because Hunter is weakly minded at the minute doesn't mean that you have to step up and be stable. It's okay if you're not. You're both going through a lot of changes in your life. I know. I guess. Forgive me for interrupting 𝐏𝐶𝐬, but Annette only spoke with the Omega Wolves an hour ago. She gave them permission to stay in the city, but she didn't know what they had done. She knows where they are staying and gives permission for only Hunter and 𝐏𝐶𝐬 to enter her territory. Why them and not me? Because she believes that your son needs to sort out his own battles. They are her words, not mine. The beta wolf quickly added. 𝐴nthony sighed and furrowed his eyebrows. Hunter woke up this morning and said that he wanted to kill them. Jacob spoke quietly. I think it would help if he did it by himself. I can watch close by, and if 𝐿 in danger, it'll help. 𝐴nthony didn't like the idea of that. But his son is not a child and he does need to fight his own battles. Well, wait until 𝐿's better and then you can make your move. If Hunter doesn't end up killing them, get them arrested. Or kill them yourself. Every time Jacob heard the word kill, it felt like someone was hitting him hard on the head. He still didn't regret what he did to those wolves, but meeting a family member of the deceased took his stability by surprise. I can breathe a little better now. Hunter had just taken a shower and it took him almost 45 minutes. He had to take breaks and washing was incredibly sore. I feel better because I'm clean. Jacob smiled and helped him to pull a hoodie over his head. Hunter winced when his shoulder sent searing pain down his arm. Jacob was already holding the sling and quickly put it on him when his arm successfully made it through the sleeve. It's time to have more painkillers. I don't want the ones I had earlier. I want to actually spend time with you instead of falling asleep on you. They are only what the doctor recommended. If you think you can handle the pain, then take different ones. Jacob hated seeing his discomfort, but it's not his body. I might take them before going to bed so I can sleep. Hunter's right hand clung onto Jacob's shirt, holding him close. Now, I know you've been wanting to talk to me about how awful I feel, but I don't want to right now. I think I want the fact that I don't have a pack anymore to settle in first. It's fine. Whenever you're ready. Jacob really didn't want to push him. Not when he's hurting physically and mentally. But he hushed his voice because the bedroom door was open. I think you should talk to Sam. What about? Hunter lifted his hand and wrapped his arm around his shoulders, unable to resist his warmth. His scent was driving him crazy. As usual, about what he admitted to you. Hunter raised his eyebrows and studied those silky cocoa-colored eyes cocking his head to the side. He smiled. You've known for longer than me, haven't you? Jacob nodded. Well, after the lunar cycle ended, I just saw it. The way he gets giddy around William and offers to spend time with him is obvious. And he's the only person he will stop and stare at for longer than a few minutes without losing interest. But it's almost like I can see where his attraction is going. Why didn't you say anything? It's not really my place to tell everyone. He told you when he thought he was going to die. That says a lot about how much he wanted to keep it a secret. You're right, but I think I know why. Hunter was getting tired, so he slowly walked over to the bed and sat down. His family are, I think, a bit on the homophobic side. They used to come and visit us all the time, but since I'd even mated with you, they haven't been to just hang out. And they're constantly worrying about Sam and always questioning him about whether he's in the right pack or not. Do you think they'll reject him? Hunter nodded. But they have never been a super close family, so I don't know how much it's swaying his decision to keep it a secret. They'll go get him and tell him you want to talk. Jacob turned, but Hunter caught his fingers. Kiss me and then I'll let you go. Hunter realized that his weakness is watching the blush rise on Jacob's cheeks. He loves it when it makes him flustered and awkward. He finds it cute when he gets a little sheepish. Jacob pursed his lips, trying to slow his excited heart. Leaning down, he aimed for Hunter's cheek, but he wanted more. The werewolf turned his head and caught his lips instead. Jacob didn't mind. He wanted it just as much as him. When I'm better, we're gonna have the greatest make-out session. Jacob's pink cheeks deepened with color as he bit his bottom lip. Standing up straight, he gently pulled his fingers out of Hunter's grip. I'm looking forwards to it. With that said, he simply turned and continued his quest to find Sam. Hunter could only watch with an open mouth. I hate you for being so irresistible. He yelled after him and started pleading for his body to heal. When Jacob reached the ground floor, he could hear the unmistakable babbling from Sam. He found it really sweet that he was falling head over heels for his brother. He stood in the doorway and watched how he barely paused for breath when talking to Scott. However, he was talking about his feelings and nobody else was in the room. It dawned on Jacob that he had just interrupted something personal, and Sam was having a little therapy session with his psychologist of a father. It'll come back later, he mumbled when Sam stopped talking. No, it's okay, Jacob, he called after him. You can come in. Jacob reappeared in the doorway with guilty eyes. I didn't mean to interrupt. It's okay, son. Scott beamed. Jacob started to fidget, almost forgetting what he was here for. A hunter wants to talk to you, Sam. The beta wolf knew immediately what it would be about as he bounced from his seat and walked over. Thanks. How's he doing? Not bad. HE's healing fast. Good. He'll start to get really moody if HE's cooped up inside for longer than a day. Sam chuckled and walked around Jacob, heading for the stairs. He was a little nervous to talk to his alpha about it, even though he knew HE'd understand. It was nice that Hunter offered him support, even though there are a million other things that he could be doing. What they went through yesterday will most definitely bring their friendship closer. When he reached the bedroom, Hunter was staring into space and subconsciously picking at his sling. Sam cleared his throat. Alpha, you wanted to talk to me. Hunter sat more comfortably on the bed with a small smile. Shut the door if you don't want anyone else to hear. Sam did as he said and sat next to him. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. You don't need to be sorry. Your private life doesn't really It does though. How are you supposed to trust me if I'm keeping secrets? But that's the only one. I swear. Hunter shook his head. It's fine. Sam, I trust you. Okay, good. But also, you haven't told Jacob, have you? He knew before me. His weird god mind can just tell these things. Nobody can keep secrets from him anymore. Sam's eyes widened. He knows about me liking his brother. Hunter nodded. I think you need to snap out of that. 𝐻ES not your mate. You're just causing yourself heartache for no reason. I know. I'm annoying myself, but I can't just switch off my feelings. What if I never find my... Then I'm left alone forever when I could have settled down with someone. But I can't settle down with someone and then find my mate. That would be awful. I don't know what to do. I'm so desperate to have what you and Jacob have. It's taking over my life. I want to know what it's like to be bonded to someone and to feel loved like. Sam, breathe please. You're stressing me out. Sorry. He sighed, getting a little ahead of himself. Have you thought about telling your parents yes? I think about saying it to them every day, but we both know they'll hate it. Well, you practically live here anyway. There's always a room for you here if it doesn't go well. I may as well start packing up my room. Sam sighed. It'll be sad if they don't want anything to do with me. But whatever. If they can kick me out without a second thought. They don't deserve me. I am the best son they'll ever have. You're an only child. Dawn true in my moment. Sam rolled his eyes and was surprised that Hunter didn't lift a hand to smack him. But do you mean it? That I could stay here? Yeah, my parents would never turn their backs on you. And I won't either. Not after what you did yesterday. I'm so thankful for that, Sam. You have no idea. You're like a brother to me. I'd do the same thing again. And I'd like to think that you'd do the same for me. Even though I'm not as important. Hunter shook his head with a low chuckle. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if you were in my situation and I didn't jump in the water after you. Sam's eyes started to water. He felt an immense pride deep inside his heart. It meant the world to him to hear his alpha say something so kind. Thank you, he whispered and leaned in for a hug. No, come on. This is too much. Hunter tensed as Sam wrapped himself around him, trying not to hurt his injured body. But before he had the chance to pull away, the door opened, leaving Anthony standing with a smirk. Oh, you're having a heart-to-heart moment. How cute. Shut up. Hunter grumbled and pulled away. Sam, you're in my territory and I'm actually trying so hard not to punch you in the face right now. Sam knew their moment was over and it felt good for them both to open up. It has definitely made their friendship stronger. The beta wolf quickly hurried out of the room and stood next to Anthony. Anyway, Hunter, I just thought you should know that we found the Omega Wolves. They're in Annette's city. Only you and Jacob are allowed in. So when you're there, you might want to start thinking about what you're planning to do. I trust that Jacob won't let you do anything stupid. Hunter's heart thumped in his chest. Still, he was angry. Live it even. Dad, I'm going to kill them. Staring into his parents' eyes. They shared the same twinkle of revenge. Anthony knew he spoke the truth. And he was glad. Chapter 77. Are you sure you want to kill them? Jacob asked during breakfast. It was now the day after the city meeting. Hunter was determined to find the Omega Wolves. He still hurt and felt exhausted from the lack of sleep. However, so far, nobody was able to convince him to wait another day. They tried to kill me. What's to say that they won't do it again? Well, if they're in prison they won't. Hunter stared hard at his mate, trying not to glare. His groggy side was approaching the surface. The medication and pain were not mixing well with his mood. They threw me off the side of a cliff after throwing a big rock at my head. They expected me to drown because they knew I couldn't swim. I'm not letting them get away with that. And you won't, but will you just stop questioning me? Hunter snapped and clenched his jaw. Just because you're a god doesn't mean that you know what's best for me. Jacob chewed the inside of his lip and stared down at his fidgeting hands. I'm your mate, not just some random guy. He mumbled quietly. Hunter sighed, wanting to kick himself. He hated it when Jacob looked glum, especially when it was his fault. I'm a terrible person. Sorry. I shouldn't be taking this out on you. He knew 𝐾𝐜 didn't really handle the tension. He hated confrontation. Just do what you feel is right. He stood up and started walking out of the kitchen. Wait, Jacob. I'm sorry. The god didn't reply and continued until he was out of view. Hunter sighed once more before catching his mother's gaze. When will you learn that he can't handle your moods? Don't start, Mom. He groaned, knowing that he messed up. Margot didn't want to add to the tension. You're not in the right frame of mind today. I think. I don't care what you think. I would be dead right now because those traitors stabbed me in the back. Quite the attitude. She spoke sternly. I know you're going through a rough time, but not everyone needs to deal with your anger, including your mate. I said I was sorry, that's not good enough. You should never snap at him. Hunter rolled his eyes and Anthony almost popped a vein. Show your parents some respect. You need to calm down. You're not ready to be dealing with. And you know what I'm going through. Do you? Hunter interrupted him and Anthony had to bite his tongue if he didn't want this to turn into a screaming battle. You've had the same pack all your life. They're so loyal and would do anything for you, even if it risked their own lives. They have stood by your side no matter what. How do you think you would feel if they suddenly turned on you for no reason? How would you feel if they tried to kill you with no warning? Also, little witch, a huge group of wolves came over here to kill me. How do you think that makes me feel? Well, you know what? It makes me feel so low about myself, knowing that I'm hated for simply loving someone. People want me done my V and nothing wrong. So no, never witch, so no. I won't calm down. Hunter got up from his seat and stormed out of the room, leaving his parents to feel like their hearts had deflated. Their son is clearly not in a great place. 𝐻E's struggling really bad. Why did I think 𝐻Ed take this lightly like everything else? Anthony ran a hand through his hair. He can't let him track down the Omega Wolves. The hunter they know would want to kill. Hunter stormed up the stairs, even though he was in a lot of pain, and straight for his bedroom. Jacob was in the bathroom and brushing his teeth when he climbed into bed, winced, and pulled the duvet over his head. Are you okay? Jacob thought as he stood in the doorway, staring at the lump under the duvet. Yeah, I'm just great. Hunter's sarcastic tone was not missed. I think it's time to talk about what you're going through. What's the point in talking about it when you already know how I feel? Hunter wanted to relax his mind, but he had a lot going on that kept circling his thoughts, making it impossible to switch them off. When Jacob finished cleaning his teeth, he walked over to the bed and climbed under the duvet too. Hunter watched with an unhappy frown. However, his mate was going to sit back and let him crumble. You're handling the situation wrong. He spoke quietly. Hunter crossed his arms, which caused a little tension on his injured ribs. I don't care. You do. I'm not the most stable person in the world, so my opinion is not really valid. But you can't let this affect you so badly. It's what they'll want. Hunter sighed and studied his face. Your opinion does matter to me. I'm sorry for being moody. I just get like this sometimes. It's fine. It's not. You're my mate. I shouldn't drag you down with me. Jacob chewed on his bottom lip and stared at the fading bruises around Hunter's eye. I know I've not known you for long enough to fully judge your character, but you're usually stronger than this. The werewolf reached up and gently rested his hand on Jacob's warm cheek. I'm good at hiding my emotions, but today feels different. Jacob pressed his cheek harder against him, enjoying the touch of his soft skin. You've known the Omega Wolves for a long time. You're not a monster like they are. You can't just simply kill them without feeling something. Hunter then finally felt like the clockworks inside of him were turning. Today, he woke up with a loose screw and was in need of someone to restart him. He pulled the duvet over his head and struggled to sit up, but the spark was back in his eyes. Jacob, actually. He positioned himself and took shallow breaths so he didn't hurt his ribs. Can I call you 𝐸𝐻𝐻 from now on? It just feels strange calling you Jacob when it's not your actual name. Jacob climbed off the bed with a thoughtful expression. I guess. Yes, I think I would like that. Are you sure? He nodded and held out his hand. Hunter gratefully took it, using his support to stand up. 𝐿𝐤𝐽 is my real name. I want to be called that from now on. Hunter smiled, feeling better already. Good for you. I'm happy that you're getting used to it all. After slowly wrapping his hands around his shoulders, he wanted to get the day over and done with. Can you take me to the Omega Wolves? Now yes. Jacob stared into his majestic gray eyes, seeing the determination in his wonderful soul. If you're sure you're ready. Hunter didn't answer. Instead, he leaned forwards and rested his chin against his shoulder, getting ready to teleport. He was ready. It was going to hurt him a lot, but he can't hide everything in his anger. He needed to face his nightmares. Dad, we should have moved further away. Hunter is still alive. He'll surely find us if we're in the next city. Ricky spoke in a hushed tone. They were sitting outside of their new home, which was shared with Harrison, Donna, and their families. Don't think like that. He'll be scared that you'll try again. Your alpha was always all bark and no play. He won't find us. His dad might, but the leader of this city won't let him in. Ricky felt sick. His parents don't know Hunter like they do. He gets very hot-headed and a lot of his decisions are made without him thinking rationally. Even if Anthony comes looking for them instead. 𝐿𝐤𝐽𝐻𝐸 is very protective over his son. I'm telling you, it's not safe here. You're being paranoid. Harrison sat down next to him. This will all blow over. Okay. Jonas sat silently on the grass. He has barely spoken a word since they made their great escape. In a way, they were forced to do such an awful thing to their own alpha. It felt wrong, but they would be in too much trouble if they backed out. He liked Jacob. His parents didn't. If he had to choose again, he would choose to take Hunter's side. But it's not good enough. Once the trust is broken, there's no way of repairing it. Right, boys? Go inside. We have a city meeting to go to. You three need to keep your heads low for a few weeks until the chaos blows over. Ricky's dad stood up and put his arm around his wife. If they even dare to talk about that god, they'll be outraged. The boys headed into the cabin, looking glum and feeling heavy-hearted. Maybe we could start a pack of our own. Harrison suggested. We can't do that. We're rogue now. And plus, nobody with a higher status will join just 𝐿𝐤𝐽𝐻𝐸. Ricky flopped onto the couch with a forceful sigh. Having brown fur prisoned them to only Omega roles. If they were born with black fur, they could take the role of a Delta or a Beta if they had white fur. An Alpha was a sacred role. But unfortunately, the best hope for them was to join a high-ranked pack or have a mate of a higher status. We need to look for Alphas who need new members. Yeah, but where Ricky stopped and sat up straight. Did you hear that? He sniffed the air with caution. The other wolves glanced around, hearing nothing but their own breathing and the still silence. No, Harrison sighed. You're being paranoid. Anyway, what are we going to do about 𝐶AC? What do you mean, what are we going to do? 𝐿𝐤𝐽𝐻𝐸 saved his life. There's no way he'll still have the same views as us. Maybe. Ricky stopped again. You can't tell me you didn't hear that. Standing up, he looked intensely around. Are you sure we are the only ones in here? Suddenly, a solid wooden door flung open and slammed against the wall, leaving a huge bang traveling through their ears. The wolves jumped and scrambled away when two people came into view. When the figure in front hit the daylight, though silver-eyed, cold and confident, announcing his presence. Hunter Raisin had found the 𝐿𝐤𝐽𝐻𝐸. How dare you stand in the presence of my mate? Hunter growled, not giving Ricky an opportunity to speak. Jacob stood in the doorway, wanting him to manage the situation unless it got out of hand. The 𝐿𝐤𝐽𝐻𝐸 were pumped with extreme fear. Kneel. Hunter roared, feeling a lot more rage now that they were face to face. The wolves swiftly dropped to the ground, not risking to look 𝐿𝐤𝐽𝐻𝐸 in the face. Jonah had started to tremble, but whatever happened to him was what he deserved. Hunter marched up to Ricky and yanked on his hair. He yelped when he was forced to stare into his storm-full eyes. You killed Alicia because she knew you. How long were you planning to kill me? After you told us about 𝐿𝐤𝐽 in the training court. He breathed. Hunter, please don't kill. Don't even think about saying my name. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝. I begged for my life. You showed me no sympathy. The alpha was fighting against turning into his wolf and ripping them to shreds. How could you do such a shameful thing? I didn't want to. Yona whispered and stared at the ground. Hunter stomped over and cupped his face, hard enough to make him tense with discomfort. You should have left my pack and stuck up for yourself. You're not children. You don't just kill someone because you're forced. There is a limit where everyone has to draw the line. If you didn't want to do it, you wouldn't. We didn't want to kill you. Ricky mumbled. It's not you who we hate. It's your mate. Hunter took a step forwards and punched him in the face, making him fall back against the floorboards in shock. He screamed when blood dribbled down his chin. You broke my jaw. He slurred. You broke my nose. Hunter turned to Harrison with a scowl. And my ribs. Are you here to kill us? Yona asked and kept his gaze on the ground. He thought about praying, but there was a god in the room who would definitely not help him. I was this morning. Yes, Hunter sighed. But I don't kill for revenge. That would be far too nice. Harrison closed his eyes and wished he could turn back time. Why did he let his family get inside his head? Hunter's pack will be the best thing to ever happen to him. He'll never have an alpha like him, and he messed up. I am going to make you suffer. He grumbled. I will make sure that every wolf in this country knows how disloyal you are. Nobody will ever want you in their pack. You will stay rogue for the rest of your pathetic lives. He stood in front of Ricky and gripped his chin, making him scream again from moving his broken mandible. You will never forget me. I will always be watching your every move, and I will do everything I can to ruin your lives. Pushing Ricky back to the ground, Hunter turned to 𝐿𝐤𝐽. Set the house on fire. Jacob nodded and exposed his electricity, pointing in the room behind him. He allowed it to shoot onto the carpet, instantly setting it alight. The 𝐊𝐽𝐳 all scrambled to their feet and aimed for the front door. However, the presence of their ex-alpha will always haunt them. Are we done? The god asked him, put a comforting hand on Hunter's tense shoulder. Hunter turned and looked deep into his eyes. The spreading fire flickered against his beautiful pupils. Jacob watched the dark cloud clear from his compact mind. Not killing them was the right thing to do. He could feel it now. Although, as soon as the Omega wolves left the cabin, the wolf police were standing outside, getting ready to arrest them. Yes, Hunter took a big breath and wrapped his arms around him, slightly hurting his injured shoulder. But he now felt somewhat at peace with his day. Take me home. Leading close, he watched his lips. We have an overdue make-out session waiting for us in the bedroom. Chapter 78. When the boys landed in the bedroom, they were too close to the bed and toppled onto the duvet. Hunter flinched from the pain and released a small whimper. Sorry, I didn't. Jacob's apology was silenced when Hunter pushed through the pain and connected their lips. Don't hurt yourself, Jacob mumbled against him, but Hunter climbed on top of his mate, pinning him to the bed. Jacob kissed back and started to relax into it when Hunter's hands embedded into his hair. There was something about the gentle tug that never failed to send a shiver of affection through him. Feeling Hunter's warm body on top of his managed to ignite a spark of feelings in his heart. At first, admitting to himself that he wanted to kiss someone was hard. He was too innocent and cowed and handle thinking about taking a relationship further. It felt like he was corrupting his mind. Although, in time, he came to realize that all couples think about this. It's natural and requires trust, which Hunter has gladly given to him. So when Hunter's perfect lips kissed him with a deeper passion, he followed without a care in the world. His hands even made their way onto his back, slowly gripping his t-shirt. Hunter's head was pounding, but he needed this from his mate. Affection was the best thing he could indulge himself into when he demanded time to let go of his troubles. Struggling to hold his injured body up, he gently put all his weight on top of his mate. Jacob didn't mind. His body was big enough to handle it. He knew Hunter was hurting, so the only thing he could do was to raise for passion. The heat within their souls grew to accommodate the stretched intimacy. The bond was overpowering. forcing them to feel closely combined by the lunar love. Hunter pulled his left arm out of his sling and ran his hand down Jacob's side, reaching his hip. It hurt tremendously, but nothing was going to stop him from pleasuring his mate. When his warm fingers snaked their way under Jacob's T-shirt, he didn't stop or pull away. He was sinking into the moment, and everything around him had faded away. All he could think about was the remarkable wave of desire pumping through his veins. Hunter gently traced the outline of his washboard débits. They felt so firm and so flawless. Every ounce of him was utter perfection. He had to mark him. He had to claim his body and protect his territory. Their lips moved furiously together, kissing deep and expressing lustful meaning with each kiss. When the werewolf moved his body against Jacob's, he was forced to take in a sharp breath of air. The pain was a little too much. Are you okay?" Jacob breathed against his mouth. His eyes were closed. His nails had sunk in gently into Hunter's skin, and he was swarmed with such a comfortable atmosphere. Not a single worry invaded his head. "I'm hurting." Hunter pulled his head back. A frown of discomfort had overpowered his affection. He wanted to continue, but he couldn't. Jacob opened his eyes to see that his mate's pupils had replaced his gray color. He knew he wanted to continue, so for once in his life, he had to be brave when it came to this area of his relationship. He had to show Hunter that he wanted to take it seriously, with a tender heart. He slowly turned Hunter over so his back was pressed against the duvet. He hovered over him and didn't touch a single fragment of his body, moving his head in close. Their lips were connected once more. Hunter wanted to hug him so tightly to say that he was proud, but he had to relax his muscles. So he lay there and allowed Jacob to take control. His kissing was faultless because clearly, he has had a good teacher. The dominance in him was screaming. Yet there was something oddly turning him on from seeing Jacob's timid personality transform into confidence. When he breathed in another sharp breath, Jacob's confidence surprised him further when his tongue discreetly slipped into his mouth. Yet, Jacob's own confidence overwhelmed him, and he pulled back. Hunter opened his eyes to see him staring with wonder. Jacob blinked away his surprise and sat up. His legs were on either side of his mate, and his fingers subconsciously rested just under his exposed belly button. "I can't believe I just did that." "Well, you better believe it, because I want you to do it again." But Jacob reached for his sling and started feeding Hunter's hand back through it. "You need to heal first." "WHA?" Hunter furrowed his eyebrows and pouted. Jacob was seeing this expression for the first time, and it made him chuckle. "I'm ready for more. You can barely breathe. If I had enough energy, I would throw such a weak tantrum right now. It's a good thing you don't have energy then. I don't want to see that." Hunter grinned and took his hand, slotting his fingers in between his never felt so perfect. "Oh, you'll see it. Trust me. I can be really petty." "I know." Hunter stopped and scoffed. "Oh, thanks, Jacob. Thanks for saying oh no. You're not petty, Hunter. You're great and mature. You're not a big man, child. Your tantrums are valued and—" "Shut up." Jacob laughed and rolled over, laying next to him. They both stared at the cream-colored ceiling. It was high, allowing the big window to flood the room with sunlight. Just then, light footsteps approached the bedroom and a small figure appeared in the doorway. The boys looked over to see Margot being very cautious. "Are you okay, boys? You're not arguing anymore, are you?" "No, I feel better now. Sorry for snapping at you." Hunter struggled to sit up. "It's all right, son." She beamed. "But your father wanted to speak to you about 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐑 wolves." "It's fine. We sorted it." "You how?" Margot watched her son with intense eyes. "They were arrested after I made sure they wouldn't try finding me again." "You didn't kill them." Hunter shook his head. "It was the right thing to do. I probably would have regretted it." Standing up, he wanted to be outside. "Anyway, it's over now, so I don't want to think about it." "Well done for making the right decision." She beamed. "Anyway, Nana is here." Hunter instantly perked up now. He hurried to the door, and Jacob loved how excited he was to see his grandmother. "Oh, your grandpa is here too." Hunter nodded and continued down the corridor. He hadn't seen his granddad in a little while and was eager to say hello. When he reached the ground floor, he almost tripped over Flora's yellow Wellington boots, sitting by the door to the kitchen. "Oh, there he is. My handsome grandson." Flora walked over and cupped his chin. She examined his bruised face with wise eyes. "I'm so sorry that you've been through this, Hunter. You don't deserve any of it. But I'm a strong believer that everything happens for a reason. Your dirty Omega wolves would have betrayed you further on down the line. It's better to get rid of them sooner rather than later." He nodded and gave her a hug. "I guess you're right." He kissed her cheek before she moved on to Jacob, who entered with her daughter. Well, look at you. Well, look at you." She grinned and took hold of the god's hands. "You're growing with faith every day." "Hunter, my boy." Alfred. His grandfather beamed and welcomed him with open arms. "Sorry I didn't visit when you found your mate. I had a few jobs to do." It's all right. Hunter winced when he hugged a bit too hard. "But Flora told me all about him and the lunar cycle." Alfred pulled away and watched the god. "Wow, the atmosphere around him is so prestigious. Isn't it just?" Flora stood back with a twinkle of pride in her eyes. "Oh, this reminds me." Turning, Thought handed her a big journal. It looked to be hundreds of years old, and Scott handled it like a newborn baby. "I was reading through the 𝐸. Do you boys remember what that is? What's it like? The Book of Gods or something?" Hunter asked and walked over. Anthony was watching him closely, not yet knowing that he had sorted out the Omega wolves with a more matured approach. Yes, it was written by the old generation of gods. Jacob's chocolate eyes examined the cover. It looked familiar to him. "Here, love. I thought you might want to read through it." Flora placed it in his hands, but as soon as the cool leather touched his palm, all the knowledge was shared directly with him. He gasped and widened his eyes. "Wow," he breathed, staring at Flora. "I know why you're here. You read something in the book that shocked you." She nodded and smiled with satisfaction. "I did indeed. You see, my mind had constantly been thinking about your aging process. I thought it was a little unfair that you both get to live this incredibly long lifeline, but you'll lose all your family in a blink of an eye. In 100 years from now, well, I'll be gone." Jacob connected his gaze with his mate, not liking the sound of that. However, he knew exactly what Flora was going to say. "After reading through the 𝐸, I found a page dedicated to the god's family, and apparently, whoever is related to the god and their mate will now share the same lifeline." "No way." William breathed. "For real." "Yes, it happened to us when the lunar cycle finished." Hunter's eyes examined the room and landed on Sam. He looked incredibly excited for everyone. Yet in 100 years, he won't be on this earth anymore. But Flora added, knowing who he was watching, "It has an exception for those who are bonded through mind links. For example, a pack." "Wait." Sam stood up. "I have a mind link with Jacob." "Yes, you do." Flora turned. "Welcome to the group." Then she turned to Anthony. "Your pack will have extended lifelines too. Are you sure this is correct? It seems far too generous." Anthony didn't want to get his hopes up. "It's true." Jacob kept staring at the book. "It says it in here." "Wait, so I'm gonna lie for as long as Jacob and Hunter?" Sam questioned. His eyes were as wide as saucepans. He could barely believe it, yes. "But I think that is why Jacob connected a mind link with only you. The rest of his pack didn't belong." Sam bounced over to Jacob and flung his arms around him. "Thank you. You're so great. Oh my 𝐿𝐤 You're amazing." "I can't believe." Sam stopped when Hunter's glare pierced right into his soul. He quickly unpeeled himself from his mate and cleared his throat. "Sorry, Alpha. You earned this, Sam." Margot beamed. "Your bravery and loyalty deserve to serve Hunter for a very, very long time." "Thank you." Sam was filled with hope. "I gotta rush home and tell my family something. I'll be back later." He knew his parents were not included in this amazing deal, but now that they won't be in his lifeline for long, why not tell them the secret he has been keeping from them? When he was gone, Flora returned her attention back to Jacob. If you've been finding yourself questioning anything, all the information is in there. She tapped his head. Or in there. She tapped the book, allowing her ruby-red nails to scrape the surface. Remember, unanswered questions will always find a way of completing themselves. Chapter 79. The wind was gracefully gliding through his beautiful silky black fur. His tongue hung out of his open mouth, enjoying the air and panting from his strenuous exercise. He was almost home in the excitement of telling his parents that 𝐊𝐲𝐧𝐬 was also panicking his heart. However, he didn't care what they think. They have never really meshed well as a family. He never felt like he was good enough and constantly had to fight to prove himself. When he joined Hunter's pack, that was the only time they told him they were proud. He has not heard it again, and he doesn't remember the last time they said they loved him. He knows they do. It's just not as much as what he would like. When he reached his house, he rubbed his paws on the doormat before changing and walking in. He was out of breath and craving water. "Hey, is anyone home?" He yelled and walked over to the fridge. Flashes of Jacob hitting it 20 made him chuckle. Sudden footsteps approached the room and he spun on his heels. "Son, what the hell is wrong with you?" His dad sighed. "We have heard all sorts about Hunter's pack. And yesterday at the city meeting, that god had some nerve showing up after what he did." "Wait, what?" Sam frowned, subconsciously resting his glass on the counter. "What do you mean?" Jacob was only defending Hunter, who they were trying to kill. He killed over 20 wolves. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐵 careless and stop right there. Sam sighed. "I was at the house when it happened. If he didn't stop them, they would have hurt me, Jacob's family and Hunter's family. I thought you believed in the gods." "I do believe in the gods, but it shouldn't be up to that kid. He clearly doesn't know what 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐵's doing. If he was right for the role, then he wouldn't have it." Sam turned and made himself busy. He was starting to get really nervous about telling them Sam. His mother's voice echoed into the room before she made an appearance. "Right? This is it. I know being in Hunter's pack is an amazing opportunity for our family, but I want you to leave. It's too problematic. You're constantly in danger, and that god is clearly not good for us." Sam watched his parents as they watched him. He could now see the difference between himself and them. When he was a kid, he spent every day with Hunter and his family. It has only just emerged in his thoughts that he was practically raised by Anthony and Margot. Not them. That is why he is so civilist, free-spirited, and open-minded. "I agree with your mother. You need to be rogue for a while. Then you'll see just how bad Hunter and his mate is. I doubt his parents have coped with it all. I mean, having a son who's, that kind of person. Then having his, gay," Sam said. His usual happy tone was nowhere to be seen. "Yes, as a parent, I can't imagine." Sam interrupted her again by laughing. "Yeah, I'm gonna go pack my room up." Walking through the kitchen, it was starting to feel easier to just gather his things and go. What? Why, his dad frowned. "Because I'm moving in with Hunter, his family and Jacob's family." He strolled through the living room and stopped outside his bedroom door. His terrified, yet he didn't care. "Yes, I'd just listen to what you said and I don't agree with any of it. 𝐷𝐞𝐻 is a great person. Friend and God. He is perfect for Hunter, and he is the best and only alpha it'll ever have because I'm not leaving the pack. I'd rather leave this family." "How could you say that?" gasped his mum. "What a heartless." "And. I'm ridiculously attracted to men. So deal with it." He shut the door in his parents' face and breathed out a huge sigh of relief. He knew they were standing on the other side of the wood, gawping at his words. It would only be a matter of minutes before they barged in. A huge argument would erupt through the little home. He grabbed a rucksack and started packing everything he could. Clothes, toiletries, shoes, electronics. He picked the basic belongings that he uses from day to day. He is glad he never owned a huge amount of items. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐵 a minimalist at heart and prefers wolf interactions. When he picked up the rucksack, he slung it over his shoulder and opened the door. only to find his father standing in front of it. He was standing tall with crossed arms and a fierce expression. "You're not going anywhere." His dad's deep voice forced its way through him. Sam was big built and the same height as him, but he didn't want to fight. "Don't make it hard. Just let me leave. I won't come back. No, you're not bringing shame on this family. You are leaving that pack and you're staying home with us so they can stop feeding poison into your mind." Sam chuckled and crossed his arms, copying his dad's hefty stance. "You know who I like. Jacob's brother. She is so hot. But cute. You know. He is shorter than me and not as muscular, but I like that. God, I hope he is gay because I will kiss the hell out of him." Sam's dad lifted his hands and angrily pushed his son with unnecessary force. Sam fell back into the room and heavily landed on his rucksack. He coughed when the air left his lungs. "Don't you dare talk like that again," his dad roared. "No son of mine will be this way." His wife stood back and allowed him to handle things. Sam didn't need to people yelling at him. And everything his dad was saying is what would come out of her mouth too. Sam climbed onto his knees and clenched his hands into fists. He didn't want to build the conflict. He couldn't. "Jacob, it's not going well. My parents won't let me leave. Can you help me?" He thought desperately. Sam's dad looked a little shocked at his own actions. Yet he stood his ground and refused to move. "This is for your own good. You'll thank us one day." As soon as he stopped talking, a person appeared next to his son. If he blinked, he would have missed the transaction. "Jacob." Sam breathed and stood up with his rucksack. His hairs were on end and he was trying to keep himself together. But someone was in his territory. Even if it was just a friend, it still made him extremely uncomfortable. "Please, take me, Samuel. Don't you dare leave this house." His dad stepped forwards and grabbed his arm, but Jacob exposed his electricity, making him jump back. Being in the presence of the god was a little overwhelming for him. But he saw him yesterday and was prepared to bow down to a teenager. "You're a lunatic." Sam breathed. He was on the verge of getting very emotional. "You just lost your only son." Jacob allowed his powers to subside so he could hold on to Sam without burning him. When their arms were securely around each other, they vanished. It took Jacob a matter of seconds before landing at the top of a field. They stumbled onto the grass and fell to their knees. The god looked up to see the Raisin household in the distance. "Why did you land here?" Sam sniffed and wiped his wet eyes. "I didn't think you'd want everyone to see you so upset." Sam took off his rucksack and pulled his legs up to his chest. He covered his face with his hand and tried hard to stop his tears. "I don't know why I'm so upset," he whispered. "I'd expected this." His heart crippled with the ache of being somewhat abandoned. His life changed in less than 20 minutes. He'd bear inside if he felt nothing. Jacob shuffled closer and rested a comforting arm around his shoulders. "Even if you did, it can't be easy." Sam quickly pulled away and stood up. He shook his head and took deep breaths. "I'm not gonna let them get to me. I'm great. They never deserved me." Of course this was just a mask. Looking weak in front of Jacob is not what he wanted. Jacob chuckled and nodded. "You are great. You are great. Sam, you deserve so much better." He stood up too and looked at the house on the horizon. "Would you like to walk back?" "Yeah. Does it look like I've been crying?" "I feel like I'm looking at life a lot differently now," William said to Hunter as they lounged in the garden. The sun had escaped the clouds and was bathing them in its glorious warmth. "Now that you're living for what? Thousands of years?" Hunter shook his head with a chuckle. "That's gonna take a while to get used to. But at least I'll have my family for longer. It would have been weird for you to watch us all get really old while you barely age. What are 100 years for us now? Is it equivalent to a few years? A few months?" Hunter shrugged. "I have no idea. But I bet it's in the book that Nana brought." "I bet Jacob knows. Where did he go, by the way?" Sam needed him. Hunter's eyes narrowed when he saw two figures walking across the field. "I'm not sure what happened." Scott was sitting next to his son with a dazed look in his eye. Life for him now felt different. Everything he has worked for seemed like just a tiny fragment of what he could achieve. However, thoughts of Grace didn't fail to concern him. She'll have an extended life too, just like her parents. Nathan and his family will also need to be informed. 𝐊𝐢𝐳. Everyone heard Sam's voice boom across the field. Hunter looked up when they changed into their wolves. Sam grabbed the rucksack with his sharp teeth and started sprinting with Jacob close behind. His wolf was the same size as Sam's. He wasn't feeling timid or godly. He was just feeling normal. Jacob enjoyed running and he could feel Hunter's jealousy. He wanted to be healed so he could play in his wolf form. 𝐿 throw sticks for as long as you want when you're not injured anymore. Jacob thought and jumped over the garden hedge, losing the friendly race by a fraction of a second. Hunter watched him trot over. A smile made its way onto his face. His mate's form is simply beautiful. Those gray swirls were mesmerizing and his fur was as white as snow. Where's your godly form? Hunter questioned, but Jacob generously licked his face with his tongue. He chuckled and quickly cupped his head. His hands immediately started to stroke his fur. Do you remember when I first did that to you and you hated it? Yes, Jacob rested his chin on Hunter's lap, enjoying being petted. His wolf traits could be very playful and sometimes energetic. William watched him with loving eyes. He always wanted a dog and now 𝐻ES living with people who could change into wolves on command. Jacob's front paws jumped up and onto Hunter. However, he underestimated just how heavy he was and broke the wooden chair. His mate fell onto the floor with a heavy thud. Hunter winced but found it rather amusing. Everyone laughed apart from Margot. Jacob. She sighed. Yet her smile was visible. I like those chairs. The wolf's tail slowly curled in between his legs, flat against his head. Hunter sat up when Jacob changed into his pup form. He scooped him up in his arms and cuddled him. This is my favorite form. Sam changed back into his human and stared down at his rucksack. What have you got that for? Anthony questioned. Sam sighed and slumped onto the grass. It's all my belongings. Margot stood up and walked over, her eyes leaking with concern. Oh, Sam. She knelt next to him and gave him a hug. Why didn't you say anything? I don't know. What's going on? Anthony asked, not having the ability to simply understand the situation like his wife. Okay, so. Sam glanced at Hunter, who looked a little sympathetic. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐻, looking around. He was surprised that nobody really altered their expressions. Maybe they felt a little surprised, but nobody was bothered. So he continued. When I got home, I wanted to tell my parents, but they exploded in my face about Hunter and his mate. They told me that I can't be in the pack anymore, and honestly, it was carnage. Anyway, I was fed up and told them that my dad wouldn't let me leave. So that's why I asked for Jacob's help. They didn't even ask if I was okay. They know I nearly died, but still only cared about their status. You don't need them. Margot spoke quickly, not wanting obvious silence for him to dwell on what had happened. You have us. And in my eyes, you've had us to look after you ever since you were just a boy. Nothing changes now. It's a good thing we have a spare room left. Anthony felt bad for him, but he never really liked his parents. They got along because their kids were such good friends. It'll be great to have you living with us. Are you sure? I mean, I could find somewhere. Don't be silly, Sam. You're basically family. Margot patted his shoulder and stood up, chuckling at Hunter, who was tickling Jacob. She tried picking up his rucksack. Come on. We'll get you settled in. Everyone knew Margot was going to have a long and very therapeutic conversation with him to make sure he was definitely okay. Hunter. Jacob questioned as he happily sat in his arms. There's something in the Enchiridion I need to read. Would you like to read it with me? Hunter nodded with a grin. You don't have to ask if he'll do things with you. He'll follow you around regardless if you asked or not. Jacob kept thinking about what Flora said regarding his unanswered questions. He has a pretty big one about who appeared to him in the form of Alicia, but now that the Book of Gods has shared its information with him, he knew he has the answer. He just has to read it to remember. In this captivating novel, Jacob and Hunter's journey is filled with the unknown and dangers. They must deal with threats from demons while exploring their connections to gods and other worlds. The conflict lies in their desire to uncover the truth while fearing the consequences it may bring. This internal struggle combined with external pressures makes the story even more engaging. As the story unfolds, they gradually discover their own strength and courage and find the deep emotional bond between them. This story is not only about their adventures but also about how they grow and discover themselves amidst difficulties. Chapter 80. Hunter observed his mate with rapt attention, noting how Jacob's brown eyes, filled with curiosity and a hint of trepidation, meticulously examine every minute detail of the book, from the weathered leather binding to the yellowed, time-stained pages. Nothing escaped Jacob's scrutiny. "What are you looking for?" Hunter's deep, resonant voice broke the silence, causing Jacob to startle from his mesmerized state. Jacob glanced up, a shy expression crossing his features as he grappled with how to explain his seemingly outlandish quest. When 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿 appeared to me, it was someone else, someone not from this world. I don't think, but I know the answers are in here. Hunter's reassuring smile lit up his face. "I don't think you're 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻, he said, leaning closer until Jacob could feel the warmth of his breath on his cheek. "I want to know who it is too." Refocusing on the ancient text, Jacob carefully turned the pages using only his index finger and thumb, his movements cautious and reverent. A mixture of anticipation and nervousness coursed through him, knowing that whatever he discovered would undoubtedly open new avenues of exploration. "Wait, go back," Hunter said suddenly, his fingers gently overlapping Jacob's as he turned back a page. Look, this chapter is about the god of lightning." Jacob whispered, his eyes widening with a mixture of awe and disbelief as he channeled Jacket as essence. Hunter's gaze traced the italic script, his brow furrowing in surprise. Leaning forward to ensure he hadn't misread, he asked, "Why does it say here that you're the ruler of the gods?" His finger underlined the word ruler as Jacob read the same sentence, letting out a soft gasp. "A pure leader, one who possesses great sympathy, understanding and leadership as the true lord. 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐿, the keeper of lightning and the god of wolf, fought and claimed the victory, earning his rightful spot as the godly sovereign," Hunter recited, his voice tinged with wonder. However, Jacob, still focused on his original purpose, tried to brush off the revelation. "That was years ago. It has probably changed." "Nope," Hunter interjected, continuing to read. "It says that when the time is right, 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐿 will lead the gods and will never lose his status." He looked up, his eyes wide with amazement. "Do you know how important this is? You're the leader of the gods, not just the werewolves." Jacob shook his head, his gaze dropping to his lap as the weight of this newfound knowledge settled upon him. "That's insane." "Not really. You know the human myths about their gods. What was his name? Zeus or something? Well, they got their idea of the gods from the werewolves, and rumor spreads and facts change. But that god is the keeper of lightning and also the ruler. And Zeus." Hunter shook his head. "You're 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐿. Zeus is just another name for you." "A human name?" Their eyes turned back to the book, suddenly craving the information and wanting to read every little fact. Jacob had the information in his head, but was having trouble locating it. Hunter shuffled closer, adjusting himself on the cold wooden floor of his bedroom. "Let's not get overwhelmed." He pressed his chest against the back of his mate's shoulder, leaning into him as they turned the pages. "We just need to find something about, I don't know, spirits." They searched for a few minutes, making sure their eyes didn't miss anything until a page sparked Jacob's attention. "The Cosmo Order." Jacob read the title and looked down to a diagram. There were 4 circles, creating a square shape, which was labeled as worlds. In the middle were 2 small circles, labeled heaven and hell. Underneath each world had titles which read vampires, angels and demons, werewolves, and humans. "What is this?" Hunter frowned. Their eyes quickly read the paragraph underneath with raised pulses. The Cosmo Order is a magic cycle filled with for different worlds, holding for different beings. As humans are spread across each world, vampires, angels and demons, and werewolves are singled to one each. The order has existed for as long as records began. No correct explanation can be given, only opinions. However, in later years, the demons thrust for power and have found a way of transporting to other worlds, leaving a few integrated beings, such as vampires and angels. The gods have the power to transport to these worlds. However, their only passage through is the bridge between either heaven or hell. The god can be full of life if they wish to enter. Their souls do not need to be separated from the spirit. Jacob looked up to Hunter. His hairs were standing on end. What did I just read? Hunter was now frowning with confusion. Is this trying to say that other worlds exist through this Cosmo thing? Jacob was beyond overwhelmed. He quickly shut the book and pursed his lips together. I don't know how I feel about that. What? About there being other worlds? I mean, we can't just be the only other signs of life out there. Hunter pushed the book away. So, do you think that 𝐿𝐈𝐵's body was used by another god? Jacob shook his head. No, it didn't feel like it. So, a demon. It did say that they had started breaking into other worlds. Jacob shook his head again. I don't know, do I? He frowned. All right. You're quite snappy when you're confused. I like it. Jacob's amused eyes trailed his face until they spotted two people approaching the door. Hello, dearie. Flora beamed and struggled to sit on the floor with her husband. Alfred ran a hand through his gray hair and puffed from walking up the stairs. He wanted to sit on the bed, but he cowled and entered his territory. What a lovely room. Alfred looked around. It's a bear, though. The boys stared at them, not acknowledging their conversation. Hunter knew they had read the Enchiridion, which means they know about the other worlds. Is it true that other supernatural things exist? He questioned and scooted over. Things. Flora chuckled. And yes, I believe it's true. However, I have not seen evidence of it yet. But you must understand that many wolves have the Book of Gods. The fact that other worlds exist is no secret. Well, why are they not visible from space? Because it's magical, silly. Hunter shook his head and chuckled. It makes no sense. Nana, isn't that the beauty of it? No, it's annoying. It's annoying. Hunter scoffed. I want to know. Well, you can search a lifetime and you'll never find the answer. But you said everything has a way of answering itself. Jacob slowly trailed off, not wanting to stir the atmosphere. And there it is. Alfred grinned. You'll do well if you think like that, my boy. Stop testing him, dear. He'll learn on his own. Flora linked arms with her beloved mate. Of course there's an answer. I've always thought the angels would know. Living in the atmosphere between the two worlds. They probably witness a lot. Hunter breathed out a hefty sigh and slowly laid on his back, feeling the slight discomfort from his ribs. This is mad. I don't think I want to ever meet a vampire. Don't you be judging now. Flora tapped him with her foot. Hunter rolled over with horrified expression. Did you just kick me? His voice was exaggerated and very sarcastic. Oh, stop that, Hunter. Stupid boy. Her grandson watched with amusement. So, is it possible for angels and demons to visit the world through heaven and hell? Is it like a portal? He asked. I'm not sure. I would also like to know. Jacob was fidgeting and chewing his bottom lip. He was trying to piece things together in his mind. Today he has learnt that he might be the leader of the gods and that other worlds exist with other supernatural beings. However, that news should not be this surprising. He is a god of werewolves. Nothing should shock him anymore. I want to meet the other gods. If you read on in the book, you will only meet them when there is a purpose for you all to be together. Like a war or something big enough to threaten the wolf race. Can't Jacob just teleport to another country to find one? Hunter asked. No, you can only see each other when it matters. You could be in the same room as another god and acknowledge them. Seriously. And this is all in the book. Hunter turned. I think I need to read it. You do. Alfred nodded. You are the guardian of a god. You should know this stuff. Hunter, don't you think this is all a bit surreal? I mean, a few weeks ago I was so different. The werewolf turned to see his mind shifting into a swamp of information. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, his eyes were drawn to something behind him. They widened, causing Jacob to turn quickly. Alfred frowned, but Flora squeezed his arm, keeping him quiet. They couldn't see what the boys were seeing. Who? Jacob stuttered, unable to speak. Standing in the doorway to the bathroom was Alicia. Well, her body. Whoever was inside it continued to be a mystery. Who are you? Hunter asked with confidence and sat on his knees. Why are you back? Alicia crouched to their level, not wanting to feel superior in the god's presence. I am back because I believe it is unfair to leave 𝐊𝐲𝐻𝐻 with questions about my identity. Hunter shuffled over to his mate and subconsciously held his arm. He only wanted to feel that he was there. Jacob leaned into him but didn't dare to move his eyes off the stranger. Who are you then? Hunter was good at being forceful. First, I have to ask how much you know about. Right. Hunter interrupted, feeling a little odd at talking face to face with Alicia's body. We now know there are other worlds and stuff, so if you're another being, it's fine to tell us because we know about you. Also, why are you not coming in your true form if you're showing us your identity? Flora was feeling proud of her grandson for asking important questions. However, the conversation was very one-sided. She had no idea what was going on. That is a very good question. Hunter Raisin. Alicia's eyes were still emotional's, even if her cold soul was no longer inside. I shall show you my true form if you are sure you can handle it. Jacob's back was fully supported by Hunter. He was feeling a tiny bit overwhelmed. We can handle it. Right, Jay? Hunter moved his hand up to his shoulder, squeezing it with encouragement. Why, yeah. Jacob was exceptionally eager to find out who helped save his mate's life. Very well. I will show you. Then I will explain who I am, how I got here, and why I was able to help you. Alicia stood up and closed her eyes. The atmosphere around her vessel instantly turned light and calm. Jacob and Hunter's eyes were wide and glued to a sudden creamy glow which erupted from Alicia's chest. The light got brighter, causing them to shield their eyes from something which Flora and Alfred could now see. Jacob felt Hunter wrap an arm around him when their eyes were closed, just for extra comfort. The glow radiated a minor heat, and once it started to fade, they knew the light was fading too. With heavy beating hearts and impatient minds, everyone slowly opened their eyes. Now standing before them was a man, which surprised them. However, there was something behind him which caused Hunter's jaw to drop open. His eyes were wide and twinkling in awe. Jacob gasped, as did Flora and Alfred. The handsome stranger stood, feeling a little shy with their judging eyes. Although their gaze fell upon a part of him that he was incredibly proud of and would happily show off to anyone. Attached to his back sat magnificently flawless and elegantly shaped, beautiful white wings. Chapter 81 are those. Hunter breathed. For some reason, he was phased that this person was standing in his room. His mind was preoccupied and glued to the feathery things behind his back. The stranger's hazel eyes examined and the boys with caution. His hands were behind his back like he was holding something. Yori. Jacob furrowed his eyebrows. 𝐊𝐲𝐬. He couldn't finish. He was so charmed by his hypnotic presence. An angel, yes. The stranger then looked behind him after deciding that the werewolf would not get protective over his territory. They could hear him whispering, but they were too surprised to question it. When the angel turned, Jacob got a glimpse of someone standing behind him. Someone rather short. Hunter Raisin. Is it safe for a human to be in this room? A hunter frowned. What human? He ran a hand through his black hair, still staring at his wings. My soulmate. Yeah. The angel then stepped to the side, revealing another man who also appeared to be in his late 30s. His soulful blue eyes lit up when he smiled. "Who are you both?" Flora questioned. And Alfred found it hard to contain their excitement. The angel put a comforting arm around the shorter man and beamed proudly. "My name is 𝐴𝐴. This is my soulmate. Corey, how are you? Wait, why are you here? What world did you come from? Are you from heaven?" Hunter was starting to feel like Sam. He was thankful his beta wolf wasn't here. He would have talked the poor angel's ears off by now. 𝐴𝐴 sat on the floor, leaving a few meters between himself and the werewolf, still feeling a little wary about his territory. Corey sat down and leaned against his angel, trying to stay calm. However, being in the presence of werewolves was daunting. "I have come from the world which includes vampires and humans. Corey and I have lived there for a very long time. We had to escape our old world because demons made it very impossible to live a happy life. However, myself and my mate were connected with another couple in the vampire world. I won't explain that just yet. I'll tell you how and why we are here. Do you understand me so far?" 𝐴𝐴 stared deep into their eyes. 𝐊𝐿𝐷 was exceptionally powerful in his presence, and he was finding it hard to keep back his enthusiasm from finally meeting a god. "Yes, I think," Hunter breathed. "So recently an elder angel has been appearing to Corey in a dream. She explained about the other worlds, which I didn't know about until only a few weeks ago. I am a low-ranked angel, and only elder angels know about the 4 worlds. I only thought 2 existed." He paused, making sure that they understood him. The elder angel told Corey about the werewolf gods and how a few angels are being assigned to be their guardian angels. "I am yours, 𝐊𝐿𝐷." Jacob's mind felt like it had been thrown into another galaxy. Mine. Wait, deception. But his guardian. Hunter tried so hard not to get jealous, yet his body stank of it. "Yes, of course. I am not as important as you. I am simply here to watch and make sure that 𝐊𝐿𝐷 is safe if you are ever in trouble. For example, when you were being betrayed only a few days ago, so. Do all the gods have guardian angels?" 𝐴𝐴 nodded. He then leaned forwards. A dark, yet courageous expression washed over his eyes. He looked serious, and Flora understood he was here for a very important reason. "The elder angels speak of a time in the future where the gods will save us all. We don't know when or how, but I suspect demons. They are always up to something devious and have a thirst for power." Wait. Hunter scrambled to his feet, making Corey lean further against his angel. Turning to his Nana, he narrowed his eyes. "Did you drug my tea? I'm having crazy hallucinations right now." "It's real," Jacob whispered. "It's real. Everything is real." "Hunter, I did no such thing." Flora chuckled and shook her head, making her long plaited hair fall off her shoulder. Using her husband's arm, she climbed to her feet. 𝐴𝐴 and Corey, would you like some tea? I don't drug it. Maybe not with dangerous herbs. She muttered the last part. The Hunter crossed his arms. "Do you mean marijuana?" "No," Flora gave him a wink as Alfred stood up too. "Don't listen to her. I stopped her doing that years ago." Hunter got PED at his grandparents. Why would 𝐊𝐷 even care? Turning back to the angel, he was still starstruck. There are more important things to think about right now. Corey looked rather amused, but 𝐴𝐴 was confused. "We cannot stay for too long. I can't hold the mind portal open for too long." The angel's voice was so soothing. "Mind portal. Now I know I am definitely getting puricked. Right? About this thing that is supposed to happen in the future. Do you have a rough time scale?" Jacob asked. "Well, we think maybe in around 7,000 years or so. When you are both approaching your mid-20s. Jacob and Hunter's jaws dropped. 7,000. Why the hell are you here now if it's not gonna happen for that long? Hunter questioned. Don't say that to an angel. Jacob hissed in his head. The elder angel thinks it's important to build the trust. Now, I'll barely show myself as I have my own life to live in the other world. But if you need my help, 𝐊𝐿𝐷, or if you would like to talk about things you are confused with, do not hesitate to call for me in your head. I will always hear it. Panu Lee An's wings were still showing. He was too proud and excited to put them away. Hunter's jealousy spiked again. Will I hear you? Or just him? Yes, if you ask for me and need help. I will visit. Jacob and Hunter made eye contact. For a split second, they almost laughed from the utter nonsense of the situation. However, the reality forced them to be serious. This was not as complicated as I was expecting. 𝐿𝐤 was really your guardian angel, hiding his true form so he could help you save Hunter. Now we have found out that he will be watching over you for thousands of years until this. Well, whatever is going to happen where the gods will save humanity and also this cosmos cycle. Flora beamed. You call that uncomplicated? Hunter watched Corey wrap his hand around Panu Lee An's and intertwined their fingers. He wondered how many same-sex couples there are, spread across the 4 worlds. Corey wiped the light brown hair from his eyes and looked up to his angel. The mind portal is starting to close. He whispered, Okay, we must leave. Thank you for listening, and we will be back when you need us. I hope this information can settle with ease. It was a pleasure to meet you, 𝐿𝐤, Hunter, Flora, and Alfred. He knew my name. Alfred beamed. Yeah. Thank you for clearing the confusion. Jacob didn't know what he was saying. The angel appeared in May even more confusion. But at least he had answers for 𝐿𝐤's vessel. Of course. Goodbye for now. Everyone watched the creamy glow appear once more, forcing them to shield their gaze and to feel the warm heat from the supernatural glow. When it started to fade, they opened their eyes. Now seeing no angel and no short human in sight. I think, Hunter breathed. I need to be outside. Yeah, Jacob agreed. Boys. Flora stopped them as they approached the door. I hope you know how special you both are to be in the presence of an angel. That man and his mate have been through many things together. He is assigned to the leader of the gods because he is a remarkable being. I felt that too. Jacob nodded. Good. Now go and let it sink in. Hunter stared up at the clouds. They were moving slowly, clearing up the storm that had comforted 𝐿𝐤. Now when he looked at the sky, he pictured heaven and what it would look like. 𝐿𝐤. His mate peered over, still getting used to being called that by Hunter. Do you think the angels' God exist? You know, the ones the humans believe in. Jacob pulled at the grass and twiddled the blades in between his fingers. I'm not sure. He mumbled quietly. We should ask Panu Lee An when he visits next. Hunter chuckled and rested his injury-free arm behind his head. I don't know how to pronounce his name either. How long do you think he was watching over us for? Well, he said he only found out about our world a few weeks ago. I bet it was during the lunar cycle. Jacob lifted his palm and allowed his power to form a small ball of electricity bolts in his hand. He found it rather therapeutic to watch them. I want to meet the other gods. Me too. But by the sounds of it, we won't get to meet them until we're like 25 or something. The angel said it would be around 7,000 years. Does that mean 1,000 years is equivalent to 1 year? I think so. It seems like too long. I felt that. But it probably won't be if we're together. Jacob looked over to see his gray eyes submerged within the yellow glow of his power. That was a little cheesy. Hunter smirked and shuffled closer, but his gaze found concentration somewhere else. Jacob followed it to see William launching sticks for Sam's wolf form. I feel for Sam. The werewolf sighed. Not because of his parents, but because he is falling for someone who doesn't love him back. Jacob sat up and watched from across the big field. I can't tell where William's attraction goes. It's not like yours and Sam's, which goes directly to males. It's all over the place like 𝐻𝑒 and sure. Hunter cocked his head to the side with a thoughtful expression. Do you think 𝐻𝑒 is bisexual? Jacob nodded. I don't want to ask about it because it's not a big deal at all. Still though, Sam needs to snap out of it. Can't other wolves find their mates at any point during their lifetime? Jacob questioned. Yep, so even if William was his mate, he might not find out for years. After saving you, I think that makes Sam worthy of a mate. Me too. But maybe it has something to do with this thing when we're older. Jacob nodded. His eyes watched his older brother laughing and having a good time, feeling happy that he was happy. His mother might not like it, but periods of time will go on without her. If anything, they are free now. I just hope life doesn't wait too long to give him one. Hunter looked up to the clouds once more, now seeing the sapphire-colored sky. I'm sure lunar love won't leave him lonely, not after witnessing his loyalty. Chapter 82. Lightning brightly flashed, sending beautiful crackles of yellow through the night sky. Jacob knew he needed to stop summoning so many storms, but he couldn't help it. He felt overwhelmed, and it was comforting him. Shifting himself into a more comfortable position, he allowed his legs to hang out of the window. The cold air was refreshing. His mind was too alive to sleep. How could he sleep now that he knows there are other worlds? He met an angel less than 10 hours ago. Everything was so surreal and exciting. He has gotten used to werewolves, but this would take a while. He felt like his stability was on wire. He was slowly walking across it, trying not to lose his balance, but occasionally something he could not control would knock him, wobbling him. At the moment, he was almost at the end of the wire, but something was holding him back. He wasn't sure what it was, yet he knew not to look for it. He would get there eventually. When the hairs on his back pricked, he felt the heat radiating from another body. Turning around, he was level with Hunter's face. His eyes were half shut and his hair was messy. "What are you?" he mumbled with a yawn. "It's 3 in the morning. I can't sleep." The dark room brightened up with another flash of lightning. Hunter decided to sit next to him on the windowsill. He was nearly fully healed. The only part of him that still hurt was his nose. Although, it was nothing he couldn't handle. "Have you slept at all?" Jacob shook his head. "I keep thinking about this thing that will happen in the future. We have a ridiculous amount of time to worry about that." Hunter rubbed his eyes and stretched his back. "I would like to tell you not to worry about it, but I know you'll do the exact opposite." "I can't help it," Jacob mumbled. He was feeling wide awake when a loud rumble of thunder echoed through the air. Hunter got a small fright. Now he was feeling more awake too. "Tomorrow, do you want to go into the town and do weird human stuff?" Jacob turned to him with a funny frown. "I mean, go for some lunch or something." Hunter's eyes lit up like he had an idea. "We can go on a date." "That's weird human stuff to you?" "Yeah. We never just go wandering around town or go out to eat. I get that they are social events, but we like to go running or hunt things together." Jacob was starting to see the differences between humans and werewolves, now that his life was changing too. I would like to go on a date." He mumbled quietly and gently swung his legs, distracting himself from blushing. But when another flash of lightning appeared, it was impossible for Hunter's eyes to miss it. "You're really sweet," he admitted with a goofy grin. "If I got another mate who was dominant like me, we would clash all the time." They were perfect for each other. A werewolf would never be paired with the wrong mate. They are meant to be. As corny as that sounded, it was true. "That's why you got me," Jacob chirped with a little smile. He had subconsciously taken Hunter's hand and started fidgeting with his fingers. Hunter's soft expression studied his face until he leaned forwards and placed his lips on his. Connecting like this was the best way to instantly feel close. "You know," Hunter whispered, allowing Jacob to feel his breath against his mouth. "I'm almost healed now." Jacob gently bit his lower lip, knowing exactly what Hunter wanted, and he was feeling the affection too. He lifted his hand and brushed a finger along the 2 white strips, still helping Hunter's nose to heal. He tensed a little, feeling the pain. "I did say almost healed." They kissed once more, under the watchful eye of the glowing moon and the twinkling stars. It was a silent and tranquil night with not a single ounce of disturbance. While Hunter started to feel more awake, so did his kisses. Jacob followed his lead and felt emotions pour into every movement. Hunter's warm hand made its way up and gently brushed the side of his face, feeling that extra spark from his contact. While the kissing grew deeper, Hunter swung his leg back into the room and tugged on Jacob's shirt. The werewolf only had a pair of shorts on as a tiny draft stroked his heated stomach. Jacob climbed back over without disconnected. Their lips and their bodies were instantly pushed together. Their arms wrapped around each other, keeping their chests joined. The moment was quickly approaching into a love-filled activity, shared between the two males. Hunter slowly pulled him over to the bed when the kissing deepened once more. Jacob was forgetting that it was 3 in the morning and that they needed sleep. He was forgetting about how the window was open and he was fond of insects entering at night. The storm had cleared and the bedroom was only filled with the beautiful natural light of the moon, leaving a gray, mystic, and spiritual darkness to bounce off every corner. When they reached the bed, Hunter lightly pushed his mate onto his back, making him fall against the duvet. He immediately climbed on top of him, sliding his hand under his shirt in the process. Jacob's pupils instantly dilated, and he wanted to feel their lips together once more. "How far are you willing to take this?" Hunter whispered and traced his lips along his jaw and down onto his neck, feeling the slight pulse of his heart. "It's okay if you're not ready, but I want to know my limit." He kissed deeply against his skin. Jacob grabbed his hair and tugged on it, sending a wave of passion through Hunter's body. He knew where he liked to be kissed and took advantage of his soft spot. Hunter's hand roamed until Jacob's shirt was lifted past his chest. His skin was so smooth and every bump felt like utter perfection. When Jacob noticed that his heart was steady, his mind was jumping with judgments about what Hunter thought of him. If he was kissing right, or if his appearance was good enough. That's when he realized how comfortable he felt. "I'm ready," he whispered when Hunter lightly nibbled on his skin. "Of course." He stopped and moved his head so it was level with his. His eyes traced his face until they reached his lust-filled eyes. "You're ready," he breathed, barely able to contain his affection. Jacob nodded with a cute smile that only drove him crazier. "Are you sure, yes?" Hunter lifted his head and really studied his expression. "Are you sure you're sure? Because this is a big thing and just shut up and kiss me." Jacob pushed down on the back of his head, connecting their lips once again. Hunter gratefully kissed back. However, his mind was now filled with pure excitement. "Well, take it slow," he mumbled in between kisses. "If it's too much, we can stop at any time. I promise." Jacob knew if he freaked out, Hunter wouldn't be offended, upset or mad. He would completely understand, and that is one thing he loves about him. He is the most caring and considerate person he has ever known. "I'll be gentle with you." He purred and pulled off his shirt with one swift movement. Jacob was nervous, yet eager. Connecting with Hunter on a personal level needs to be done. He had to know what it felt like to lose himself to the pleasure of his mate. He had to know what it felt like to forget everything, only leaving behind the sensation of raw love. He was ready to let himself go and indulge his innocent body into the spicy sauces of Hunter's desires. It was a feeling he has experienced before as Hunter traced the waistband of his pajama bottoms. "Do I have permission?" he thought, just making sure. Even though Jacob said he was ready, he didn't want to dive right into the task and scare him off. Yet Jacob was completely in the mood and found his correct mindset. Without opening his eyes or disconnecting their hungry mouths, he pulled Hunter's shorts off, leaving him naked as he hovered above him. The werewolf was in so much love. He decided to do the same and pulled Jacob's pajama bottoms off, leaving him naked as he lay against the duvet. He then rested his weight on top of him, feeling the outline of his exposed body as the affection circled and throbbed in delicate areas. A quiet moan escaped Jacob's lips and Hunter realized just how ready he was. Therefore, he was able to relax his own mind, knowing there was nothing to worry about. Jacob wanted it just as much as him. He dared to stick his tongue into his mouth, and Jacob's feelings surprised him. Odd or uncomfortable, he found himself inviting it in, wanting to let it explore his mouth as they touched each other's tongues, figuring out the dominance. Of course, Hunter won while his hands slowly started lowering past his waist. This was definitely new territory. For a moment, Jacob found himself concentrating more on his touch until Hunter couldn't stop himself from skimming his reserved area with his fingertips. Another delicate moan escaped Jacob's mouth, and Hunter's affection exploded. He wanted to hear that all night long. So he pulled his mate's legs apart and round his waist while his kisses lowered past his neck, past his collarbone, past his chest and down onto his ABS. Kissing the defined lines, he continued to lower his lips until Jacob's legs tightened around him. He had to bite hard on his bottom lip to contain his growl of desire. As Hunter's hand stroked Jacob's member, he was building the affection, getting ready to officially mark him as his. Jacob gripped big handfuls of the duvet when Hunter's tongue touched him. He was approaching ecstasy. He felt high, almost drunk off love. "Are you okay? Remember, we can stop at any time," Hunter thought. Of course. He didn't want to stop, but he would if his mate was comfortable. "Keep going," Jacob breathed. He didn't know it would feel so amazing. It was sending ripples of pleasure through them both, and he just wanted to stay in the moment forever. "I love you, I love you." Hunter grinned and licked past his belly button, right up to his chest. "Say it again." Jacob's arms wrapped around his neck when he started to kiss deeply over his collarbone. "I love you." Hunter's hands were free to roam wherever he pleased. Jacob was giving him full consent to do what he wanted, as long as the pleasure continued. When their lips connected, they kissed with all the passion they could give, sharing saliva, exchanging tongues and connecting their souls. "Turn over." Hunter's hot breath tickled Jacob's chin, and he did as he said. The werewolf wrapped his arms around Jacob's waist, pulling him onto his knees. "You're definitely sure you want this?" He kept having to ask, trying to convince himself that this was happening. He thought it would take Jacob a couple of months to be ready. He has come such a long way, and he is proud of him. To show his pride, he will make this night one he will never forget. "I'm ready," Jacob breathed as he clung onto the duvet and allowed the feelings to flow freely. "I trust you." That was all Hunter needed to hear before he continued. The night was so still and calm as the boys completed their affection, stripping down any walls Jacob was holding up before. They were both feeling exposed, but it felt nice to have such a strong faith in each other. Hunter knew after he marked his mate, no werewolf would even dare to look at him the same again. He would stink of his scent, but that's what he has wanted. That's what he has always wanted, to mark him, claim him, and take gentle care of him as he takes away his innocent young mind, replacing him with a man. When the dawn approaches, Hunter 𝐸𝐻𝐬 will be successful in his statement he has made many times. Jacket A. Jones will officially be his. In this moment, the god had found the end of his wire. Nothing was wobbling him or stopping him from taking the last step. He has learned what he needed to do to find himself, and he has never felt more at peace with his own mind. Until tonight. Chapter 83. When the dawn approached, Hunter and Jacob were sleeping proudly side by side. The duvet covered their lower half and exposed their bare chest. The sun peeked through the open window, filling the room up with light and warmth. Memories of last night would linger in the atmosphere for a while, especially when it was sighting the way made love to one another. When Jacob woke up, the one thing he strongly smelt was Hunter. His addicting scent filled his nose, making him turn over and bury his head into his warm shoulder. It was bliss and comfort mixed into one. "Good morning." Hunter's husky voice fluctuated his breathing. "I didn't think you were awake," Jacob whispered. Thoughts of what they shared at 3 in the morning were vibrant in his mind. He was finding it difficult to believe that he was comfortable enough to go through it. Not one moment made him worry. Hunter was very patient, slow, and considerate. "I only just woke up." Hunter's eyes were closed and he was still drifting from a very sleepy state when he felt Jacob's body move against his. They flickered open and a wide smile spread across his face. "Wow, I really did mark you last night." Jacob looked down, his eyebrows raising immediately. Hunter had left love bites all over his skin, ranging from past his hip bone, all the way up to his neck. They were everywhere as he traced his fingers over the little bruise, like circles. "How long do they stay for?" "A couple of days, I think." Hunter yawned. "What?" "I can't hide them for that long." I don't think you can hide them at all. Hunter chuckled. There's 2 on your neck that will show even with a T-shirt on. There's nothing to worry about, though. It just shows how much I love you. Jacob turned and stared at the ceiling. It's just, I don't want to talk about it with anyone else. Hunter allowed his fingers to trace lightly over his chest muscles. Tell them that. You can say no to people. I think my dad might want to talk about it. That's fine. My parents have talked to me about it several times. We're quite open about stuff like this. I know your family isn't, but it's not weird for him to ask. He'll just be making sure everything is fine. It might be good for you. You'll get more comfortable with it. Jacob nodded. He had a point. He is the one that's awkward about it. Not everyone else. Anyway, Hunter yawned once more before climbing out of bed. Come on. It's shower time. Jacob didn't flinch at his naked body. Not like he did the first time he saw it. Instead, he simply climbed out of bed and followed him to the bathroom, ready for some warm water. Sam and William, will you stop doing that? I've cleaned up after you twice now. Anthony shook his amused head before picking up more cereal. They had spent the morning throwing it at each other across the room, trying to catch it in their mouths. Fine. Sam groaned and spun himself on the kitchen stool, thinking of something else they could do. Will. Can you throw sticks for me again? It's sunny and I want to be outside before Jacob's storm comes. Sure. William grinned. He loved to see him shift into his magnificent black wolf. As Sam jumped off the stool, Hunter and Jacob made an appearance in the kitchen. The werewolves in the room stopped and stared, only able to smell Hunter's scent. Jacob's was not detectable to them anymore, indicating that he had been successfully marked. Margot smiled and faced away, not wanting him to see. Anthony crossed his arms and examined the little bruises on Jacob's neck with a smirk. Fun night last night? He questioned, just as Scott entered the kitchen with damp hair from his recent shower. Obviously, Hunter mumbled, already seeing the red appearing on Jacob's cheeks. When he looked away, he frowned at his dad, warning him to stop talking. Anthony grinned wider and gave up, knowing he would get the chance to ask about it later. However, Scott's eyes performed a double glance at the markings on his son's neck. He was surprised, but he didn't mention anything. Embarrassing him was not his intentions. William didn't notice and pulled on Sam's shoulder, instantly grabbing his attention. Are you ready? Sam looked down and into his creamy hazel eyes. Yeah. He beamed, resisting the urge to fling his arms around him. I wish you could turn into a wolf. Me too. William sighed and entered the garden. So Flora was sitting at the dining table while her husband made himself busy in the garden. You've marked him. Hunter sighed. He could always count on his Nana to be very straightforward. Marked him. Scott frowned, not understanding what it meant. Jacob now wished that he didn't like being kissed on the neck so much. Your son is no longer the innocent young man you see before you. Flora was very happy for them. Scott then understood. It was like a ripple of realization that changed on his face. Making eye contact with his son, he could see that he was embarrassed, yet proud of himself for making this relationship work. I'm very pleased for you both. But get some breakfast. You must be hungry after that strenuous exercise. Anthony was grinning wide. Hunter groaned when Jacob considered going back to bed. He couldn't cope with the constant blush. Dad, please don't start making jokes. He spoke when Sam and William Ray entered the kitchen. It had started to rain. We had sex last night for anyone who didn't quite understand that. I marked him. He now smells of me and only me. So will you just get over it and stop making him feel awkward? Anthony stalled, not expecting such a mature reply. Sorry, Jacob. It's just my humor. Anthony shrugged after receiving intense stares from his wife. Is that how it works? Scott asked. Once HES marked. Werewolves smell only Hunter on him. Is it a territorial thing? Is indeed. Flora said and patted the seat next to him so they could have a hushed discussion. William was watching his brother until Jacob flashed him a little smile. indicating to him that everything is fine and he didn't have to be an overprotective big brother. "Can we go into town now, please?" Jacob thought to his mate. "Okay. Are we teleporting there?" "Yes." Hunter wrapped his arms around him, but before they left, he thought he would give them something to talk about. "Oh, by the way, we met an angel yesterday and 𝐊𝐲𝐳 as guardian angel. Also, Flora told us everything." Anthony interrupted, saving him from explaining it all. "Nana, he winned. You can't expect me to keep something like that down, my dear. We saw the angel too. He was beautiful, and so was his soulmate." "Wait, what?" "I want to see an angel," Sam said with big eyes. Flora then patted the seat on her other side. "Come over. It'll tell you everything. It doesn't feel right." Jacob was sitting at a table in a restaurant, surrounded by humans who were also having their lunch. Hunter was sitting opposite him, feeling strange in this environment too. "Is it different now that you're not human?" "Yes, I just really don't fit in here." People kept glancing at him, wondering why he looked so mighty and powerful. He was just a teenage boy. It felt odd to be surrounded by people who he once thought were the same as him. Yet, his life is completely different now and he has changed for the better. "Do you want to go for a run?" Hunter asked, his eyes glistening from the subtle candlelight on the table. Jacob's lips curled into a smile, and a simple nod of the head was enough confirmation for the werewolf. He flagged down a waiter, paid the bill, and left. People stared as they walked hand in hand through the tables, but both of them were past caring. Nobody is going to make them feel uncomfortable for being themselves, especially when they won't be on this earth in 100 years' time, and they will still be in their teens. "My wolf form is desperate to come out today," Hunter thought when they smelt the fresh air. "You know, 𝐊𝐴C gets out of hospital today." Jacob glanced at him before they crossed a road. "Are you going to see him?" "No, he means nothing to me. I can't be bothered threatening him. I'm sure if he tried anything, you could just glare at him and he'd start crying." Jacob chuckled while intertwining their fingers. "Let's hope he doesn't try anything then." When they reached an alleyway, Jacob looked around before they wrapped their arms around each other. "You know, people kept staring at the hickeys on your neck. I wonder if they thought I did them." Hunter traced them with a satisfied smile. Thoughts of last night still caused quite an excited stir between them. They felt deeply connected on a much more personal level. Jacob has never let anyone other than his family be this close and intimate in his life. He was glad he could be this way with Hunter. He deserves someone who loves him just the way he is. "Judging by the way you constantly undress me with your eyes, they definitely knew it was you." Jacob spoke quietly. "Take us home and I'll undress you with my hands instead." Jacob blushed and diverted his eyes. "You is so cute." Hunter chuckled. "I'm just trying to make you embarrassed so you change into your pup from on our run." After running for almost half an hour, Jacob had changed from his pup wolf to a regular wolf, one that portrayed the same size as his mate. As they traveled over rough terrain and jumped over fallen trees, they reached a clearing in the woods, and Hunter instantly slowed down, knowing that civilization would be close by. Jacob's sharp eyes scanned a road and a little bridge, hovering above a wide lake with slow-moving currents. It was beautiful, but a sudden pained memory invaded Hunter's head. His wolf let out a little whimper and he backed away. "What's wrong?" Jacob stopped when he read his mind and felt his misery. He quickly realized that this wasn't any random lake. It was far from unfamiliar to Hunter. It was where he lost his grandparents and Jacob lost his grandfather. I haven't been here since the accident." Even in Jacob's mind, his voice was quiet and frail. "Maybe it'll do you good to revisit," Jacob suggested warily. "I mean, you can find peace here if you tried." "How am I supposed to find peace? The accident ruined me. I lost my granddad here too. I know it's not the same. I didn't watch it happen, but for me personally, I'm going to pay my respects." Jacob looked around and smelt nobody before allowing his soft pads to touch the warm concrete road. Hunter watched him trot down the bridge and jump onto a patch of grass. Even after all these years, he could see the change in color on the railing where they had to rebuild it because the car broke through it. sending them straight into the water. After intense hesitation, he took a breath and followed his mate. The air was crisp, but the sun was warm, allowing him to see his breath. I wish Dad was here, Jacob thought. He visited a lot after it happened. So did my dad. Gloom masked Hunter's voice. So many unwanted memories were taking over. He knew exactly where he sat and cried for his grandparents. He was kneeling on the grass. His fingers were gripping the water as he tried to pluck up the courage to jump after them. Even though he was young, he still understood that after 5 minutes, they had drowned and there was nothing he could do. He watched Jacob's wolf gently lick the water until he turned into a little puppy. He sat down with his tail curled up around his left foot. Hunter sat behind him and watched the gentle current. Jacob felt his warmth above him and snuggled against his fur. They'll be really proud of you, he thought. One day, I want to be as courageous as my granddad. Then hopefully he'll be proud of me. Hunter's eyes traced a bird as it skimmed the horizon. 𝐻ES proud of you already. And I think. He paused and Jacob was trying not to invade on his thoughts. He wanted to hear it from him instead of snooping. I think it's time for me to move on. Something inside of him was starting to settle. He didn't know how or why he was feeling more relaxed. He thought that being in such a traumatic area would make him feel horrible. Yet it wasn't. But what Jacob said was eating away at him. Paying their respects was finding his peace, and it surprised him. They'd be upset, knowing how hard it's affecting me. Jacob felt his wet nose skim the top of his head before he gently licked his ear. Grandad told me that death is only sad if you think about the life they're missing out on, instead of cherishing the life they had. I know that we can't see them or be with them, but they will always be with us. And now that I know angels exist, I know he was telling the truth. They'll be with us in spirit. Your granddad sounds wise. He was. Jacob didn't want to think about what it would have been like for him to take his last breath on this very spot. I miss him. Looking around. The area really was incredibly pleasing. With the clear sky and the orange glow of the setting sun, it made the hills look dark and mysterious as they turned into distant outlines on the horizon. So much open space gave Hunter a lot of freedom to think. The grass was vibrant in color and generous in length. It felt soft against his paws and cool against his pads. His purple ear suddenly twitched when he heard quiet footsteps. We need to leave, he thought desperately, but Jacob was in his pup form and cowled and run very fast. Hunter gently bit down on the scruff of his neck, kicking him up like a parent would with their cub, and started running. It didn't hurt Jacob, but it felt odd. He couldn't move. They made it back into the trees just in time. Although he kept running to make sure they were not spotted. I'm glad we ended up there. He breathed and jumped over a tree trunk. It helped more than I thought it would. After such a long time, it's only right that you confront what is scaring you. I think I needed a bit of wisdom in my life. Hunter stopped and put him down. Well, I think I needed to hear it from someone other than my family. Jacob then shifted into a wolf that matched Hunter's size. He licked his face with substantial meaning and tilted his head, making his ears flop to the side. I'll race you home. Feeling a lot happier. Hunter started panting lightly, creating the illusion that he was smiling. It's not a race if you know you're going to lose. He shot past him and started to gallop through the trees. Jacob reacted quickly, chasing him and watching the beautiful purple swirls mingle within his enchanting white fur. Chapter 84. When the boys returned to their beautiful house, Hunter felt blessed and proud of the life he has. For a while, he thought that luck was never deserved when he received it. How could he accept it when two people died and was responsible? Yet, today felt like a new beginning. He could see what he rightfully earned, and that was all the happiness in the world. It has been horrendous for Anthony to watch his son struggle as much as he had. Losing his parents was very difficult, but he was there and it was eating away at Hunter, constantly thinking about what would have changed if he could swim. Now that he has let it go, he felt free from his guilt. I won. Jacob stopped in the garden and panted hard when William hurried over. Can I throw sticks for you or something? I'm so bored. Jacob changed into his human form and stood up. Although William was quickly distracted by the many love bites all over his body. And of course, Jacob instantly felt incredibly judged and embarrassed. His cheeks burned red when he really wanted the ground to swallow him up. Hunter laid on the floor, too tired to care. William quickly pulled off his hoodie and allowed his younger brother to have some form of dignity. Jacob put it on at lightning speed. He would surely pass out from embarrassment if anyone else saw. "Don't worry." William chuckled and shook his head when the hoodie was a little tight on him. "I'm not judging. Whatever you get up to is none of my business. Unless you're not happy about it. It's fine." Jacob spoke quickly. "I'm fine. Yeah. It's all fine." William laughed and patted his shoulder. "Your speech is flawless." Jacob crossed his arms while Hunter watched a flower pot full of small tulips. They were dying until Jacob approached them. Then, all of a sudden, they were filled with life and stood up tall. The werewolf eyed his mate with awe. He is magnificent and truly very special. He was starting to see things in a clearer light whenever they were together. "So, are you too tired to play in your wolf form?" "Yeah," Jacob breathed, only just getting his breath back. "Hunter will play with you though." "What?" "No, I'm barely alive right now." They both looked at his wolf, lying hopelessly on the grass. His tongue hung out of his mouth while he panted like a dehydrated dog. "It doesn't matter. I'm just bored and I'll think of something else to do." "Play with Sam," Jacob suggested. "He has gone home to collect more stuff." Anthony went with him. Hunter lifted his head, hoping that his parents won't cause too much trouble. Sam didn't need to cope with the stress. "Where's Nana?" Hunter questioned. "In the kitchen. I can see her." William frowned and flashed him an unusual stare. "What?" "I was replying to Hunter." Jacob smiled shyly and sat down next to his werewolf. William's eyes traced his hands with an amused twinkle. "I'm just glad you're not actually crazy and there was an explanation for the voice in your head." Hunter's wolf whined lightly before nudging Jacob with his nose. "Wanting attention. I don't know what you're emoing at." "It was your fault." William grinned. "If I knew I befriended the person who was talking to my little brother, I probably would have beat you up. But failed because you're a werewolf and you probably would have killed me." William then frowned like he was thinking hard about something. "I might see my college friends. The project is due next week." Hunter changed into his human form and stared at his friend with slight annoyance. "It's like having another Sam around. Don't you both know that it's good to take breaths in between sentences? And changing the subject halfway through speaking will always confuse me. Boys, would anyone like to help with the gardening?" Alfred asked, who was standing next to a rose bush, almost out of sight. There was an instant wave of awkward silence until Hunter turned back into his wolf and jumped over the garden fence. The brothers watched him jog across the field until William started edging away. "𝐼𝐸 I'm meeting up with my friends." William quickly turned and climbed onto the field so he could escape. Jacob watched Hunter's granddad, knowing it would be exceptionally rude to run like his mate, but he really wanted to. "Have fun." Hunter smirked in his head. "Shut up." Jacob's eyes examined the dying flowers that clearly couldn't handle all his storms. Lifting a hand, he knew he was more in tune with nature and he could feel the life in his fingertips. It may not be enough to heal a human, but it was enough to revive some beautiful flowers. Alfred watched with glistening eyes as the roses next to him breathed in the fresh air and bled with their rich color. "Wow, thank you, young Jacob. I guess Hunter didn't have to make a break for freedom after all." He laughed with a shaking head. "Anyway, my boy, no work needs to be done now. I don't want to keep you from your godly duties." Jacob pursed his lips with kind eyes before walking into the house. Apart from staying in harmony with the sky, but that was coming naturally. He knows in time. He will be faced with tasks and missions, but for now, all he needed to do was adapt, and that was easy enough. "Where are you going?" he questioned Hunter. "I'm just gonna stalk 𝐶's family for a bit to make sure they are not planning anything." "Okay." Jacob was motioned over by his dad, who had not long been home from work. He was worried about Hunter. He is very capable of looking after himself. "Hey son, "How was your day?" He beamed after giving him a hug. "Good." Jacob eyed his food, feeling rather hungry. "There's some in the oven for you. I just heated up." Scott watched him walk around the kitchen island so he could help himself. He sighed happily and studied how some of his introverted qualities have expanded out and into the world. He never used to do anything at other people's houses because he felt too awkward. Now he was calm, anxiety-free, and completely himself. Scott wasn't sure when he last saw him this way. However, he had also noticed changes in William now that their mother was out of the perfect family picture. He seemed to be a lot more carefree and relaxed. He wasn't asking for permission to do things because he had no mother who constantly breathed down his neck, wanting to know where he was, when he was going out, when he was coming home and who was going out with. Scott cared, but not to the point where he suffocated his children with constant worry. They are turning into young adults and they had to express themselves without his influence sometimes. So he stalled and examined the bruises on his neck. "I know that you most definitely do not want to talk about it, but last night, did you feel ready?" Jacob's skin shivered with awkwardness. Nodding slowly, his dad smiled. "There's only so many times that I can say I'm proud of you, but you know that I am. So is your granddad." His son stopped chewing with surprise. "How did you know?" "You always look at me in a certain way when you've been thinking about him." Scott patted his shoulder. "I miss him now more than ever. He was so excited to see the day when you turned into 𝐤𝐽𝐻𝐸. But I know 𝐻ES watching over this family. He promised me he always would." Jacob cowled and imagined losing his dad, but when he lost his grandfather so suddenly, he stopped taking lives for granted every moment. "𝐻ES proud of you too." Jacob put his arms around his shoulders and they hugged tightly. "For being a great dad." Scott hugged a little tighter, trying to keep back his emotion. His father always told him that his children are precious and the parental support they receive will one day mean the world to them. He couldn't imagine doing what Grace did, simply abandoning her own flesh and blood. "I love you and will so much." Jacob heard his emotion. "We love you too." When they pulled away, Sam was stood in the doorway with a distant stare. He had a moment of jealousy, wishing he could have such an understanding parent. "Hold on." He forced himself to bounce back into reality. "You're having a family hug without me." Scott chuckled as he hurried over and pulled them both back into another tight embrace. "How did it go?" he questioned. As expected." Sam pulled away and Jacob felt a sudden wave of anger emitting from the beta wolf. "My parents are idiots. They burnt all my stuff so 𝐿𝐻𝐸 kicked them out of the city. He gave them half an hour to pack essentials before setting their house on fire in front of them. That man is literally my hero. Karma is not a nice thing to receive." 𝐿𝐻𝐸 entered the kitchen, feeling satisfied that he gave Sam's parents a taste of their own medicine. "Although, I feel like there has been a lot of houses on fire recently. You've been the cause of most of them." Sam chuckled. "True." 𝐿𝐻𝐸's eyes instantly glistened entered the kitchen. She looked so radiant and so beautiful. Margot smiled when she saw his goofy stare. "Have you ever seen a woman more beautiful?" He walked over and wrapped his arms around her. Scott remembered when he used to look at Grace like that. Sam then felt the jealousy hit him once again. "Ugh, where's my mate?" He mumbled and subconsciously picked up some chips from Jacob's plate. "Your time will come." "Sam, don't you worry." 𝐿𝐻𝐸 hummed and kissed his wife on the top of her head. "I hope so." The beta wolf tried not to think about William. It was just his luck that he fell for someone who most likely won't be his mate. It was 3:30 in the morning when William eventually made it back to the 𝐊𝐲𝐬's household very drunk. He had told his dad that he would be out late because he was having drinks with his friends. Scott knew that meant he would be getting drunk, so he waited up for him, wanting to make sure he got home safe. "Let me help you upstairs." He chuckled when William tripped over the first step. "No," he slurred and slowly started to crawl his way up. "I can do it myself." Scott watched with amusement before turning towards the kitchen to get him some water before going to bed. Drunk William stumbled down the corridor, almost knocking an abstract painting off the wall. Laughing to himself, he turned a corner and his vision started to blur. His eyes caught sight of his bedroom door, but he stopped and rubbed them, feeling the lack of sleep as it washed over him. After falling into the wall, he took a sharp breath of encouragement to force his unbalanced legs straight into Sam's room. Hi everyone. Today I'm going to share an incredibly interesting story with you. Can you believe that an angel could be wrong? In the story, the angel actually claimed that there was a strong bond between William and Sam, and even suggested that they might be soulmates waiting to connect. This statement left Sam blushing and William filled with confusion. And how will that old woman, Flora, who loves speaking in riddles, push forward this destined relationship? Chapter 85. His eyes finally settled on a large, duvet-covered lump on the bed. Without fully comprehending his actions, William stumbled toward the warm fit promised. His clumsy movements were far from stealthy, yet the sleeping werewolf remained undisturbed, lost in the depths of slumber. In his drunken haze, William failed to realize he had wandered into the wrong room. The potential consequences of invading a werewolf-fest territory never crossed his mind as he approached Sam's bed, oblivious to the danger he was courting. Meanwhile, Scott, concerned for his son's well-being, reached the top of the stairs. Assuming William had made it to his own room, he proceeded down the hallway, a glass of water in hand, ready to tend to his inebriated offspring. William unceremoniously collapsed onto the bed, causing the werewolf to stir slightly. "Shush," he slurred to himself, gripping the duvet tightly as he sought comfort in its warmth. Scott pushed open the door to William's bedroom, finding the light on but no sign of his son. The neat and tidy room offered no clues as he checked the bathroom, worry beginning to gnaw at him. "Will," he called out, his voice echoing in the silent house. As he glanced around, a memory tugged at his mind. Sam's bedroom door had been slightly ajar. A sense of dread washed over him as he considered the possibility that he stumbled into the wrong room. William's face sank into the pillow beside Sam's. Inhaling deeply, the werewolf essence surrounded him, providing an odd sense of comfort. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, his words muffled by the pillow as the room began to spin. "Sam, wake up." Stott hurried back down the corridor, trying to maintain some semblance of quiet despite the late hour. He knew he had to find William quickly, acutely aware of how territorial werewolves could be, especially when their personal space was invaded. Sam's brow furrowed as an unfamiliar scent slowly permeated his room. Even in his deep sleep, the intrusion was enough to gradually pull his consciousness towards wakefulness. "Samuel," William slurred, drawing out the L sound. His drunken state left him ill, equipped to handle the situation. Yet some part of him knew exactly why he had sought out Sam's room. "Can you wake up now, William?" Scott hissed, spotting his son slouched on the bed next to the slumbering werewolf. "You're in the wrong room." Scott hesitated at the threshold, reluctant to enter but prepared to intervene if Sam woke up. "I want to talk to Sam, though," William protested, his hand clumsily landing on Sam's warm shoulder. "He wants to talk, William. You're not allowed in here," Scott insisted, his heart racing. He was all too aware of Sam's crush on his son, having noticed the werewolf-esque dazed, sparkly-eyed looks whenever William was around. If Sam were to wake now, his werewolf instincts might overpower his usually gentle nature, potentially leading to violence. Sam groaned softly, rolling onto his back. In his semi-conscious state, he cowled and discerned whether the voices he heard were part of a dream or reality, leaving him teetering on the edge of wakefulness. "Son, come on. You need to be in your own room." No, William whined. He was very good at acting childish when drunk. "I'm sleeping here." "You can't sleep here." "Please, Will. You need." Scott froze when Sam lifted a hand to rub his eyes. "Sam, talk to me." William cowled and helped but slur his words as he leaned over him, unaware of the dangers he could be in. Scott watched with intense eyes. He was sure of the outcome, but he would protect his child at all cost. "What?" Sam mumbled and slowly peeled his exhausted eyes open. The first thing to hit him was a different scent in his own room. Then his gaze fell onto a grinning William, sprawled across his bida. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. "What are you doing in my room?" I want to." William dropped his head onto the pillow next to his, letting his hair graze Sam's face. It was now apparent to the werewolf that he was drunk. He clenched his hands into fists and felt very protective of his space. "You need to leave." Someone pushed the door open and Sam suddenly watched Scott with wide eyes. "Do not move," he breathed. "William? Come on, son. It's not safe for you to be in here." Scott clenched his jaw, hoping that he would cooperate. "I know, Sam." William struggled to sit up and edged forwards. The alcohol was sinking further into his bloodstream. "I know you like me." Scott observed the situation as he tried to hug the wolf, but Sam pushed him away. But pain was vibrant in his expression. "Get out of my room," he yelled and pushed him off his bed. Scott stepped in when his son hit the floor, but Sam growled, causing him to jump back into the hallway. "You hurt me." William whimpered and rested on his knees, rubbing his shoulder. A lump formed in Sam's throat, but he couldn't cope. "William? Come to me, come to me." Scott breathed when Sam started to glare at him. He was worried that 𝐊𝐲𝐷 changed into his wolf. "Why are you being so mean?" William slurred. However, the angry werewolf traits within Sam were rising, and he couldn't hold it back. Scott panicked when he jumped out of bed and roughly pulled him up in a crushing grip. "Oh, Sam, let go." He pushed the human into Scott, causing them to stumble and fall against the wall behind them. "Never come into my room again." He growled and slammed the door shut. But as soon as he faced the empty room, filled with his scent that he adored, Sam slowly lowered himself to the floor and allowed the sadness to overtake him. He hit the floor with his fist and teary eyes. "Oh God, oh God. 𝐊𝐲𝐷's gonna hate me," he whispered and covered his face with his hands. Scott put his arms around William, who now looked incredibly upset. Helping him to his room was the least of his worries. Poor Sam would loathe himself for treating William that way, even if he couldn't help it. But how much would William remember in the morning? After getting him onto the bed and under the duvet, Scott crouched next to him and moved some hair from his eyes. He studied his son, who was soon to be 20 years old. Where did the time go? It only felt like yesterday that he was a child, running around climbing trees and playing with his friends in the garden. Now he was a young adult and growing into a very respectable man. "Dad," William slurred and pulled the duvet up to his chin. I know who I am." "What do you mean?" Scott's voice was always incredibly calm and soothing. "Aunt," William turned onto his side so their faces were level with each other. "I think I'm bisexual." Scott's eyes barely changed. They only grew kinder, softer, and easier for his son to watch. "What makes you think so?" he asked with tenderness. "I like boys the way I like girls." Scott watched him cringe like it felt wrong to say it out loud. "It's perfectly normal to be bisexual. You don't have to be attracted to just one gender. There's plenty of people out there for you to love." Scott smiled. "If you're feeling confused about it, we can talk tomorrow, okay? I am confused." He slurred. "I thought I was straight you, until I met Sam. Sam is the reason you think you're bisexual." William reached out and hugged his dad. "I like the way he looks at me." He mumbled and closed his eyes. Scott rubbed his back and made sure to give him a meaningful hug. He thought that it was unusual how they are both drawn to each other, and it did leave him wondering if his son would one day be Sam's mate. You can't choose who you fall in love with. But for now, I think it's time you got some sleep. Pulling away, he picked up the glass of water and forced him to drink some. "I know you won't feel well in the morning, so try and get as much rest as you can." "Okay." William nodded and his head fell against the pillow. A room was still spinning and he was starting to feel a little sick. Scott kissed his forehead and sat down next to the bed on the floor. He wouldn't leave until he knew he was definitely asleep. "Night, Will. I'll be right here if you need anything." "I hate myself." Hunter stared at his beta wolf while Jacob was learning to use his powers in confidence with the help of Anthony. It was half Past 9 in the morning and Sam was freaking out about what happened with William. 𝐊𝐲𝐳. Hunter crossed his arms and scanned the flower-filled garden. He was in your room. I'd be angry too. Yeah, but you're not in love with him. It hurt so much when I had to push him out. William was drunk. What is the likelihood that he will remember anything? And what is the likelihood that you'll be mates? Basically nothing. So you need to be stern with yourself and get over it. Sam stared at the ground. You say it like it's so easy. I didn't mean to fall in love with him. Hunter watched the sorrow in his eyes. He wanted his beta wolf to find love, but this was not the way. I know I'm being insensitive, but if you find your mate and it's not William, you can't still be in love with him. It'll tear you apart. You have to do what's best for yourself, and it's not latching onto a good-looking human. 𝐻ES, not just good-looking. He mumbled. 𝐻ES, so nice and kind. He laughs at my stupid jokes and can be just as hyper as me. He has all the time in the world for his brother, and I respect that. Sam groaned and pulled out a chunk of grass. There's just something about him, and I don't know what it is. Lunar love has a funny way of showing itself. Flora hummed and casually walked past the boys. There's a reason for everything. Never lose hope of that. Sam's eyes followed her until they Lillian, and a very rough-looking William, leaning against the garden door. His beautiful hazel eyes were staring right at with barely any emotion. Did he hear what they were talking about? The beta wolf's heart was pumping hard in his chest. William ran a hand through his messy hair and walked over. He felt incredibly hungover, but surprisingly remembered everything from last night. Hunter watched as he sat in front of Sam. He had dark circles under his eyes from the lack of proper sleep. I'm so sorry. I'm an idiot for doing that to you last night. He croaked. What? Sam frowned. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I treated you poorly, because I was in your territory. I should have known better. Please don't be angry at yourself because I'm not scared of you, or upset, or worried. If anything, I'm embarrassed for trying to sleep in your bed. Sam chuckled, but he cowled and held back a distant frown. Will, last night you said that you knew I liked you. Why didn't you say anything? His voice was timid and he started to feel shy. Because I know that you shouldn't. I'm not your mate, so it's the point of liking me when you know it's never going to happen. Plus William took a breath. He had been thinking about what he talked about with his dad last night. He still wasn't really sure about his sexual orientation, but he did know that Sam needed to get over him, and the only way was to reject his love. You're not my type. You never will be. Sam's heart punctured in his chest, and Hunter saw his whole mood deflate right in front of him. But what if one day we are mates? His eyes tried to stay connected with his, but he was all heartbroken. Then it'll be wrong. But the chances are too small for you to be in this situation. It's not fair for you. 𝐻ES right. Hunter rested a hand on his beta wolf's shoulder. I'm confident that you'll find a mate, but it most likely won't be William. You just have to accept that. Flora studied the boys with a twinkle in her eye. She and her daughter may require a gift of perception, but she adopts a little spark for love in her soul. And through her eyes, Sam has always been heading in the right direction, especially when searching for his mate. Chapter 𝐼𝐴 William's eyes glazed over as he sat on the leather couch. He focused on one thing, and that was Sam Fletcher, the beta wolf. All day it was awkward between them. He regretted being so blunt because he lied if he were into guys. Sam would be his type. 𝐻ES hyper like him. Kind, funny, and very good looking. The fact that 𝐻ES a werewolf shines a daring personality, and one that William would love to get to know a little better. He just didn't want to see him hurt because he can't see them being mates. Yes, they are drawn to each other, but surely it can't be because they are connected. Sam, can I talk to you for a minute? He questioned and stood up. Jacob and Hunter were also in the living room, but of course, they were in their own little bubble. Sure. Sam followed him, feeling a little nervous and disappointed that their friendship is slowly crashing and burning. William glanced around to find nobody in the corridor. Turning, Sam looked so concerned that he had to pull him into a hug. The werewolf was taller than him as he rested his head against his shoulder and wrapped his arms around his waist. "I'm so sorry," he mumbled before he hugged back. Liking the way he smelled, he carried on with his apology. "What I said this morning, I didn't mean it. But it was the only thing I could think of to make you question your feelings for me." William pulled back and looked up. Sam appeared to be more relaxed. "I'm really flattered, and if you were a human then, I would really consider dating you, because you are my type. But you're a werewolf and you need a mate, not a boyfriend." Sam nodded and dared to take his hands. His fingers were cold and he longed to hold them until he could share his warmth. "I know it's weird that I like you as much as I do, but it'll never change." He sighed and forced himself to make eye contact. "I know that I can't get attached to people. I don't want a broken heart when I find my mate because I've fallen in love with someone else. I know a relationship can't develop between us, but we can be great friends." William smiled and nodded. He squeezed his warm fingers, wishing he could satisfy his needs. "Of course, this has changed nothing between us. I just hope you find your mate soon because you deserve to be happy." Sam beamed from ear to ear. Even though it was wishful of him to view William as a possible mate, he feels a lot better after talking openly about it. "So do you, Will. But I'm just gonna say this now. Whoever you end up dating, I will hate them." William laughed and let go of his hands. "I would expect nothing less." He studied his bright blue eyes, loving the hint of sparkle returning to his gaze though. "Can I throw sticks for your wolf now?" "No, get away from me." Jacob jumped on the bed as Hunter with a cheeky grin. They were in the bedroom, trying to amuse themselves from boredom. He held out his hand and allowed the big spider to dangle by a leg. "It's more scared of you than you are of. You don't know how it feels. Stop holding it like that. You're gonna hurt it. But you're scared of it. So that doesn't mean I want it in yours. Just go and put it outside." Hunter stepped on the bed and Jacob bolted to the other side of the room. "Oh, come on." Hunter stopped when Jacob started rubbing his hands together. "I will shock you if you do not leave me alone." His eyes were confident in Hunter, being the affection-obsessed wolf that he was. Liked his bold attitude. "No, you won't." "I will." "You won't. Don't test me." Hunter cocked his head to the side. "They'll test you in bed." Jacob performed the eye roll of the century and stomped into the bathroom while his mate watched the spider settle up his arm. "Is that a yes?" "Hunter." The werewolf laughed loud enough for him to hear and decided to simmer down. The window was open, so he just encouraged the spider to sit on the wall outside instead. Right? It's gone." He plopped onto a chair and looked around the empty room. It was slowly getting filled with Jacob's stuff because he doesn't have any belongings. "What do you want to do today?" Jacob stood in the bathroom doorway and eyed his hands with suspicion. Nothing. Well, Jacob started to fidget. "I just want to spend the day with you." "Doing nothing." Well. Hunter crossed his arms with a smirk. "I just want to spend the day with you." "Doing you." Jacob's cheeks instantly turned into a beautiful crisp red. He mentally sank from embarrassment. "You're so annoying." "Yes, but you can't escape it. We're stuck together for life, you know." Jacob walked over with a shaking head. "I feel so lucky." His voice bled with sarcasm. Hunter stood up and pulled their bodies together when they were close enough. He leant his face alongside his mate's until his lips traced his earlobe. Jacob shivered from affection. "You are lucky." He then traced his lips down his jaw and onto his neck. Hunter stopped. His eyes were suddenly fixed on something behind Jacob, not expecting to see someone standing in his room. Slowly, he lifted his head. His eyes were surprised by the fact that he wasn't freaking out to have him in his territory. Jacob quickly turned, but his heart calmed to see a somewhat familiar face. The angel had returned, with his soulmate standing cautiously behind. "It's okay. I don't mind you both being in my room." Hunter's eyes traced the wings. They took his breath away with their beauty, but they could never compete with the stunning shine of Jacob's eyes. "Thank you, Hunter." Panu Leon turned and took Coria's hand. "I can never quite tell. I've been told that werewolves are unpredictable with their territory." He thought. He seems fine. Maybe it's because we are from another world. Or maybe it's because we're not physical forms. Corey replied. Good point. They are seeing us through a mind portal. Nothing else. Why are you back? The werewolf asked, snapping them out of their conversation. We bring important news. From 𝐊𝐿𝐷. What is it? Hunter motioned for them to sit as Jacob sat on the edge of the bed. The angel and his human soulmate placed themselves at the desk, still cautious of the werewolf. Well, what? We have been informed that there is an unusual relationship forming between an angel and a demon. The word demon made Jacob shudder. He's heard of the stereotype. They are always
Sinister and evil creatures.
Is that like? Really weird. Hunter questioned yes. I am yet to meet a nice demon who doesn't want to rip my wings off and kill me. Hunter raised his eyebrows. Well, that went downhill quickly. Jacob nudged him, seeing that the angel was incredibly serious. So is it like a bond forming between the angel and demon? Yes, and they will be a part of this war in the distant future. Who else will be part of it? Jacob asked quietly. Corey watched him fidget, and it reminded him of his son, who is also incredibly shy. Quiet and an introverted soul. Well, 𝐊𝐿𝐷, many people. I will list off the influential couples who will be helping. Firstly, there is a vampire and a human. A half vampire and a half angel. Then us. An angel and a human. But now added to the list will be a demon and an angel. And of course, yourselves. Wow, confused? But wow. Hunter frowned, trying to process the many couples. And we'll get to meet them all. Of course. When the time is right. I am rather eager to meet the demon and angel. It's hard to imagine them ever getting along with each other. But everyone is different. Panu Leon. Can I ask, why are we all connected? What is going to happen that needs so many couples from different worlds? The angel flashed a glance towards his soulmate and shuffled uncomfortably in his seat. Great betrayal will turn into the biggest war our worlds have ever seen. Betrayal between who? We don't know yet. Maybe it will be between the worlds. The elder angels don't have answers for it yet. Will they? I don't know it. I'm just an average angel, but you're special. Jacob could feel his magnificent aura. Corey beamed and looked up, meeting his soulmate's eyes. He doesn't see it, but you're 𝐊𝐷𝐷𝐞𝐬. He isn't just an average angel. No elder angel could have fought for their lives, and many others like he has. Panu Leon's cheeks were shining rosy red. He has always been incredibly modest, and no human would ever be as courageous as you, Corey. They smiled and stared deeply into one another's eyes. The love was incredibly vibrant, and Jacob could see a very, very strong bond between them. I hope we still express our love like that when we're their age. Hunter thought and slowly rested his warm fingers over Jacob's. I'm sure we will. Jacob turned over his hand and gripped them. So Hunter questioned, is that all you came to tell us about? I'd like to know more about your lives and the other world you live in when you have time. We can discuss that another day. And yes, we just wanted to share this information so you're a little prepared. But you have a long time to adjust. I hope you are both dealing with everything okay. I guess we are. It's still strange to think that you actually exist. And vampires. Corey chuckled. You'll love the vampires. They fit the stereotype. So do demons. This is so crazy. Jacob shook his head. I was struggling through college not even a month ago. Hunter felt that he was a little overwhelmed as he rubbed his back. And now you're a god of the werewolves. Corey smiled. But that didn't help. Jacob started to fidget and chew on his bottom lip. Things were circling his mind about why he was chosen for this. How could he be in charge of such a huge amount of responsibility at the age of 17? He is only just finding out who he is and what he wants out of life. It suddenly felt like too much. Hunter stared, knowing exactly what cogs were turning in his head. He could lose his stability with a click of a finger. He witnessed it many times when he was only living inside his head. I think it is time for us to leave. The angel hushed to his soulmate, seeing that the god needed time alone with Hunter. Thank you for letting us talk with you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day." He took a step back and shined his magnificent, filling the room up with their magical creamy glow. "Oh my. Go," a voice breathed from the door. Everyone turned to see the beta wolf with his mouth wide open. His eyes were so big, they couldn't possibly go any wider. Are you an angel?" "The angel. Oh my god. Sorry, Jacob, but oh my god. I was so gutted when I missed out on seeing you the first time." "Does he remind you of Oliver?" Corey thought with a grin. "Absolutely. Oliver is the soulmate of Vinnie Vanderwood, the vampire who lives in the other world. They will be helping with the war in the remote future. Oliver is a very hyper man and never knows when to stop talking and how to walk or do anything at a normal pace. He throws himself into everything head first and is incredibly positive. Hello. My name is Panu Leon. This is my soulmate, Corey." Sam placed his hands on his cheeks, clearly in awe. "You have such an angelic name. Can I talk to you for a bit?" His feet stood right on the line of where the carpet changed to wood, not daring to even put a toe into Hunter's room. "We have about 10 minutes to spare. So of course, we would love to meet more werewolves." Panu Leon took Corey's hand and followed him down the corridor. "You'll get William. He'll love to meet you both." "Who is he?" "Another werewolf," Corey asked. "No, hes Jacob's brother." As they continued to talk, Hunter rubbed circles into Jacob's back with his thumb. The god was staring at the duvet, trying to collect his thoughts, not wanting to freak out. "Not today. If you're going to break down on me, it's totally fine." "It's not fine." He stood up and ran a hand through his hair. "I'm a god. I can't just freak out. You can do whatever you want. You're not even 18 yet. Nobody expects you to cope. They expect me to fail." "I didn't say that." Hunter tried to take his hands, but Jacob pulled away. "What I mean is, they don't expect you to ease into it straight away. You have a lot to learn and a long time to learn it. You can take as long as you want. Nobody is judging you, or I just." Jacob sighed and relaxed his body, but the struggling thoughts were still vibrant. "I'm having a bath." He turned and Hunter watched, knowing his head wasn't in a particularly good place. "Wait, can you have a shower with me instead? Have a bath with me?" Hunter paused when flashes of being thrown into the sea invaded his mind. He was not ready to be surrounded by water that sat up to his waist now. They watched each other, both expressing their insecurities openly. Jacob thought he was the one with all the problems, but when he got to know people a little more, he came to realize that everyone is struggling with something, no matter how big or how small. "We are both such a mess." He leaned his back against the wall and sank down to the floor. Hunter walked over and sat next to him, making sure to push their shoulders together. "Yep." He crossed his arms and stared at nothing selective. "That's another thing that makes us suited. I just hide it until I'm in an uncomfortable situation. You basically leak with anxiety all day. Every day. I wish I could hide it like you can. We're all different. After meeting you, I've really understood that." Jacob slowly moved his head and rested it on Hunter's shoulder. His hair brushed the side of the Werewolf's face and his heart sparkled in his chest. He still felt a little warm and fuzzy when he expressed affection. "I am living the weirdest life right now." "Good." Hunter smiled. "That's how it should be. Who wants to be tied down to a job to earn money, just so we can live enough to somewhat enjoy ourselves? As we save money until we get old. Then when we're old, we are given the opportunity to live, but we're too tired and elderly to actually live it to our full potential. Humans definitely do not have it figured out yet. I don't think they ever will. Are you happy you're not one of them now?" Jacob lifted his head into his beautiful gray eyes. He loved it when they were full of emotion. "I never was human, but that's why I never managed to fit in. I was so much more because I was different. Well, I am different, and that's the best way to be, I think. When humans pretend to be something they're not just so they can try to fit into their messed up societies. I'll be here, being weird with you." Jacob took a breath like he was fixing the jigsaw he broke. It took him a moment of vulnerability to regain his strength and to look at his life through untainted eyes. And that is where I will always fit. Chapter 87 Will. Sam yelled and banged on his door with both hands, hoping to grab his attention. Will, you have to see this. Corey and his angel stared at the big wood and door while they heard quick shuffling, coming from within the room. When it opened, a flustered-looking William stood in front of Sam with a towel around his neck. No t-shirts on and shorts, which he had flung on so he could answer the door. His chest was still wet from his share caused droplets of water to drip down the side of his face. Sam's cheeks didn't hide the fact that he was blushing quite a lot. His eyes stared at William's chest longer than he anticipated. He pointed behind him and tried his hardest to keep his gaze connected with the humans. There's an angel and his soulmate here. William, who was oblivious to Sam's struggles, looked to where he pointed, and his eyes were instantly drawn to two magnificent white wings. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐩𝐿 eyes were slightly narrowed while he stared between the werewolf and the human. He could sense something, almost like a connection, and it was much stronger than a simple friendship. Jory? William's glossy eyes grew wide while he stared at the angel, and Sam stared at him. He never in his life thought that he would meet someone so inspirational and influential. Angels used to be the creatures who he hoped would watch over him when he was little and had nightmares. Grace used to tell him that they were always around him, making sure that the monsters would never hurt him when 𝐿𝐲 is sleeping. Hello, witch. It's a pleasure to meet such an important human. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐻𝐿 beamed. What? He nearly snorted with surprise. I'm not important, of course you are. He interrupted. You are the brother of a god. You are one of the most important humans in this world. William's heart was swept away with his kindness. Thank you so much. He glanced at Sam, who tried to divert his eyes, but they were lost in his sparkle. I'm speaking to an angel. He breathed, making Corey chuckle. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐻𝐿 linked his fingers together and tilted his head. Forgive me for asking, but are you two soulmates? Now Sam's cheeks went from a peachy salmon to a blazing fire. What? William frowned. Why did you say that? There's a vivid connection between you both. Are you waiting to connect? Pan, we need to go. The portal will close in 30 seconds. Corey tugged on his arm, making him lose focus. Well, hold on a second. You can't just come out with something like that and then leave. Sam furrowed his eyebrows with desperation. I apologize, but we have to go. The angel took his soulmate's hand and stood back. However, he wished he didn't mention it, as the look in William's eyes were that of guilt and confusion. Don't overthink it. My angel senses are not always correct. Corey squeezed his hand, knowing that was true. An angel is never wrong. Goodbye. He beamed in a blink of an eye. They vanished. Sam stared at the wall. His heart was beating so hard. He convinced himself that William could hear it. He didn't know what to say. Did the angel sense something? A bond, maybe. William stared at the back of Sam's head. So many thoughts were flying through his mind. He didn't know how to react to the angel's words. Why is this happening? He whispered. Sam turned and caught the extreme emotion leaking from his expression. We're not mates. Why does it feel so hard to just accept it? Boys look. They both jumped when Flora's voice startled them. She had successfully managed to sneak up the corridor without making a single noise of disturbance. You need to just trust this. Sam's frown remained deep within his forehead. Trust what? That when the right moment finds you, so will happiness. William, finding himself rather irritated about the confusion, leaned against the doorframe and crossed his arms over his bare chest. Why does everything have to be a riddle? Can you not just get straight to the point? Young William, don't direct that tone to a helpless old woman. I'm the connection between fate. I can't determine the outcome, but simply watch it take the correct path. Sorry, Flora. I didn't sleep well last night. He sighed. You're not helpless. Flora. Sam chuckled. And 𝐊𝐲's just sick of all these muddled up feelings. We're not mates. But then the angels suggest that maybe we are. And even you're talking like. Take a breath. You don't need to be this stressed about love. Yes, you don't know who it is and people are confusing you, but it will happen in your lifetime. Surely, you know your loyalty is treasured by lunar love. It just doesn't think you're ready yet. You're not mature enough to handle a mate without emotionally investing yourself into the relationship and disregarding your own feelings. Your role at this current chapter in your life is to be there for Hunter. He needs you more than he lets on. Sam's mouth subconsciously dropped open. How do you know me better than I know myself? His ears were ringing with ideas. But is it true that he'll find a mate at some point? He ignored the fact that he was too immature because he knows it's the truth. 𝐿𝐲 is so desperate to find love that if it was handed to him, he would be too overwhelming. Flora nodded with a satisfied smile. You will, but patience is all you need right now. Okay. Who is it? Samuel. Her eyes flickered to William. When the time is right, you'll find each other. With her words clearly embedded into the beta wolf's mind, she continued her journey down the corridor to find her daughter. Sam watched her, unable to calm his soul. I definitely have a mate, he breathed, in awe of the simple thought. When a gentle slam echoed behind him, he turned to face the rich wood of William's door. Hey, are you? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just getting changed. I'll meet you in the kitchen or something. He muffled through the timber. Sam could smell him and it fluttered his heart. All right. He stood for a moment, staring into space, trying to piece together his mind. So far, all his feeling landed on William, even if he tried to force them away. They agreed to be great friends, but Flora and the angel forced them to think otherwise. William was getting a headache from the constant changes in his emotion. He wanted to be free from Sam's affection because it hurt to see him so attached when he doesn't think they'll be bonded. Werewolves are so confusing. He breathed and dropped the towel from around his neck. Okay, I vote no to this idea. I don't care. We're going whether you want to or not. Noise. No. Hunter stared his father down. What's the issue? I don't want to spend the whole time explaining that. Yes, I'm gay and yes, my mate is a man and yes, I find men attractive. Anthony crossed his arms and smiled. Just tell them to shut up. Snog Jacob for a bit and then, well, go home. Hunter now looked satisfied. Okay. He reached out and grabbed Jacob, who entered the kitchen. He pulled him into his chest, alarming the boy, who dropped his phone onto the counter. We're going to see relatives. They want to meet you. Hunter pulled him so close that the tip of their noses touched. Today, Jacob whispered, enjoying his sudden warmth. Yes, Anthony added. We're going to see my aunt and uncle. They don't usually care about me, but they have heard that you're a shiny new addition to this family and are eager to suck up to you as much as possible. Wow, Jacob breathed, felt Hunter's hands run gently down his back. That was really truthful. Their faces were close enough for their lips to be touching. Yeah, well, I don't really have anything nice to say about them. Who abandons their nephew when his parents die? Not the Ray sons, Hunter added, which shocked Anthony. Tense or clench his jaw like he usually does at the mention of his deceased loved ones. Exactly. We're family. We have each other's backs. That's my motto. Scott entered the conversation when he handed Margot and Anthony some coffee. It's a shame not everyone sees it that way yet. So in not looking forward to, Anthony paused and stared at his phone with an approaching scowl. Great. They're coming here now. Margot groaned and dropped her head onto the polished counter. God forbid if I have a single thing out of place in this house. Are they really that bad? Jacob basked and pulled his head back so he could see Hunter's expression. I think so. I haven't seen them since, well, not for a long time. Jacob held onto the werewolf's elbows as Hunter's hands sat comfortably on his mate's waist. They said that it wasn't right for a god to travel just for their convenience. Anthony mumbled and started looking around for things to clean up. When will they get here? Margot questioned. In a few hours. Apparently, they have already set off. Anthony felt hurt by them coming to visit Jacob when he has reached out to them for so many years. When his parents died, they didn't offer him any form of support and cut him out of their lives like he didn't matter. He realized that they only put up with him because he was the kid of their sister. It'll be odd to see each other again. Yet he hoped they didn't bring up his parents. He didn't want to be swamped with emotional guilt, and neither did Hunter. Hunter put his legs over the side of the chair and stared at Jacob. "Sit on my knee." The god frowned and hovered by the door with a cup of tea in his hands. "Kindly made by Flora. I don't really sit." Hunter patted his knees with a twinkle of affection. "Are you sure HES 18? Sam questioned, receiving a light smigger from Anthony. Jacob, with red cheeks, sat on the chair like Hunter was underneath him and also swung his legs over the side of the armrest. "I said sit, not suffocate." He breathed and turned his head so Joe pressed onto his cheek and not his nose. "You're so heavy. It's all that muscle." William sighed. "I'm still in need of a gym buddy if you're up for it," Sam suggested. "Yeah, but you'll have to drag me there. I'm good at talking myself out of everything." "Oh, I will. Are you a fan of early morning workouts?" William looked horrified at the thought. "I'm kidding." "Well, sort of. I think it depends on the day. I feel different some mornings and..." As Sam continued to rant, Jacob realized that his tea wasn't hot anymore, so he drank it all. Flora watched him take big gulps, and it was only after he finished it. A horrible burning sensation filled the back of his throat. His mouth was submerged in a foul taste. His breath caught in his throat and Hunter felt him tense. That was horrible. I think the milk was off. His crude-up features relaxed when the burning subsided. Hunter took his cup and smelt it, but because Jacob was underage, he wasn't familiar with the taste. Or scent. "Why does this smell like alcohol?" All eyes fell on Flora, who was smelling her own cup. "For goodness sake. I gave Jacob the wrong tea." She sighed, but Hunter knew her well enough to know that it was no accident. A drop of vodka won't hurt him. "Nana, you put vodka in your tea. You only live once, my boy." Alfred chuckled. Everyone didn't know whether they should laugh or be concerned. "How much was in it?" Margot questioned. She knew her mother was a little loopy, but slipping alcohol into her tea was rather disgusting. "Only 4 shots. Even William raised his eyebrows. "The Empire Deception. By Drake Nathan and 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬, as an undocumented changeling, been forced to pose as a low-level witch." Jacob doesn't drink. This will go straight into his bloodstream. Scott stood up, now more concerned than amused. "He can't be drunk when your relatives are coming." "Oh, Anthony." Margot warned. "He might be okay. It might not affect him that much." Jacob put the cup on the side and sat up. The horrible taste lingered on his tongue and the burning had slowly moved down to his chest. "I feel fine." "You won't in about 15 minutes. Hunter shook his head and laughed. "Even I can't down 4 shots of vodka and be okay afterwards." "Nana, you have a problem. You've got that right." Flora grinned. "But come on now. What's so bad about this? These relatives are not going to be very nice. At least this will give Jacob the confidence to be himself around strangers." "Okay. There's the alcoholic within you talking." Anthony added. "But this is not good. Sam, can you get Jacob some water? Please. And lots of it." Chapter 88. Jacob started to drink the water and his focus was already slowing down. He never thought alcohol would taste so revolting, and he had no idea how he could tell if he was getting drunk or not. "Are you okay? You need to drink it all." Hunter placed his fingers on the bottom of the glass and lifted it. Jacob followed the pace and drank quickly, but his sense of balance was also starting to deteriorate. "Dad, can I get drunk too?" "No, you can, baby," said Jacob. "Or me. I could use a drink." He might be fine if he drinks enough. Before Hunter could finish, the doorbell echoed through the house. Oh gosh. Margot didn't know why she was so worried about being judged. She didn't care if these people liked her or not. It was Jacob's reputation that was on the line. Get him more water. Everyone watched her rush down the corridor. Even though the water most likely won't filter out the vodka, they had to try something. Even Sam was a little nervous for him. "Jacob, can you feel yourself getting drunk?" Hunter asked and placed another pint of water in his hand. I don't know how it feels. He blinked slowly and frowned at the lack of focus. Hunter grinned. He has wondered what Jacob would be like drunk. 4 shots will not get him immensely off his face with alcohol, but it might make him sick in an hour or 2. Hello? Come in. Margot's voice echoed into the room, but they didn't hear a response. When the door shut, footsteps could only be detectable as everyone climbed to their feet, ready to greet them. Jacob stood up and the room performed a huge spin, making him stumble into Hunter, who placed a firm arm around his waist, holding their sides securely together. This is going to be rather entertaining, he thought, and gripped him tighter. This is, I feel really weird. Hunter simply smiled when his relatives entered the room. However, his grandmother's sister looked just like her, and he altered his proud stance. It caught him off guard, and a wave of weakness invaded his stability. Where is the god? The man demanded. He shared the same colored hair as 𝐿𝐼𝐻 and those gray eyes that popped against his olive skin. 𝐿𝐼𝐻 frowned when his aunt and uncle completely ignored him. Excuse me, you cannot be serious. He sighed and crossed his arms. Margot rubbed his back, which she knew would calm him. You can't just walk into. Anthony, do not be rude in the presence of the god. The man silenced him with eyes full of disapproval. Where is that wife of yours? I need a cup of tea. Anthony clenched his hands as Scott stood up, seeing that things were not starting out good. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿, Anthony's uncle interrupted. That's a woman's job. Everyone in the room fell silent. An awkward atmosphere crept in through the door. The tension was building as the visitors tried to be superior with their old-fashioned views. They are definitely homophobic if they are living in the Dark Ages. Hunter grumbled, but he could feel Jacob depending more on his support to stay standing up straight. Don't you dare. Anthony spoke calmly. My wife has the freedom to do whatever she pleases. She is a person, not an object. Do not even think about telling her what to do. Well, I see we are off to a good start. Anthony's uncle turned to his sister with a faint smirk. Liz, make me some tea. The woman showed a hint of jealousy towards Margot, but did as he demanded and turned to find the kitchen. Unbelievable, Alfred muttered. He would never even think about ordering Flora like that. She would most likely drug him if he even tried. In this day and age, who still believes that women are only useful for doing jobs around the house. So, where is the god? Randy, you haven't seen me in years. Do you not care about me and my family? Look at Hunter. He's 18 and grown up. Anthony was challenging him with the look in his eyes. Hunter. How pathetic. Randy turned and looked at his nephew's son. It was true that he was growing into a strong and stable-looking young man. However, the past was written all over his face. Do you really think I came here to be associated with the boy who caused my sister to die? There are moments for Hunter when his hearing appears to be broken. It felt like his head was suddenly submerged within a sink full of ice-cold water. Everything felt numb, quiet, still and empty. Flora quickly climbed to her feet with a raging fire burning in her gaze, trying to overpower him with her small frame. Are you aware that the god is standing in this room, listening to your repulsive beliefs and hearing you talk with such a disrespectful manner towards his mate? She questioned, almost trembling with rage. I'm very aware that Hunter is mated to another man who is in fact the god of wolves. Honestly, how does such royalty allow that? To men together? It is simply wrong. Jacob stood with confidence when he made eye contact with Randy. A moment of clarity washed through his twisting mind. My son can love whoever he wants. Scott frowned. Who are you to tell him what's right and what's wrong? Yeah. William added and subconsciously stood closer to Sam. Why are you so closed-minded? I'm not. Ivy just had a correct upbringing. What? So Mum didn't. And Ani questioned. She would have loved Jacate and my son being together. She taught me that love is one kind of feeling, shared between everyone no matter who they are. She didn't let Dad treat her like some slave. She had rights and fought for them. Who the hell raised you? Because it was who raised her. Randy crossed his arms and looked his nephew up and down with filth in his gaze. She would be so disappointed. Don't give me that crap. He scoffed. Did you ever think about why she barely visited you or Liz? She knew you were bad influences for our child and wanted him to be raised without being encouraged by the way you think. Anthony turned towards his son, who was fighting against his feelings, trying to keep the tears away. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬. He took a breath of air, calming his heart. And 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 perfect. Liz entered the room with tea for her brother. However, she heard what has been said. You know what? Randy flung his hand, knocking the tea out of his sister's grip. The eyes in the room followed it through the air until it smashed against the wall, sending tea and bits of broken pottery all over Flora. She flinched and cried out from the heat of the liquid. The mouths in the room gasped while Alfred frantically wiped her face and brushed away the broken clay from her lap. Are you all right, my dear? He questioned and gently took off her glasses so he could wipe them clean. All the werewolf's blood was instantly boiling in their veins. I wish Hunter'd drowned in that lake instead of our sister and her husband. He doesn't deserve a god. He deserves nothing because he hasn't earned enough. Jacob yelled. His voice was deep and powerful, instantly silencing Randy. A low growl sent shivers down his arms. The god stepped forwards, feeling the sway of the alcohol, but his godly mind was not prepared to let it in. How dare you talk about him like that? What gives you the right to say such insulting things to my mate? Scott was surprised, but he was more concerned about the fact that Hunter looked like he was about to break down into an emotional state. He cowed and imagined how he must be feeling. His family are blaming him for ending the lives of the ones who he loves with all his heart. Poor Hunter. There was nothing he could have done to make the tragedy any better, and they know that. He could have. Shut up. Jacob glared cold and hard. You're sexist. Homophobic and just an idiot. What did you think you would gain from coming here? Throwing a few insulting words around, spilling tea on Flora and upsetting Hunter. He hiccuped and frowned when the room started spinning again. You've angered me. The electricity popped onto his palms like someone flicked a switch. Randy and Liz watched with a sudden sense of amazement and wonder while the little bolt started to twist and turn around his fingers. I can only apologize. Liz breathed, her eyes transfixed on the yellow glow. My brother. He is a god and imbecile. Honestly, my sister was right to move away and to start her own life. If I had found my mate, I would have left too. We can't all be lucky enough to be alphas and find a mate at 18. Hunter, none of this is your fault. You were just a boy and don't ever want to put myself in your shoes. Gosh, Randy, you are such a sick person to put all the blame on him. I thought you only wanted to see the god, not stir an argument. Randy looked incredibly mortified and shocked, not expecting her to speak up for herself. Jacob's confidence was oozing from him because he was reaching the maximum tipsy stage. His thoughts were reckless and not filtered, as were the words that came out of his mouth. You should be ashamed of yourself. He pointed a finger with a deep frown. If he stumbled, they would have suspected alcohol to be in his system. But for now, he looked a little lethargic. You're old. You're supposed to know when to shut up. William and Sam tried to keep their sniggers quiet while Margot stared at her son, who continued to look incredibly distraught. He needed a long cry to get everything out of his system, but, of course,
He didn't want to do that in front of everyone.
Anthony, I have missed you. Liz took a step in his direction, but Randy lifted his hand, getting ready to express his anger through violent actions. However, once his hand was in the air and Liz had flinched, it didn't move. Jacob was staring at it intensely, using his telekinesis to keep it where it was. After taking a few uneasy steps forwards, Randy realized that his feet were planted to the ground, stopping him from cowering away. The god had such a profound atmosphere. He was incredibly dominant. Power floated all around him. Lifting his own fist, he did what nobody expected him to do and punched Anthony's uncle hard in the face, causing his head to fall back. His body didn't move because he wouldn't allow it to. I can see right into your soul. It is dirty and disgusting. You're a pathetic old man with nothing worth living for. He punched him again. This is for being mean. He then punched him again, causing the blood to seep from his nose. This is for spilling tea on Flora. He punched him a third time, relaxing his powers and allowing him to fall back against the wall. And that is for upsetting my werewolf. He punched him one final time so he collapsed onto the floor. Nobody upsets my mate. Everyone in the room was shocked. Jacob had not only found his confidence, he has stood up for what is right and defended himself and others. William thought back to when he didn't even stand up for himself when Brad was bullying him in college. Now he wasn't prepared to just let it happen. You know what? Hunter spoke up after talking himself out of having a serious breakdown. You deserve that. And you know what else? Nothing is my fault. I've let it go. It's gone and nothing about that day will ever change, so just accept and get on with your life like my grandparents would have wanted us to. Jacob pulled Randy up by the scruff of his collar. He stumbled slightly before pushing him hard into the door. You need to leave. Like right now. He was starting to feel more affected by the alcohol with every passing minute. Liz followed Randy, feeling very embarrassed. Her brother was struggling to walk properly due to Jacob's strong punches. If he was human and not a werewolf, he would have most likely been knocked unconscious. She turned, needing to say one last thing. You'll visit again. Looking at Anthony. Guilt filled her eyes. You look so like your mother. Margot squeezed her husband's arm when a flow of sorrow ran through them both. Alfred had his arm around Flora while everyone watched them walk towards the front door, not quite believing the visit was so intense. When the front door slammed shut, the eyes in the room fell upon each other. Jacob's bloody knuckles were healing fast when he rested against the wall. His mind was drifting from one topic to another. Is everyone okay? Scott questioned, needing to break the silence. He received generic replies, but nobody was really feeling fine after meeting such a repulsive man. I'm great. Jacob smiled clumsily, slowly forgetting how harsh the air felt. I'm glad somebody is. Hunter walked over to his Nana to see if she was all right while his parents followed him with their gaze. Although he was feeling rather settled, seeing Jacob stick up for him in such a way was oddly heartwarming. He was violent because he was protecting him, and he liked that. William and Sam smiled at each other, determined to keep their relationship out of any awkward situations, whatever happens between them. Through thick and thin, Jacob slid down the wall and sank to the ground with his knees pulled up against his chest. Jacob. Stott crouched in front of him, not liking how violent he was, but some part of him thought that Randy deserved it. Come on. You need to have some food that will absorb some of the alcohol. No, Jacob frowned. I'm fine. Honest. I really am. Hunter crouched in front of him too. You're really not. Jacob reached out and pulled him closer. Kiss me. He winked and pulled their faces together rather clumsily. Hunter pulled back with a goofy grin. We get some fresh air. No, let's take a bath together. Jacob wrapped his arms around Hunter's neck and hugged him tightly. You're going to be so embarrassed when you're sober. Hunter thought. Come on. Let's get some food in you. Do you have any chicken? We can eat it in the bath. Everyone chuckled while Hunter and Scott pulled him to his feet. How romantic. But no. We'll eat together in the kitchen, lie. He pouted and started pulling the bottom of Hunter's shirt up, exposing his belly button. Kiss me then. Hunter's cheeks were slightly pink, feeling the embarrassment for him. You're so needy when you're drunk. And just everything you're not when you're sober. It's because 𝐊𝐲 confident. Scott chuckled and patted his son's shoulder. Come on, Jay. I'll make you a sandwich. Only Hunter can call me Jay. Oh, well, I apologize. Scott shook his head with a smile. Why is that? The alpha wolf fast. Because you called me at once and I liked it. Scott held his hand, stopping him from grabbing a picture off the wall as they made their way towards the kitchen. You never said. I never say a lot of things. Jacob fell into the island in the middle of the kitchen and it took a lot of effort for him to sit on the stool. That's very true. Hunter stood behind him, resting his chest against his back and wrapping his arms around his waist, not wanting him to fall off. Jacob rested the back of his head against Hunter's shoulder, feeling tired and strange. "Don't worry," he mumbled after closing his eyes. Feeling Hunter's warmth all around him was extremely comforting. "In the future, I will be myself." Hunter looked down and stared at his face, keeping track of the tiniest details. "You'll be looking forwards to meeting the real Jacket, A. Jones." Scott smiled at the mention of his son's real name. He used to call him it when he was little and Grace was out of the room. When his son got older, he called him get away with it because he wasn't ready for him to know his fated future. He should have split up with Grace many years ago. Then Jacob might have found his true identity. After putting a mountain of chicken in Jacob's sandwich, he placed it in front of him and shook his shoulder. Jacob opened his eyes and was instantly distracted by food. Scott stared at Hunter in the meantime, not seeing any form of distress like he did earlier. "You're perfect for him." Well, I guess. You're perfect for each other. You have no idea how grateful I am that you're his mate. Hunter, you are a wonderful person, but we all have our demons. Don't let yours haunt you forever." Hunter watched his brown eyes, seeing the similarities between him and his son. "I won't. Meeting Jacob has changed my life. I don't know how I got through the day without him. I know that he never thought he would ever mean so much to anyone. But that's why I'm so determined for him to realize how much he means to me. I feel like my life is a book and this is the last chapter. But there's a sequel." Scott beamed with kind eyes. "You're starting fresh with all this new knowledge about other worlds, other people, and of course, the war that will happen. You have so much left to write. I hope you never find yourself struggling for words." Hunter watched the god, his mate, his boyfriend, and the one who held love for the rest of his life. This is corny, but it's definitely the beginning of something special. Looking up to Scott, the sparkle of excitement reflected within his beautiful gray eyes. "And I'm ready." And thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.